9 Sun God King Chapter 1524 to Chapter 1578. Humanoid Holy Weapon Chapter 1524. Humanoid Holy Weapon. Xianxia and Xianxia are also very shocked. They hastily went over to support the old man. "Grandpa, quickly get up, why are you kneeling in front of us?" Xianxia anxiously shouted. And he already guessed that this old man might recognize him and Xiaqiru's past life. The old man is very excited. Xianxia and Xianxia helped him to sit on a chair. "Old ancestor floating cloud, young lady Kiru. When did you come back? Why didn't you come to find me?" the old man said. "Don't tell me you don't recognize me. I am Old Man Song. You all call me Old Song." Xianxia shook her head with frown. "Grandpa, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Xianxia, you can just call me young lady Xia." Xianxia is also very surprised. Back then not only his puppet avatar came in, Xiaqiru's puppet avatar also came in. "Old Song. I have reincarnated. I don't have the memories of my past life, but I know that my past life was Immortal King Floating Cloud." Xianxia sighed. "Ah?" Old Man Song stood up in shock and looked at Xianxia. "Old ancestor Floating Cloud, I didn't expect that you would actually die once." Xianxia said with smile, "Old Song, the current situation is very special. I am also not the Immortal King Floating Cloud from back then. You will always be my old ancestor Floating Cloud. If not for you, I would have died long ago." Old Man Song said. "Did you see? You helped me refine this body. Back then, my body was destroyed and only my soul remained. It was you who protected my soul and then refined this body for me." "Really?" Xianxia said with smile. "It seems like my past life's level was very poor. My refinement was not good at all." "How is it not good?" "I am very awesome. After so many battles, I am not broken." "Old ancestor, your past life was very awesome, alright." Old Man Song very happily smiled and said, "You finally took that thing from Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. This is very good, this is very good." Xianxia is listening from the side. She is also very confused now, but she can guess a few things. Old Man Song said again, "Old ancestor Floating Cloud, you taught me inscription technique back then, but I was really too weak. After so many years, I am only an inscription mysterious sect." "Oh right, Old Song, where is the Great Dragon Sacred Cannon? Is it really that powerful?" asked Xianxia. "The Great Dragon Sacred Cannon is in Han Chuangong's hands. You are the one who gave it to our Honglong Mountain." Old Man Song smiled and said, "I don't know where you got it in your previous life, but it's very useful. It allows us to repel enemies many times, but it consumes a lot of profound saint crystals." Since Xianxia has the Lion King Cannon, he wants to see if there is anything worth learning from the Great Dragon Sacred Cannon. His Lion King Cannon can't keep up with him anymore, he needs to upgrade it. Sometimes, he needs to use the Lion King Cannon to release his immortal power. But the Lion King Cannon is currently unable to withstand his formidable Dao immortal power, let alone using it. "Grandpa Song, what's Old Hong doing outside?" "He's facing Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Tsong Xian, Li Longxian, and the baddies of the Xiaoyang race." Xianxia said in a low voice. "Will he be alright?" Old Man Song said, "Miss Xia, you don't know that the North Wind Valley and the Zhongshuan sect are a bunch of ungrateful people. If not for old ancestor Floating Cloud, their two sects would not have existed. But later on, they often went against Floating Cloud sect." Xianxia said with frown, "Old Song, are there any other seniors like you in the Zhongshuan sect and North Wind Valley?" "There are some in North Wind Valley. Back then, he was an elder, his body was also refined by you, just like me." Old Man Song sighed and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with him, I fought with him and then lost contact with him." Xianxia said in low voice, "Grandpa Song, Big Brother's past life was really awesome. He saved so many people. Isn't that so? Back then, the Great Dragon Desolate Domain was filled with great calamities and many ghost beasts. It was your past life and old ancestor Floating Cloud who made this place better." Old Man Song said with smile, "Miss Xia, you are still the same as before, you haven't changed a bit." "Grandpa Song, Old Hong is outside, should we go out and help him?" Xianxia is very worried. "Alright, let's go out now." Old Man Song said, "Evil Young Race and those guys from Inscription World also came?" Humph, these guys wanted to destroy the Great Dragon Desolate Domain back then. Fortunately, we joined hands to stop them. Old song, is there that mysterious head inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest? How much do you know about that mysterious head? Xianxia asked. Ancestor Floating Cloud, your puppet avatar back then stayed here for many years in order to search for that head, but it didn't find it. Old Song said, I've also been searching all these years. Is there no progress at all? Xianxia asked. Of course not. I secretly entered the Death Mountain Evil Forest a few times and made a lot of discoveries. Old Man Song walked towards the door. He wants to go out and see Hong Quan Gang. What discovery? Xianxia asked. There is a powerful seal inside. The entire Death Mountain Evil Forest is inside that seal. The strange thing is, when you were still here, that Death Mountain Evil Forest didn't exist. It only appeared later. Old Man Song opened the door and let Xianxia and Xianxia go out first. After Old Man Song came out, he didn't say much about the Death Mountain Evil Forest because there is a middle-aged man standing outside. Great Elder, why did you come out? The middle-aged man said in shock because Old Man Song rarely comes out of this door. I'm going out to see Little Hong. I heard that he is facing a group of enemies alone. I can't let him fight alone, Old Man Song said with a chuckle. The middle-aged man is very respectful towards Old Man Song. What surprised him is that their great elder seems to be very respectful towards Xianxia and Xianxia. Old Man Song's body is refined using very strong saint-tier materials, so it is very powerful and can be preserved for a very long time. As long as his soul is not destroyed and continues to grow stronger, he can live for many years. Old Man Song brought Xianxia and Xianxia out of the Great Dragon Mountain and rushed towards the large black ship not far away. After Xianxia went over, he sensed a remnant aura. It can be seen that a battle just happened here. When Old Man Song arrived, Hong Quan Gang and the other elders and disciples of the Great Dragon Mountain hurriedly bowed respectfully. Even Sect Master Bei Feng and Sect Master Xianxia walked over and bowed to greet Old Man Song. They are all very surprised that the great elder Hong Long, who hasn't shown his face for many years, would suddenly appear. It must be said that the great elder Hong Long died a long time ago. The Great Dragon Mountain has been concealing it all this time to prevent the other two sects from taking advantage of the situation. Because the great elder Hong Long followed those old ancestors, his seniority is extremely high. Even the people of the North Wind Valley and the Xianxia sect have to be polite to him. Since the great elder Hong Long can live for so many years without dying, his strength is also unfathomable. That's why the two sect masters are very respectful to him. Great elder, why did you come out? Hong Quan Gang asked in a low voice. Miss Xia said that you were besieged, so I came out to take a look. Old Man Song said with a smile, Xianxia sect, North Wind Valley, you guys are really something. You actually joined forces with external enemies to besiege my Great Dragon Mountain. Great Elder Hong Long, you misunderstand. Sect Master Xianxia hurriedly explained, we are only sparring. The always cold Sect Master Bei Feng said with a smile, Great Elder Hong Long, please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of besieging the Great Dragon Mountain. Everyone gathered here is just to communicate with each other. Old Man Song looked at Li Longxian and the 100 Xiaoyang people and coldly snorted, exchange? Do the scoundrels of the Xiaoyang race have the qualifications to exchange pointers? Old fart, clean your mouth. A middle-aged Xiaoyang race man immediately said angrily. I said that you are scoundrels, so what? Old Man Song mocked, you are not convinced? Come and hit me. The middle-aged Xiaoyang race man wanted to attack, but Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Xianxia and Li Longxian hurriedly shook their heads. Facing Old Man Song, even Li Longxian felt a lot of pressure. Li Longxian is from the mysterious inscription sect. He knows very well why Old Man Song can live for so long. Especially when he saw Old Man Song today, he knew that Old Man Song's body is refined from saint-grade materials. This was a humanoid sacred weapon. If they were to fight, everyone would be at a disadvantage. Sect Master Bei Feng, where is your family's old ox? Is he still alive? Old Man Song asked. Great Elder Niu is still alive and on the way here. To be honest, the main reason we are competing is to divide the Great Dragon Desolate Domain's territory. Sect Master Bei Feng said. divide the territory? Wasn't it already decided? Old Man Song said with frown. Great Elder Hong Long, my inscription world wants to enter the Great Dragon Desolate Domain, so we also want some territory. Li Longxian said. My Xiaoyang race will also stay here for a very long time. In order to avoid future conflicts, we also want our own territory, the middle-aged Xiaoyang raceman said. Hong Quangang said, because Floating Cloud Sect Master gave Floating Cloud Mountain to us, they feel that we occupy the largest territory, so they are not convinced. Everyone looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded. I gave Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain and Floating Cloud Sect's territory to Hong Long Mountain. What's wrong with that? Floating Cloud Sect's territory is too big and too vast. Now that Hong Long Mountain has eaten them all, we don't have any territory left. Li Longxian said. You inscription world people should scram back to where you came from. How can you have territory in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain? What right do you have to come here to fight for territory? Old Man Song nodded and said, Inscription World and Xiaoyang race indeed don't have the qualifications to come here to fight for territory, you should all scram. Li Longxian chuckled and said, then you should have the strength to make us scram. We are now calmly and peacefully dividing the territory by exchanging pointers. Isn't this a very peaceful way? Don't tell me that you want to have a great war? Sect Master Xianxia sighed and said, Great Elder Hong Long, peace is not easy. If we fight, our local three great sects will suffer great losses. Sect Master Bei Feng also nodded and said, Xiaoyang race and Inscription World can continuously send reinforcements, we can't outlast them. Aren't you looking for that mysterious head? Let me tell you, that head is inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Don't fight for territory, go in and find that mysterious head, then you can go home. Qin Yun said. Don't try to trick us to go in and throw away our lives. Who doesn't know that it is very dangerous inside? What's more, the Death Mountain Evil Forest was formed later, there is no way that mysterious head can be inside. Li Longxian said in cold voice. Soul-burning poison Xiaoyang race and Li Longxian both believe that the mysterious head is inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Therefore, they are certain that Qin Yun is lying to trick them into entering the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Sect Master Fu Yun, you should know what you obtained from the Heavenly Mountain, right? Don't try to trick others into entering the Death Mountain Evil Forest, Sect Master Xianxia said. To tell you the truth, I obtained a very large piece of instant space immortal iron inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Qin Yun said and took out the large stone table. Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man, Li Longxian, Sect Master Bei Feng and Sect Master Xianxia immediately surrounded him. This is indeed a very large piece of instant space immortal iron and the quality is very good. Li Longxian can tell with a glance. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the mural on the table. The surface of this table should be a stone slab carved out from the mountain wall. What do you think of from these murals? Qin Yun said. That head is really not in your hands? Li Longxian said with frown, that's impossible, the Death Mountain Evil Forest appeared very late. The head on the mural can fly by itself. Qin Yun said. Then why are you telling us this? Do you want us to go in and investigate? The middle-aged man said. Everyone knows how dangerous the Death Mountain Evil Forest is. 9 out of 10 people will die if they go in. I want to know what use that mysterious head has and why you all want it. Qin Yun finished speaking and put away the table. That is the head of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. As long as you control that head, you can control the strongest power of the Immortal Desolate and rule over the Immortal Desolate forever. Li Longxian said. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master has been missing for several epochs, no one knows the reason. And the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master was sent by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Legend has it that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is the supreme existence that controls the 9 suns and 9 desolate. Everyone yearns to go to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, but in the Divine Desolate, only the Sun God knows about the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. However, the Sun God of the Divine Desolate has been missing for many years and his position has never reappeared. Very few people know about the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Li Longxian said. Qin Yun finally understood the use of the mysterious head. As long as he grasped that head, he would be able to find the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and at the same time, dominate the Immortal Desolate. I'll enter the Dead Mountain jungle to look for the human head. Qinyan said, since you know that the head of the immortal desolate sacred master is in the Death Mountain evil forest, then don't divide the territory. Go in and look for it as soon as possible. Li Longxian sneered, of course we have to fight for territory. Do you think it's easy to find that head? We plan to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to find it. So, we still need territory. The middle-aged man from the evil Yang race laughed, with territory, we can have more people coming over, and we have more space to move around. This way, there won't be any conflicts. Qinyan sighed and said, alright, you guys continue. Just now, a guy from the inscription world challenged Songshuan Mountain and won. Songshuan Mountain needs to give some territory to the guy from the inscription world. Now, it is our turn to challenge Songshuan Mountain, the middle-aged Xiaoyang man said. Huatongan, come out and fight. You must defeat them. Songshuan sect master said. Huatongan nodded his head, then jumped off the ship and arrived at a simple battlefield not far away. Qinyan now understands how they divided the territory. First, Xiaoyang race and inscription world people went to challenge Songshuan Mountain, Honglong Mountain and North Wind Valley respectively. As long as Songshuan Mountain, North Wind Valley and Honglong Mountain lose, they have to cede a large piece of their territory to others. If they win, they don't have to. And finally, Songshuan Mountain and North Wind Valley also have to challenge Honglong Mountain. As long as Honglong Mountain can keep winning, they don't have to cede territory. Because Honglong Mountain controls the most territory, it caused other powers to be envious. Hongquan accepted this kind of territory division challenge to avoid a large-scale war. Otherwise, other major powers will definitely join forces to attack them. Once they break through Honglong Mountain, they will be able to divide up even more territory. And Honglong Mountain also controls many instant space iron ore mines and obtained floating cloud Heavenly Mountain, causing people to be even more envious. Qinyan said, me and little Nianyun are now part of Honglong Mountain. If you need us to fight, we won't refuse. Hongquan said with mischievous smile, little Qin, don't worry. We can defend them. The evil Yang race and the inscription world aren't that strong. Let's go to the side. We won't have a chance to attack, Old Man Song said. Li Longxian said with sneer, don't be too proud. When you challenge, you don't have to compete in power, you can also challenge with inscription. I am an expert in this, even if you are from inscription world, I am not afraid of you, Old Man Song said very confidently. Li Longxian said disdainfully, just wait and see. In the distant battlefield, a great battle has erupted, flames burst out. Huatongan is a 9th level Dao Immortal, they also agreed before that they will only let Dao Immortals fight. Because they don't have many Golden Immortals, if a few important ones die, the losses will be very heavy. Qinyan fought with Huatongan before, he knows that Huatongan's greatest weakness is that his soul defense is not good and his body is indeed almost indestructible. Unless one's strength is very strong, it would be very difficult to destroy Huatongan's body. The Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man is also not weak. He was hit by Huatongan several times but it seems like he is completely fine. The skin of the Xiaoyang race's warrior is overflowing with black gas. His muscles are very developed and his body is also very large. In terms of agility, he is not the least bit inferior to Huatongan. Huatongan split into 2 avatars and part of his body transformed into a dragon. He attacked the Xiaoyang race from 3 different directions. Although the Xiaoyang race's body is very durable, Huatongan's dragon claws are very sharp. They have already scratched bloody marks on the Xiaoyang race's huge body. The battle on the battlefield is very intense, flames are burning everywhere. Huatongan's body has been blasted apart several times. Every time he was blasted apart, he would only turn into flames. And the people in the flames are either bound by dragon-like flames, wrapped in tornadoes, or find all kinds of flames to attack. Huatongan's constitution is indeed very disgusting. Many people from the Xiaoyang race are cursing in low voices because they can't kill him no matter how they hit him. The Zhongshuan sect master's face is full of smiles because no matter how he looks at it, Huatongan will definitely win. Just when everyone thinks that the Xiaoyang race's warrior can't hold on any longer, a wave of black gas suddenly seeped out of the battlefield. It is a slightly evil aura. What method did you use? Hua Tonggan angrily said. He charged over and violently beat the Xiaoyang race's warrior, causing him to let out a series of miserable cries. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The Xiaoyang race's warrior finally couldn't hold on any longer and loudly admitted defeat. All the flames on the battlefield have been retracted by Hua Tonggan. When he retracted them, the flames were all mixed with black gas. At this moment, Hua Tonggan's body also seeped out a faint black gas. When he walked, he was swaying. Hua Tonggan, what's wrong? The Xianxia sect master shouted towards the battlefield from the ship, preparing to go over to take a look. Xianxia sect master, your disciple has been poisoned. And it is a very powerful soul-burning poison. The Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man said, you better not go over, in case you get infected and say that our Xiaoyang race is despicable. You used poison, isn't that despicable? The Xianxia sect master said angrily. That poison is something that our disciple was born with. It is a part of his own power. This isn't against the rules, right? The Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, what's more, you guys won this battle. Ah. Hua Tonggan immediately roared and rolled on the battlefield, looking like he was in extreme pain. The Xiaoyang race's warrior also returned. His body was covered in injuries, but his face was filled with pride. Sect master. I'm in great pain, save me. Hua Tonggan, who was on the battlefield not far away, cried out in pain. The Xianxia sect master wanted to go over, but he didn't dare because the soul-burning poison looked very powerful. He was worried that he would be infected. The Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man chuckled and said, the soul-burning poison specifically targets the soul. Let alone a 9th stage heavenly immortal like him, even a golden immortal would find it difficult to resist. How do we cure that poison? The Xianxia sect master asked. Detoxification. The process is very difficult, only the person who uses poison can cure it. The middle-aged man looked at the wounded warrior and said, only he can cure it. The Xiaoyang race's warrior laughed sinisterly, only I can cure the soul-burning poison. Anyone who touches the poison person will be infected. Sect master, if you don't believe me, go and try. The Xianxia sect master didn't dare to go over. If he was poisoned, he would definitely beg the other party to cure him. Xianxia sect master, you guys won this competition, so you don't need to divide your territory for us. But if you want to cure the poison, you have to use your territory to exchange. The Xiaoyang race's middle-aged man chuckled. Despicable, many people present cursed in their hearts. Xinyan sneered, Xiaoyang race bastards, you are indeed a bunch of scoundrels. Even if you lose, you will use any means necessary to achieve your goal. Little brother, we didn't break the rules. We are making a deal. That guy being poisoned is his own problem, who asked him to not defend well. The middle-aged Xiaoyang race snorted and said. Sect master, hurry up, or that person will die. Someone from the Xiaoyang race laughed complacently and urged. Just now, the Xianxia sect had lost to Li Longxian and the others and had to give up quite a bit of territory. If they gave up again this time, the Xianxia sect would lose even more territory. The Xianxia sect master shouted at Hua Tonggan, Hua Tonggan, I was the one who picked you up and saved your life. The Xianxia sect needs your sacrifice to protect our territory, I hope you can understand. Hua Tonggan suddenly let out an angry roar, the roar was filled with unwillingness and despair. His body was also burning with black flames. No one from the Xianxia sect said anything because they didn't want to save Hua Tonggan and cause the Xianxia sect's territory to shrink. I'll go take a look, maybe there's hope. Qin suddenly said and quickly flew over. Insidious means although Qin had fought with Hua Tonggan before, he had a good impression of him. Upon seeing Hua Tonggan suffering from the spirit-burning poison and being heartlessly abandoned by the Xianxia sect, Qin felt a deep sense of sympathy and decided to go over to take a look. Hua Tonggan was in extreme despair, the pain caused him to scream crazily. Little Qin, be careful. Hong Quangang shouted. What's the point of this guy going there? He won't be able to get rid of the burning soul poison, and he will be poisoned instead. The middle-aged Xiaoyang sneered, this guy is just going to die. Hong Quangang looked towards Sect Master Xianxuan and snorted, Hua Tonggan has a lot of potential. Are you not willing to part with that piece of land? Leader Han Long, it's easy for you to say that. The territory of my Xianxia sect is not big. We have already given a piece to the inscription world. If we give another piece, then our Xianxia sect will have the smallest territory in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Sect Master Xianxia sighed helplessly. I'm doing this for the benefit of the entire Xianxia sect. An elder of the Xianxia sect said, we support Sect Master's decision. The other elders and disciples of the Xianxia sect expressed their support for Sect Master Xianxia's decision. Besides the people from Han Longshan, everyone else felt that Sect Master Xianxia's actions were very normal. If they were in his shoes, they would have done the same. Qin Yan's ability to fly shocked many people. As for the Xiayang race's people, they all have faces full of schadenfreude as they look at Hua Tonggan, who is rolling around in pain on the battlefield. Qin Yan quickly flew over and arrived beside Hua Tonggan. He released tree vines to bind Hua Tonggan, preventing him from moving. Hua Tonggan's body was very strong, but his soul was not. The burning soul poison targeted the soul, so the pain came from the depths of his soul. Hua Tonggan, hold on. Qin Yan shouted and released a very strong mental power that entered Hua Tonggan's body through the tree vines. Very quickly, Qin Yan discovered that the power of the soul-burning poison is extremely terrifying. It firmly entangled Hua Tonggan's soul. Moreover, there were waves of very strong spiritual will that passed through, as if someone was controlling the poison to act up. Little Yun, the guy who poisoned us just now, can constantly release his mental power to enhance the toxicity. That guy's means are really good. Ling Yun'er suddenly said. After all, the Xiayang race has all kinds of methods. After Qin Yan locked onto Hua Tonggan's soul, he poured in a very strong overwhelming righteous power. Not only did it enter Hua Tonggan's soul, it also entered his body. This was because a lot of the soul-burning poison's poison power was hidden in Hua Tonggan's body. The soul-burning poison was a very evil power, the overwhelming righteous power could easily erase it. The people on the big ship saw that Hua Tonggan did not continue to shout, they were all very surprised. This was especially so for those from the Xiayang race. They understood the soul-burning poison very well, and they knew that apart from the person who poisoned it, no one else would be able to cure it. This was because it was a very special mental poison that could directly harm one's soul. The middle-aged man who poisoned him frowned. He released an even stronger mental force and controlled the poison to become berserk. The soul-burning poison's power suddenly became very berserk. Hua Tonggan screamed in pain again. That bastard, he can actually continuously increase the poison power. Qin Yan frowned, he released an even stronger mental power to probe Hua Tonggan's soul. After probing, he discovered to his astonishment that there was a very strong soul inside Hua Tonggan's soul. Clearly, it was released by the person who poisoned him. He wanted to devour Hua Tonggan's soul. What a vicious guy. Qin Yan is extremely alarmed. Hua Tonggan's body is very strong, the Xiayang race also wants it. Ling Yun'er also said very angrily, Little Yun, erase that strand of soul. That bastard Xiayang race should feel very uncomfortable. Qin Yan laughed inwardly, directly destroying that strand of soul is too easy on that guy. He operated the one-thought imperial heaven art, causing his mental power to suddenly become very strong. Combined with the soul-refining technique he mastered, he entered Hua Tonggan's soul. Through the air. Hua Tonggan's soul has been invaded by that Xiayang race warrior's soul and unceasingly released poison power. This is the reason why Hua Tonggan is in so much pain. Now, Qin Yan used the soul-refining technique and formidable mental power to remove the poison power inside Hua Tonggan's soul and then grabbed the Xiayang warrior's soul. Hua Tonggan suddenly became a lot more comfortable. He gasped for breath and looked at Qin Yan with eyes filled with gratitude. He said very excitedly, many thanks to Sect Master Fu Yun for saving me. I am willing to follow you in the future. Hua Tonggan was saved by Qin Yan. This caused everyone on the ship to be very surprised. Old Man Song laughed mischievously, only he is not surprised because he was saved by immortal King Fu Yun back then. Now he can also understand Hua Tonggan's excitement. I will inject some power into your body. You control that power and expel the remaining poison power in your body. Qin Yan said and then injected overwhelming righteous power. Then he took out a soul-sealing pearl and placed the soul he captured inside. Then he released a bit of flame to roast it. The Xianxia race warrior who released the soul-burning poison earlier could not help but let out a low roar. He only felt a burning pain. Qin Yan loosened the vines and let Hua Tonggan down. Hua Tonggan looked at Qin Yan with a face full of reverence. He now understood even more why this young man could become sect master Fu Yun, not fear the Xianxia race and even kill 2 great dragons of the Xianxia race. Hua Tonggan followed Qin Yan back to the ship. Hua Tonggan, it's good that you are fine, it's good that you are fine. Sangshuan sect master only felt very embarrassed when he saw Hua Tonggan following Qin Yan. Sect master Sangshuan, you saved my life back then, but I have frequently entered the Death Mountains and evil forests to search for instant space immortal iron for you. Plus, you gave up on saving me, so we don't owe each other anything now. Hua Tonggan coldly said, I have the freedom to go wherever I want. Hua Tonggan often entered the flood dragon pool to cultivate, this is what Sangshuan sect master said before. But what everyone doesn't know is that Hua Tonggan often enters the Death Mountain evil forest. Sangshuan sect master can't say anything now, after all, he has already given up on saving Hua Tonggan. The Xianxia race warrior furiously looked at Qin Yan, what did you do just now? Detoxify? What, don't tell me you won't allow me to detoxify? Qin Yan smiled and said, Xianxia race, you are a bit overbearing. I killed your 2 dragons before but you didn't seem to restrain yourselves at all. Mentioning the 2 dragons, the Xianxia race people are filled with anger but they can do nothing because they were the ones who attacked the floating cloud heavenly mountain, it is natural for them to retaliate. Qin Yan is holding a bead in his hand, a flame suddenly appeared in his palm and burned the soul-sealing bead. The Xianxia race warrior immediately fell to the ground and screamed. The middle-aged Xianxia race man furiously said, quickly stop. Qin Yan sneered a few times and continued burning the bead, causing the Xianxia race warrior to scream in pain. Everyone is shocked, they don't know what Qin Yan did to make the Xianxia race warrior suffer so much. Xianxia race, you are truly despicable. The battle is clearly over but you left a strand of your soul in Hua Tonggan's body and are still continuously releasing mental attacks. Qin Yan laughed loudly, Sangshuan sect, North Wind Valley, look at the methods of the Xianxia race bastards, do you still want to continue dividing territory with them? The Xianxia race warrior on the ground continuously roared in pain, everyone immediately understood that the Xianxia race used an evil technique and left a strand of their soul in Hua Tonggan's body. That's why they can continuously release powerful mental attacks to torture Hua Tonggan. North Wind Valley and Sangshuan sect people are not fools, after they thought of this, their expressions became gloomy. Especially the Sangshuan sect master, he is the most furious because he was tricked by the Xianxia race. Xianxia race, you don't have the qualifications to compete with us for territory, you can scram now. Hong Quangang said coldly. Scram. We will not accept your challenge. Sect Master Bei Feng said coldly because it is their turn to accept the challenge of the Xianxia race and the inscription world. It's all this bastard's fault, it has nothing to do with our Xianxia race. The Xianxia race middle-aged man was stunned and quickly said. Then, he walked over and kicked the Xianxia race warrior a few times. Boss, it's you who told me to do that. Quickly save me. I'm dying of pain, the Xianxia race warrior shouted. What nonsense are you spouting? The boss furiously roared and sent out a palm strike, killing the warrior. Then, he coldly said, who told you not to follow the rules and act recklessly, this is the result. A warrior that can release a very strong soul-burning poison can be considered to have good aptitude, yet he gave up just like that and even did it himself. At this moment, everyone can see the viciousness of the Xianxia race, the large ship immediately became silent, enveloped in a desolate and oppressive atmosphere. Li Longxian suddenly laughed and said, the guy who broke the rules has been taken care of and the poisoned Hua Tonggan has been saved, this is a good thing. Let's continue the challenge, the Xianxia race is very kind, their attitude is also worthy of praise, let's not blame them. The people here are all old foxes, they can all see that Li Longxian is trying to curry favor with the Xianxia race. Li Longxian came from the inscription world and is an outsider. He is also worried that if the 3 great sects unite, they will squeeze the living space of the inscription world and might even be chased away. Li Longxian doesn't like the Xianxia race very much but he has no other choice. He has to join hands with the Xianxia race to suppress the 3 great sections. We have a Xianxia here, if we really want to fight with our lives on the line, we will definitely turn this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The voice of the Xianxia race's middle-aged man is very calm, but there is a strong sense of threat in it. Inscription Worlds challenged the sect masters of the three great sects, discussed in secret, and agreed to continue accepting challenges. They also agreed that if the Xianxia race uses dirty tricks again, they will not tolerate it. Friends of the Xianxia race, I'll let you go first this time. Li Longxian made an inviting gesture and said with a smile. The Xianxia race sent out a 9th stage Dao immortal and said, "We will definitely not have any problems in this battle, it was all that guy's fault before. If you guys make a mistake again, there won't be a next time." Sect Master Beifeng said coldly. Next, it will be their turn to be challenged. Songshuan Mountain has been challenged by the Inscription World and the Xianxia race. They only lost one match and did not cede too much territory. The Xianxia race did not dare to act recklessly this time because they know that Qin Yun is very strange and can see through their methods. If not for Qin Yun suddenly making a move, no one here would have been able to see through his methods. The person sent out by North Wind Valley is a youth, and he rushed towards the battlefield with the Xianxia race warrior. Everyone is on the large ship. They are a bit far from the battlefield, but they can clearly see the battle. Sect Master Beifeng's expression is solemn and he did not say a word. He does not want to lose because if he loses, they will have to cede a part of their territory to the Xianxia race. In the Great Dragon Desolate Domain, other than those barren lands without resources and those dangerous areas, the other areas have long been occupied by the three great sections. If the Xianxia race and the Inscription World people want to stay for a long time and not clash with the other sects, they need to have their own territory. Therefore, no matter what, they must obtain a piece of land today and have a certain amount of resources. The battle on the battlefield is very intense. The youth from North Wind Valley is very strong, the martial arts and power he grasps are very strong, but he is currently being suppressed by the Xianxia race warrior. Not long after, the battle is coming to an end and the youth from North Wind Valley lost. Sect Master Beifeng's expression is very ugly because they have to cede a region to the Xianxia race. The Xianxia race finally obtained a region and they feel a lot more at ease. Next, the Inscription World will challenge North Wind Valley. The people from the Inscription World are not weak, mainly because of the runes they grasp. They can carve runes or totems on their body to obtain great power. The North Wind Valley sent out a middle-aged man, while Li Longxian sent out a young man. Li Longxian was very confident that it would not be difficult to beat North Wind Valley, because they had beaten Songshuan Mountain once before, and North Wind Valley's overall strength was inferior to Songshuan Mountain. Sect Master Beifeng is very nervous now. If they lose again, they will have to cede another region. The battle began. Qin and Xianxia and Xia. The battle began. Qin and Xianxia and Qin and Xianxia race. Not long after it started, she whispered, the North Wind Valley disciples are going to win. Little Xiao little but world, Li said. Li said. But it hasn't been long since the battle started. How can you be so sure that our people will lose? Don. Sect Don Xiaochen battle Don and Don people Xia many yang many. Xia many Tian Xia. Xia Tian Xia S can control fire. Xia Tian is long fire can restrain ice and melt ice. Since the North Wind Valley disciple is restrained by our disciple, why do you say that the North Wind Valley disciple will win? Li Longxian shook his head and smiled. Because that North Wind Valley disciple's ice power is very strong, he can freeze flames. Moreover, he is also hiding fire attribute immortal power, it is to resist the flames. Xianxia said softly, I fought with North Wind Valley disciple before, I know he is not afraid of fire. Li Longxian frowned. The youth they sent out only grasped a single fire immortal power. The main reason was to be able to release purer flames when refining, so he did not cultivate multiple attributes of immortal power. As for the North Wind Valley disciple, he has mastered ice and fire immortal power. This is a dual attribute. Because one can control fire attribute immortal power, they can resist fire to a certain extent. Indeed, on the battlefield, the middle-aged man from the North Wind Valley fought with ease. As for the youth from the Inscription World, he found it difficult to defend and was almost injured several times. On the battlefield, there were two heavens of ice and fire. Generally speaking, those who mastered ice and fire immortal power could fuse ice and fire together. Not long after, the youth from the inscription world shouted loudly and admitted defeat. Because he was beaten to a point where he can no longer bear the pain. Xianxia lightly groaned and said, I already said it, you still don't believe me. Xianxia sect master feels very bad in his heart. Xianxia is a very strong 9th level Dao immortal, yet she followed Qin Yun. And Hua Tonggan also pledged loyalty to Qin Yun. In this battle, the inscription world lost. Li Longshuan's expression is very unsightly because they will be challenging Hong Longshan next. Hong Longshan is not easy to deal with. Qin Yun and Xianxia are both very strong, the middle-aged man from the evil sun race said. Next is Hong Longshan. Li Longxian, this time, you guys go first. How about we compare runes? Always fighting, it's boring. Li Longxian suddenly said. Inscription competition? This is a waste of time. Hong Quangang said with sneer. Everyone can see that Li Longxian is afraid of fighting. Because Qin Yun and Xianxia are on Hong Longshan's side, they can also fight. Xianxia alone can beat up all the 9th level Dao immortals. Earlier, Li Longshuan's grandson Li Fenglian was almost insta-killed by Xianxia. Not only Li Longxian is feeling great pressure, evil sun race's people are also feeling the same. They don't want to face Qin Yun and Xianxia. Rest assured, our inscription competition is very simple and fast. Since it is not a battle, I will personally participate. I am also from Inscription Profound Sect, you should also have your own Inscription Profound Sect, right? Li Longxian said. Old Man Song stood up and asked, compete in what? Li Longxian is incomparably confident in inscription. He also knows that the level of inscription in Great Dragon Desolate Domain is very low, otherwise Songshuan Mountain and North Wind Valley would not be so respectful to them. We will compete to refine a small puppet, make it within an hour. It is not a competition to test the puppet's strength, but rather speed. Li Longxian said with mischievous smile, how about it? Old Man Song nodded and said, alright, let's compete. I also want to see the level of your inscription world. Songshuan Sect's old man Liang said in low voice, Hong Long Great Elder, Longxian Sect has mastered a kind of strange inscription that can allow puppets to fly. If we compete in speed, we might not be able to compete with them. Old man Liang also kindly reminded Old Man Song. Li Longxian said with mischievous smile, we are the challenger, our challenge is not too outrageous, right? If an Inscription Profound Sect doesn't have confidence in their own small puppets, then what kind of Inscription Profound Sect is it? Old Man Song doesn't have any special inscription in his hands, otherwise he would have already refined a flying magic tool. Let me do it. Qin Yun suddenly said. You? Li Longxian is somewhat surprised, you are also an inscription master? I guess so. Qin Yun said. Can you do it? Old Man Song knows that this is the awesome old ancestor floating cloud, but he doesn't have the memories of his previous life, so he is somewhat doubtful of Qin Yun's strength. Qin Yun said with smile, of course I can. Songshuan Sect Master and Beifeng Sect Master looked at each other in shock. They could not tell that Qin Yun is a very strong inscription master, moreover, in their eyes, powerful inscription masters are generally bald old men. How do we compete in speed? Qin Yun asked. Isn't there a battlefield over there? We just need to refine the small puppets and run back. Li Longxian said. Alright. Qin Yun suddenly took out a square piece of immortal iron. It is also a very ordinary immortal iron. It looks like a large iron brick. Li Longxian took out an hourglass and flipped it over, then said, the refined puppet must have hands and feet, or be like a beast. Don't carelessly make something, that won't do. What other rules are there? Qin Yun hasn't even started, but Li Longxian already took out many tools and a table and began refining. When it comes to the competition, we will wait for everyone to finish refining and then we will compete in speed. Li Longxian hurriedly took out the materials and said with a smile, if you can't refine it within an hour, then you lose. There are only a few Inscription Profound Sect people present, they all stretched their necks to look at Li Longxian. Li Longxian came from the inscription world, the inscription civilization there is very developed. Therefore, they all want to see Li Longshuan's puppet refining technique. Qin Yan only took out a table and poured flame into the immortal iron. After the immortal iron became soft, he began kneading it with his hands. Hey! What are you doing? Refining a puppet is not like kneading mud. You should be a bit more serious. Songshuan sect master said with smile. He is the floating cloud sect master, even if he loses, ceding a bit of territory is not a big deal. Hong Longshan controls the most territory. Xiaoyang race people said in a very bad mood. Qin Yan is truly kneading the immortal iron as if it is mud. While kneading, he is very serious, moreover, his kneading is very exquisite. Everyone can see that after he kneaded the softened immortal iron into a strip shape, it has the appearance of a small dragon. And on Li Longshuan's side, he is busy forging. He doesn't have many materials, now he is forging the wings of a small bird, he wants to make a very small bird. Compared to him, everyone wants to see Li Longshan make a small puppet beast because he looks more presentable. And Qin Yan looks like he is kneading mud. Although it can be seen that he is making a small dragon, it is not as high level as Li Longshuan's. Even old man Song is completely baffled looking at this. He doesn't know what Qin Yan's inscription level is. Xianxia is not worried at all. The flying immortal robe she is wearing was refined by Qin Yan. It is something that many people in Great Dragon Desolate Domain yearn for. Astonishing strength. Qin Yan only wants to refine a small dragon with very fast speed. Therefore, he doesn't have too many requirements for dragon body refinement. As long as it can carry totems and energy, it is enough. Although his dragon was rubbed, many people can see that he is also carving very carefully at the back. The dragon scales and the dragon head are all made out, they are lifelike and also very exquisite. It is an exquisite small golden dragon. After Qin Yan finished crafting it, it emitted a faint golden light. Although Li Longshan forged a small bird, his small bird looks far less exquisite than Qin Yan's small golden dragon. For example, there are no feathers on the small bird's body. It only has the outline of a pair of wings and a bird's head and beak. Although the material of this bird has been forged with a hammer, it looks like a child rubbing it out with mud. From a visual point of view, Qin Yan's small golden dragon is much taller than the small bird. Moreover, the time it can be used is the same. A middle-aged man from the inscription world saw others looking at Li Longshan with disdain and quickly explained that Qin Yan's small golden dragon is indeed beautiful, but his material is just soft after being heated. Xianxia's small bird doesn't look exquisite, but the material has been tempered. This is the essential difference. Right, what's the use of that guy's golden dragon looking good? The most important thing is the material. If the material is not strong enough, it will not be able to carry the powerful totem runes and can't inject energy. What's the difference between it and a salted fish? A youth from the inscription world said with sneer. That small golden dragon looks good but is useless. The most important thing is to carve the totem. After all, it's a puppet. Without a good totem to support it, it won't do. The people from the inscription world truly think that Qin Yan's small golden dragon is very weak. Qin Yan doesn't think that his small golden dragon is weak. He integrated a bit of dragon tendon into it. Moreover, when he rubbed the immortal iron, he also injected very strong nether sun fire into it. Old man Song didn't say anything because he faintly felt that this reincarnated old ancestor floating cloud is more powerful than the previous one. Next, it is time to carve the totem. When Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle, old man Song felt very excited in his heart because he recognized it as the floating cloud divine needle. Seeing the floating cloud divine needle in Qin Yan's hand, old man Song immediately felt relieved. The floating cloud ancestor's inscription technique was not lost. While Qin Yan is carving the totem, the floating cloud divine needle released a ball of light and enveloped it, not letting others see what kind of totem he is carving. The people from the inscription world sneered, "What totem can he have? The totems of our inscription world are the most precious. They are actually afraid that we will peek at them." That's right, we're not interested in his tattered totem. Because they came from the inscription world, they all felt that the level of the inscription world was invincible, so they were very arrogant. Qin Yan secretly despised Li Longshan and company. He felt that if Li Longshan really had the ability, he wouldn't have been sent here to do such a hard job. This group of people didn't do well in the inscription world, so they were sent here to do other things that had nothing to do with inscription. If he was a truly skilled inscription master, he would not have been sent to this kind of place to waste time. A total of 2 hours passed by very quickly. Xianxia finished carving the totem first. He grabbed the little golden dragon and poured in immortal power. The little golden dragon immediately seemed to come to life. The little golden dragon is still coiled around Xianxia's arm. No matter how you look at it looks like it is real. Everyone present is also secretly astonished. Especially Xianxia sect master and Beifeng sect master, these knowledgeable people, they all feel that the little golden dragon refined by Xianxia is definitely not just for show. Because no matter how they look at it now, they feel that Xianxia's little golden dragon is much better than Li Longshuan's broken bird. Li Longshuan's bird can't be considered a complete bird at all. Its shape is like a child's drawing, it is very abstract. When Xianxia saw Li Longshuan's bird, he suddenly felt that he overestimated the people from the inscription world. Of course, most people don't dare to say that the bird is ugly because they are afraid of offending the inscription profound sect from the inscription world. Although Grandpa's bird was made in a hurry, it has been tempered thousands of times, its body is very strong, a young man said. Long Xiansek's bird is very good looking, I like it very much, a middle-aged man laughed and said, look, how cute it is. Exactly. This kind of bird is much better looking than that dragon. That guy's dragon doesn't have any imposing manner at all. He made the dragon so small, like a snake. If you want to refine a small puppet, you should refine a normal bird beast. What little dragon? It looks like a little snake. That bird is still the most beautiful. The people of the inscription world all flattered and then belittled Xianxia's little golden dragon. After Li Longxian heard this, he was also very happy. He chuckled and said, this little brother has a certain level of foundation in inscription refining, but he has not grasped the essence. He pays too much attention to appearance and doesn't know that the most important thing about a puppet is its inner quality. Longxian sect is right. A middle-aged man quickly sighed and said, it is truly an honor for me to hear these words. This will allow me to avoid many detours. At this moment, the people of the inscription world are all flattering Li Longshuan's words one after another. Li Longxian, your bird is so ugly, yet there are so many people flattering it. Are you guys from the inscription world blind? Hong Quangang said with a smile, the inscription world is so stupid. That bird is clearly ugly beyond the heavens, yet you still say it's cute. Li Longxian, your bird is so ugly, he he he. Old Man Song also chuckled. Xianxia giggled and the people of Hong Longshan also burst into laughter. Even the people from the Xianxuan sect and the North Wind Valley thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Li Longxian is very angry and shouted, I'll let you all see how big my little bird is in a moment. You'll know once you compare. Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, I'm ready, we can begin. 1. 2. Begin. Li Longxian did not even shout 3 when he released the bird in his hand. Xianxia cursed in his heart and hurriedly threw his little dragon into the air. A middle-aged man from the inscription world laughed loudly and said, so this is how his dragon flies. Directly throw it over? How far can it be thrown? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Xianxia's little dragon turn into a golden light, quickly moving through the air and charging towards the distant battlefield. Although Li Longshuan's bird flew for a while, it was quickly caught up by Xianxia's little golden dragon. The people on the ship all have good eyesight. When they saw Xianxia's little golden dragon flying so nimbly and quickly, they all cried out in alarm. Li Longxian is also extremely astonished because he can't understand why Xianxia's dragon can fly. The little golden dragon that Xianxia released quickly arrived at the center of the battlefield. Then, it quickly turned around and flew back. And at this moment, Li Longshuan's ugly bird had just flown to the center of the battlefield. In just a moment, Xianxia's little golden dragon returned and wrapped around Xianxia's arm. I won. Xianxia said with a smile. You. Li Longxian looked at the little golden dragon on Xianxia's arm, his eyes widened and he was speechless. Xianxia's little golden dragon has a dragon totem carved on it. Moreover, it is an immortal tier dragon totem. Level 12 finesse is enough to support the little golden dragon's body to fly. This is the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Dragons can naturally fly here, therefore the dragon totem also has a certain flying ability. Little Nianyun, you can play with it. Qin Yan handed over the little golden dragon to Xianxia. Xianxia looks like she got a fun toy. She is very happy to play with it, controlling the little golden dragon to fly around. Sect Master Xianxia, Sect Master Bei Feng, as well as Old Liang and the other inscription profound sects all received a great impact. They are not fools. No matter how much they worship the inscription world, they can now see that Qin Yan's inscription level is higher than Li Longshuan's. Just a moment ago, the group of people from the inscription world kept praising Li Longshuan's ugly bird, but now they are speechless. They also have a very good understanding of inscription refining. They know that the little dragon is not simple. Not only was it made in a short period of time, it is also very beautiful and very fast. This also means that as long as Qin Yan is given enough time, he will be able to refine an even bigger puppet dragon. What totem did you carve? Li Longshan asked in astonishment. Dragon totem. Qin Yan indifferently said. Everyone here looked at Qin Yan in shock and then looked at the little golden dragon controlled by Xianxia. They don't dare to believe that it is real. Dragon totem is not very rare in the inscription world, but it is different for the three great sections. It is something they yearn for even in their dreams. Even Old Man Song is very astonished. Many years ago, dragon totem was a very rare thing. So it is a dragon totem. Although Li Longshan said this, he is extremely shocked in his heart. Because Qin Yan can carve it in such a short period of time, he most likely has an inscription spirit. Li Longshan secretly guessed that Qin Yan has mastered the Beast King inscription spirit, otherwise it would be impossible for him to carve the dragon totem so quickly. Li Longshan personally went up and was defeated. Because of that ugly bird, he was secretly ridiculed in his heart. Their inscription world is also unable to get a share of Honglong Mountain's territory. Xiaoyang race, what do you want to compete in? Hong Quangang looked at the middle-aged Xiaoyang raceman and said with a smile, inscription or battle? The Xiaoyang race's inscription level is inferior to the inscription world's. Since Li Longshan from the inscription world lost to Qin Yan, they will definitely not be able to win against Qin Yan. As for battle, just Xianxia going up to fight is something they can't handle. No more, we admit defeat, the middle-aged Xiaoyang raceman suddenly said. Everyone is stunned. The Xiaoyang race actually admitted defeat. The people here can understand if they thought about it. Because if it was them, they would not be able to defeat Honglong Mountain. Instead, they would be laughed at by others. It would be best for them to admit defeat. Hong Quangang looked at Sect Master Bei Feng and Sect Master Xianxia and said, it is your turn to challenge us. Which one of you will go first and what will you compete in? My Xianxia sect admits defeat. Sect Master Xianxia sighed lightly. They don't have anything to take out. My North Wind Valley wants to compete in inscription with you. Our great elder Niu will be here soon. Can you wait? Sect Master Bei Feng said. Status difference Old Man Song said with smile, Sect Master Bei Feng, are you sure old Niu wants to compete with us in runes? Sect Master Bei Feng nodded and said, in order to expand his territory, Great Elder Niu will definitely compete with you. Moreover, this is not a life and death battle, it doesn't matter if he loses. Because they lost to Xiaoyang race, they ceded a lot of territory to them. If they win against Hong Longshan, they will get a bit more. Hong Longshan has never lost a single match and his territory is also the largest. People from North Wind Valley, Songshuan Mountain, Xiaoyang race and inscription world are all very jealous. Especially Li Longshan, he is very unconvinced. After all, he is a senior and now he has lost so miserably in front of so many disciples, he can't raise his head. It must be known that many disciples praised his bird before but now he has lost so miserably, he has lost a lot of face. That great elder Niu is not here yet, how about we play something else? Li Longshan looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, little brother, although you are not floating cloud sect master anymore, you are still a member of Hong Longshan. I presume you have a lot of say in Hong Longshan? Hong Quangang said, of course, I can even give him the position of sect master. Li Longshan, what do you want to do? Li Longshan said with smile, I am a bit unconvinced, I want to compete again. No way. Hong Quangang immediately refused. I admit that little brother Qin's refining speed is very fast, but the materials used to refine the little golden dragon have not been tempered. So I feel that if we fight, the little golden dragon's strength is inferior to my bird. Li Longxian said. Grandpa's bird is very slow, but because the materials are tempered, it will definitely be stronger. If we fight, it will definitely win, a youth said. Yes, yes, yes. Do you dare to let the little golden dragon fight my grandfather's bird? He definitely won't dare because he is afraid. Hong Quangang asked, what if little Qin loses? What can you do? You just want to prove that your ugly bird is a bit stronger. Li Longxian said with mischievous smile, how about this, let's make a bet. If little brother Qin's little golden dragon wins against my little bird, I'll give him 100 genes of sacred profound silver crystals. If he loses, your Hong Long Mountain will give us an area. All right. Qin Yan promptly agreed. He also wants some sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yan held the little golden dragon in his hand and Li Longxian held the ugly bird in his hand. The crowd also made way for him. Come. As Li Longxian spoke, he released his bird and shouted, whoever's puppet beast is damaged loses. If none of them are damaged, we'll call it a draw. Li Longxian felt that his bird had been tempered, and the materials were also very good. It wouldn't be broken so easily. Although it looked a little ugly, it was indeed very stable. The bird flew nimbly in the air. Soon after, Qin Yan also released his little golden dragon. The little golden dragon's flying speed was very fast. After leaping up, it directly bit. I'll dodge, hee hee. Li Longxian controlled the little bird and dodged nimbly in the air. He laughed and said, your body is bigger, so it's too easy to attack. After speaking, the little bird swiftly rushed over. Its sharp beak is like a sharp knife, it swiftly and violently shot over. Don't be complacent. Qin Yan controlled the little golden dragon to swing its tail. The little golden dragon's tail suddenly swept towards the little bird flying over and directly swept it away. It has to be said that the little bird is indeed very sturdy. Although it was swept away, it was not damaged. This little dragon is a bit powerful, but you can't damage the little bird. Li Longxian laughed and said. Even if he can't win, he won't lose. Just as he was feeling proud, the little golden dragon's speed suddenly became very fast. It shot over like a bolt of lightning. When it arrived, the little golden dragon opened its mouth and bit the little bird. The little bird was firmly bitten by the little golden dragon and can only struggle unceasingly. You won't be able to bite it, maybe your mouth will be smashed. Li Longxian is not worried at all. The people below are also seriously watching. Although it looks like a child controlling a toy to fight, this is a showdown between two inscription masters, it is still quite exciting. Is that so? Qin Yan said with a smile. Suddenly, a burst of flame rushed out of the little golden dragon's mouth. Li Longxuan's expression changed because he could see that the flame carried the power of the blood soul. That was what Qin Yan had injected into the little golden dragon's body. This is what shocked Li Longxian. He never expected that the little golden dragon's body, which was casually refined, could actually store such a powerful energy. The little bird can no longer struggle because the totem runes in its body have been burned by the flame. The flame can penetrate into the little bird's body and destroy the totem runes. Although the little golden dragon looked like it was casually rubbed out by Qin Yan, it has added something like dragon tendons. Its body is very tough and small things like the little bird can't damage it at all. The little bird was chewed in the little golden dragon's mouth and shattered in an instant. The little golden dragon flew down and spat out the shattered little bird. Then, it flew back to Xianxia. Looking at the fragments on the ground, the group of people from the inscription world didn't know what to say. Because Li Longxian lost again and lost even more unsightly than before. Li Longxian has always insisted that his little bird has been tempered and is very sturdy. Previously, he even ridiculed Qin Yan's little golden dragon for being brittle. Those people from the inscription world also said the same thing. But now that the little bird has been destroyed so severely, it means that the little golden dragon's strength is much higher than that little bird. With such a comparison, it can be seen that the little golden dragon far surpasses that ugly bird in all aspects. This means that Qin Yan, a young man who is not even a golden immortal, has a much higher level of inscription than Li Longxian who came from the inscription world, Li Longshuan's level of inscription made many youngsters secretly despise him. Especially the young disciples of the Xianxia sect and the North Wind Valley. Because they don't understand the knowledge of inscription, they simply compared Qin Yun and Li Longxian and felt that Li Longxian is very weak. Only those inscription masters know that Li Longshuan's level is quite good. The reason why he lost is because Qin Yun is too strong. Qin Xuanzong. I wonder who your master is? Li Longshuan's tone and attitude are incomparably respectful and his forehead is covered in sweat. He knows very well what Qin Yun's level of inscription means. Even in the inscription world where geniuses are like the clouds, he is still a very powerful existence. Seeing Li Longxian suddenly being so respectful towards Qin Yun, those seniors also know that Li Longxian is sincerely convinced and completely kneeled down. Grandfather, how could this bastard be from the inscription profound sect? Such a young inscription profound sect, even in our inscription world, there aren't many of them, right? A young man said in disbelief. You shut up. Li Longxian immediately shouted angrily. He turned around and slapped the young man, causing him to fall to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. Quickly apologize to senior. Li Longxian grabbed the young man and said sternly. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Li Longshuan's attitude towards Qin Yun has suddenly changed so much that it is hard for people to accept it for a moment. Qin Yun had previously heard from the Xiao family head that in the inscription world, one's status is determined by their level of inscription and not by their cultivation. At that time, he still did not believe it. But now, seeing Li Longshuan's attitude, he also believed that it was true. It can be seen that in the inscription world, all the inscription masters follow this set of rules. Forget it, quickly give me the sacred profound silver crystal. Qin Yun said. I'll give it to you right away. Li Longxian took out a storage bag with smile and handed it over to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun took it and looked at it, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Li Longxian very curiously said, Senior, with your level, you must have a great background. Can you tell me a thing or two so that Junior can broaden his horizons? I am self-taught and my luck is pretty good, that's why I have a pretty good level of inscription. Qin Yun said with smile. The group of people from the inscription world are all silent. They now completely understand that Qin Yun's level of inscription is much higher than Li Longshuan's, that's why he became Li Longshuan's senior. Li Longshuan's heart is filled with regret. If he had known earlier that Qin Yun had this level of inscription, he would have definitely fawned on Qin Yun long ago. So what if his level of inscription is high? In front of formidable strength, he is nothing, the middle-aged Xiaoyang race man said in a very bad mood. Inscription represents strength. What do you barbarians from Xiaoyang race know? Li Longxian said with sneer. The middle-aged Xiaoyang race man laughed loudly and said, Qin Yun's inscription technique is very brilliant. But can he win over me with his inscription? I am a third-stage golden immortal. If I could use my equipment, defeating you would not be a problem. I am only a seventh-stage Dao immortal. Qin Yun said indifferently. All the Xiaoyang race people burst into laughter. You use equipment, we also use equipment. Could it be that your equipment is stronger than ours? How about we compete, the middle-aged man said with sneer. As he spoke, he took out a set of black armor and put it on. He then took out a large black saber and shouted at Qin Yun, do you dare to come? Hong. Quan Gang and Old Man Song shook their heads at Qin Yun, hinting him not to be impulsive. We also have sacred profound silver crystals, here are 100 jin. The middle-aged Xiaoyang race man took out a fist-sized stone. The sacred profound silver crystal is not big but it is very heavy. Are we going to fight? Qin Yun asked. He believes that the sacred profound silver crystal can allow some formidable runes to unleash even greater power. It will be very helpful in improving the Lion King canon in the future. Didn't Li Longxian say that runes are very awesome? Let's all wear our equipment and then fight palm to palm. Let's see whose immortal power is stronger and what's the use of runes, the middle-aged Xiaoyang race man said with sneer, do you dare or not? Palm-to-palm battle is when two people face each other, put their palms together and send out their strongest immortal power. If one's immortal power is weak, they will be forced to withdraw their palms. Whoever withdraws first or is forced to retreat will lose. Old Man Song said in low voice, don't compete with him. The disparity in cultivation is too big. Equipment cannot make up for this disparity in immortal power. Especially in palm-to-palm battle, those with higher cultivation and stronger immortal power will have greater advantage. Fight palm-to-palm. The Xiaoyang middle-aged man's suggestion was indeed not enough to show how powerful the inscription technique was. Old inscription masters like Li Longxian and Old Man Song immediately realized that the middle-aged Xiaoyang is deliberately provoking Qin Yun. He wants to use this method to win. If Qin Yun was provoked and wanted to give it a try, there was a high chance that he would lose. At that time, he would have to cede a territory to the Xiaoyang race. Big brother, don't compete with him, it's too unfair. Xianxia also walked over and whispered, you might even get hurt. The bad guys of the Xiaoyang race are very bad. That's right, senior. Evil young race people are crafty and cunning, it is impossible to guard against them. Li Longxian also said. He is indeed saying these words for Qin Yun's sake. The people of the evil Yang race all cursed Li Longxian in their hearts. Li Longxian had been trying to curry favor with them just now, but now, he was going to turn his back on them. If you don't dare, then don't spout bullshit like inscription is strength. The Xiaoyang middle-aged man sneered, now you see, what's the use of having high talent in inscription? He doesn't even dare to exchange blows with me. He's just a young man, and his cultivation isn't high either. What's there to be cocky about? Hong Quangang snorted coldly. I'm not looking down on him, I just don't agree with the idea that runes represent strength. The Xiaoyang race middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, if that is the case, then he should not be afraid of me, he should use the power of inscription to defeat me. At this moment, Qin Yun is also thinking about how to use the power of runes to defeat the Xiaoyang race middle-aged man. Because he wants to obtain the 50 genes of sacred mysterious silver crystals. I will compete with you, but you need to give me some time. Qin Yun said. Alright, 1 hour. Is that enough? The middle-aged man asked. Enough. Qin Yun nodded. If Qin Yun wanted to compete, Hong Quangang and company could not stop him. Qin Yun immediately took out the talisman paper and quickly began crafting talismans. No one knew what kind of talisman he was going to craft. What was surprising was that when he made the talisman, he just used a mirror to make it. His speed was very fast. In an hour's time, he had crafted 10 talismans. After that, Qin Yun stuck the 10 talismans on his body and sent a voice transmission to Hong Quangang and Old Man Song. He told them to get all the gold immortals on Mount Honglong to release their gold immortal energy for his talisman to absorb. That's it? The Xiaoyang middle-aged man looked at the talisman on Qin Yun's body in disdain. Yes, can we begin? Qin Yun said with a smile and extended his palm. We will stand where we are. If anyone takes a step back, retracts their hand, or shatters their arm due to not being able to withstand the power, they will lose, said the middle-aged Xiaoyang. Qin Yun nodded. At that moment, Qin Yun and the middle-aged man's palms were pressed together. 1, 2, 3. Begin. The middle-aged man shouted, and then sent a powerful force through his palm. Qin Yun immediately sensed that the middle-aged man's evil power was very violent. It was the power of a golden immortal. When it entered his arm, it wreaked havoc, causing his arm to feel pain. Fortunately, he was able to quickly release a wave of overwhelming righteous power to suppress the evil power. Somewhat powerful, the middle-aged Xiaoyang sneered, then let out a loud shout and poured in even more evil power. Qin Yun promptly let Ling Yun'er release the Nether Sun's devouring power and devoured a portion of the evil power that entered his body. Qin Yun cultivated immortal devil sacred body. Although he is suffering from the evil powers ravaging and feeling pain, he can still endure it. The overwhelming righteous power counteracted a portion of the evil power and his Nether Sun devoured a portion. This can reduce a lot of pressure on him. At this moment, Hong Quangang, Old Man Song and a few other golden immortals of Mount Honglong released their golden immortal power. The golden immortal power they released quickly poured into the 10 talismans on Qin Yun's body. At this moment, everyone can see that the talismans on Qin Yun's body are absorbing the golden immortal power and releasing a dazzling light. You. The middle-aged Xiaoyang man said unhappily, this seems to be breaking the rules. Is it? We did not directly touch little Qin's body and we are so far away from him. We are voluntarily releasing our golden immortal power. Is there a rule that says we are not allowed to release our golden immortal power? Hong Quangang said with a smile. After Li Longxian saw this, he immediately released his golden immortal power and said with a smile, "Those talismans are working, they can gather the powerful immortal power from all around." Seeing Li Longxian help, the two sect masters and golden immortals of the North Wind Valley and Songshuan sect also released their golden immortal power. The people of these two sects respected Li Longxian very much before, and now that Li Longxian is so friendly to Qin Yun, they naturally have to follow suit. The middle-aged Xiaoyang man exploded in anger. He roared furiously and released even more berserk evil power. Qin Yun's arm was attacked by the strong evil power and fiercely swelled up. In order to unblock that power, Qin Yun absorbed the evil power through the muscles of his arm and then released it through his arm. Therefore, his arm is now covered in black gas. When everyone present saw this scene, they cried out in alarm again and again, because for Qin Yun's arm to be able to withstand such berserk evil power, it is very clear that his body is very strong. Even if it's a sacred body, it shouldn't be that easy to withstand this kind of evil power, right? Songshuan sect master said in a low voice, "What exactly is going on with his body? That kind of evil power is very terrifying. Even us golden immortals would find it very difficult to go up against it." Sect Master Bei Feng nodded and said, "Qin Yun weakened the evil power through several methods, so he was able to maintain it." "Motherfucker, I don't believe it, you can hold on." The middle-aged Xiaoyang man's expression turned sinister. His arm suddenly grew many black hairs, it actually turned into the arm of a ferocious beast. On the surface of that arm, there are many protruding tendons. Those tendons are as thick as a thumb and they are bulging on the surface. One can see waves of evil power flowing through those tendons. Qin Yun stood on the spot and felt that the evil power suddenly become a lot stronger. If he doesn't unblock and counteract that evil power, he will be sent flying. Suddenly, his arm swelled up, but it is not as terrifying as the middle-aged man's arm. Qin Yun released the Nether Sun Totem of the Heavenly Tao's ferocious power and attached it to his arm. Because it is wrapped in sleeves, no one can see it. However, everyone can feel that ferocious power. Xianxia is somewhat worried. She originally wanted to release her immortal power for Qin Yun to absorb, but she immediately thought that her immortal power would take up the passage of golden immortal power, so she could only watch anxiously from the side. "Little Qin, are you still not done? That guy is getting stronger and stronger." Hong Quangang said anxiously. "Almost done," Qin Yun said. "There are nearly 20 golden immortals present releasing their golden immortal power. The talismans stuck on Qin Yun's body are immortal talismans that condense immortal power. They can be controlled by Qin Yun to quickly absorb the surrounding immortal power. Moreover, it is simply a storage space inside the talisman." Very quickly, the 10 talismans stuck on his body began to emit light. Qin Yun used his mental power to control a talisman to fall from his body and then stick it on the back of his hand. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged Xiaoyang man suddenly became somewhat worried. "You can't use talismans to attack me, this is breaking the rules." "Hee hee. I won't attack you." Qin Yun laughed. What is shocking is that the immortal talisman stuck on the back of Qin Yun's hand suddenly went under the skin of the back of his hand and entered his palm. Qin Yun used the mysterious penetration divine ability to get the talisman into his palm. And that palm is currently facing the middle-aged man's palm. Boom, Qin Yun controlled the talisman and the inside of his palm exploded. Immediately, he felt a burst of pain coming from his palm and a berserk golden immortal power suddenly surged out. He immediately released a very strong mental power and pushed the golden immortal power out and into the palm of the middle-aged man. The expression of the middle-aged Xiaoyang man changed greatly because a very strong golden immortal power poured into his arm. Hong Quangang and the others are all exclaiming in surprise. Qin Yun has begun his counterattack. Qin Yun took out another talisman from his body and placed it in his palm like before. Then, he activated the immortal talisman. The instant it exploded, it produced a very strong impact. If one's body was not strong enough, they would be injured. The back of Qin Yun's hand and palm have split open and blood flowed out. "Third one," Qin Yun continued. Boom, the immortal talisman that gathered the powerful golden immortal power in his palm exploded with great power. Then, it was pushed out by Qin Yun's mental power and exploded with great power. In this way, Qin Yun can indeed use the immortal talisman to fight against powerful golden immortals. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the golden immortal power released by every immortal talisman almost sent the middle-aged Xiaoyang man flying. It has to be said that the middle-aged man is indeed very strong, he can continuously block it. Finally, on the ninth talisman, the middle-aged Xiaoyang man could not endure it anymore. His cracked palm was torn apart by the golden immortal power that exploded out and his body was sent flying. You lost. Qin Yun's palm is also not lightly injured, there are many cracks on it. However, one can see golden threads within the cracks. This is something unique to Sacred Body, it can quickly heal injuries. The spectators are all filled with admiration towards Qin Yun, even the people of the Xiaoyang race have no choice but to admit that mastering runes can indeed allow one to obtain power that surpasses one's own cultivation. Especially the old inscription master Li Longxian, he is filled with admiration. This battle of palms caused everyone present to be shocked. A Dao immortal can defeat a golden immortal and even shatter a golden immortal's palm. Consider yourself powerful. The middle-aged Xiaoyang man also threw the sacred profound silver crystal to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun received it, he weighed it in his hand and then put it away. And at this time a roar came from the distance, I, Niu Tianquang, have arrived. This guy really came at the right time, he came while little Qin is at his weakest. Hong Quangang groaned. Qin Yun is currently very weak, Xian Yenyun hastily channeled her immortal power to him. 1531 Chapter 1531 Old Ancestor Fu Yun. Qin Yun's current state is not very good and Niu Tianquang's sudden arrival made many people believe that the North Wind Valley might win. Sect Master Bei Feng and the people of the North Wind Valley hurriedly got off the ship to welcome Great Elder Niu. They also briefly explained the situation here so that Great Elder Niu would know the specific situation. As long as we win against Hong Longshan in terms of inscription, we can obtain a piece of their territory? That's great, I can definitely win against Old Man Song. Niu Tianquang, who was below the ship, laughed happily. Old Man Song said to Qin Yun with a smile, I can win against that guy. This time, I won't have to trouble Senior to take action. Old Ox, that bastard, is still so arrogant and smug. Niu Tianquang chuckled as he walked onto the ship. This is a puppet old man with a tiger waist and a bare back. He has a very big ox nose and a pair of golden ox horns on his head. It looks like they grew out of his head. Old Man Song, long time no see. Ha ha ha, we can finally spar again. You will definitely lose to me this time. Niu Tianquang laughed. Old Man Song walked out and coldly snorted, Old Ox, you lost to me many times back then. What makes you so sure that you can win against me? Don't be arrogant. Niu Tianquang chuckled and said, look at your sallow face, there's no color at all. Look at me, don't I look like a real person? Niu Tianquang's body is also refined. It belongs to the body of a puppet and the totem carved on it is a cow. It is also a refined body but Old Man Song's complexion is indeed very poor. The reason why it is like this is because Old Man Song has experienced several fierce battles before and also because he has not calmed down to take care of his body for many years. In terms of inscription, I will not lose to you. Come. Old Man Song said proudly. At this time, Sect Master Bei Feng pulled Niu Tianquang's sleeve and said in a low voice, Great Elder, that little brother is from the inscription profound sect. Even the Longxian sect respects him very much. The moment Niu Tianquang came up, he showed off in front of Old Man Song. He did not even look at anyone else. When he saw Qin Yun, his bowl-like eyes widened and he could not help but shiver. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. He immediately cried out, Senior, is that you? Old Ox, it seems like your memory is not bad. Old Man Song chuckled. Sect leader Bei Feng was dumbfounded. The others were also shocked. The old undying man from the North Wind Valley actually knew Qin Yun and even addressed him as Senior. Previously, when Qin Yun came with Old Man Song, everyone could tell that Old Man Song was very respectful to Qin Yun. The two patriarch-level old farts from the North Wind Valley and Han Dragon Mountain actually addressed Qin Yun as Senior. This shocked the people from the three sections. Old Ox, long time no see. Qin Yun said with a smile. Senior, it's really you. You came to Great Dragon Desolate Domain, why didn't you come to North Wind Valley to find me first? Old Bull is very excited. And quickly walked over. Old Man Song said with smile, Senior came to my place first, you guys from North Wind Valley were planning to attack Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain before. After Niao Tianquang heard this, he flew into a rage and turned around to look at sect leader Bei Feng. Feeling Niao Tianquang's anger, sect leader Bei Feng is scared silly. He quickly explained, absolutely not. I never thought of attacking Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Old Ox, Old Song is just joking, don't take it seriously. Qin Yun said. Old Song, you can't joke like this. Niao Tianquang quickly arrived beside Qin Yun and very respectfully said, Senior, why don't you come to our North Wind Valley? Our place is much better than Han Dragon Mountain. I have important things to do. Qin Yun said, I won't go for now. Oh, that's right, about your challenge to Han Dragon Mountain, just forget about it, don't waste your energy. Whatever Senior says. Niao Tianquang nodded and said, it's great to be able to see Senior again. Senior, if you need any help in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, just say the word. Qin Yun nodded, when I need your help, I will definitely inform you. Sect leader Bei Feng's forehead is full of sweat. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him would actually know the old undying of their North Wind Valley. Even Sangshuan's sect leader is panicking at this moment because he seems to have guessed something. The Xiaoyang race people realized that the situation is not right and immediately fled, fearing that they would be besieged by several sects. Li Longxian and others are secretly alarmed because now it seems that Han Dragon Mountain and North Wind Valley will definitely join forces, and then there is only Sangshuan sect. Senior, are you Old Ancestor Floating Cloud? Sangshuan sect leader suddenly walked over and asked. Old Ancestor Floating Cloud, this is the person who established Floating Cloud sect. Moreover, Han Dragon Mountain, North Wind Valley and Sangshuan sect are indebted to him. At that time, the ancestors of these sects all respected Old Ancestor Floating Cloud very much. Sect leader Bei Feng is stunned, even Hong Chuangong's face is full of astonishment, Li Longshuan's heart is beating wildly. He came to Great Dragon Desolate Domain once before and heard many things about Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. What he did not expect is that the young man in front of him is the legendary Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. Everyone knew that Old Ancestor Floating Cloud had refined a lot of good things in those days. Within the three great sects, they were all present. For example, Han Dragon Sacred Canon of Han Dragon Mountain, Sangshuan Sect's Mountain Protecting Great Array and North Wind Valley's Great Array were all set up by Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. Old Ancestor Floating Cloud is my previous life. Qin Yin sighed and said, my previous life died because of some reason. You can be reborn after death? As expected of Old Ancestor Floating Cloud, you are truly amazing. Niao Tianquang laughed and said, no matter what your current cultivation is, you are still Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. My life was saved by you, I still owe you until now. Hong Quangang said, Great Elder Niao, Old Ancestor Floating Cloud seems to be lacking instant space immortal iron. Do you have it? Yes, we don't have much use for this thing because I don't know how to use it. Niao Tianquang chuckled, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Yun. There is no need. Qin Yun smiled and said, I am quite embarrassed to accept such a precious thing. After all, this is something you have collected for many years. No need to be polite. Niao Tianquang said, although they are all iron ores, after refining, there are still 500 to 600 gene. Sect Master Bei Feng didn't dare to say anything at this time. After all, this is Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. Moreover, he is also Niao Tianquang's savior. Old Ancestor Floating Cloud once showed kindness to my Sangshuan sect. This junior had eyes but could not see and was disrespectful to Old Ancestor. Please forgive me. Sect Master Sangshuan quickly handed over a storage bag and said, this is 500 gene of instant space immortal iron, it is all refined. Qin Yun felt that it was somewhat funny in his heart. It was fine if he was called uncle before, but now he was actually called Old Ancestor. Xian Yenyun was even more astonished. Of course she had heard of the legend of Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. She didn't expect that her elder brother was actually the legendary Old Ancestor Floating Cloud. I won't take your things for free. This is to thank you. Qin Yan took out 6 cloaks, 3 each from North Wind Valley and Sangshuan sect. What kind of cloak is this? Niao Tianquang asked curiously. Flying cloak. After you put it on, you can fly. The speed is also quite fast. Give it a try. Qin Yan said with a smile. Old ancestor is really awesome. Niao Tianquang shouted in shock, Old ancestor, you didn't even master this kind of rune in your previous life. Now you have mastered it with this cultivation, amazing. Soon after, Qin Yan gave the remaining cloaks to Hong Quangang and others. Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Xuan and Old Man Liang were all very grateful and very excited, because the flying immortal robe was something they yearned for even in their dreams. After Niao Tianquang put on the flying cloak, he did as Qin Yan said and flew into the sky. Ha ha ha. I can fly. Niao Tianquang laughed excitedly, I will change my name to Niao Feitian in the future. Old Man Song, Hong Quangang, Sect Master Xuan, Sect Master Bei Feng and others also put on the cloak and flew into the sky. Their mood was as excited as Niao Tianquang because they could finally fly in the sky easily. Li Longxian said with bright smile, as expected of the legendary old ancestor Fuyun, your reputation is well deserved. Junior truly looked down on people with dog eyes before. Senior is a great person and does not stoop to petty people's offenses, please forgive me. While speaking, he handed over a silver crystal and said with smile, this is Junior's small gift to old ancestor, 50 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystal. Long Xianxian sect is too polite. Qin Yan received the sacred mysterious silver crystal with smile. He now has 150 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystal and 2000 gene of instant space immortal iron. Do you want that flying cloak? I don't have any left, I will refine another one for you. Qin Yan said. No need, no need. Li Longxian said, this ship is enough for us. We also have flying immortal robes, of course, they are not as good as seniors. Li Longxian is now trying to curry favor with Qin Yan because it is very rare for him to meet such an awesome person. Those people from the inscription world did not expect that this youngster with low cultivation would have such outstanding inscription level, especially that flying cloak, it made them very envious. You can all enter the cabin. Li Longxian dismissed those youngsters and middle-aged men and left. Qin Yan brought Xianxia and followed Li Longxian to the side of the large ship. Old ancestor Fuyun, you want to enter the Death Mountain evil jungle to find that mysterious head, right? Li Longxian asked. Qin Yan nodded, I searched for a very long time in my past life but couldn't find it. Li Longxian sighed and said, since Senior wants to find it, then you must be determined to obtain it. I won't participate. Longxian sect, you were sent by the inscription world, it won't be good for you to go back like this, right? Qin Yan said. I only came here to investigate the situation. What's more, they didn't send me many resources and manpower, yet they want me to take the risk, I won't do it. Li Longxian already has a lot of resentment after being sent here. Qin Yan can see that Li Longxian is short on manpower. Otherwise he would not have brought his children and grandchildren to this kind of place. Longxian sect, how much do you know about that head? Qin Yan asked. 2 dragon totem Hong Quangang and company are flying around in the sky and even competing in speed. Li Longxian looked at the sky and said, regarding the secret of the 9 suns, the divine inscription palace in the inscription world also wants to figure it out. This is also the reason why we are looking for that head. Long Xianxian sect, you must have some other request for giving me such a generous gift, right? Qin Yan looked at the storage bag in his hand and said with a smile. Senior, I have encountered a problem regarding inscription. I want to ask Senior to help me solve it. If Senior can help me solve it, I can immediately return to the inscription world and achieve meteoric success. If Senior goes to the inscription world in the future, I will definitely repay you again. Li Longxian also directly spoke about his own matter. Tell me about it. Qin Yan said. Li Longxian quickly took out 2 stone slabs and said in a low voice, these 2 stone slabs were originally connected together but they were cut off by someone. Moreover, there are 2 totems on the stone slabs. Senior, can you tell what totems they are? The 2 stone slabs Li Longxian took out are square and half a meter wide. He placed them on the ground. The totem runes on them are very faint, light red in color. Some of the inscriptions were even deliberately worn down by people to prevent others from obtaining them. With a glance, Qin Yan knew that they are two different dragon totems. It's two dragon totems, Qin Yan said. It's been destroyed to this extent and you can still recognize it. Senior is indeed brilliant. Li Longxian knows that Qin Yan has the Beast King inscription spirit. Qin Yan smiled and said, these two dragon totems are both Saint-tier dragon totems. That's right. Li Longxian is even more astonished because he had studied it for a long time before he could figure out what kind of totem it was. However, Qin Yan could tell with a glance. Senior, if you can repair these two sets of dragon totems, you can also obtain them. And with these two sets of dragon totems, after I take them back, I will be able to receive the attention of my family and my position in the family will rise rapidly. Li Longxian said. Previously, Xiao family's patriarch Xiao Hua said that he would bring Qin Yan to the inscription world. Qin Yan also planned on going to the inscription world to take a look. If Li Longxian could do well in the inscription world, it would definitely be much more convenient for him to go there in the future. I can repair it but I need some time. Can you temporarily leave these two stone slabs with me? Qin Yan said. Of course, of course. Li Longxian was very excited and said with a smile, Senior, feel free to take it. I will wait for you here during this period of time. Don't worry, if the Xianxia race dares to mess around, I will definitely deal with them. Qin Yan put away the two stone slabs and said, Longxian sect, these two stone slabs were originally connected together. Later on, they were broken by someone. What's the reason? I don't know. I obtained these two stone slabs by chance. They are something that came from the Long family of the inscription world. Li Longxian looked around and said in a low voice, actually, I got them from robbing a tomb. In the inscription world, I am very familiar with a fellow from the Long family. When he was protecting the Long family's mausoleum's formation, I secretly entered a tomb and found it. Was it destroyed to begin with? Asked Qin Yan. Li Longxian nodded his head. In the inscription world, there are many damaged totems and runes. Qin Yan is not at all unfamiliar with dragon totem. Back then, he encountered a 9-dragon immortal origin formation and obtained 9 types of dragon totem from it. Long Xianxian sect, Long family should have mastered 9 types of dragon totem, right? Qin Yan asked again. Of course not. They actually don't have complete mastery. Although they have 9 dragon totem items, they can only see the bright lines and not the dark lines. Li Longxian shook his head and said with sigh, our Li family also has many similar things. Long Xianxian sect, I have a conjecture in my heart. The dragon totem on those 2 stone slabs can be fused into one. Qin Yan suddenly said, if 2 types of dragon totem fuse together, it will definitely be more powerful than a single one. Qin Yan fused with 9 types of heavenly lion totem. That power is extremely dreadful, even he is somewhat unable to control it. Really? How do I fuse them? Li Longxian immediately became excited, he is very excited. I don't know, I will give it a try. I will return to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain and enter seclusion. I will drive the ship to send you back. So that you won't be ambushed by those bastards from Xianxia race. Li Longxian is now extremely respectful towards Qin Yan. Alright. Qin Yan laughed, your ship's stern was destroyed by me, can it still fly? It's fine, it can still fly. Li Longxian chuckled and said, Senior, that rod of yours is truly awesome, it almost destroyed my ship. This is my family property. Xianxia is also very happy on this ship. She admires Qin Yan even more, she knows that her brother is very awesome. After the ship flew up, Qin Yan said to Hong Quangang, Old Hong, I want to return to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Old Man Song and Niao Tianquang are currently competing in flying speed. When they heard Qin Yan's shout, they immediately flew over and landed on the ship. After experiencing the flying cloak, Old Man Song and others repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. This is something that they have been unable to research for many years. Long Xian sect wants to send me back. Qin Yan said. We will also send you back. We will fly and escort you from the side. Hong Quangang said with smile, Li Longxian, let's see if your ship is faster or if we fly faster. Oh that's right, Old Hong, can you lend me that great dragon sacred cannon to take a look? I will return it to you in a few days. Qin Yan asked. What do you mean lend? That is what old ancestor gave us back then, I will give it back to you now. Hong Quangang said with smile, Old ancestor, your cultivation is very weak now, you will definitely need this kind of sacred tool. After speaking, he took out a golden cylinder. It looks like a bamboo tube, it is not very long and also not very big. There is an exquisite dragon coiling around its surface, the mouth of the cannon is a dragon head with its mouth open. Qin Yan finally saw the great dragon sacred cannon. After he took it, he discovered that there are 2 buckles that can be fastened on his arm. This way, he can just raise his arm and fire it at a distance. He never thought that he could do this before. I will borrow it for a few days to learn from it. I don't want this thing, I want to refine one that suits me. Qin Yan said with smile, if you refine it yourself, it will be more convenient to use. Moreover, you don't need to refine anything. That's true. Hong Quangang said with smile. Qin Yan placed the great dragon sacred cannon into the 9 Sun divine soul and gave it to Mo to see the runes and totems inside. Less than half a day later, the large ship arrived above the floating cloud heavenly mountain. The disciples on the peak of the floating cloud heavenly mountain became very nervous when they saw the large ship arrive. When they saw Qin Yan, Hong Quangang and the other older generation come down, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What shocked these disciples the most is that the people of the 3 great sects and Li Longxian from the inscription world have returned happily and harmoniously. After Qin Yan returned, he promptly brought Xianxia and entered the huge floating cloud heavenly pagoda. There is also a cloud dragon pagoda inside the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. Qin Yan stored it and handed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia said that she wants the cloud dragon pagoda mainly to commemorate it. The space-time gate inside the cloud dragon pagoda is a one-time use only. And now, Songshuan sect master, Bei Feng and others want to tour the interior of the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. So the interior of the floating cloud heavenly pagoda is like this. Songshuan sect master said, I thought there would be something special here. We also participated in the construction back then. Niu Tianquang mischievously laughed and said, how nostalgic. Old Man Song nodded and said, me and Old Ox learned inscription from old ancestor floating cloud for a very long time at that time. Below is the blood of the floating cloud heavenly mountain, it is a bit of energy. Qin Yan said. So that's how it is, it looks like water, sect master Bei Feng said. Soon after, they all left one after another because they know that Qin Yan is busy with his matters. After they all left, only Xianxia stayed behind to accompany Qin Yan. Qin Yan asked her to accompany him because Xianxia sensed that Xiaqiru's main body is about to arrive. Big brother, I did not expect you to be the legendary floating cloud ancestor. No wonder you could guide me inside the cloud dragon pagoda. Xianxia said with sweet smile. Qin Yan smiled and caressed her gentle and charming face. He said, little Nianyun, if you feel something calling out to you, you must tell me immediately. And, I know. Xianxia nodded and said. Qin Yan took out the 2 stone slabs and let Mo come out to help repair them. After Mo came out, her eyes released 2 blue light that shined on one of the stone slabs. She said with frown, Big brother, is this a dragon totem? It is a bit different from the dragon totem you control. Different? This is a sacred tier dragon totem, it should be normal for it to be different. Qin Yan asked. There are 9 types of dragon totem but the dragon totem in front of me is different from the 9 I control. Mo suddenly said, Big brother, this dragon totem in front of me is the same as the heavenly lion totem you carved with the floating cloud divine needle. Qin Yan promptly took out the floating cloud divine needle and released the needle spirit cultivated inside the nether moon into the needle. The floating cloud divine needle seems to have transformed into a dragon, it is as if a small dragon is coiling around it. Could it be? These 2 stone slabs are the dragon totem I carved with the floating cloud divine needle? Qin Yan is very shocked. It shouldn't be carved by Big Brother because there is no Big Brother's blood spirit power aura. It must be carved by someone else. Mo said again, I can repair it. But it will take a bit of time. Qin Yan nodded, then placed the 2 stone slabs and Mo into the 9 Sun divine soul. He looked at the floating cloud divine needle and felt very astonished in his heart. When carving runes on the floating cloud divine needle, it will naturally bring along a different kind of rune. Therefore, the runes carved are not the original, but they are much stronger than the original. Qinyan and Xianxia are cultivating inside the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. At night, Xianxia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and said in low voice, "Big brother, I sensed that the person who called me has arrived in the great dragon desolate domain." "Did he just arrive?" Qinyan asked. "And, should we go over?" Xianxia asked. "Last chance." At night, Qinyan and Xianxia left floating cloud heavenly mountain. Xianxia could sense the direction of the voice calling her. She flew over with Qinyan. As he flew over, Qinyan realized that the direction he was flying in was the lake that he had followed the little old man to. The lake was the passageway to the great dragon desolate domain, and only a few people knew about it. The lake was not far from the floating clouds heavenly mountain. After flying for an hour, they arrived at a valley. "It's in the valley below." "Big brother, I'm a little scared." Xianxia pulled Qinyan's hand and said softly. A trace of fear appeared on her face. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Qinyan gently touched her face, then pulled her and slowly descended into the valley. There was a lake in the valley with many tall grasses. At this time, there was only a crescent moon in the sky, and the stars were dim. There were not many glowing flowers and plants in the valley, so it looked somewhat dark and cold. "Where?" whispered Qinyan. "Over there." Xianxia pointed in a direction. It was all grass. Qinyan slightly released a bit of his aura, causing Xianxia to be somewhat startled. She doesn't know why Qinyan suddenly released his aura. Qinyan was probing whether the person who came was Xiaqiru or not. If Xiaqiru came, they would know each other. "Big brother, be careful." Xianxia looked around and whispered in fear. Qinyan released his mental power to sense the situation around him, but he could not sense any aura at all. Xiaqiru's concealment ability is still very strong. Furthermore, she has a little gray cat that can control the power of space. Suddenly, a shadow jumped out of the bushes and quickly scurried to the other side of the bushes. This caused Xianxia to cry out in surprise. Could it not be Sister Kiru? Qinyan is puzzled, then he pulled Xianxia and chased after her. Just as he went over, the person who was hiding scurried to the other side. "Brother, what is that? Why can you summon me over? Is this a trap?" Xianxia whispered, "Why don't we go back? I don't want to harm you." "It's all right." Qinyan slowly walked over. This time, when he approached the bush, the person inside did not come out. Qinyan probed with his mental power but did not discover anything. He also could not see anything with his extinction spirit eye. He could only go over and push aside the grass. After pushing aside the bushes, he saw a delicate and cute little face of a girl. She was making faces and sticking out her tongue, trying to scare people. "Sister Kiru, it really is you, ha ha ha." When Qinyan saw the cute little girl wearing white skirt, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he extended his hand to pinch her cute little face. Xiaqiru pouted and said in low voice, "Xiaoyun, can't you cooperate a bit and pretend to be scared by Sister Kiru? You don't give me a sense of accomplishment. You are very cute even when you are making a face, you can't scare me." Qinyan giggled and pinched the incomparably cute face lovingly. At this time, Xianxia also walked over. After seeing Xiaqiru, she was so shocked that she opened her small mouth, speechless. This, why does she look exactly like me when I was young?" Xianxia exclaimed. "Little Nianyun, this is my lovely and beautiful sister Kiru." Qinyan laughed. Then he said to Xiaqiru, "Sister Kiru, this is my lovely and beautiful little Nianyun. Her full name is Xianxia." Like a little girl, she looked at the gentle and beautiful woman wearing snow-white long skirt in front of her and said with sweet smile, "Nianyun? Isn't this the name I used before I lost my memory?" Xianxia suspiciously looked at the lovely little girl in front of her. She can't help but extend her hand to touch that lovely little face. "I am your long-lost big sister." Xiaqiru said with charming smile, "Little Nianyun, from now on you are my little sister." "Ah? This? I am older than you. Why am I your little sister?" Xianxia looked at Qinyan with blank expression. "Little Nianyun, you call Xiaoyun big brother. Xiaoyun calls me big sister Kiru, so I am older than you, right?" Xiaqiru stuck out her small tongue and said with charming smile. Qin Yan suddenly discovered that not only this sister Kiru is as gentle as water, she also has a mischievous side. Xianxia nodded and said in low voice, "Big sister, why can you call me? Moreover, you have become so small, you look exactly the same as me when I was little." "Little Nianyun, I am your twin big sister. Because something happened to me, I turned into a little girl. We can communicate telepathically, so you can know that I am here," Xiaqiru said with charming smile. Qin Yan can also see that Xiaqiru doesn't want to tell Xianxia about the clone. If they call each other sister, then Xianxia can feel familial affection. "So it's like this, hello big sister." Xianxia very quickly accepted, then hugged Xiaqiru and kissed her lovely little face. "Let's go, we will talk after we go to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain," Xiaqiru said with charming smile. "And, big sister, I will carry you to fly." Xianxia squatted down, she wants to carry Xiaqiru on her back. "Alright. Thank you little sister." Xiaqiru is also very happy, she said with gentle smile and then lied down on Xianxia's back. Xianxia flew to the sky, Qin Yan watched from the side and secretly sighed with emotion. The young Xiaqiru met her grown-up clone. Along the way, Xiaqiru also learned about Xianxia's situation. The two of them chatted very happily. After returning to the Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda, Xiaqiru is not unfamiliar with this place at all. She said, "It's still the same. Not a bit changed. Little Nianyun, you rest here by yourself, I will let Xiaoyun take me out for a walk." "Alright." Xianxia nodded, she is also very obedient to her big sister. She is now very fond of this cute little sister who is like a little girl. Qin Yan left the Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda with Xiaqiru and arrived outside. "Let's go up." Xiaqiru looked at the top of the Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda and said with gentle smile, "Bring me up." Qin Yan brought Xiaqiru and flew to the top of the pagoda. They sat there and looked at the stars and the sky. "Sister Kiru, is little Nianyun your clone?" Qin Yan asked. "Yes and no." Xiaqiru looked at the crescent moon in the sky and faintly sighed, "If I need her body, then she will be my clone." "So little Nianyun is gone?" Qin Yan asked. "Of course she is. I don't want her body, she can be free and unfettered forever." Xiaqiru laughed and said, "Xiaoyun, let me take a look at your Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal." Qin Yan took out a pearl and imprint and said, "I am still missing the third part." Xiaqiru took it and looked at it, then gave it back to Qin Yan and said with smile, "You will definitely find the third part. So long as we obtain the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal and find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, we will go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range." "Sister Kiru, are you Moon God?" Qin Yan caressed her little face and said with curled lips, "Why are you hiding so many things from me?" I don't want you to know too much, so as not to evoke too many memories in you." Xiaqiru lightly sighed and said, "In your past life, because you suddenly awakened Sun God's memories, you courted death." Qin Yan can now finally confirm that he was once Sun God. After Sun God died, he became Immortal King Floating Cloud. Later Immortal King Floating Cloud also died. "Xiaoyun, you should know, you will know in the future. In the current situation, the later you awaken your memories, the more beneficial it will be for you." Xiaqiru used her small hand to caress Qin Yan's cheek. "Oh, that's right, Sister Kiru. Do you know where Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's head is? In my past life, I searched here for a period of time but I couldn't find it." "What's going on?" Qin Yan asked. "Back then, I came here with you and asked you to search for it. At that time, only our puppet avatars came in, so we couldn't find it for a very long time." Xiaqiru said, "Now we must find that head." "What is the use of Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's head?" "I heard that we can ask about Nine Yang Divine Palace." Qin Yan said. "The main reason I am looking for that head is to restore Moon God's God position." Xiaqiru said somewhat sadly, "My God position was destroyed and sealed inside the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. My Moon God body is also inside." "Moon God body? Isn't it Immortal Devil's sacred body?" Qin Yan said in shock. "Originally it was Immortal Devil's sacred body but later it evolved inside. My body will become divine body when the time comes, now it is almost time." Xiaqiru touched Qin Yan's hand and said in soft voice, Xiao Yun, there are many things sealed inside. They were sealed inside by Xiaoyang race and 8-9 sun sects. Among them are your most important 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits. 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. One of your spiritual souls managed to escape, it brought along a portion of your sun god memories. But the rest of the 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits are sealed inside. Xiaqiru faintly sighed, if we can't take back what belongs to us this time, we won't have another chance. Ah? Why? Qin Yan asked in amazement. Because the Cloud Dragon Mountain range will be destroyed along with Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. The next sun will fall and destroy Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate. Xiaqiru said. We will surely get it back. Qin Yan very confidently said. Xiao Yun, is the Nether Sun spirit you found in ancient domain still there? Xiaqiru asked. It is still there. Qin Yan said, what is its use? Didn't you say you want to find all 9? I only have one now. Sister Kiru, do you want the Nether Sun spirit? Qin Yan has obtained the Nether Sun spirit for some time now, but he doesn't know how to use it. Back then Xiaqiru also said she wanted it. Let me take a look first. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yan released the Nether Sun spirit. It is a round black energy ball. It can become very big or very small. Xiao Yun, store the Nether Sun spirit inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Place 1 Nether Sun spirit in each pearl. Xiaqiru said. I only have 1 Nether Sun spirit now. Qin Yan very curiously said, what is the use of the Nether Sun spirit? When 9 Sun Divine Soul and 9 Nether Sun spirit fuse together, a special sun can be born inside the pearl. This kind of sun has the characteristics of both pure sun and Nether Sunday. Of course, I will only explain it briefly. When the time comes, I will need to cooperate with my 9 Divine Soul. The process is very complicated and requires a great amount of divine power. Xiaqiru returned the Nether Sun spirit to Qin Yun. Qin Yun is amazed in his heart. He placed the Nether Sun spirit inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Chapter 1534, Divine Pill. If the 9 Sun Divine Spirit has a sun, then wouldn't the 9 Sun Divine Hammer be completely resurrected? Qin Yun very happily said. Xiaqiru nodded and said with smile, there is a Nether Sun spirit in Immortal Desolate, I will help you find it. Sister Kiru, will there be any danger? Qin Yun somewhat anxiously asked. Don't worry. It will be fine. Xiaqiru gently smiled, Xiao Yun, don't worry. I will find the Nether Sun spirit in Immortal Desolate, you stay here and look for the head of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Qin Yun is still somewhat worried because Xiaqiru's cultivation is not high. He caressed Xiaqiru's delicate face and said with curled lips, your cultivation is not even as high as mine. Xiao Yun, you are only 7th stage Dao Immortal. I will surpass you very soon. Xiaqiru smiled, her eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Oh that's right, I cultivated together with little Nianyun before. My Nether Sun totem and her Nether Moon totem fused together, it allowed our cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Yan immediately told Xiaqiru about the cultivation process. After Xiaqiru heard this, she felt somewhat surprised and said, Xiao Yun, I will also cultivate together with you in the future, let's give it a try. Let's go down. Let's go see little Nianyun. Xiaqiru said, I want to use a secret method with her, this way my cultivation will be the same as hers. She is my avatar, so long as I use the secret method, my cultivation will be the same as my avatar's. There is such a method? Qin Yun is very amazed. He said with envious smile, Sister Kiru, do you think I have other avatars? No. Xiaqiru said with smile, you don't have a complete 9 spirit and 9 spirit, you can't create this kind of avatar. Relying on 1 spirit, being able to reincarnate twice is already very awesome. Ah? Qin Yun suddenly felt that he has suffered a loss. Soon after, he brought Xiaqiru down and entered the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. He let Xiaqiru and Xianxia be alone inside so as not to disturb their cultivation. Qin Yan looked at the bracelet on his wrist and said in his heart, I still can't open the 5th pearl of 9 Sun Divine Spirit, but I feel that I will be able to open it soon. Xiao Yun, that heaven-leaping shuttle is indeed a very important item. Ling Yin'er said, there's also the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. It's a very special space that allows powerful immortals to enter. At that moment, Qin Yin also knew what was in the immortal graveyard. There were his 8 souls and 9 spirits. Other than that, there were definitely other things. It should be those that were difficult to destroy, which was why they were sealed. Qin Yin took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it, arriving at the 20th floor. The star god had said that she would give him something. He wanted to see if the star god was available. The star god altar in the floating cloud pagoda had also become an 18-layered altar. Big sister star god. Qin Yin shouted a few times and soon there was a response. Xiao Yun. It's convenient for me to give you something now. The star god didn't appear, only her gentle voice came. Qin Yin took out a soul-sealing pearl and released the remnant souls he collected. They transformed into sacrificial power for the star god to absorb. Has the Moon Palace's star god altar been completed? Qin Yin asked. It has been completed. This time I was more careful, so I wasn't discovered by those guys. He, big sister now has 2 very powerful star god altars, thank you very much, Xiao Yun. Star god laughed very happily, I'll send you something now. Big sister star god, I am in urgent need of breakthrough, give me some divine liquid or something. Qin Yin said with smile. Are you in a hurry to steadily increase your cultivation? I have something better than divine liquid. Star god very mysteriously smiled and said, prepare to receive it. At the top of the small and exquisite altar, a burst of intense spatial fluctuation suddenly rushed out and a small white bottle appeared. After the small white bottle appeared, the bottle suddenly cracked. There are divine pills inside, quickly preserve them. Star god said anxiously, because we passed through the spatial passage, the bottle was damaged and a lot of the energy inside the divine pill must have been lost. Ah? Divine pill. Qin Yin is extremely shocked and promptly took out a jade box. At this time, the bottle also broke. There are several pills inside but only one is emitting golden light, the others are dark and black. Only one divine pill has been barely preserved. Qin Yin said with some heartache. Xiao Yun, it is mainly because I am being watched very strictly, I can't do as I please, otherwise I would have been able to give you even more good things. Star God faintly sighed. Originally, Star God did not want to give Qin Yin the divine pill but Qin Yin said that he wants to quickly increase his cultivation, so he changed it. Then which one is better than divine liquid? Qin Yin asked. Of course it is divine pill. Try it and you will know, it is much better than divine liquid. It can let your cultivation increase by a lot. Star God said with smile. Qin Yin is very happy in his heart. Although there is only one, it is after all a divine pill. Being able to eat a divine pill in Immortal Desolate is a very rare opportunity, because Star God is under strict supervision, she cannot use the huge spatial passage between Divine Desolate and Immortal Desolate. This kind of passage can be used by everyone but she is restricted from using it. Now she can only secretly use other very small spatial passage, so she cannot transport many things. But there is an advantage, Star God's whereabouts will not be easily exposed. Moreover, after accepting Qin Yin's death sacrifice a few times, her cultivation has increased by a lot. Sister Star God, have you heard of Immortal Desolate Sacred Master? Qin Yin asked. I have. That guy was in charge of maintaining order in Immortal Desolate but because he meddled in other people's business, he was killed in Immortal Desolate. He should not be dead, he is just hiding. Star God said. So it's like that. Qin Yin thought about it with frown and asked again, then Sister Star God, how can I find that guy? Then he told Star God about the situation in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, he also told her that Moon God Xiaqiru is here. Star God originally wanted to meet Xiaqiru but because she doesn't dare to contact Qin Yin for a long time, she can only do it next time. If the head of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is really in that desolate domain, then when you get close to that area, just take out your deity position. The Star God quickly said, I will say this much first. Qin Yin nodded, then picked up the small golden statue and said with smile, I did not expect this god position to be so useful. He walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and hastily entered the huge heavenly pagoda. After entering, he saw Xiaqiru and Xianxia cultivating together with their palms touching. And Xiaqiru's cultivation is also rapidly rising. This kind of breakthrough method is truly refreshing. Qinyan exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Not long after, Xiaqiru's cultivation became the same as Xianxin's, 9th stage Dao Immortal. I did not expect that the Cloud Dragon Pagoda back then would create this kind of opportunity to meet, truly miraculous. Xiaqiru muttered. She and Xianxin's soul fused earlier, so she can see Xianxin's memories. She knows how Qinyan and Xianxin met. Sister Kiru, what's going on with the Cloud Dragon Pagoda spacetime domain? Qinyan curiously asked. It's caused by the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xiaqiru said with light smile. Qinyan walked over and touched Xiaqiru and Xianxin's faces with both hands. One big and one small beautiful face made Qinyan feel very happy. He happily laughed. Xiaqiru said with smile, when I was little, I really shouldn't have touched your face, now you are always copying me. What's going on with the heaven-leaping shuttle? Qinyan asked. Space God gave it to you. That guy is a very special existence in Divine Desolate, he owed you, so he gave it to you so that you can use the heaven-leaping shuttle to save yourself. Xiaqiru lightly sighed, back then, you lent it to my previous life Xianqiru. After I obtained it, it was snatched away by Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and then you got it back. Qinyan thought that the heaven-leaping shuttle originally belonged to Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. He did not expect that there would be such twists and turns. And Xiao Yuemei and the others don't know about this. He suddenly realized that Immortal Desolate Great Emperor must be looking for the heaven-leaping shuttle in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Alright, I want to leave this place and find the Nether Sun Spirit. Xiaqiru laughed and pulled Xianxin's little hand. Big sister, you want to leave so quickly? I still want to stay with you for a while. Xianxin is very reluctant to part with this big sister, she pouted and said. Sister Kiru, don't leave first, I obtained a divine pill. Star God gave it to me. Qinyan said with mischievous smile. Then he told Xiaqiru about what happened between him and Star God. After Xiaqiru finished listening, she said with smile, Star God must be very eager for us to go to Divine Desolate. Once Moon God and Sun God return, Star God will not be bullied so miserably. We must quickly go to Divine Desolate. Qinyan took out a divine pill and said with smile, let's cultivate together. Qinyan is even more confident in finding that head because he has the Sun God's divine position in his hand, he can sense that head. Next, Qinyan and Xiaqiru cultivated together. Xiaqiru is the most proficient in cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qinyan is finally able to cultivate together with Xiaqiru, he is very happy in his heart. Xiaoyun, eat the divine pill and let me control it. Little Nianyun, leave everything to me. Xiaqiru said with light smile. I will listen to big sister. Xianxin nodded and said. Qinyan ate the divine pill and immediately let out a low roar. Because the divine power that burst out of his body is very dreadful. Luckily I have a mortal devil sacred body. Xiaqiru said in amazement. Qinyan is now holding Xiaqiru and Xianxin's hands. He can sense that they are extracting the divine pill's power from his body. After circulating it once, the divine pill's divine power became very gentle and also increased by a lot. And now, Nether Sun Totem appeared on Qinyan's arms, Nether Moon Totem appeared on Xiaqiru and Xianxin's arms. Qinyan suddenly discovered that Xiaqiru's usage of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is very brilliant, she is much more proficient than other women. Not long after, Xianxin and Xiaqiru broke through to Golden Immortal Realm. Their bodies overflowed with golden immortal energy. And Qinyan also sensed that the Nether Sun Totem on the small divine hammer formed from heavenly Dao flames' frantic power quickly appeared. His cultivation is also soaring. This kind of breakthrough speed is much faster than using sacred infant fruit. He let Mo come out and absorb the energy released by Xiaqiru and Xianxin. Daybreak, a large ship is floating on top of the floating cloud heavenly mountain. Li Longxian is standing on the deck, looking at the gradually growing black evil sun in the distant sky. He said with frown, not good, evil sun is getting closer. We cannot let them control Great Dragon Desolate Domain. The gradually growing evil sun released waves of black energy that covered the radiance of the other three suns, causing the sky to turn dusky. Golden Immortal Realm Qin Yun has now broken through to 8th level Dao Immortal Realm and will soon become a 9th level Dao Immortal. The effect of the divine power contained in the divine pill is indeed very strong. Xiao Yun, after you enter 8th level Dao Immortal Realm, I will leave. I want to quickly return to Immortal Desolate. I am worried that those Xiaoyang people are also looking for nether sun spirits. Xiaqiru said. Alright. I will cultivate together with little Nianyun. Qin Yun nodded. Little Nianyun, I just passed on the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to you, you must properly remember it. Xiaqiru said. Got it, big sister. Xianxia is now a golden immortal. She knows that she will have to enter the Death Mountain Evil Forest with Qin Yun to protect him. Qin Yun and others are cultivating inside the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. They don't know the situation of Xiaoyang outside. The sky of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain is filled with gloomy evil energy. It is blocking the sunlight and causing the Great Dragon Desolate Domain to become very cold. Outside, everyone was in a state of panic. Especially those weak people. They already know that Xiaoyang race is a very dangerous existence. And now that they see Xiaoyang's great power, they are very worried that they will be killed by him. Li Lanxian is standing on the large ship. He said with frown, didn't those Xiaoyang race people get some territory? Why did they make such a big move? Could it be that they really want to clash with the three great sects? Sect Master Zhongshuan, Sect Master Bei Feng and Hong Quangang put on their flying capes and flew onto the giant ship. Did those Xiaoyang race people come to find you? Li Lanxian asked. They are making such a big move, I wonder what they are trying to do. They came to find us and said that Floating Cloud Old Ancestor killed their 2 dragons. They want to take revenge and make Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain pay the price. They don't want us to participate, Sect Master said. Li Lanxian looked at the 3 Sect Masters and asked, then what do you think? Hong Quangang said with smile, of course we want to participate. Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain belongs to Floating Cloud Old Ancestor. We can't just watch it get destroyed by Xiaoyang race. Lanxian sect, what about you? Are you planning to protect the Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain together? Sect Master Beifeng asked. Of course I will. It's just that. I should discuss this matter with Senior. Li Lanxian said, Senior might have some other way to deal with it? That's true. I just don't know what his situation is now. Hong Quangang said, let's go down and take a look. Hong Quangang led them to the gate of the Floating Cloud Sky Tower. Ancestor Floating Cloud, is it convenient now? Sect Master Beifeng called out. What's the matter? Qin Yun asked after hearing the voice inside. The Xiaoyang race is making a big move. Their Xiaoyang is gradually approaching and releasing a black evil mist that enveloped the entire Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Li Lanxian said. Because Senior killed those 2 dragons, they want to destroy Floating Cloud's Heavenly Mountain. We plan to mobilize disciples and elders to protect Floating Cloud's Heavenly Mountain. Hong Quangang said. When Qin Yun heard this, he thought for a moment and replied, you guys stay put. The Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain's barrier is very strong, they won't be able to break it. Sect Master Zhongshuan worriedly said, will it really be okay? We are still quite worried. Many powerful fellows from the Xiaoyang race have come. Li Lanxian also nodded and said, that Xiaoyang has become even bigger, it is very likely that Xiaoyang will release its power to attack Floating Cloud's Heavenly Mountain. Xiaqiru said to Qin Yun in low voice, Xiao Yun, don't be afraid of that Xiaoyang. If that thing was really that strong, the Xiaoyang race would have already swept through the Immortal Desolate. Is it really that weak? Qin Yun saw that Xiaoyang before and felt that it was a very big threat. That Xiaoyang is at most like the Sun Altar, able to condense very strong power to attack. This Floating Cloud's Heavenly Mountain has very strong defense, back then you very attentively laid down the formation. Xiaqiru said. Xianxia said, Big brother, this mountain's blood transformed into this kind of energy, its defense must be very strong. Qin Yun nodded his head and then said to the people outside, you all better protect your own territory. I am worried that the Xiaoyang race will make a ruckus in the east and attack in the west. If you all gather at Floating Cloud's Heavenly Mountain, they might attack your territory. Don't be fooled by them. Qin Yan truly has this kind of consideration. The few old foxes outside also thought of this. Hearing Qin Yan's words, they secretly nodded their heads. Senior, then we will go back first. Songchuan sect master said. Quickly go back. Everyone, properly defend your own territory, don't let the Xiaoyang race break through. We don't understand the power of the Xiaoyang race, we also don't know what methods they use, we also don't know where they are hiding. Without sufficient preparation, don't fight them. The Xiaoyang race has all kinds of methods, if they go out to deal with them, they might be toyed to death with all kinds of methods. The three sect masters all left. Li Longshuan's large ship also landed on top of floating clouds Heavenly Mountain. Inside the barrier is relatively safe. Xiaqiru said with some worry, Xiao Yun, the Xiaoyang race is speeding up. I don't know what the situation is like in Immortal Desolate. Immortal Desolate is a big piece of fat meat for the Xiaoyang race, they are wantonly plundering the resources of Immortal Desolate. These bastards. Qin Yan cursed in low voice. The Xiaoyang race has always been like this, it is also because they are not strong enough, otherwise they would have already controlled the 9 suns. Let's cultivate seriously. Xiaqiru said. One day passed by, the divine pill's power has still not been completely refined and Qin Yun has finally broken through to 8th stage Dao Immortal. Xiaqiru also left at this time. Before leaving, she is somewhat reluctant to part with Xianyun. They hugged each other and kissed each other's cheeks, then reluctantly said goodbye. Xiaqiru is a golden immortal, Qin Yun is not too worried about her. After all, she is a moon god, her cultivation technique is also very strong. Sister Kiru's current cultivation is higher than mine and she has the 9 divine spirit, she can sense the location of the nether sun spirits. That is why she wants to personally take action to find them. Qin Yun said in his heart. 9 nether sun spirits, it will be very difficult to find them. Sister Kiru has the 9 divine spirit, she should be able to find them, it will just take some time. Ling Yuner said. N. Qin Yun is now at ease cultivating with Xianyun. The divine pill has a lot of energy, it makes Qin Yun feel that it is inconceivable. If he could get a few more, his cultivation would definitely be higher. What caused him to be most apprehensive is that the divine pill was damaged during teleportation and lost a lot of energy. But now the energy is still very fierce. When he was cultivating with Xianyun inside the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he could only cultivate the needle spirit inside the nether moon. And after eating the divine pill, both nether sun and nether moon can cultivate at the same time. After becoming a golden immortal, my mental power will surely increase sharply. Qin Yun is secretly looking forward to it because at that time, he might be able to smoothly open the 5th pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. Xianyun can also use the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with ease, she is at the same level as Xiaqiru. Qin Yun secretly guessed that Xiaqiru and her doppelgangers have a kind of synchronization ability. Not only can they synchronize their cultivation, they can also comprehend the cultivation techniques they have grasped and even their memories. This way, Xianyun can grasp many things in a short while. Xiao Yun, maybe Sister Rujing and Sister Lingxue can also synchronize their cultivation. Ling Yuner said with smile. It is very possible that Xian Lingxue is Xian Rujing's doppelganger. It must be known that Xian Rujing is now an immortal emperor, if she and Xian Lingxue synchronize, it will be 2 immortal emperors. Qin Yun is even more envious of those doppelgangers, they are simply breaking the rules. Other people have 9 spiritual souls and 9 physical souls, I actually only have 1 soul. Qin Yun also wants to cultivate this kind of doppelganger technique. Xiao Yun, hurry up and cultivate that sacred sun spirit vein of yours into an immortal vein. Ling Yuner said with mischievous smile, so long as you and Sister Rujing succeed and fuse with her dual spirit 8 sun immortal vein, both of you will be able to cultivate 9 sacred sun immortal veins and then cultivate 9 sacred sun veins. You will be truly unparalleled. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, she is an aloof ice and snow goddess, moreover she is an immortal emperor. If I go with her, won't I just be courting death? She also said that her cultivation is higher than mine by a lot, she will torment me to death. That's true, this kind of matter cannot be rushed, Ling Yuno lightly sighed and said, Xiao Yun, you can only blame yourself for this. You had so many chances to cultivate to fruition before, but you did not grasp them and missed a good opportunity. Really? When did I ever get a chance? That ice mother tigress is very fierce. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Xiao Yun, you are the sun god, she is a little ice and snow goddess, she will definitely submit to you. Ling Yunar charmingly smiled and said, even star god likes you very much. Qin Yan laughed a few times and said, that's because I am handsome. Xianxia is very earnestly cultivating, she is leading the cultivation of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She doesn't know that Qin Yan is letting his imagination run wild. After 3 days of cultivation, Qin Yan finally broke through to Golden Immortal Realm. Heavenly Tao Proud Power transformed into a small divine hammer and became even more formidable. Furthermore, after Qin Yan released Golden Immortal Power, after passing through the Nether Sun Totem turned golden. These past few days, Momo has been absorbing the power released by Xianxia's body and repairing the 2 stone slabs. She repaired them very well and also recorded the 2 sacred tear dragon totems. Furthermore, Momo also recorded the runes inside the Great Dragon's sacred cannon. While cultivating before, Qin Yan asked Xiaqiru about the Great Dragon's sacred cannon. Xiaqiru said that it is not suitable for him to use because it consumes a lot of sacred power and requires a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals. The remaining power of the divine pill is not much. Qin Yan ended his cultivation and went out with Xianxia to see the situation outside. After he went out, he saw Li Longxian walking back and forth outside. The sky is still dusky. Longxian sect, what is the situation like now? Qin Yan asked. Evil sun rays still haven't attacked. After they obtained their own territory, they sent a large amount of manpower and resources over. They have more than 10 of those evil sun sacred dragons. Li Longxian said in deep voice. Bloodlust Qin Yan took out the 2 stone tablets and handed them over to Li Longxian. He said, I have finished the bright and dark runes, these are 2 complete sacred tear dragon totems. Li Longxian was very excited after receiving it. I am temporarily unable to fuse these 2 sacred tear dragon totems. Qin Yan slightly sighed and said, because my cultivation is too low. Not only was his cultivation low, but his mysterious fusion heavenly rune could not be improved. He felt that he must find Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue has the mysterious fusion heavenly rune martial spirit, even if she has not cultivated the Saint Tier mysterious fusion heavenly rune, she is almost there. It's alright, it's alright. Li Longxian looked at the 2 stone slabs. He was so excited that his voice trembled. Qin Yan pulled Xianxia out as they looked at the sky outside. Far away in the dusky sky, there was a huge black shadow. That black shadow was the huge evil Sunday Xiaoyang of the Xiaoyang race really appeared in the Flood Dragon Desolate Domain? Qin Yan frowned, that Xiaoyang, how is it formed? Li Longxian put away the 2 stone slabs and said in a stern manner, Senior, you can think of the Nether Sun as a very powerful divine tool, moreover it can cross space. Xia. Nianyan whispered, just like that ship of yours? Li Longxian nodded, that's right. However, it is much bigger than my ship, and the space inside is also much bigger. It can store a lot of energy and items. Furthermore, he could even create some demon slave warriors. Those Xiaoyang saint dragons were created by Xiaoyang. I see. Qin Yan said, within Xiaoyang, are there any deities or saints? Li Longxian shook his head. No. They have to abide by the space rules of the Great Dragon Baron Domain. Now that Xiaoyang has appeared in the Great Dragon Baron Domain, there can't be anyone stronger here, or else the space in the Great Dragon Baron Domain will crack open and squeeze Xiaoyang out. Qin Yan smiled and said, does that mean I can destroy Xiaoyang too? Li Longxian was shocked. He nodded and said, that's possible, but it's rather difficult. After all, Xiaoyang is a huge defensive divine weapon forged by many powerful gods. There are a total of 9 Xia sons, they brought one to Great Dragon Desolate Domain, it seems like the head of Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is very important to them. Qin Yan said with smile, I might be able to stab that Xia sun down. Qin Yan feels that his floating cloud staff is not weak. If the floating cloud staff is not enough, he still has the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. The corner of Li Longxuan's mouth twitched slightly. He was secretly impressed by this old ancestor floating cloud. He actually wanted to stab that Xiaoyang down. saying it as if he was poking a bird's nest. We'll talk about it later. In short, those guys will come looking for trouble with me sooner or later, I won't let them off. Qin said. Now that he was a golden immortal, he had enough power. He needed to hurry to the Death Mountain evil jungle with Xianxia. Oldly, go back to Inscription World first. Qin said, my floating cloud's heavenly mountain is very stable, that Xiayang won't be able to destroy it. Senior, why don't I stay for a while longer? Li Longxian asked in a low voice. No need, no need. Qin smiled and said. Alright, I will go back to Inscription World first. Senior, if you go to Inscription World, please use this to contact me. Li Longxian handed over a square mirror to Qin. Magic mirror? Qin is secretly startled, Inscription World actually uses this kind of thing. Isn't it very similar to Immortal Desolate's magic mirror? Actually, our Inscription World already used it, of course, Immortal Desolate's magic mirror is much stronger and bigger, but I heard that it seems to have lost effectiveness, I don't know the reason. Li Longxian said. Qin always wanted to repair Immortal Desolate's magic mirror and gain new information about Immortal Desolate. This way, he would be able to gather the power of Immortal Desolate and fight against Xiayang race and other Outer Realm factions, even Immortal and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Alright, I will go to Inscription World, I will definitely contact you. Qin said. He feels that his past life Immortal King Floating Cloud must have gone to Inscription World. Senior, I will take my leave. Li Longxian is very excited now because he has grasped the precious sacred Tear Dragon Totem. After returning to the Li family, his status will definitely rise. Old Li, when you go back, remember not to hand over 2 sacred Tear Dragon Totem in one go. Qin said with smile, handing over one will allow your status to rise, you must keep it small for a long time. Li Longxian nodded and said, many thanks for Senior's reminder. He jumped onto the large ship and flew away from Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. He went to a place where the space is weak and passed through space to return to Inscription World. Xianxia said with smile, Big brother, this Old Li really respects you now. Little Nianyun, this is how awesome Big brother is. So you don't need to be afraid of that Xiayang race. Qin said with smile. N. Xianxia shook Qin's arm, her face is filled with sweet smile and said, Big brother, when are we going to Death Mountain Evil Forest? Qin shouted towards a stone building in the distance, Hua Tonggan. Hua Tonggan immediately came out of the stone building. Back then he was saved by Qin and now he knows that Qin is old ancestor Floating Cloud. Therefore, he is incomparably respectful towards Qin. Old ancestor, just call me senior. Qin said with smile, I am preparing to go to Death Mountain Evil Forest. You went there before, so you should be very familiar with it, right? Hua Tonggan escaped from death before, it can be said that he has been reborn from the ashes. Now he has broken through to Golden Immortal and cultivated the legendary Great Dragon Golden Body. His future prospects are limitless. I am very familiar with it. I am willing to follow Senior into Death Mountain Evil Forest. Hua Tonggan said. He is secretly astonished because he sensed that Qin and Xianxia are both Golden Immortals. And Xianxia is a second-stage Golden Immortal. Let's go to Great Dragon Mountain first. Qin said, took out a set of sacred Tear armor and a sacred saber and handed them over to Hua Tonggan. Qin attacked Sun Altar before and obtained some sacred Tear armors and sacred weapons. They are all a bit damaged but they are still very useful. Hua Tonggan is extremely excited and immediately thanked Qin. Soon after, Qin brought Hua Tonggan and Xianxia and flew towards Great Dragon Mountain. Qin returned the Red Dragon Cannon to Hongquangang, then met with Old Man Song. After greeting him, he left for Death Mountain Evil Forest. Qin told Hongquangang that there is no need to pay attention to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, they should just guard their own territory. Because Xiayang race cannot break through Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain's barrier. Hua Tonggan also obtained a flying cloak. He is originally a tall and sturdy middle-aged man, now he is wearing black armor and cloak, he looks very majestic. Xianxia also felt a lot relieved seeing Hua Tonggan come along. She knows that Hua Tonggan is very strong. Xianxia and Hua Tonggan used to be disciples of Zhongshuan sect. Back then, Hua Tonggan took good care of Xianxia. Uncle Hua, first bring Big Brother to Great Dragon Pool, he is very interested in it. Xianxia lightly shouted. All right. Hua Tonggan said with smile, little girl, I was stronger than you before but now your cultivation is very high, you are much stronger than me. This is all because Big Brother helped me. Xianxia revealed a smile and said. Senior, Great Dragon Pool situation is rather complicated. Xiaoyang race wanted to forcibly occupy it before, I haven't been there for a while, I don't know what the situation is like. Hua Tonggan said, but don't worry, no one can stop us from going to Great Dragon Pool. Qinyan asked, do the disciples of the three great sects often go to Great Dragon Pool? Xianxia shook her head and said, very few go because many people are unable to endure the great dragon blood and died inside. Hua Tonggan suddenly increased his speed, flew in front and said, only little girl and I can endure the berserk great dragon blood. They set off from Great Dragon Mountain and Great Dragon Mountain is very close to Great Dragon Pool. Flying in the air, they will arrive very soon. Hua Tonggan is flying in front because he wants to see the situation ahead. Evil young races people are all very strange. They can endure the berserk power of the flood dragon blood, and they even look very comfortable. Hua Tonggan cursed in a low voice, those guys must be using the flood dragon blood to cultivate evil arts. Hua Tonggan was tricked by Xiaoyang race people before, so he hates them very much. Is the water in the Great Dragon Pool filled with great dragon blood? Qinyan asked, I heard that there is a small stream flowing out of the Death Mountain Evil Forest, there is a lot of great dragon blood flowing out. I am also not sure if it is great dragon blood or not, in short, it can make the body very strong. Hua Tonggan said. Qinyan asked Xiaqiru before, she has never heard of this great dragon pool, it should have appeared later. Qinyan suddenly felt that the great dragon pool is related to the immortal desolate sacred master's head. Xiao Yun, after checking the great dragon pool, try to open the fifth pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Open the fifth pearl and then enter the Death Mountain Evil Forest. If you find the head of the immortal desolate sacred master, put it in the fifth pearl. Not long after, Qinyan saw the Death Mountain Evil Forest. There is a large area in front of him that is shrouded in black fog. From time to time, muffled thunder can be heard and all kinds of lightning can be seen flickering. The Death Mountain Evil Forest is very big. From far away, it looks like it covers a large area, and outside the Death Mountain Evil Forest, there is a weak red light shooting up from the ground into the sky. Because the three suns are covered, the heaven and earth are very dark. As long as there is light, it is very easy to see. There are dozens of big and small great dragon pools, they are all connected together. Hua Tonggan pointed at the area in front of him that is emitting red light. Xianxia said, those big and small pools are all huge pits formed after the battle. There are Xiaoyang race people in front. Qinyan said in low voice, let's land and walk over. All right. Hua Tonggan immediately landed on the ground and took out the red sacred saber Qinyan gave him. Xianxia also took out the sword Qinyan gave her and entered combat mode. Qinyan held the floating cloud rod and said in low voice, I can sense a lizard dragon here. Hua Tonggan cursed in low voice, not good, those Xiaoyang race people want to let the lizard dragon drink the great dragon blood. Let's go kill that dragon. Don't let those Xiaoyang race people succeed. Qinyan excitedly said. Dragon Pool mysterious secrets Qinyan and company are at the waist of a small mountain. Not far away, the giant lizard dragon suddenly sensed something and discovered that there are people nearby. The giant lizard dragon's head is in the great dragon pool and drinking the great dragon blood. After discovering Qinyan and company, it immediately raised its head and looked over. We've been discovered. Hua Tonggan said in low voice, Senior, I will go over first and see how many Xiaoyang race people there are and what their cultivation levels are. After Hua Tonggan became a golden immortal, his strength became even stronger. Adding the great dragon golden body, his body is almost indestructible. As long as he is not attacked by something like soul-burning poison, he will not lose. Hua Tonggan rushed over and brandished his saber at the group of people. The giant lizard dragon let out an unpleasant roar and at this time, a large group of people rushed over from all directions. Xiaoyang race bastards are truly many. Qinyan said in low voice, Little Nianyun, I will go deal with that dragon. You help Hua Tonggan deal with the other Xiaoyang race people. You have to be careful. If you can't beat them, quickly run. And, big brother, you also have to be careful. Xianxia nodded and said. Soon after, Qin Yin used invisibility technique and rushed over with Xianxia. At this time, Hua Tonggan is also surrounded by more than 20 powerful Xiaoyang race warriors. Fortunately, only a few of them are golden immortals, the rest are all 9th stage Dao immortals. Xianxia rushed over and charged into the crowd with her sword in hand and began fighting with the Xiaoyang race warriors. Hua Tonggan created 2 avatars to deal with those 9th stage Dao immortals while his main body focused on dealing with those powerful golden immortals. Seeing that Xianxia can deal with them, Qin Yin felt relieved and rushed towards the giant lizard dragon. Just as the giant lizard dragon was about to flap its wings and fly away, Qin Yin released super gravity, the giant lizard dragon with a wingspan of more than 200 meters. Just as it soared into the sky, it was pressed down by the gravity released by Qin Yin. Qin Yin jumped to the sky above the giant lizard dragon and smashed his palm down on the ground, releasing a very strong vibration power. The vibration wave rushed down from the sky and landed on the giant lizard dragon's body. The colossal lizard dragon had only just stood up when it was sent crashing to the ground by the shockwave. Blood gushed out of its mouth. The giant lizard dragon, just swallowed of great dragon blood, was now vomited out. This guy is really weak. Qin Yin feels that the difference between the giant lizard dragon here and the evil Sun Saint dragon he met in the Heart Yang realm is too great. He took out his floating cloud staff. Under his control, the floating cloud staff suddenly became very long and fiercely landed on the long neck of the lizard dragon. Boom, the golden immortal power condensed in the floating cloud staff burst out, flashing with blinding golden light. That fierce aura was like thousands of thunderbolts sweeping through the world. The long neck of the colossal lizard dragon was directly smashed into pieces by the long staff. Large amounts of black flesh splattered into the distance like a falling boulder, filling the air with evil energy. The people of the Xiaoyang race all shouted out angrily. The Xiaoyang Saint Dragon was very important to them as it could bring them flying in the Flood Dragon desolate domain. But now, its neck was broken by someone and its huge head was still in the Flood Dragon pool. What shocked Qin Yin is that although the giant lizard dragon's head is gone, its body can still fly. Furthermore, it is frantically struggling and erupting with a very strong evil power. That's more like it. Qin Yin sensed that the colossal lizard dragon is about to unleash its might. He sneered in his heart. The long floating cloud staff in his hand fell down again and hit one of its wings. Bang, fierce golden immortal power shook and spread out. The wing has been broken. Although the colossal lizard dragon is struggling, it can no longer fly because its wing has been broken. Qin Yin jumped up and crazily smashed the staff in his hand down. He used vibration immortal power. Every time the staff smashed down, the earth would violently tremble and the water in the nearby Flood Dragon pool would splash. The people of the Xiaoyang race are now fighting with Xianxia and Hua Tonggan. They can't stop Qin Yin at all. Those 9th stage Dao immortals have all been killed, only a few golden immortals are left. Although they have a few golden immortals, they are completely suppressed by Xianxia and Hua Tonggan. What caused the people of the Xiaoyang race to be alarmed is that Qin Yin's staff has become longer and thicker. It is constantly smashing the colossal lizard dragon's body. The colossal lizard dragon's body is very sturdy. It is covered in a layer of thick armor, but now it is being smashed into meat paste by the staff. One end of the floating cloud staff in Qin Yin's hand is very thin. He is holding it in his hand. The other end is very thick. It is like a huge pillar. The effect of hitting the colossal lizard dragon's body is very good. An elder of the Xiaoyang race said angrily, "Who are you people?" "I am Qin Yin, the person your Xiaoyang race wants to kill. Now that I have come to your door, is this how you welcome me?" Qin Yin said with a chuckle, then turned the floating cloud staff back to its normal size. You are Qin Yun?" That Xiaoyang race elder's face is filled with fear. The Xiaoyang race had already given them a mission to capture Qin Yin as long as they had the chance. Now that they have met Qin Yin, they don't have enough power to deal with him. Just as the elder was distracted, Hua Tonggan's saber fell down and cut off the elder's arm. Then, Qin Yin used the light transformation sacred pupil to pierce through and smashed the elder's body. Following a burst of golden flames, the elder's body turned into flames that splattered in all directions. His body that is filled with evil power was directly destroyed. Are these guys all fragile? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Just now, Hua Tonggan also felt the power of the staff and is extremely shocked in his heart. He is very clear that the Xiaoyang race people are not fragile, it is just that Qin Yan's power is too terrifying. Qin Yan used the lightning lock sacred pupil and shot out some lightning. The lightning that flew out tied up the bodies of the few Xiaoyang race golden immortals. At this moment, Xianxia also stopped and handed it over to Hua Tonggan and Qin Yan. The Xiaoyang race people are all extremely afraid. They just came to the Great Dragon Desolate Domain not long ago and killed many people, so they felt that the people of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain are very weak. But now, the three people they met are all stronger than them. The remaining few Xiaoyang race golden immortals didn't even have time to cry out before they were killed by Qin Yan and Hua Tonggan. Qin Yan took out the soul-sealing pearl and quickly drew in all the remnant souls. Hua Tonggan said, "It seems like the Great Dragon Pool is very useful to the Xiaoyang race people. Could it be that they have mastered a method to use the Great Dragon Blood?" Big brother, the Xiaoyang race scoundrels have done many evil things in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain and killed many people. If they become stronger through the Great Dragon Blood, they will do even more evil things. Xianxia said, "The natives of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain don't need the Great Dragon Blood. Why don't we destroy the Great Dragon Pool and not let the Xiaoyang race scoundrels obtain it?" Hua Tonggan nodded and said, "I have the same idea as little girl. In the Great Dragon Desolate Domain, there is no method to use the Great Dragon Blood. But the Xiaoyang race can use it. Once the Xiaoyang race becomes stronger, it will be even more disadvantageous for us. Destroying the Great Dragon Pool is the best." Ling Yun'er suddenly said, "Xiao Yun, don't you have a bottle to store beast oil? That bottle can store many liquids, take it out and put the Great Dragon Blood in it." "That's right. The Great Dragon Blood is a fire attribute item and the quality of the beast oil is too low. After coming to the Immortal Desolate, it is not very useful. If it is mixed with the Great Dragon Blood, it might evolve." Qin Yan is very happy in his heart. He immediately took out the small black bottle. Previously, this small bottle could only be poured out, it was very difficult to put liquid in. But after all these years, Qin Yan has completely refined this small bottle, so he can quickly fill a large amount of liquid inside. "No need to destroy the Great Dragon Pool, I will take away the Great Dragon Blood." Qin Yan mischievously laughed, then arrived beside a Great Dragon Pool and pointed the mouth of the bottle towards the pool of Great Dragon Blood. He controlled the small bottle to produce a suction force. What caused Qin Yan to be alarmed is that the mouth of the small bottle suddenly became very big. It is like a water jar. Hua hua hua. A large amount of Great Dragon Blood fiercely rushed into the small bottle. In just a short while, the Great Dragon Pool has been sucked dry. "There are still many pools here, let's drain the other small and medium Great Dragon Pools and then go to the largest main pool." Hua Tonggan said with smile, "The Great Dragon Blood must be very useful, it would be best if we can take it away." Soon after, Qin Yan and Xianxia went to drain the small and medium Great Dragon Pools. Hua Tonggan patrolled the surroundings to prevent any sneak attack from Xiaoyang race. Less than half a day later, all the large and small Great Dragon Pools have been drained, only the main pool is left. This main pool is very big, it is several hundred meters wide and very deep. There is a small red river flowing out of the Death Mountain Evil Forest. A large amount of Great Dragon Blood is flowing out of the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Qin Yan pointed the mouth of the bottle at the largest Great Dragon Pool and began sucking out the water inside. "There is a lot of Great Dragon Blood here, it might take a lot of time," Qin Yan said. "Big brother, Great Dragon Blood is very strange, is it really dragon blood?" Xianxia squatted beside the pool and looked at the red dragon blood. "Little Nianyun, did you come to the largest Great Dragon Pool to cultivate?" Qin Yan asked. "I never came here, I cultivated in the small pool. Uncle Hua might have come here before." Xianxia slightly shook her head. "I heard that the largest Great Dragon Pool is also the most dangerous." Qin Yan waved his hand towards Hua Tonggan, telling him to fly over. Hua Tonggan immediately flew over and asked, "Senior, do you have any instructions?" "Hua Tonggan, have you ever entered this large pool to cultivate?" Qin Yan asked. "I came here once. I almost died here." Hua Tonggan's face is also filled with fear. He looked at the great dragon pool with grave expression and said in deep voice, "It is very safe beside the pool, but if you soak in this pool, it will be very dangerous." "Ah, Uncle Hua, is there some kind of monster in this pool?" Xianxia promptly took out her sword and vigilantly looked at the surface of the pool. Hua Tonggan's thick eyebrows are tightly knitted. He nodded his head but then shook his head. "This largest great dragon pool is indeed somewhat strange, but I am not sure if there is a monster or something else inside. If we can drain it, we might be able to see the bottom of the pool. This largest great dragon pool, maybe there is something good hidden underneath," Qin Yan said with mischievous laugh. Although he is laughing, his hand is tightly holding the floating cloud rod. He is secretly nervous in his heart. Mysterious Dragon Tooth Chapter 1538. Mysterious Dragon Tooth. Xianxia lightly bit her red lips. She is staring at the tranquil pond. She is somewhat worried and also somewhat nervous. She firmly held her sword and poured in golden immortal power, causing the sword body to overflow with faint golden mist. If something suddenly comes out of the pond, she can immediately attack. Qin Yan and Hua Tonggan were equally tense. They were wary of the thing beneath the largest flood dragon pool. If there is truly a monster below, it will surely jump out when the pond is drained. "Senior, I will go over there, we will split up, it will also be easier to attack," Hua Tonggan said and then walked to the other side. Qin Yan said to Xianxia, "You also go to the other side. If something attacks me, attack from the side. Brother, I am worried that you won't be able to handle it," Xianxia said in low voice. "It's all right, I can handle it," Qin Yan said with smile. Xianxia can only nod her head and walk away a bit. Because the pond is continuously flowing out flood dragon blood, it can be quickly replenished. It will take a period of time to drain it. Qin Yan thought for a moment and walked to the side of the stream. He made the small bottle's enlarged mouth face the stream and the pool. This way, the small bottle will be able to absorb the flood dragon blood from the pond and the small stream. "Senior, your small bottle is very awesome, it is not full even after filling so much flood dragon blood," Hua Tonggan said. "I also don't know when it will be full," Qin Yan said with smile. "There is a large amount of beast oil inside the small bottle. After the flood dragon blood entered, it fused with the beast oil and began devouring the beast oil. After the flood dragon blood entered the small bottle and fused with the beast oil, it underwent a great transformation. Because the flood dragon blood is devouring the beast oil, it doesn't take up much space because there is a lot of beast oil. Where is this flood dragon blood coming from? How can there be so much of it?" Qin Yan looked at the thick red liquid flowing out of the small stream. He became more and more amazed. He thought that this flood dragon blood is just red water, but now it seems like it contains very dense energy. He carefully studied it, but he cannot confirm that it is dragon blood. Qin Yan has seen dragon blood before, he is very familiar with it. However, the flood dragon blood inside the pond is somewhat different from true dragon blood. There's a hint of dragon blood's aura, but it's not completely dragon blood. What is it? Qin Yan was puzzled. Hua Tonggan said, "Senior, I often enter the Death Mountain Evil Jungle. I followed the stream several times, but after walking for a while, I encountered a very strong monkey, so I didn't dare to go in again." "Are there many powerful beasts in Death Mountain Evil Jungle?" asked Qin Yan. "Not only are there powerful immortal beasts, there are also many other messy things. I heard that there are also some savages," Hua Tonggan said. "In short, there are many different kinds of dangerous things in the Dead Mountain Evil Forest." "Can you really find a lot of instant space immortal metal inside?" asked Qin Yan. "Yes, they are all iron ores. In a deeper place, you can indeed find quite a few, but it is more dangerous. In short, every time I go in, I am prepared to die," Hua Tonggan said. "Uncle Hua, what is the most powerful thing in the Death Mountain Evil Jungle? Have you encountered it before?" Xianxia asked. "The most powerful thing is a group of beasts. I encountered a group of monkeys before and was almost tormented to death. Those monkeys are very naughty, they were not in a hurry to kill me, they just toyed with me. Luckily I escaped, otherwise I would have been toyed to death," Hua Tonggan said with lingering fear. Qin Yan is actually not worried because he has floating cloud pagoda. If he encounters danger, he only needs to take out floating cloud pagoda and hide inside. Qinyan and others are standing beside the largest flood dragon pool. After being nervous for more than half a day, they finally relaxed a bit because the flood dragon pool is still very calm. It is still not drained dry, there is so much flood dragon blood in this pool. Hua Tonggan looked at the sky and said, "It is getting dark." It is now evening, because the sky is shrouded by black evil energy, the sky has become very dark. That Xiaoyang is the true sun, there is no sunset to look at. Xianxia lightly sighed and said. Xiaoyang can continuously teleport Xiaoyang warriors from other places, maybe there will be devil slaves in the future. If we don't get rid of Xiaoyang, Great Dragon Desolate Domain will never be peaceful. Qinyan said. Hua Tonggan said with smile, Senior, if you find that mysterious head, maybe Xiaoyang race will leave and that Xiaoyang will also be taken away, right? No. If that is the case, Xiaoyang race will send even more people to deal with me. They might even seal the entire Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Qinyan said. Qinyan has seen Xiaoyang race's methods, he feels that if he wants to stabilize Great Dragon Desolate Domain, he must kill that Xiaoyang. Night time, more than half of the flood dragon pool's flood dragon blood has been drained. The thick red liquid is releasing faint red light, it looks very demonic in the night. Little Nianyun, are you afraid? Qinyan asked. I am not afraid, I want to protect Big Brother. Xianxia looked at Qinyan with smile and said, Big Brother, I am not a little girl now, I am a very strong golden immortal. Qinyan said with smile, and, little Nianyun, if something really comes out, you should also pay more attention to yourself. During the night, Qinyan did not stop extracting the great dragon blood. Hua Tonggan and Xianxia thought that the night is the most dangerous time, so they are very vigilant. However, the night passed by, it is still very calm. Dawn arrived, although the sky is gloomy, it is not as oppressive as the night. There is no danger. Am I being too sensitive? Qinyan said with a smile. This is the largest great dragon pool, now there is not much left. Are we going to see the bottom soon? Qinyan said with frown, everyone pay attention, I feel something down there. Xianxia and Hua Tonggan's expression suddenly became grave and serious, they both looked down at the bottom of the pool. Voila, something is jumping out of the shallow great dragon blood, moreover, there are a lot of them. Be careful, these things are very fast. Qinyan shouted in alarm. Xianxia released her golden immortal power and formed a barrier to protect herself. Then she waved her sword images flew out like a gale and rushed towards the bottom of the pool. The whistling sword wave brought along swift and fierce golden immortal power, after rushing down, all the things that are jumping out of the pool are pushed back. However, many of those things are vigorously jumping out of the pool. Hua Tonggan also promptly brandished the large saber in his hand and hacked at those things. What is that? Qinyan did not attack because Xianxia and Hua Tonggan can deal with it. He carefully looked at the things that are jumping out and discovered that they look like a kind of bug. It is a very large bug, its body is like a cow, its mouth is round, it is as big as a wash basin, it has many sharp teeth, it looks like a capstan. This kind of bug's body is blood red, moreover it is very tough and durable. Although there are no scales on the surface, after being hacked by the saber, its body was not cut into pieces, it was just bounced back. Qinyan released supergravity and pressed those bugs down to the bottom of the pool. Then he continued extracting the great dragon blood. While extracting the great dragon blood, they saw something appear at the bottom of the pool, it is a few huge golden things. Dragon teeth. Moreover, they are the teeth of a very strong dragon. Ling Yun'er shouted in alarm. Those things want to eat dragon teeth? Qinyan is apprehensive. Dragon teeth gradually appeared, there are a total of 5, they are more than 10 meters long, curved, their surface is golden, moreover they are very glossy and shiny. There are many of these strange bugs. Qinyan said to Xianxia, Little Nianyun, use piercing heavenly finger space-breaking finger and insert the finger power into the insides of these monsters. Alright. Xianxia promptly used space-breaking finger. Boom boom boom, burst of muffled sound burst out from the insides of many strange bugs and then they died. There are more than 100 strange bugs, because their defense is very strong, it is very difficult to kill them by attacking the surface, so they can only attack from the inside. At this time, Qinyan also drained the great dragon pool, used space-breaking finger and killed those strange bugs together with Xianxia. Qinyan used his formidable mental power to control the 5 huge golden dragon teeth to float up and then stored them inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. I did not expect that there would be dragon teeth here, moreover they are very strong. Qinyan exclaimed in admiration and said, "It might be the dragon teeth of a sacred dragon." Hua Tonggan is extremely alarmed, he sighed and said, "These strange bugs are truly formidable. When I was soaking in here, I must have been entangled by their tentacles. If I fell into their mouth, I would have definitely died. Don't tell me these strange bugs want to eat the dragon teeth? But they can't be destroyed." Qinyan said with smile, "I did not expect that there would be such formidable dragon teeth inside the great dragon pool." Qinyan continued using the small bottle to absorb the great dragon blood flowing out of the small stream. The small stream is still flowing out unceasingly. How long will this great dragon blood flow out? Qinyan shook his head and smiled, "If it continues to flow, I won't be able to handle it." His small bottle is filled with a lot of great dragon blood. It caused the beast oil to have a great change. As for what kind of change it will become, he is still not clear. Suddenly, the flow of the small stream gradually became smaller. Don't tell me that the small stream is flowing with great dragon blood to nourish those dragon teeth? Qinyan said in amazement. Senior, this is the great dragon desolate domain. Those dragon teeth might be related to the legendary great dragon and the Death Mountain evil jungle. Hua Tonggan said. After Qinyan took away the dragon teeth, the small stream also stopped flowing. Qinyan put away the small bottle and said with frown, "I wonder if the source of the small stream is related to the head of the immortal desolate sacred master." "Big brother, are we going to go in soon?" Xianxia asked. She is also very curious about the mysterious Death Mountain evil jungle. "Let's rest first." Qinyan arrived at a flat area and took out the floating cloud pagoda. "I don't need to rest, I will go patrol," Hua Tonggan said. Pill transformation heavenly cauldron. Xianxia and Qinyan entered the floating cloud pagoda. Xianxia rested on the first floor while Qinyan went to the 20th floor. Qinyan took out the 9 Sun Divine Soul and said in his heart, "I don't know if I can open it with my current mental power." He secretly tested it and discovered that when his mental power seeped into the 9 Sun Divine Soul's 5th pearl, he felt a very strong resistance. Although there is a very strong resistance, with his current mental power, he can still break through a bit. After testing for a while, he temporarily stopped. "Yuner, should I take the risk and use my strongest mental power to break through?" Qinyan asked. After testing it just now, he felt that there is a very strong resistance. According to his estimation, it will not be easy to break through, unless he goes all out. He is now a golden immortal. His mental power has become a lot stronger than before. If he can't break through the 5th pearl's resistance with his current mental power, then even if he advanced a few more realms, it would still be very difficult to break through. Only when crossing great realms can one's mental power increase by a lot. Xiaoyun, you rest first. After you recover enough mental power, you can break through in one go. If we find that mysterious head in the Dead Mountain evil jungle, we will need a special container to store it. The 5th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul is the best choice. Ling Yin'er said. 4 of the 9 Sun Divine Soul's pearls have been opened, there are other things inside, so it is not convenient to store the head. I will do my best. Qinyan nodded and then looked at the small altar. Qinyan used the small bottle to extract the flood dragon blood and consumed a lot of mental power, so his mental power is not at its peak. He needs to rest for a while to maintain his mental power at its peak. I wonder what is inside the 5th pearl. Qinyan is very expectant in his heart. Not like that swindling little black donkey. Ling Yin'er said with smile, I wonder where Xiao He is. He is together with Azure Dragon, inside Nether Sect. Qinyan laughed. The little black donkey is also not a swindler because it has helped Qinyan a lot. Qinyan finds it strange that the little black donkey is inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul, moreover it is so strange. Yao Feng was inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul before, then the little black donkey appeared. He did not know if the 5th jewel would give birth to another living creature. Qinyan is resting in the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda. He sent a sound transmission to Xianxia who is on the 1st floor. Xianxia, if there is something important or if Hua Tonggan is in danger, just let him enter this pagoda. Qin said. Xianxia is on the first floor. After hearing Qin's voice, she asked, Big brother, are you going into secluded cultivation? It's not seclusion, I want to concentrate on something important and can't be disturbed. Qin said, Don't worry, I will finish it very soon and there won't be any danger. Okay, I got it. Xianxia nodded. Qin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He secretly controlled the needle soul inside the nether moon. Needle soul was a very strong state of mind. He planned to use the nether moon and needle soul later. I wonder what is the current situation in the immortal desolate. Qin said in his heart, Has Uma's divine inscription mountain been attacked? That divine inscription mountain attracts a lot of hatred because there are a large number of divine fruits on the mountain. And under the control of the mountain god, it can run around and devour other divine mountains. The divine mountains devoured by the divine inscription mountain are all controlled by the great powers. It will be fine. There is Black Rat by Zay on top. Besides, Old Mountain is very strong. After all, he is an old antique from the previous era. Now he exists in a very special state. Ling Yaner said with a smile, De Zhuang and Pippi Pig are also on top. There is also the great formation set up by the Shiman family. The divine inscription mountain will definitely be very stable. Qin said with a smile, the divine inscription mountain has evolved into a Dao immortal level divine mountain. After Yueme and De Zhuang eat the divine fruit, they will definitely become Dao immortals very quickly. Ling Yaner said, Xiaoyun, after you go out, immediately contact Xiao family Xiao Hua. Let him take you to the inscription world to take a look. N. Qin nodded and said with a smile, Xiao Hua is also a member of my inscription gate. Qin has long wanted to go to the inscription world. He suspects that in his previous life, he must have also been to the inscription world. At night, Qin's mental power recovered to its peak. He took out the 9-sun divine spirit, gathered his mental power and poured it into the 5th pearl. There seems to be a very strong barrier inside the 5th pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit. Mental power is unable to penetrate it. What makes Qin feel the most difficult is that the barrier actually has a kind of resistance power that can rebound mental power. Is it really not possible? Qin frowned and released the needle spirit into the 5th pearl. After the needle spirit entered, it immediately pierced through the barrier and entered quite a bit. Xiaoyun, you have to break that barrier. Ling Yaner said, otherwise, only the needle spirit can enter. Alright. Qin strengthened his mental power and sent a large amount of mental power inside. Along with the needle spirit, he tore a small hole and entered, wanting to tear apart the barrier. Qin said with a frown, It's really strange. Why are you stopping me from entering? Ling Yaner said with a smile, maybe the thing inside has very high requirements for mental power. If your mental power is not strong enough, you might be injured by that thing. Is it a living thing? Qin curled his lips. Maybe it's a great beauty? Ling Yaner said with a smile, Xiaoyun, work harder. Needle spirit might not be able to do it. Let's go to the nether moon. Qin is now only letting his mental power penetrate through the barrier along with the needle spirit. When it penetrates, it can tear a small hole in the barrier. Originally, Qin thought that he could succeed, but the small hole actually gradually healed. What the hell? Qin cursed in his heart. His face suddenly became serious and a black nether moon appeared above his head. Under Qin's control, the nether moon became very small and entered the 5th pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit. Go all out. Qin clenched his fists and controlled the nether moon to rush into the 5th pearl. The needle spirit opened the way in front. After the nether moon entered, it followed behind the needle spirit and tore apart the thick barrier. What made Qin alarmed is that the nether moon is also under a lot of pressure. It has to release a very strong mental power to tear apart the barrier. I must open the 5th pearl. Qin said in his heart, Yuner, let the nether sun release its power to support the nether moon. The mental power stored inside the nether moon is being consumed very quickly. It needs to be replenished or it will not be able to continue. Ling Yuner controlled the nether sun's power and released it into the nether moon. The nether moon absorbed the nether sun's power and quickly transformed it into mental power. Qin Yan held the string of 9 Sun Divine Spirit in his hand and felt slightly trembling. After the power released by the nether sun was transformed into mental power by the nether moon, it suddenly burst out and tore apart a large barrier. This barrier is about to be destroyed. Qin Yan is extremely excited. Now that he can open the 5th pearl, there is no need to wait for the next great realm. What is inside? Ling Yuner said with a smile, "It would be best if there is a great beauty. I like beauties." "Great beauty Yuner, you are very beautiful yourself. Besides, why do you like beauties?" Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "I just like beauties." Ling Yuner laughed and said, "One day, I will be able to leave your illusory space and become your woman." "Is there really such a possibility?" Qin Yan closed his eyes and can see Ling Yuner's charming little face. Although Ling Yuner is now a little fairy, if she grows up, she will definitely become a very charming and alluring fairy. "Of course it's possible, everything is possible." Ling Yuner tenderly smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, just wait for me to come out and serve you." "You rogue fairy, really?" Qin Yan speechlessly laughed. After the nether moon entered the 5th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, it absorbed the power of the nether sun. It can be said that the power it released is very strong. It pierced through layer upon layer of barriers and tore them apart. Finally, as the barrier continued to be broken, Qin Yun gradually saw the situation inside the 5th pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. After Qin Yun clearly saw the situation inside, Ling Yuner was very disappointed. Because there is no super great beauty like she imagined, there is only a grayish big water jar. The space inside the 5th pearl is very large. In the middle of the empty space, there is a very ugly big water jar floating. What is this thing? When Qin Yun heard Ling Yuner sigh, he smiled and said, "Great beauty Yuner, maybe there is a beauty hidden inside the water jar?" As Qin Yun spoke, he took out the grayish big water jar. The big water jar has a lid that reaches Qin Yun's waist. It is not a problem to put in a big man, let alone a delicate beauty. The lid is black, it looks like a very heavy iron. Qin Yun spent a lot of effort to open the lid. The big water jar is empty, there is nothing inside. There is no great beauty at all. Ling Yuner sighed and said, "This time, even the little black donkey, a divine beast, is gone. This big water jar is really ugly, it must be a big fraud." "Not necessarily." Qin Yun said, "Let me drip my blood and see." After he dripped his blood, the big water jar suddenly trembled. Very quickly, information about this big water jar appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Dan transformation heavenly furnace? Qin Yun is alarmed and shouted, "Yuner, this is a furnace." N. Ling Yuner said, "Looks like it is not a fraud. But how can a furnace be the same as a big water jar?" "Forget it, this is a very powerful furnace." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Dan transformation heavenly furnace, as long as you put something inside, it can turn into a pill? It needs to consume the user's energy and the consumption is also very large." Ling Yuner said, "Can it turn anything into a pill? Is it really anything?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "If I put a piece of iron inside, can it also turn into a pill?" "Xiao Yun, put those instant void immortal iron ores inside." Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun promptly took out the iron ores Niu Tianquan gave him and put them inside the Dan transformation heavenly furnace. The call of the head Qin Yun closed the lid. After the pill transformation heavenly furnace recognized its master with a drop of blood, the lid became very light. Qin Yun pressed his hand on the lid and activated the pill transformation heavenly furnace. After activating it, he immediately felt the energy in his body fiercely flowing out. As soon as the nether moon returned to his body, it immediately released a large amount of mental power. Qin Yun is alarmed because the power of nether sun and nether moon has been absorbed. This pill transformation heavenly furnace really consumed a lot of energy. "Xiao Yun, when will we stop?" Ling Yuner asked. "I don't know." Qin Yun shook his head. "Could it be that I have to wait for the pill to be refined?" Qin Yun and Ling Yuner are looking forward to seeing what would happen after the large amount of instant void immortal iron ores are refined by the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Now, Qin Yun's mental power was unable to probe the situation inside. He could only wait for the pill transformation heavenly furnace to stop by itself. If this continues, I will be hollowed out. Xianyan pressed his hands on the lid, feeling that he is showing signs of collapse. The speed at which the pill transformation heavenly cauldron extracted energy was so fast that Xianyan found it unbearable. It should be able to stop, right? Ling Yin'er said. Sure. Xianyan retracted his hand and said with a long sigh, after consuming so much of my power, if I had directly used the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to refine, I would have already refined a large amount of immortal iron. Ling Yin'er laughed. Now we are concocting pills, refining instant void immortal iron into a pill. This is very strong. It might even be able to raise the quality of instant space immortal iron. The instant space immortal metal's quality continues to rise? Could it be that it will become instant space sacred iron? Xianyan said with a smile, if that's really the case, then it's not a loss. It seems that this Dan transformation heavenly furnace is very useful. Not only can it refine medicinal herbs into pills, it can also refine various materials into pills. Ling Yin'er laughed. The process of alchemy was to maximize the quality of a medicinal ingredient. When all sorts of medicinal ingredients were combined together to form a pill, the value would be far higher than the medicinal ingredients themselves. If those refining materials were turned into pills, the quality would definitely improve a lot. Xianyan was resting and quickly recovering his energy. He rested for half a day, and after he recovered, he continued to press his hands on the lid of the pill-melting heavenly furnace. Xiaoyun, you can ask little Nianyun for help. Ling Yun'er said again. That's right. Xianyan immediately went to the first floor and brought Xianyun up. Little Nianyun, place your hands on the lid. Xianyan said. He is not touching the pill transformation heavenly furnace. After Xianyun placed her hand on it, she looked at Xianyan with her beautiful and gentle eyes and asked curiously, Big brother, what is this water jar for? Xianyan found it somewhat odd because the pill transformation heavenly furnace did not absorb the energy within Xianyun's body. However, when he pressed his hands on the lid, Xianyun exclaimed, Big brother, my immortal power is draining very quickly. Little Nianyun, this is the pill transformation heavenly furnace, Big brother is refining pills. Xianyan said with a smile, I need your immortal power to help me, don't mind me. It's fine, as long as I can help Big brother. Xianyan smiled sweetly and said, Great, I will also participate in alchemy. Xianyan nodded and said with smile, Little Nianyun, I will bring you to the immortal desolate in the future. I will bring you to my divine inscription mountain. There are many fruits growing inside, they are very delicious. Moreover, Yueme is also on the mountain. I really want to go out quickly. I want to see Yueme, I really like her. Just from hearing the legends about her, I feel that she is very awesome. Xianyan is very much looking forward to it, she very happily smiled and said. When the time comes, I can also use those fruits to refine pills. Xianyan said with a smile. If not for obtaining that head, he might have immediately brought Xianyan out. With Xianyan's help, the pill transformation heavenly furnace absorbed enough energy and finally stopped absorbing. Xianyan now knows that he needs to touch the pill transformation heavenly furnace himself to start absorbing energy. Are you done? Xianyan asked, Big brother, what pill did you refine? I put a lot of instant void immortal iron ore inside. Xianyan said with a smile. Ah? Can instant void immortal iron be eaten? Xianyan is very astonished, her small mouth is slightly open. Of course not. Xianyan gently caressed Xianyan's astonished face and said with mischievous smile, I will open it now and take a look. Xianyan opened the lid and saw a fist-sized pearl inside, it is golden red in color. So this is a pill? It's so big. Xianyan said in astonishment, can it be eaten? It's turned into a pill but it's not an ordinary pill. Xianyan picked up the golden red pearl and said with a smile, is this instant void immortal iron or instant void sacred iron? Is it heavy? Xianyan asked. Not very heavy. Xianyan handed over the golden red pearl. After Xianyan received it, she said with a frown, it seems to be less than a gene. Xianyan nodded his head, the ore I put in was given by Niu Tianquang. He said that he could refine 500 to 600 gene of instant void immortal iron. But now that it has been refined into this pearl, it is only a gene. If the quality has increased, then it should also be very heavy. At this moment, Xianxia injected her immortal power into the pearl, only to see the pearl suddenly release a burst of spatial fluctuation. Qin is extremely alarmed, Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, "Big brother, very awesome. I didn't inject a lot of immortal power, but the spatial fluctuation produced is very great." Qin suddenly thought of something. If this pearl is used to refine a teleportation magic tool, it can definitely be used many times. It will definitely be better than teleportation talismans. And it seems like this pill transformation heavenly furnace is indeed a good thing. Qin said with smile, "Little Nianyun, maybe this can replace teleportation talismans in the future and allow us to teleport everywhere in the immortal desolate." Qin plans to ask Xiao Hua about the method to contact the space god after meeting him. He wants to contact the space god. For the space god, he is most familiar with the usage of space. If he can learn even a little bit, he will be able to move freely in the vast immortal desolate. "Little Nianyun, you consumed a lot of energy just now. Rest well." Qin said with smile and then took out a bed. Xianxia nodded her head, then lied down on the bed and properly rested. Qin is also sitting on a chair. While resting, he is also looking at the situation inside the small bottle. The small bottle has absorbed a large amount of great dragon blood and is currently fusing with the beast oil. "Yuner, do you think that after the great dragon blood fuses with the beast oil, it will become stronger? When the time comes, I can put the liquid inside into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and refine it into artillery shells or something." Qin thought of this combination and said excitedly, "We can give it a try." Ling Yuner said with smile, "Xiao Yun, the speed of fusion inside the small bottle is very slow. It should require a lot of energy to support it." "Energy?" Qin cannot find any energy at all. "When you destroyed the evil dragon mountain, didn't you obtain its pure energy source?" Ling Yuner said with mischievous smile, "Put the evil dragon mountain's energy source inside the small bottle, maybe you can create an even stronger liquid." Qin immediately did as told. The evil dragon mountain's energy source is very strong. After he put it inside the small bottle, it immediately sank into the liquid. And now the small bottle is slightly shaking, it seems like it is refining the energy source. Qin looked at the large water jar like pill transformation heavenly furnace and felt very satisfied in his heart. Because compared to the little black donkey from before, this is a good thing. Xianxia and Qin rested for less than half a day and recovered. The two of them walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Although the sky is covered by gloomy evil energy, it is now noon, the sun is very strong and the light has become even brighter. Qin stored the floating cloud pagoda and looked at the distant Hua Tonggan. When Hua Tonggan saw Qin come out, he immediately flew over. "Senior, a group of people entered the Death Mountain Evil Forest earlier." Hua Tonggan said, "I suspect that they are from the Xiaoyang race." "Oh? Did you see them?" Qin asked. "I didn't see them. They have a lot of people. I didn't go over because I was afraid of alerting them." Hua Tonggan said, "They looked very anxious, they directly rushed in. Could it be that they made a great discovery?" Qin took out a small golden statue. It is precisely his small statue, the sun god's divine position. He took this divine position and wanted to see if he could attract the attention of the immortal desolate sacred master's head inside. "Senior, when are we going in?" Hua Tonggan asked. "No rush. It's full of danger inside. No matter how strong the Xiaoyang race is, it won't be that easy to find that head." Qin looked at the small statue in his hand. He waited for a while but there was no reaction. He continued to wait. After a short while, the small statue suddenly moved. A very faintly discernible voice suddenly appeared in Qin's mind. The voice is very weak, very weak. "I'm here. I'm here." After Qin heard that voice, he also had a very accurate direction. It is as if he knew very well where the voice came from. He can now understand the feeling of Xianxia being called by Xiaqiru. "Over there. I'll follow the stream," Qin said. "The stream has already dried up but it can still be recognized." "All right." Hua Tonggan nodded and said, "I now have the armor and weapons Senior gave me. If I encounter those monkeys again, I will definitely be able to deal with them. Anne, let's go in. Qin said, then pulled Xianxia and walked towards the stream. I'll lead the way. Hua Tonggan held his large saber and quickly walked in front. Hua Tonggan, where did the Xiaoyang race people enter from? Qin asked. Not from the stream, from another direction. Hua Tonggan pointed with his saber. That's good. I don't want to encounter them for now. Qin nodded and said, in a dangerous place like the Death Mountain Evil Forest, it's better to be quiet. Hua Tonggan came in this time with full confidence. On one hand, he has become a golden immortal and cultivated the great dragon golden body. On the other hand, he has Saint-tier equipment. The Death Mountain Evil Forest is filled with dense fog. From time to time, a cold wind would blow over. Qin held the floating cloud rod in his hand and tightly held Xianxia's hand. Xianxia is not afraid at all. She held the sword hilt and paid attention to her surroundings. After entering for less than half a day, they suddenly heard a burst of screams. 1541 Chapter 1541 Evil Forest Strange Monkey. The sharp monkey cry came from afar, but it is very penetrating. Even though it is quite far away, the sharp sound still makes people's hair stand on end. Furthermore, the sound seems to come from all directions, giving people a feeling of being surrounded, causing them to feel inexplicably nervous and depressed. How strong is that strange monkey? Qin asked. If it is alone, what is its cultivation? Alone? Hua Tonggan frowned and shook his head. I don't know, it's hard to say. Back then, I was only toyed with by a dozen or so monkeys and was almost tormented to death. The other monkeys did not participate. Little Nianyun, you must be careful. Qin said, I can feel the aura of that monkey. There is a very strong sacred power on its body. Could it be that it has cultivated a sacred body? Senior, that strange monkey seems to rely on the power of its body. Its body has a very strong sacred power. Hua Tonggan said again. Xianxia said in a low voice, Big brother, there are so many trees here. The monkeys must be very agile here, right? Qin used the floating cloud rod to hit a big tree and said in surprise, the trees here are very sturdy. Hua Tonggan also chopped at the tree trunk. The blade left a cut on the tree trunk, but it did not cut the tree trunk. Instead, the cut quickly healed. It is indeed very sturdy. Why didn't I discover it before? Hua Tonggan is very surprised. What is going on with this Dead Mountain Evil Forest? Why can it give birth to such a sturdy tree trunk? Qin pressed his hand on the tree. He wanted to release his mental power to enter the tree to investigate the trees here. However, after his mental power entered the tree trunk, he suddenly felt a resistance. His mental power was unable to advance. So strange. Qin muttered and released the needle spirit inside the nether moon. Under Qin's control, the needle spirit entered the tree trunk. Although the needle spirit has a very strong mental power and can pass through the tree trunk, the resistance inside the tree trunk is getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, Qin's needle spirit was unknowingly forced out of the tree trunk and returned to Qin's mental nether moon. What's going on? Qin said with a frown, Dead Mountain Evil Forest is really not simple. Xianxia is the same as Qin. She used her mental power to infiltrate the tree but was blocked by a strong resistance. She failed. The trees here give me the feeling of a person. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the resistance they can release. Xianxia said. Qin nodded and said, it's not just a single tree, right? After that, he tried several trees, and the results were the same. There was a very strong force inside that could resist the penetration of mental power. Originally, Qin wanted to investigate the internal structure of the tree to see why it was so sturdy. However, he was unable to proceed smoothly. However, he also discovered that the trees here were very strange. Hua Tonggan said in a low voice, those monkeys are all shouting, they did not come over. But if we continue to go in, we will definitely be surrounded by those monkeys. Let's continue forward. Qin looked at the dried-up creek and said, according to my investigation, that mysterious head is at the source of this creek. If that's the case, then there must be a lot of things blocking the way. Hua Tonggan tightly gripped his saber, increased his speed and walked along the dried-up creek. Qin said, Huatongan, if you can't beat those monkeys, remember not to force yourself. Senior, what about you and the little girl? I have to protect you. Huatongan shook his head and said, I can't ignore you. Don't worry about that. Qinyan smiled and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. We are not weak. If we really can't handle it, we can cooperate and break out of the encirclement. Got it. Huatongan nodded and then quickened his pace. Huatongan cultivated the great dragon golden body. His body is even stronger, so he felt that no matter how powerful those monkeys are, they can't destroy his body. And what Qinyan is worried about is that those monkeys will use very strong mental power attacks. Huatongan's weakness is his soul and mental power. As long as he encounters a very strong mental power attack, he will not be able to resist. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, Xiao Yun, I guess that this dead mountain evil forest is a hole. Oh? What do you mean? Qinyan thought for a moment. He doesn't understand what Ling Yin'er means. Those trees should be connected to the entire dead mountain evil forest. In other words, the trees are equivalent to a part of the dead mountain evil forest, just like your hands and feet. Ling Yin'er said again. So when I use very strong mental power to investigate, the dead mountain evil forest concentrates even stronger power on that tree to prevent me from investigating? Qinyan said in amazement. That's right. You used your powerful mental power to release the soul of the needle, but you couldn't enter the inside of a big tree. This must be the combined power of the entire dead mountain evil forest to resist. Ling Yin'er said, every tree is like this. Qinyan finally understood and said, in that case, this death mountain evil jungle is alive? It can't be considered alive. It should have its own consciousness. When attacked, it can defend itself. Ling Yin'er said, if you use powerful mental power to investigate, it will trigger the dead mountain evil forest's self-defense consciousness. As Qinyan thought, he followed behind Huatongan. He is very doubtful. In my previous life, I searched for many years in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain, but I couldn't find that head. And this dead mountain evil forest only appeared later. The head of the immortal desolate sacred master is inside. Ling Yin'er said with smile, if my guess is not wrong, this dead mountain evil forest was created by that head. Its purpose is to protect itself. The dead mountain evil forest is very terrifying. There are many legends in the past. Many powerful golden immortals died here after entering. Although Huatongan came here a few times before, he did not go deep. In other words, the stone table with the picture on it was dug out from one of the mountains here. At that time, this was not the dead mountain evil forest. Qinyan said in his heart. Suddenly, the strange monkey's voice became even sharper, as if it was about to arrive. It's here. Huatongan shouted in alarm. This time the strange monkey has become even stronger. Xianxia cried out in alarm, Big brother, be careful of those trees. The strange monkey is inside the trees. She released a very strong golden immortal power to form a barrier to protect herself. Qinyan is extremely alarmed. He originally thought that the monkeys would swing over from the branches of the big tree. He did not expect that they would be able to transfer through the tree trunk. This is a spatial movement method. Hoo! Qinyan felt a gust of wind suddenly rush over from the tree beside him. It is a black monkey. It quickly jumped out of the tree trunk. Its body burst out with a very strong momentum. Scram! Qinyan roared loudly. His body released a shockwave. The shockwave is very fierce, like layer upon layer of waves. It shook all the monkeys that were flying over from all directions and caused them to fall down. The long rod in Qinyan's hand fiercely smashed towards the monkey on the ground. However, after the monkey landed on the ground, it suddenly shrank back into the ground and disappeared. Boom! Qinyan's rod hit the ground, causing the earth to shake and the surrounding trees to rustle due to the shockwave. Motherfucker, it can still run like this? Qinyan cursed in low voice. And on top of the tree, a large group of monkeys suddenly dropped down and enveloped Qinyan, Xianxia, and the others. Xianxia brandished the sword in her hand and hacked at those monkeys. However, she did not manage to hit them because their speed is very fast. I can't hit them at all. Qinyan originally wanted to sweep his rod towards the sky but discovered that these monkeys' speed is too astonishing. When they dodged, they directly hit inside the tree trunk. Still fight my ass, we should quickly run. Qin Yan yelled, Huatongan, don't fight with these monkeys, it will only consume our strength. Got it. Huatongan ferociously rushed forward. Qin Yan and Xianxia quickly rushed forward. They conserved their power and used it to form a barrier to prevent those monkeys from attacking. Big brother, there are a lot of monkeys. It seems like they want to stop us from advancing. Xianxia said with some worry. There are indeed a lot of strange monkeys, more than 10,000 of them appeared just now. Qin Yan is certain that the direction of the head is the place where the great dragon blood flowed out from the small stream. Don't worry, let's continue. Qin Yan said. He feels that there is nothing to be afraid of. A large number of monkeys blotted out the sky and covered the earth, they attacked from all directions. What caused Qin Yan to be alarmed is that many monkeys came out from the ground and vigorously grabbed at his legs. Their attacks are very sinister. These group of wild monkeys. Qin Yan's body suddenly released a fluctuation, it is a special gravity. After this gravity was released, a large area around him suddenly lost gravity. The monkeys that rushed over are now floating inside Qin Yan's gravity domain due to the weightlessness. Although Xianxia is also inside Qin Yan's gravity domain, she is not affected by the gravity because Qin Yan did not lock onto her. This gravity domain was released by Ling Yuner after Qin Yan became a golden immortal. Because it consumes a lot of immortal power to release it stably, Ling Yuner only used it after Qin Yan became a golden immortal. Gravity domain consumes a lot of immortal power. Things inside the gravity domain can become zero, in other words, it can make things or people float. Or it can be many times gravity, it can increase the gravity that an object can withstand, it is similar to his supergravity. The group of wild monkeys fell into his gravity domain and floated up, they can only swim. Qin Yan took out a large net, casually spread it and caught a large number of strange monkeys. Then he quickly put them into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Not good, the consumption is too great, I can't use it continuously. After Ling Yuner finished speaking, she can only withdraw the gravity domain. Although Qin Yan captured more than half of the strange monkeys, it did not calm down much. The remaining monkeys are even more angry and there are still several thousand of them. Huatongan and Xianxia are very surprised, they did not expect Qin Yan to capture so many monkeys, they feel even more admiration in their hearts. Those monkeys don't dare to attack now because they have seen the gravity domain just now and they are worried that they will be captured again. As long as we smoothly pass through, I will let your companions go. Qin Yan suddenly shouted. The group of monkeys calmed down, then drilled into the tree trunk or underground, all of them disappeared in a short while. Oh? Very tactful. Qin Yan said with smile. Just as he finished speaking, the earth fiercely trembled, as if something terrible is about to emerge. 1542 Chapter 1542 Danger lurking everywhere. The earth shook and a very strong aura drilled out from the ground. Quickly fly. Qin Yan shouted anxiously. Xianxia and Huatongan quickly urged the power of their flying cloaks to soar into the sky. Only Qin Yan is still on the ground, the earth suddenly split open and a large amount of soil came out. A giant made of stone and soil appeared. After the 10-meter-tall gray stone and soil giant appeared, it wrapped around Qin Yan. Big brother! Xianxia shouted anxiously. Humph! Qin Yan let out a muffled shout. The middle of the stone and soil giant's body suddenly exploded. After the explosion, Qin Yan rolled on the ground. The soil on the ground suddenly undulated up and down. Many huge mud hands appeared, like powerful mouths, they firmly grabbed Qin Yan's legs. After Qin Yan was grabbed, he used a very strong vibration power to shake off those mud hands. However, he discovered that the vibration power was actually offset by the power released by the mud. Boom! The stone and soil giant's palm suddenly came down and smashed Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan's reaction is extremely fast. He released a supergravity to form a shield to block the palm that came down. The stone and soil giant's huge palm collided with the supergravity and immediately shattered, turning into a large piece of stone and soil that splashed in all directions. Qin Yan used the earthquake divine ability. Through his legs, he poured the violent vibration power into the ground under his feet. The eruption of vibration caused a whistling sound. The mud hand that grabbed Qin Yan's thigh was also torn to pieces by the violent vibration wave. After Qinyan broke free, he rushed into the sky. At this time, the monkey hiding in the tree jumped out. In addition, the vines and branches of the giant tree are also moving, rushing towards Qinyan and company from all directions. Xiaoyun, these things are in cahoots. Ling Yin'er said, the big tree, the strange monkey, the huge mud man, they are all controlled by something. Xianxia and Hua Tonggan released their golden immortal power to the extreme, forming a shield to protect themselves. At the same time, they brandished the weapons in their hands and chopped the tree vines. Previously, they tried to chop the big tree and knew that these trees are very tough and difficult to chop. At this time, the branches and vines that were constantly stretching over were just as tough, and could only be blocked with weapons. There was no way to break them. Those monkeys shouted loudly, they looked very angry and kept pouncing at Qinyan and company. Qinyan's body released a shockwave, sending the monkeys that were leaping over flying. The floating cloud staff in his hand also crazily smashed at the vines and branches, but it could only bend them, not break them. After the branches and vines were bent, they quickly recovered and continued to stretch out to bind Qinyan and company. Boom boom boom, the stone giant below used the soil and gravel on the ground to knead them into stone balls and then threw them upwards. Even Qinyan feels very powerless at this moment. Those trees are difficult to break, they are protected by a very strong power. The rock earth giant below was difficult to destroy, and its strength was extremely great. The clumps of soil it hit contained a very strong force and would explode, producing a very strong shockwave. Even if Qinyan and company have very strong golden immortal power to protect themselves, if this continues, their immortal power will be exhausted sooner or later. Xiaoyun, take out your divine position. Ling Yin'er said. Could it be that everything here is controlled by the immortal desolate sacred master? Qinyan asked in fear. It's not him controlling it, it's the dead mountain evil forest's autonomous defense. If we follow this stream, we will be able to find the head of the immortal desolate sacred master. This guy is protecting himself, that's why this path is so difficult to walk. If you take out your divine position, after the immortal desolate sacred master senses it, he might let you go. Ling Yin'er said. Qinyan immediately took out the small statue and poured his immortal power into it, letting the small statue release a strong aura. It's useless. Qinyan thought, then controlled the floating cloud staff to become longer and stabbed downwards, bursting the huge mud ball that flew up. Qinyan brought Xianxia to his side, it will be safer this way. Hoo-hoo, Xianxia's sword danced, sword shadows burst out, sweeping sword energy is like a wind wave, bringing with it a golden aura, it opened up the branches and vines that extended from all directions. Qinyan made the floating cloud staff even longer, it can stab the stone giant dozens of meters below. Right now they can only maintain their position and not be taken down. But if this goes on, once they get tired and their defense is insufficient, the barrier will be broken and it will be a matter of time before they are taken down. Ling Yin'er said, let's wait. Last time you were sensed by the immortal desolate sacred master, you also waited for a while. Senior, this is not the way to go. Hua Tonggan said, then rushed towards Qinyan. Let's wait a little longer. If it's really not possible, we'll take a detour and not take this path. Qinyan said. He now knows that the path along the stream is a taboo path. There are all kinds of dangers along the way. Even if many powerful 9th level golden immortals came in, they would not be able to hold on for long. Just as Ling Yin'er said, after Qinyan took out the divine position and waited for a while, he suddenly sensed something. I'm here, quickly come over. That illusory and weak voice appeared in Qinyan's mind. I can't go over, there are many things blocking my way. Qinyan concentrated and said in his mind. Not long after he responded, the branches and vines that extended from all directions suddenly shrank back. And the huge stone and earth giant on the ground also drilled into the ground and disappeared. It's fine. Qinyan can't help but smile and said, looks like we'll be able to reach our destination very soon. Hua Tonggan is very astonished because he doesn't know what just happened. He looked at Qinyan in astonishment and said in a low voice, Senior, what's going on? Qinyan put away the divine position and said, I just contacted the head of the immortal desolate sacred master. He controlled those things to disappear. That's good. Senior is truly amazing, you can actually do this. Hua Tonggan is very moved. Qin Yan touched Xianxia's taut face and said with a smile, "Little Nianyun, don't be afraid, we are safe now." Xianxia shook her head, "Big brother, don't relax your vigilance. There are still many dangers inside, we must be on guard." Qin Yan nodded, then pulled Xianxia and landed on the ground. "Let's continue," Qin Yan said. Just as they were about to hurry on, Hua Tonggan and Xianxia's expression slightly changed. Qin Yan also sensed that an evil aura suddenly rushed over from all directions. "It's the Xiaoyang race. The commotion just now was not small, so we were discovered by the Xiaoyang race." Qin Yan said in low voice, "Don't be afraid of them, we can deal with them. Those guys are much easier to deal with than monkeys." In the blink of an eye, a large group of people wearing thick black leather armor rushed out from all directions. There are dozens of them. As expected of someone from the Xiaoyang race. Hua Tonggan cursed in a low voice, "Xiaoyang race bastards, what are you doing?" "Who are you people?" a middle-aged man roared. "Are you guys from the three great sects? So what if we are? So what if we aren't?" Hua Tonggan shouted, the saber in his hand also overflowed with energy flames. "It doesn't matter if you are or not, you only have two choices. Either become our slaves or die." The middle-aged man from the Xiaoyang race sneered, "If you are from the three great sects, then that would be even better. Enslaving the disciples of the three great sects would give you a sense of accomplishment." Qin Yan suddenly took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. After he opened the lid of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, a large group of monkeys suddenly jumped out with a whoosh. After rushing out, they jumped in all directions. When the Xiaoyang race people saw those extremely fast monkeys, they immediately panicked and went to deal with the large group of monkeys. "Go," Qin Yan said in a low voice, then flew out and arrived in front of a middle-aged man in a flash. The floating cloud rod in his hand fiercely smashed down. Rumble, the golden immortal power condensed inside the rod exploded out along with a fierce and violent flame. The middle-aged man from the Xiaoyang race is also a golden immortal, but after being hit by the rod, his body actually split open and turned into a golden flame that rushed in all directions. The Xiaoyang race warriors are all wearing very good thick leather armor, but facing the floating cloud rod and the formidable power, they were instantly smashed apart. Xianxia quickly attacked. The holy sword in her hand easily pierced through the Xiaoyang race people. The defense of these Xiaoyang race warriors is simply too lacking compared to those monkeys and trees. Hua Tonggan became even more berserk. With one slash, countless saber shadows flashed and directly chopped those Xiaoyang race warriors into many pieces. "You. Who are you people?" The middle-aged man who spoke very arrogantly earlier is now extremely terrified. "You guys are going to die soon, why are you asking so much?" Qin Yan rushed over and swept his rod horizontally, sending the middle-aged man flying and landing on Hua Tonggan's side. Hua Tonggan's large saber fiercely chopped down. Saber images burst out one after another, instantly chopping out dozens of saber images. The sharp holy saber easily broke through the thick leather armor on the middle-aged man's body. The body that flew over was chopped into many pieces and then burned by Hua Tonggan's flames. The dozens of Xiaoyang race warriors originally thought that by surrounding and attacking three people, they would be able to easily capture them and make them their slaves. They never expected that these three people would be so terrifying. And what made them feel the most terrible is that group of monkeys. After Xianxia, Qin Yan and Hua Tonggan killed 20 to 30 Xiaoyang race people, they stopped. Because more than half of the remaining Xiaoyang race warriors have been captured by those monkeys. At this moment, those monkeys did not continue to harass Qin Yan and company. "Let them play, these monkeys are bored to begin with, if we catch those guys, we will slowly play them to death," Hua Tonggan said with smile. Let's fly in, it will be faster this way. I want to quickly find the head of the immortal desolate sacred master and then chop down Xiaoyang. Qin Yun said. "Senior, are you serious?" Hua Tonggan thought that Qin Yun was just joking before. "Of course I'm serious. If we don't exterminate Xiaoyang, Great Dragon Desolate Domain will not be at peace." Qin Yun said with smile, "I will definitely succeed." Peacock Hua Tonggan doesn't know what happened to Qin Yun in Immortal Desolate. He also understands Xiaoyang quite well. He feels that Xiaoyang is an invincible existence. Previously, Xiaoyang race people went to find Sangshuan sect master a few times and told him many things about Xiaoyang. It was then that Hua Tonggan understood how terrifying Xiaoyang is. Xiaoyang is a very strong divine tool. It has existed for many years and has been improved by many powerful inscription masters. It has become even stronger now. Now, a Xiaoyang has arrived in Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Its goal is to find the head of Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Xiaoyang's strength lies in its strong defense. It can absorb a lot of energy. Many powerful warriors and all kinds of strange things are born inside Xiaoyang. For example, the powerful demon slave or the Xiaoyang Saint Dragon, they were all born from Xiaoyang. Senior, Xiaoyang is at a very high place. It won't be easy to attack. First, we have to fly over. There must be a very strong barrier around Xiaoyang. There are also those giant lizard dragons flying around Xiaoyang. Hua Tonggan said. Yes, it won't be easy to get close to Xiaoyang, but I have a way. Hua Tonggan, you will know how powerful I am when the time comes. Qin Yun chuckled. Hua Tonggan is also worried about Qin Yun. He doesn't want Qin Yun to take risks. Xiang Yun feels that Qin Yun is very powerful. She believes that Qin Yun will succeed no matter what he wants to do. Qin Yun smiled. He soared into the sky and flew to a big tree. If it was before, they wouldn't dare to fly so high because the black clouds in the sky are denser and lightning would appear from time to time. They are specifically aimed at things flying in the sky. Before, the Xiaoyang race sent a giant lizard dragon to carry a large group of people into the Death Mountain evil jungle. It was definitely killed by the lightning. Qin Yun pulled Xiang Yun's hand and followed behind Hua Tonggan. Hua Tonggan flew in front, his cloak fluttered in the wind. He knows that if the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master lets them go, they won't be attacked by the things inside the Death Mountain evil jungle. But he is still not at ease. He is very vigilant and flying in front. Xiang Yun is the same. Her expression is very serious. She is always on high alert. Little Nianyun, is that sword still useful? Qin Yun asked. It's very useful. Xiang Yun nodded her head. She then looked at a bolt of lightning that suddenly fell from the left and whispered, Big brother, is it really safe for us to fly here? Qin Yun said with smile, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if it's not safe, I'm here. Xiang Yun was not as relaxed as Qin Yun. She was very cautious and the immortal power in her body flowed, ready to erupt at any time. She was already prepared for a fierce battle. Xiang Yun is so vigilant because she wants to protect Qin Yun. She feels that her cultivation is higher than Qin Yun's, so she has to protect Qin Yun. High up in the sky above Death Mountain Evil Forest, thick fog pervaded the air. After Hua Tonggan flew a little faster, Qin Yun nearly lost sight of him. Qin Yun immediately sped up and chased after him. He shouted softly, Hua Tonggan, the black fog here is getting thicker and thicker. Don't fly too fast, try your best to let me see you. Yes, senior. Hua Tonggan said with a frown, the black fog inside is getting thicker and thicker. When I came in earlier, it wasn't this thick. I don't know what's going on either. Don't worry. Qin Yun said, we'll go all the way, we'll definitely be safe. Although Qin Yun said this a few times, Hua Tonggan and Xiang Yun have heard of the terror of Death Mountain Evil Forest since they were young, so they did not lower their guard. Suddenly, a strong gale rushed over from the front. Hua Tonggan immediately stopped and shouted, There's a situation. Qin Yun and Xiang Yun also stopped. Hua Tonggan said with a frown, Senior, there is a very strong beast aura in front. It's a type of powerful flying beast. And it's flying over very quickly. Qin Yun nodded. Could it be the evil sun race's giant lizard dragon? Xiang Yun asked. No. I'm very familiar with that kind of dragon aura. The huge beast flying over should be a type of bird. Qin Yun said. He has seen many powerful beasts. He is very familiar with the aura of beasts. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of bird cry came from the front. Indeed, a very large bird beast is flying over. What surprised Qin Yun and company is that the large bird flying over is not some evil beast. Instead, it is a large white peacock that is tens of meters long. The huge white peacock dragged its long tail and its body flickered with a faint sparkling and translucent white light. It appeared very dazzling in the thick black fog. What a beautiful white peacock, it's so big. Although Xianxia admires the beauty of the white peacock, she is still very vigilant. She is worried that the white peacock will suddenly attack. After the huge white peacock flew over, it flapped its wings and hovered in the air. The white peacock did not say anything, it only let out a few cries. Xianxia suddenly felt that this white peacock might be an inscription beast. The white peacock is very strong. This kind of powerful and intelligent bird beast, if it was an immortal beast, it would definitely be able to transform into human form. Only inscription beasts could not transform into humans. He is indicating for us to go up. Ling Yin'er said, quickly go and take a look. Maybe it was sent by the immortal Desolate's sacred master. Xianxia immediately flew over with Xianxia and landed on the back of the white peacock that is filled with soft feathers. Hua Tonggan, quickly come over. Xianxia said with a smile, it's here to pick us up. Hua Tonggan found it hard to believe because to his knowledge, everything in the Death Mountain Evil Forest is filled with danger. Therefore, when he saw this beautiful white peacock, he was very vigilant. He thought that a great battle was going to break out. He never expected that it would actually come to pick them up. At this moment, Hua Tonggan also flew over with fear and trepidation. When he landed on the back of the white peacock, he felt fear and trepidation. Let's go. Xianxia said with a smile. The huge white peacock immediately took off and increased its speed. The white peacock's back is soft and it is releasing white light. It is very comfortable to sit on. Xianxia also laid down and sighed, finally, I can rest. Great, we are much safer now. Xianxia gently stroked the white peacock's feathers and said with a smile, I never thought that there would be such a big white peacock. It's so beautiful. After the white peacock heard this, it very happily cried a few times. Because it is flying, it did not open its tail, otherwise it would be even more beautiful. Xianxia said with a smile, little Nianyun, when we land, the peacock will definitely open its tail. Xianxin's beautiful eyes flickered with anticipation. She said with a smile, really? I really want to see. Xianxia is now a lot more relieved. This is exactly as Ling Yin'er speculated. The Dead Mountain Evil Jungle is controlled by the immortal Desolate Sacred Master. All the dangers were created by the immortal Desolate Sacred Master. The immortal Desolate Sacred Master also used the Dead Mountain Evil Jungle to cultivate many powerful beasts. Those monkeys from before must have been cultivated by the Dead Mountain Evil Jungle. What surprised Xianxia is that the Dead Mountain Evil Jungle can give birth to so many powerful things, especially those trees which are very strong. This guy immortal Desolate Sacred Master really has some skill. Xianxia thought in his heart, I wonder what kind of state this guy is in now. Is he really only left with a head? Xiaoyun, we will see that guy very soon. I wonder if we can take that head away. Ling Yin'er said with some worry, that guy is so powerful. If he doesn't acknowledge you, there is really no way to take him away. Indeed, let's talk about it when the time comes. Xianxia said, he is very important to us. Sister Kiru needs him to help restore the moon god's god position. Something like a god position should not be destroyed. What exactly happened? Ling Yin'er asked curiously. I guess that all the god positions in the Nine Desolate are issued by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. In other words, the god position was refined by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. If it is really damaged, it must be related to the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Xianxia said. Ah? Could it be that the Nine Yang Divine Palace is punishing the moon god? Ling Yin'er sighed and said, Sister Kiru is really pitiful. I don't know. Only by meeting the immortal Desolate Sacred Master can we ask clearly what is going on. Xianxia said. Although the white peacock is very big, its flying speed is not slow at all. It quickly pierced through the thick fog and clouds. Many violent thunder and lightning struck down, but none of them hit the white peacock. Half a day later, the white peacock finally slowed down and slowly landed. There is a very deep and large crack in the ground in front of them. The white peacock landed beside the crack and let Xianxia and others come down. After Xianxia and Xianxia came down, she sweetly said to the white peacock, Beautiful peacock, thank you. The white peacock very happily cried a few times and then spread its tail. Its beautiful white tail feathers spread out like a beautiful large fan. It is flickering with white light, it is very beautiful. Xianxia very happily clapped her hands and repeatedly thanked the white peacock. After the white peacock spread its tail for a while, it flew into the sky. Hua Tonggan looked at the crack in front of him and asked, "Senior, don't tell me we have to go down?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes. Don't worry, we are already here, there won't be any danger." Xianxia suddenly felt that the table made of instant void immortal metal was dug out from the stone wall beneath the crevice. "Then I will go down first," Hua Tonggan said, and then jumped into the crack. He has a flying cloak, so he won't fall down immediately. Xianxia and Xianxia also followed. After going down, Xianxia very quickly sensed a burst of spatial fluctuation. "There is actually another space down here," Xianxia said in his heart. "The head of the immortal desolate sacred master is really hidden very deep. He must be afraid of being found, that's why he hid very deep." Ling Yun'er said with smile, "With his ability, he can create the dead mountain evil forest and hide in the great dragon desolate domain. It will be very difficult to catch him. This crack is very dark, dense, and cold black fog is pervading the air." Xianxia and others suddenly touched a space barrier. After passing through it, they felt a warm wind blowing over and the surroundings are filled with golden light. Below is still the crack, but the two walls are flickering with golden light, releasing warm light. Hua Tonggan is also very apprehensive. He never thought that there would be such a magical place inside the dangerous dead mountain evil forest. Very soon, they landed on the ground. At this time, several people rushed over. Below the crevice, seeing people coming over, Hua Tonggan immediately stood in front of Xianxia and Xianxia and vigilantly looked at the people rushing over. There are 5 people coming over, 2 of them are old men, 2 are middle-aged couple, and behind the middle-aged couple is a young man. How can there be people here? This is the hiding place of the immortal desolate sacred master. Xianxia is very suspicious in his heart. "Who are you people?" the old man at the very front shouted angrily. "How did you get here?" Xianxia replied, "A peacock sent us here." "Who are you people?" The old man looked at Xianxia and the other 2 and said coldly, "The peacock sent you here? Then this is not a place you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and scram, don't force us to take action. I came here to find a head." "Do you know where that head is?" Xianxia said. "You. Who exactly are you? How do you know that the immortal desolate sacred master is here?" the old man said in astonishment. The few people beside him are also very astonished and looked at each other in dismay. "It was he who called me here. I am here now and I want to see him." Xianxia said, "He should be here." The old man snorted, "Of course the immortal desolate sacred master is here, but even we can't easily see him. Do you think the few of you are worthy to see him? You must be lying. I just said that it was the immortal desolate sacred master who sent me here. Moreover, he sent a white peacock to bring us here." Xianxia saw that the old man is very unreasonable and his tone suddenly became very cold. "Don't talk nonsense. You came here to capture the immortal desolate sacred master." The old man took out a long saber. Xianxia tightly held the floating cloud rod, he really wanted to hit him. At this time a faintly discernible voice sounded, "Let them come over." Xianxia looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a burst of golden light shot over. "There is a very powerful sacred power." "Did you hear that?" Hua Tonggan coldly snorted and said. "Humph, what is the background of you guys? Why is the immortal desolate sacred master willing to see you but not us?" The old man is very angry, he immediately rushed over and blocked Xianxia's path. The middle-aged couple and the young man were also very angry, their faces filled with jealousy. Xianxia said with a frown, "Are you going to defy the sacred master of immortal desolate?" What made him feel strange was that the sacred master of immortal desolate did not continue to speak, as if he had no intention of helping. The old man said angrily, "Don't slander us, we are protecting the sacred master of immortal desolate." The young man shouted, "You guys are just a golden immortal. Your cultivation levels are lower than mine, so how can you meet the sacred leader of the immortal wilderness? The sacred leader of the immortal wilderness must have made a mistake." Xianxia said with a sneer, "Then tell me, who are all of you? What right do you have to stop us?" The sacred master of the immortal desolate region said that he wants to see us. The old man's face suddenly became full of arrogance as he loudly said, "Listen well. I am the great elder of Floating Cloud sect. Back then, I passed through many dangers with the floating cloud sect master and protected the immortal desolate sacred master for many years. Since you are from the outside, you must have heard of the floating cloud sect, right? The old woman beside the old man proudly said, the floating cloud sect is the most formidable sect in the great dragon desolate domain. If you offend the great elder of the floating cloud sect, you are dead for sure. Xianxia feels that this is very funny. He looked at Xianxia and Huatongan. What are you laughing at? The old man shouted. I am the sect master of the floating cloud sect. Moreover, the floating cloud sect has declined for a long time. Xianxia said. What? You are the sect master of the floating cloud sect? Take out the floating cloud medallion. The old man immediately shouted, don't talk. Nonsense. How could my floating cloud sect decline? How can there be a weak sect master like you? I am weak? The guy who passed on the position to me is just an old Dao immortal. Xianxia curled his lips and said, the floating cloud command token is not in my hands, I gave it to the great dragon sect master. Floating cloud heavenly mountain now belongs to the great dragon mountain. If you don't believe me, go out and take a look. Many years ago, the floating cloud sect was indeed very powerful and prosperous. Some elders indeed followed the great dragon sect master into the dead mountain evil forest. Later on, only the great dragon sect master returned, the whereabouts of the others are unknown. Xianxia is now very shocked. The great elder who followed the great dragon sect master into the dead mountain evil forest is still alive and has descendants. You actually gave the floating cloud heavenly mountain to Hong Longshan? You traitor, you will suffer retribution. The great elder furiously said. The old woman is also very angry. She loudly shouted, what qualifications do you have to give the floating cloud heavenly mountain to Hong Longshan? The floating cloud heavenly mountain is the root of our floating cloud sect. You damned bastard, you scourge. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, you don't know about the miserable state of the floating cloud sect? When I became the headmaster of Fuyun's sect, I only had a few disciples and a few Daoist immortals. Fuyun's sect had declined a long time ago. It was thanks to the protection of Hong Longshan that Fuyun's sect was able to survive. But you can't give the floating cloud heavenly mountain to Hong Longshan. The old man stamped his foot, his eyes are red from anger. The youth furiously said, Grandpa, I will go kill this guy. He actually gave the floating cloud sect to someone else on a silver platter. This is an act of deceiving his master and exterminating his ancestor. The old man sighed and said, little grandson, I originally said that after we return, I will make you the sect master. I didn't expect that now, this guy will ruin it. The middle-aged woman said, don't believe his nonsense, maybe he is deliberately deceiving us. He is pretending to be the floating cloud sect master but he doesn't even have the floating cloud token. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, I am the floating cloud old ancestor. Floating cloud sect was established by me, I can give it to whoever I want. Besides, it's all because of you guys, you didn't honestly stay in floating cloud sect and ran around everywhere, otherwise floating cloud sect wouldn't have declined. Xianxia's expression sank and said in cold voice. You are the floating cloud old ancestor? The old man laughed loudly and said, didn't you hear? This guy really dares to talk nonsense. The middle-aged man said, wife is right, this guy has never been the floating cloud sect master. Now he still says he is the floating cloud old ancestor, does he think we are fools? Xianxia can't take action now because the family before him is indeed very strong, especially the old man and the old woman, they are the strongest golden immortals. Xianxia suddenly said, do you know about the Cloud Dragon Pagoda? Of course we know. That is the most powerful pagoda refined by the floating cloud old ancestor. Even if you have the floating cloud token, it will be very difficult to enter that pagoda. The old man said, what? What do you think the Cloud Dragon Pagoda is for? Xianxia suddenly took out a small pagoda and said, then take a look, what is this? This crack is very spacious. Xianxia released the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. After the Cloud Dragon Pagoda became big, the old man and the old woman are dumbstruck. Although they have not seen the Cloud Dragon Pagoda for many years, they can immediately recognize that it is the genuine Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Xianxia lightly groaned and said, this is a gift from Big Brother. He is the floating cloud old ancestor, he even released the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. This. The old man looked at Qin Yun in shock, his face is filled with disbelief. It's impossible for the floating cloud old ancestor to be so weak, the old woman furiously said. Brat, what kind of method did you use to steal the cloud dragon pagoda? You bastard, it's all because of you that I can't be the sect master, I will kill you, the young man said with a face filled with hostility. Qin Yun suddenly took out the floating cloud heavenly seal's imprint body. The imprint body has already fused with the imprint spirit, now he can barely use it. The existence of the floating cloud heavenly mountain is to store this floating cloud heavenly seal. In my hand is the floating cloud heavenly seal's imprint body. After I reincarnated, I took back the floating cloud heavenly seal. What's wrong with that? Qin Yun said in cold voice and then enlarged the floating cloud heavenly seal. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being impolite, he angrily rebuked. The floating cloud heavenly seal became as big as a small house. Looking up, one can see the runes emitting golden light on the surface of the seal. Although there are many runes, it is not difficult to see the word floating cloud. The old man's eyes are filled with fear when he saw the floating cloud heavenly seal. His heart is like great waves, he suddenly knelt down on the ground. Other people don't know about this floating cloud heavenly seal, but as a former great elder, he is very clear about what this seal means. He has never seen the floating cloud heavenly seal before, but he has seen its imprint. Because the imprint created by the floating cloud heavenly seal has a very strong and mysterious power. He also knows that only the floating cloud old ancestor can use the floating cloud heavenly seal. Old ancestor. The old man knelt on the ground, his body is trembling, he shouted in fear, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. The old woman's legs are also trembling, she also knelt on the ground. Floating cloud old ancestor created the floating cloud heavenly mountain. After he died and reincarnated, he is still the floating cloud old ancestor. What he wants to do with the floating cloud heavenly mountain, nobody cares, and that old man's whole family just spoke ill of Qin Yun, especially that arrogant youth, he even threatened to kill Qin Yun. Quickly kneel down, the old man punched the youth's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. The youth is gritting his teeth, his whole body is trembling, the middle-aged couple is scared silly, they promptly kowtowed and admitted their mistake. The old man and old woman are very clear about the floating cloud heavenly seal, it is also the thing that the floating cloud heavenly mountain has been guarding all along. Old ancestor, we were wrong, please forgive us, the old woman begged. Qin Yun put away the floating cloud heavenly seal. It was not the complete floating cloud heavenly seal, but it had a bit of an imposing aura when used. Quickly take me to see the immortal desolate sacred master. He called me over. Qin Yun said. Yes, the old man promptly nodded and said, many thanks old ancestor, many thanks old ancestor. The family finally realized why the immortal desolate sacred master is willing to see such a low cultivation person. Because he is the reincarnated old ancestor floating cloud. Hua Tonggan and Xianxia also relaxed a lot, they were worried that a fight would break out. Xianxia stored the cloud dragon pagoda and followed behind Qin Yun. The old man brought Qin Yun and others and quickly walked towards the golden curtain. The immortal desolate sacred master is inside, we can't go in, the old man said in low voice, old ancestor, go in and give it a try. Qin Yun nodded, then pulled Xianxia and walked over. They very smoothly entered. What happened to Sacred Lord after Qin Yun and Xianxia entered the golden curtain? They arrived inside a golden space. There is a relatively large head floating inside. Qin Yun finally saw the head of the immortal desolate sacred master. He has a head full of long golden hair, a fat head and big ears. He has a pair of curved but thick eyebrows. His eyes are very serious, carrying a faint arrogance. The head of immortal desolate sacred lord looks very strange. His hair is very long and fluttering, but only his head is floating, there is no body. After Xianxia saw the head, she felt an indescribable fear. She tightly pulled Qin Yun's hand, not daring to make a sound. Take out your god position and let me see. Immortal desolate sacred lord spoke, his voice is rather rough and low. Qin Yun immediately took out the small statue. After immortal desolate sacred lord saw the small statue, his eyes shot out two golden light rays. After the small statue was hit by the golden light from the immortal desolate sacred master's eyes, it immediately trembled and released a very strong divine power. Qin Yun is overwhelmed with shock, He did not expect that this god position would contain such a powerful divine power. Is this true? Xianxia asked. It's true. Moreover, it is in good condition, it is not damaged at all. Immortal Desolate's sacred lord snorted disdainfully. I really don't understand, how can a weak chicken like you become the sun god? Xianxia's previous incarnation was the sun god. He had previously heard that the sun god was the weakest of all the previous incarnations, so he was killed very early on. Immortal Desolate's sacred lord, I want to ask you, if the god position is damaged, how do you repair it? Xianxia asked. Your god position is not damaged, why are you asking this? You painstakingly searched for me for so long, is it just to ask this? Immortal Desolate's sacred lord said. I haven't been looking for you for long. Xianxia laughed and said, I haven't been in the great dragon Desolate domain for long. I mean your previous life. It's that Fu Yun, he sent an avatar puppet here and searched for me for many years. I know your previous life was looking for me but I purposely didn't meet you. Immortal Desolate's sacred lord said. Xianxia can feel that this Immortal Desolate's sacred lord is somewhat biased against him and looks down on him. Why did you deliberately hide my past life? Asked Xianxia. Because he doesn't have a deity position. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said, I only met you after you found your deity position in this life. You've been looking for me for so long, just ask me whatever you want. Xianxia said, the moon god's deity position is damaged and needs to be repaired. How can it be repaired? That depends on the extent of the damage. The moon god's deity position is also in your hands? Immortal Desolate's sacred master asked. No, it is sealed in a place. I will go get it. Xianxia said. The divine position of the moon god was in the immortal graveyard in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The sacred master of Immortal Desolate coldly snorted, you can't even keep your divine position, what kind of moon god are you? Your generation's gods are so weak. If the deity seat is damaged, then so be it. There's no need to repair it. None of you deserve it. Xianxia felt somewhat angry but he could not say anything. He had to help Xianxia restore her divine position. Otherwise, she would be in danger. Immortal Desolate's sacred master, have you never had a body? Xianxia asked. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said, little girl, are you saying that I'm weak and that I only have a head left? No, I just want to say that Big Brother can refine puppets and help you refine a very good body. Xianxia said in a low voice. Little Nianyun, ignore this guy. This bastard is indeed very weak and he's also a coward. After his body was damaged, he can only hide in this place. Xianxia curled his lips and said, little Nianyun, don't care about him, it's a waste of your good intentions. He originally thought that he would be able to have a good conversation with the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master but this Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is very unfriendly towards them. Humph, you destitute sun god, you have the nerve to mock me? How many times have you reincarnated? No matter how many times you reincarnate, you will never be able to regain your divine position. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is also very angry, you have died so many times, you must have offended the heavenly Tao. You can't be the sun god honestly and fight against the heavenly Tao all day long. No wonder you can't live long. Deadhead, what did you say? Xianxia shouted loudly, you bastard, I didn't provoke you. It's all because you gods are useless and can't fight against the 9 sun sects and the Xiaoyang race, causing me to be harmed by these scoundrels in the Immortal Desolate. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said unhappily. Hey, when you were harmed, it was a few epochs ago. I thought the sun god was a matter of this era, what does it have to do with me? Xianxia is also secretly alarmed. I didn't expect that there would be some 9 sun sects and Xiaoyang in a few epochs. That's also because you are useless. If you gods had the ability, you wouldn't have been killed. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master sneered, look at you, how weak you are now. You actually said that you would help me refine a very strong body. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I can indeed temporarily give you a pretty good body. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Ha ha ha, pretty good body? My requirements are very high, I want a body that is at least not afraid of sacred tools. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master laughed loudly and said, do you know why my body was destroyed before? It's because those guys cut corners when they were refining my body. You were refined? Qinyan said with a frown. That's right. I was refined, I guarded the immortal desolate and obeyed the sun god. Originally, every sun god wanted to help me strengthen my body so that I could suppress all kinds of scoundrels in the immortal desolate, but I was quickly forgotten. Back then, my body was destroyed and I escaped with only my head. None of the gods in the divine desolate cared about me at all. They only cared about fighting for power and profit. Also, many gods blamed me for meddling in other people's business and restricting them from building altars in the immortal desolate. When Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said this, he became very agitated. His voice was filled with indignation as he loudly said, I am doing well here and I don't listen to anyone. Those trash gods in the divine desolate have not lived as long as me. They have already died several times and none of them thought of me. Alright, you also have your own difficulties. Qinyan sighed, there might be some misunderstandings between us. I hope we can eliminate the misunderstandings and cooperate again. You are the sun god. When you were the sun god, you didn't think of coming to find me. Only after you fell to the immortal desolate did you think of me. Humph, we have nothing to talk about. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. I don't have any memories of my past life right now. Qinyan said, you can treat me as the new sun god. I promise that I will make it up to you again. What guarantee do you have? Just based on what your mouth says. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's eyes are filled with contempt. He said with ridicule, you don't have the memories of your past life, then you are even weaker. Qinyan suddenly took out the 9-sun divine hammer and said, I obtained this by chance, you should recognize it. 9-sun divine hammer, dead. Although Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said disdainfully, he is still somewhat shocked. Soon after, Qinyan took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said, what is this, do you recognize it? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's eyes flashed with shock again, he indifferently said, sun-suppressing divine arrow, dead. Qinyan raised his hand and a string of beads appeared on his wrist. He said again, do you recognize this? 9-sun divine spirit, alive. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master groaned, so what if you have these? You are the sun god, it is very normal for you to have these things. Do you hate the 9-sun sects very much? Qinyan asked. Extremely. Back when I was an Immortal Desolate, I was bullied unbearably by them. Although the 9 Desolate has experienced several world extermination, I know that they still exist in the 9 Desolate. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Then do you know their sun altar? Qinyan asked again. Of course I know. That is a very hateful thing. Back then I was killed by the sun altar with divine power. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master recalled the past and immediately became very angry. There are 3 sun altars in my hands. Qinyan said. Are you lying? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with disbelief. Qinyan took out the floating cloud pagoda. After Immortal Desolate Sacred Master saw it, he said with frown, this pagoda seems to be the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. I will take you to see my sun altar. Do you dare to come? Qinyan said. Why wouldn't I dare? Your broken pagoda can't trap me. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Qinyan pulled Xianxia into the floating cloud pagoda and arrived at the 20th floor. This is the sun altar, it has been changed to the star god altar. There is another one on the moon's Guanghan palace. Qinyan said. Didn't you say there are 3? What about the other one? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master immediately recognized the small altar, it is the sun altar. The other one is in 9 Nether Realm. That altar is rather bizarre, let me tell you about it. Qinyan said. Qinyan told Immortal Desolate Sacred Master about 9 Nether Realm and Floating Cloud City. After Immortal Desolate Sacred Master finished listening, he said, it seems like you used to be the sect master of a 9-sun sect and were later killed by the other 8 9-sun sects. Maybe so. Qinyan said. He will return to 9 Nether Realms Floating Cloud City in the future. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, now you believe Big Brother. He is very awesome. Xianxia said in low voice. Alright, if you can give me a good body, I am willing to cooperate. Pay attention, it is only cooperation, not as a lackey. I can help Moon God restore her divine position. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Xianxia suddenly asked out of curiosity, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, who refined your body? Why is your head still there even after your body was destroyed? My head was refined by Nine Sun Divine Palace, my body was refined by those gods of Divine Desolate. Those guys, not only did they cut corners when refining my body, they also couldn't keep up with the maintenance and support. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Xianxia took out a Divine Desolate puppet warrior's body that has been beaten to a bit tattered. This is the puppet body he destroyed when he attacked Scarlet Slaughter Sacred City's sun altar. It is a bit tattered, but with your Immortal Desolate Sacred Master strength, you should be able to restore it, right? Xianxia said. Sacred Lord's rebirth. When Xianxia saw the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master praising the tattered puppet's body, he roughly knew how weak the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's original body was. It was actually inferior to the Divine Desolate's puppet warriors. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, your previous body is inferior to this thing? Xianxia said, this thing was brought down from the Divine Desolate by a Nine Sun sect when they were dealing with me. What kind of puppet avatar is this? My original body was really far inferior to this broken thing you gave me. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate side then released a wave of golden saint force that enveloped the heavily damaged puppet body. A scorching hot aura surged out, the intense flame is burning. Since the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master can repair the tattered Divine Desolate puppet warrior by himself, Xianxia doesn't need to torment himself. Why didn't the Nine Yang Divine Palace help you refine a body? Xianxia asked curiously, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? I was created by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. The Nine Yang Divine Palace only refined the head. They let the group of gods help me refine a body so that I can improve my relationship with them. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's face is filled with helplessness as he said again, the Nine Yang Divine Palace wants the Divine Desolate's gods to manage the Nine Desolate and will no longer interfere in the matters of the Nine Suns and Nine Desolate. As for me, I am the last thing the Nine Yang Divine Palace left in the Nine Desolate. Why did the Nine Yang Divine Palace leave? Xianxia asked. I don't know. In any case, everything here was created by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Maybe they found it troublesome and left it alone. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master curled his lips and said, that's why they distributed many deity positions. After obtaining the deity positions, the experts in the Divine Desolate can obtain the power of sacrifice and become stronger through the power of sacrifice. The flames released by the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master are also very strong. Although he only has a head left, the sacred power is still very terrifying. Xianxia and Xianxia have no choice but to stay away because the temperature of the sacred flame is very high. Even Xianxia can't stand it. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master continued, later on, the Divine Desolate people killed each other in order to fight for the deity position. Some powerful people, because they didn't obtain the deity position, they created 9 evil sons. Some created those 9 sun sects. Just like that, the Divine Desolate became a mess. Those guys wanted to control the 9 suns. In addition to other factors, they triggered the destruction of the world. Every now and then, this kind of thing will happen. Xianxia never expected the situation in the Divine Desolate to be so chaotic. The struggle was so intense that it far exceeded his imagination. Then why did the Xianxia race come to find you? Xianxia asked, you should know about this, right? Of course I know. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master chuckled, the reason why the Xianxia race is looking for the Nine Yang Divine Palace is to join them. Xianxia only knew that the Xianxia race was looking for the Nine Yang Divine Palace, he did not know that they wanted to join it. He asked, why did they join the Nine Yang Divine Palace? Of course I want to become stronger. Those guys must have reached a bottleneck and are unable to continue advancing, and only the people in the Nine Yang Divine Palace can break through that bottleneck. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said. Xianxia did not understand that realm, so he did not have any concept of it. However, he knew that it was very important to the upper echelons of the Xianxia race. The flames released by Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master suddenly weakened by a lot. At this moment, a powerful mental power enveloped the body of the puppet that was being burned and began to repair the damaged body. Oh right, the inscription world is also looking for you. Qin said, the inscription world was built by the divine inscription palace, do you understand? Of course I understand. The few great powers of the divine desolate are the evil Yang palace, the divine inscription palace and the Nine Sun sect. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said, they are the same as the evil Yang palace, they are looking for me to find the Nine Yang divine palace. Qin is also very curious about the mysterious Nine Yang divine palace. He asked, do you really know where the Nine Yang divine palace is? Of course I know. Immortal Desolate's sacred master laughed proudly, I can sense where the Nine Yang divine palace is. Of course, with your current strength, it is definitely impossible to go to the Nine Yang divine palace. At the very least, you have to enter the divine desolate. Qin sighed, wanting to go to the divine desolate is easier said than done. Immortal Desolate's sacred master laughed, if it was in the past, it would be very difficult to go to the divine desolate. But what time is it now? It is the period of 9 sun world extermination. The remaining 3 suns will continuously send down a lot of energy. As long as you have enough power and obtain all kinds of resources from the 9 sun, you will be able to arrive very quickly. Qin told Immortal Desolate's sacred master about the Sun God Stone and also told him about the Sun Altar. The 9 Sun sect sent down such precious Sun Altar, is it really for the inscription beasts? Qin asked. The inscription beasts are only one of their targets. Immortal Desolate's sacred master slightly frowned, his expression is cold as he said, the Sun God Stone is just the beginning, there are still other things. Could it be that those guys from the 9 Sun sects know that something is about to descend into the Immortal Desolate? Why would it descend into the Immortal Desolate? And not Sacred Desolate or Divine Desolate? Qin asked. Sacred Desolate is too close to Divine Desolate. If it descends into Sacred Desolate, it will definitely be easily obtained by those guys from Divine Desolate. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said with sneer, only by descending into the Immortal Desolate can they not obtain it. And within the 9 Desolate, the Immortal Desolate has the most life, so of course they will take care of the Immortal Desolate. Speaking up to here, Immortal Desolate's sacred master proudly smiled, furthermore, because of me, Immortal Desolate's sacred master, every time before world extermination, they will take special care of the Immortal Desolate. Qin is secretly happy in his heart. If this is truly the case, then the Immortal Desolate will welcome several rounds of resources from the sun. Even the great powers of Divine Desolate want to obtain those things, it is clear that they are not ordinary. Then, what else will descend after the Sun God Stone? Qin asked, Immortal Desolate's sacred master, you have experienced several world extermination, you must know about it, right? I have always been healing in this desolate domain, I am not too clear about what is happening outside. Immortal Desolate's sacred master curled his lips and said, if I go out during the world extermination, I will definitely be killed. What's more, those bastards will always look for me at this time. Qin is extremely curious, he asked closely, then roughly what will descend? Immortal Desolate's sacred master, you are the only great god who understands the 9 suns, you are the only successor of the 9 Yang divine palace, you definitely know. After being praised by Qin, Immortal Desolate's sacred master chuckled and said, let me make a bold guess. It might be some of the materials inside the sun. They are all high-quality god-tier materials that are rarely seen even in Divine Desolate. Qin is secretly looking forward to it. He feels that the Immortal Desolate will definitely become even more crazy in the future, especially in terms of cultivation and strength. At this moment, the body of the puppet, which was wrapped in flames, started to move. The flames gradually disappeared and a body appeared, it is a tall and sturdy body wearing golden armor, it does not have a head. Immortal Desolate's sacred master's head chuckled as it floated over and connected to the body, perfectly fitting together. Done. Immortal Desolate's sacred master took the initiative and said with a smile, I've finally found a satisfactory body. Qin suddenly took out the instant void immortal iron table and asked, what's going on with this table? About this. I had someone draw it and gave it to your previous life to see if he had the ability to find me. I didn't expect him to be so useless and not be able to find me. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said, you are quite powerful in this life, you have the demeanor of a king of gods. Don't worry, if you follow me, you will definitely become a powerful sun god in the future and rule over all the gods. I don't want to rule over any gods, I just want to hammer all those who persecuted me to death. Qin spread out his hands and said with a smile. His previous life's immortal king Fu Yun was killed by those two great emperors. His previous life's sun god was also besieged to death by a large group of people. Oh, that means you want to hammer a lot of people to death. Even those guys from the Nine-Yang Divine Palace might not be able to do it. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master patted Qin shoulder and said, Kid, you should follow me from now on. None of us will be anyone's lackey, we will only cooperate. That's what you said before. Qin curled his lips and said. After this Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master obtained a body, he actually became so unrestrained. This made Qin feel somewhat amused. Alright, let's cooperate. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master sighed and said, Don't look at me as a puppet, I can also become very strong. This head of mine contains many things related to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Nine Sun Sects, Evil Yang Palace and Divine Inscription Palace are all eager to be my lackeys, yet you are wasting such a good opportunity. Qin said unhappily, Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master, can you stop bragging? You were killed by them back then, they were defeated by you, how could they be willing to be your lackeys? Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master lightly snorted, Don't laugh at me, you were also defeated by them. You are also the God King of Divine Desolate, weren't you also killed by them? You are much worse than me. That's why I want to hammer them to death. Qin said, Alright, what do you plan to do next? Of course I will go to Immortal Desolate and become the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master. With my current strength, I am invincible in Immortal Desolate, they all have to kneel down and lick my boots. Qin asked, Only Golden Immortal Realm and above are allowed to enter the Great Dragon Desolate domain. Your power is far beyond Golden Immortal Realm, how can you still be here? Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master laughed loudly and said, Because I am the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master. The strongest in Immortal Desolate is only an Immortal Emperor. I am a saint-level expert who has surpassed Immortal Emperor, can't I still be an Immortal Desolate? So these desolate domains can't restrict me. Alright, I am going to get rid of Xianxia, are you coming? Qin asked. Of course I am going. Since those evil Yang Palace guys brought Xianxia here, they are giving him to me. I have been wanting to find a decent base for a long time, Xianxia is just right for me. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said. Then let's go. After getting rid of Xianxia, we will return to Immortal Desolate, maybe something big happened there. Qin said. Little demon, do you have any good weapons? Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master asked. No. Qin shook his head and said. Don't lie to me, you must have a lot of good things. I am just borrowing them, not asking for them. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said with mischievous smile. 1547 Chapter 1547 Fled Dragon Blood Spring. Qin thought that the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master was very high and mighty, but he never expected him to be that kind of person. The mountain god of the inscription Divine Mountain is somewhat similar to the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Mutual benefit? Good, 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 I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hand over the weapon, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile. Before, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master did not have a strong body. He was worried that he would be killed after going out. After all, he only had a head left and was very weak. And now, he has obtained a body that is even stronger than before. He naturally became arrogant and began to shout that he is invincible. Here. Qin took out a meteor hammer and said, This is a sacred tool. I only have this one. If you are not satisfied, then I can't do anything about it. Not bad, not bad. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master shook it a few times and said with a mischievous smile, I am very satisfied, it is much better than what I had before. Why are those stingy gods of Divine Desolate not willing to give me something better? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so miserable back then. Qin is somewhat surprised, really? Why do you think the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is so sullen? You don't even have a decent weapon? The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master sighed and said, That's right, now you know how deep my resentment towards those gods is, right? The meteor hammer you gave me is very easy to use, very suitable, I like it very much. How about you give it to me? It's temporarily for you to use. If you want it, then use something to exchange for it. Xianxia smiled and said, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, you are such a wise and divine person, you definitely don't want to owe favors, right? So it would be more appropriate for us to exchange? Who said I don't want to owe favors? I am willing to owe favors, give it to me. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Xianxia is somewhat speechless. When he first met this Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, he was still a bit arrogant, but now he is acting like a hooligan. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, if you like it, why don't you just rob it? You are much stronger than me. Xianxia chuckled. You are the sun god, how could I dare steal your things? The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate chuckled, alright, lend it to me then. When I get something good, I'll exchange it with you. After leaving the Floating Cloud Pagoda, Xianxia stored the Floating Cloud Pagoda. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, I heard that there are many instant void immortal iron and sacred mysterious silver crystal inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest. If you have these things, you can exchange them with me. Xianxia said. I don't have a lot of instant space immortal iron, and I don't have many sacred mysterious silver crystals either. It's not enough to exchange for your weapon. Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate shook his head. How many do you have? Xianxia said with smile, if I feel that it's suitable, seeing that you are the Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate, I will give it to you cheaper. About 7,000 kilograms of instant void immortal iron, 700 kilograms of Saint Profound silver crystal. I want to keep some Saint Profound silver crystal and Saint Profound gold crystal for my own use. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Xianxia thought about it and felt that he needed instant space immortal metal. If he had another 7,000 or so, he would have about 5,000 kilograms of instant space immortal metal. Alright, I will trade with you. Xianxia said. Here you go. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xianxia. He said with mischievous smile, happy cooperation. Xianxia said again, I gave you such a good puppet body, you have to help me restore the moon god's divine position. Definitely, definitely. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, I will definitely be able to restore it, don't worry. I am just waiting for you to bring the divine position back. Strange, why can you restore the divine position? Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. Because I have the power bestowed by the Nine Yang Divine Palace. Didn't you see it just now? I easily restored that body. Just believe me. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Oh right, there was a lot of great dragon blood before, did you control it to flow out? Xianxia recalled this matter and asked. Of course I controlled it. The great dragon blood is used to nourish those few dragon teeth. Did you get the dragon teeth? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. I got it. Why are there dragon teeth there? Xianxia also thought of those dragon teeth, they are very good sacred tier materials. Originally, I wanted to soak in the great dragon blood for a period of time to make the dragon teeth stronger and then refine my own body. But now I don't need it, I will also give you the great dragon blood. I will take you to the place where the great dragon blood is. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. After speaking, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master put his hand on Xianxia's shoulder. It seems like their relationship is very good. He brought Xianxia and Xianxia out of the curtain. After coming out, Huatonggan and Great Elder Fu Yun's family are very shocked because they saw the formidable Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Greetings, Sacred Master. Great Elder's family immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Everyone get up, you have been guarding here for a long time. As the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master spoke, he took out a few stones and handed them over. He said, these are mysterious Saint Gold crystals. Each one weighs 10 genes. This is your reward. You can absorb the energy inside and cultivate a powerful sacred body and sacred spirit. Many thanks, Sacred Master. That family very gratefully thanked. They can now see that Xianxia and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's relationship is very good. Let's go, I will take you to that flood dragon blood spring. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master seems like he can't wait to go out. He has waited for so many years and finally obtained a very good body. Moreover, he is the most powerful existence in Immortal Desolate, so he naturally wants to go out and have some fun. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master controlled the white peacock to fly back and brought Xianxia and the Great Elder's family to the other end of the crack. Over there is a huge red pearl. It is being wrapped up by some kind of power and no longer flowing out of the blood spring. Is it really dragon blood? Xianxia asked. Of course it is not dragon blood. In short, it has dragon blood aura. Don't worry about where it came from, this is a very good thing. Immortal Desolate's sacred master waved his hand and brought out the large pearl. Xianxia took out the small bottle and let the pearl enter. His small bottle was filled with a large amount of flood dragon blood and also the evil dragon mountain's energy source. The liquid inside is currently evolving. And now another pearl has entered, it is even more unknown what kind of thing it will evolve into. Let's go, we will go out and exterminate Xianxia. Immortal Desolate's sacred master shouted. Xianxia put away the small bottle, he is very excited in his heart. He also found it very strange, why did Immortal Desolate's sacred master suddenly become so polite to him? Before, Immortal Desolate's sacred master looked down on trash sun god like him. Xiaoyun, Immortal Desolate's sacred master is just a small character. Don't look at how awesome he is in Immortal Desolate. After he goes to Divine Desolate, he is just a very weak little thing. You gave him a very strong body and you have so many good things in your hands. As long as you are not blind, you can see that your future is boundless. It is normal for him to curry favor with you. This bastard, before he wanted to take me as his little brother, does he think I am a fool? Xianxia secretly despised Immortal Desolate's sacred master. He thinks that you don't have the sun god's memory, so he wants to trick you. If you are really willing, then he will make a big profit. In any case, he doesn't need to pay any cost. Ling Yun'er said. After listening to Ling Yun'er's analysis, Xianxia understood that Immortal Desolate's sacred master must be afraid of poverty. He has been hiding in this damned place for many years and did not dare to go out. Now he suddenly obtained a very strong body and also obtained the sacred tool meteor hammer given to him by Xianxia. This gave him unprecedented strength, so he secretly admires Xianxia. The white peacock flies very fast, it is also a very strong inscription beast. Because Immortal Desolate's sacred master has some sacred Xian crystals, he can subdue this powerful bird beast. Immortal Desolate's sacred master, do you still want this white peacock in the future? Xianxia asked. I don't want it after I leave Great Dragon Desolate Domain, do you want it? Immortal Desolate's sacred master asked. How about this, you let the white peacock follow little Nianyun, she likes this beautiful white peacock. Xianxia looked at Xianyun and said with smile. No problem, as long as the white peacock is willing. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said with smile. Thank you Immortal Desolate's sacred master. Xianyun is very pleasantly surprised and immediately expressed her gratitude. Haha, you are welcome, you are welcome. Immortal Desolate's sacred master suddenly moved closer to Xianxuan's ear and said in low voice, Brat, you owe me a favor, you will have to repay it in the future. Alright. Xianxuan knew that this Immortal Desolate's sacred master is not someone who is easy to deal with. Less than half a day later, the white peacock is flying in the dense black fog. Suddenly, a very large lizard dragon appeared in front of him. This lizard dragon is like a small floating island. Its wings are very large, its wingspan is more than 1,000 meters. Moreover, its entire body is covered in armor, its head is like a small mountain, there are 2 red light-emitting eyes on it. The most terrifying thing is that when the thunder and lightning hit the lizard dragon's body, it did not have any effect at all. This lizard dragon is bigger than the ones we have seen before. It seems like it is a very strong evil sun saint dragon. Xianxia said. Xianxia and others are on the back of the white peacock. They can clearly see that there are many people on the back of the evil sun saint dragon. They are all from the evil sun race. In comparison, the white peacock looks very small. We have been discovered. Hua Tonggan said. The evil sun saint dragon suddenly turned around and flapped its incomparably large bat wings. The scales on its wings trembled and released waves of black evil energy. Walala, black lightning overflowed from between the gaps of those huge scales and rushed towards the white peacock along with a burst of astral wind. Although the white peacock is also very big, in front of the huge evil sun saint dragon, it is like a chicken in front of an elephant. Lightning filled with evil power, it is like a torrential downpour. The astral wind is filled with ruthless aura, it feels like it is cutting people's bodies with knives. It's been so many years, why is the evil sun race still this kind of thing? Nothing new. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master coldly groaned and said. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master, can you kill this thing? Xianxia said. Of course I can. I am the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master, I am an invincible existence in the Immortal Desolate, let alone this great dragon desolate domain. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master laughed loudly and said, watch how I destroy this dragon. 1548 Chapter 1548 Sacred Lord's Might. After Xianxia and others heard this, they are somewhat shocked and looked at each other. Since when did this evil forest become Xianxia race's territory? Xianxia doesn't know whether to laugh or cry as he loudly asked. Suddenly, someone said in low voice, Great Commander, the guy who spoke just now is that Xianxia. I heard that this bastard is some old ancestor Fu Yun. The Great Commander standing on the dragon's head is wearing black battle armor and holding a huge battle axe. When he looked at Xianxia, his eyes flickered with red lightning and shouted, Xianxia? Are you Fu Yun sect master? That's right, I am Xianxia. Xianxia said. Today you trespassed into our Xianxia race's territory, you will become our slave. If you don't want to suffer, don't resist us, the old man said. Such big words. Who do you think you are? Xianxia said with sneer. I am the great commander sent by the Xianxia race, my body is being tempered in sacred desolate. And I will soon find the immortal desolate sacred master's dog head, then I will occupy the entire great dragon desolate domain. Great Commander Xianxia loudly said, his tone is extremely arrogant. This is infuriating, I have lived for so long and never seen such an arrogant person. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master pointed at Great Commander Xianxia, he is trembling with anger and said, bullshit, you are dead for sure. You dare scold me? You little ant, you are truly reckless. Great Commander Xianxia angrily rebuked. That huge Xianxia Saint Dragon opened its mouth and roared, spewing out powerful black thunder and lightning. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master punched forward, the Golden Saint power is incomparably powerful, it directly tore apart the surrounding space, the powerful thunder and lightning spewing out by the Xianxia Saint Dragon were also instantly dispersed. Xianxia and the others sensed the powerful saint power and are secretly alarmed in their hearts, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's strength is truly terrifying. Just now when he punched, the space of the great dragon desolate domain could not withstand it, it directly tore open many spatial cracks. If it was anyone else who had the power to surpass the limit of the great dragon desolate domain, they would have already been squeezed out of the spatial cracks. But Immortal Desolate Sacred Master was not squeezed out of the spatial cracks, it can be seen that he is truly being specially taken care of. Xianxia race people are also extremely shocked, they can clearly feel the dreadfulness of that power. You, who are you? Great Marshal Xianxia asked. I am the Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate you are looking for. As he spoke, the Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate had already jumped above the evil Sun Dragon. Boom, the Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate's palm faced downwards and smashed down. A gigantic golden handprint appeared, pressing down like a mountain. Golden waves of air surged, blowing away all the black gas in the surroundings. The thick fog above the dead mountain evil jungle and the evil aura that shrouded the flood dragon desolate domain were blown away, the white peacock flapped its wings to stabilize its body and was not blown too far away. At that moment, Xianxia also took out a soul-sealing pearl. A large number of remnant souls are about to appear. He wants to collect those remnant souls, rumble. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's giant hand fell from the sky like a mountain and landed on Xianxia Saint Dragon. A huge tremor erupted. The dead mountain evil jungle seemed like it was about to explode as it fell into waves of violent tremors. The Xianxia Saint Dragon let out a loud roar, and the Xianxia warrior on the dragon's back was instantly killed. A large number of remnant souls, accompanied by waves of energy, rushed all around. Xianxia promptly flew out. Through Nether Sun's power, he sensed those remnant souls and absorbed them into the soul-sealing pearl. Just now, it was like a violent gale and torrential rain, but it did not last for long. The Xianxia Saint Dragon has been killed, it turned into a golden flame that floated down and burned the earth below. The Xianxia race's great commander also died without leaving any dregs. And now, the thick fog that shrouded the dead mountain evil jungle has been completely dispersed. The evil aura in the air has also been dispersed. the long-awaited blue sky finally appeared. 3 suns shone down and illuminated the mysterious dead mountain evil jungle. Qin Yin sighed endlessly in his heart. The immortal desolate sacred master's strength is truly dreadful. He killed all the Xiaoyang race warriors in one move. I still haven't used my full strength. If I use a bit more strength, I am worried that the flood dragon desolate domain will be destroyed by me. Immortal desolate sacred master curled his lips and said. Qin Yin flew to the white peacock's back in shock. He knows that the immortal desolate sacred master is not bragging, he truly has that kind of strength. Those guys might have already attacked the floating cloud heavenly mountain. How did they get so many powerful things so quickly? Qin Yin suddenly said. Xiaoyang can teleport many things. When they attacked me, there were 3 Xiaoyangs in the sky. Immortal desolate sacred master said. So that's how it is. Qin Yin is somewhat shocked. Let's go, we need to take down that Xiaoyang as soon as possible. They can't deal with me now, they also don't know that I have appeared. I can easily take down that Xiaoyang. Immortal desolate sacred master said with smile. The white peacock very quickly flew out of the dead mountain evil jungle. Honglong Mountain is the closest to the dead mountain evil jungle, Qin Yin told the white peacock to fly towards Honglong Mountain. Not long after, they saw Honglong Mountain. Immortal desolate sacred master said, Xiaoyang race's aura is over there. You guys go deal with them first, I will not take action for now. If you guys are really no match for them, I will take action. Qin Yin knows that the immortal desolate sacred master doesn't want to expose too much power to avoid being discovered by Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang ran away, it would be a great pity. Great Elder, Honglong Mountain is in front of us. They are surrounded by Xiaoyang race, you guys should also take action and help. Qin Yin said. No problem, that great elder has let Qin Yin down before, now he will do whatever Qin Yin says. Qin Yin nodded and said, let's go. Qin Yin, Xianxia and Hua Tonggan quickly jumped off the white peacock's back and flew towards Honglong Mountain. The great elder and his family can't fly, they can only run on the ground after landing. Outside Honglong Mountain, there is a large group of pitch-black people, some of them even have dragon scales. Evil dragon generals? Qin Yin said in his heart, it seems like the Xiaoyang race has launched an all-out attack, they want to occupy the great dragon desolate domain. Xiao Yun, there are evil dragon generals and devil slaves, moreover they are all golden immortal level. Ling Yin'er said, those Xiaoyang race people are using very strong power. And, there are more than 10,000 of them. It seems like they really value the head of the immortal desolate sacred master very much. Qin Yin is secretly alarmed, then sent a sound transmission to Xianxia, telling her to pay attention to those evil dragon generals. Honglong Mountain is protected by a very strong barrier, the Xiaoyang race people can only attack from outside, they can't attack inside. But if this goes on, Honglong Mountain will be breached sooner or later, Qin Yin is the first to rush over. When he landed on the ground, his body erupted with an incomparably ferocious supergravity, the evil dragon generals on the ground were all pressed to the ground, and the ground in that area also sank a few meters. Old ancestor Fu Yun is here. Kill your way out. Hong Quangang suddenly shouted. At the same time, the people inside Honglong Mountain rushed out one after another. After Qin Yin landed, he released tree claws and tree vines and wrapped around many evil dragon generals. Because the tree claws and tree vines contain overwhelming righteous power, it is very difficult for those evil dragon generals to struggle free, and at this time a large group of people suddenly flew over from afar. It is the people of North Wind Valley and Songshuan sect, Qin Yin's Fu Yun staff crazily swept out. A single strike could shatter an evil dragon general, and when it swept out, it would break a large number of evil dragon generals' bodies. Qin Yin's sudden appearance is something the Xiaoyang race did not expect. Not far away, a few huge Xiaoyang saint dragons suddenly rushed over. Just now, the people of North Wind Valley and Songshuan sect were hiding far away. They also knew that the Xiaoyang race was focusing their attacks on Honglong Mountain, so they rushed over to help. The Xiaoyang race sensed that someone was hiding nearby, so they let the Xiaoyang saint dragons carry people to search nearby. And Qin Yin's sudden appearance is something the North Wind Valley and Songshuan sect did not expect. The Xiaoyang race did not expect it at all, Xianxia and Huatonggan both have very strong weapons in their hands. When they hit the evil dragon generals, they can cause very heavy injuries. Roar! Qin suddenly summoned a nether-realm heavenly lion. Little Ming, go all out and kill! Qin shouted. He has not summoned a nether-realm heavenly lion for a very long time. The main reason is that the nether-realm heavenly lion died once before, so he feels somewhat guilty towards it. The nether-realm heavenly lion will increase along with Qin's strength, so it has become extremely terrifying. Basically, it can kill an evil dragon general with a single claw. Hongquangang, Sect Master Xianxia and Sect Master Bei Feng are also very strong golden immortals. They specialize in dealing with the powerful Xiaoyang race warriors that can threaten Qin and the others. This way, Qin and the others can focus on dealing with the evil dragon generals and devil slaves. The disciples of the three great sects are all very strong. There are more than 10,000 of them. When they rushed into the battlefield, the battle became extremely intense. Although there are tens of thousands of Xiaoyang warriors hiding nearby, they are now completely defeated. The main reason is because of the tree claws and vines that Qin released. They came out from the ground and grabbed many Xiaoyang race warriors at once. Not only can Qin restrain a large number of Xiaoyang race warriors, his own strength is also extremely violent. Especially his floating cloud rod. Wherever it goes, not a single armor is left behind. Bodies are all broken into pieces. The battlefield is filled with violence, death aura filled the air and miserable screams are unceasing. Kill! On the head of the gigantic Xiaoyang Saint Dragon, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Kill them all in one fell swoop." The Xiaoyang Saint Dragon is finally going to appear. Waves of powerful evil dragon pressure suddenly enveloped the battlefield. A few gigantic Xiaoyang Saint Dragons flew in the sky and surrounded the battlefield. Then, they flapped their wings and released waves of lightning energy from all directions. Humph, the ones who will be killed in one fell swoop are you all. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master could not help but take action. In an instant, he appeared on the back of an Xiaoyang Saint Dragon. When he landed, a very strong saint power condensed under his feet. He stepped on the dragon's back and injected the saint power into the Xiaoyang Saint Dragon's body. Many golden cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the pitch-black Xiaoyang Saint Dragon. Its body exploded from the saint power that was injected into it. Bang! The ferocious and powerful Xiaoyang Saint Dragon's huge body suddenly exploded in the air, turning into many pieces that burned with golden flames and scattered all over the sky. The people on the ground are all stunned, especially Sect Master Xianxia and the others. Attack Xiaoyang Chapter 1549. Attack Xiaoyang. The immortal desolate sacred master finally made his move and killed a huge Xiaoyang Saint Dragon, shocking everyone present. When the Xiaoyang race warriors saw the immortal desolate sacred master's formidable power, they immediately panicked. Some of the leaders who were afraid of death quickly retreated from the battlefield. Finish this quickly, the immortal desolate sacred master shouted. His body surged with saint power as he charged towards another Xiaoyang Saint Dragon. When he arrived, he saw that the Xiaoyang Saint Dragon was about to escape. He shot out a golden lightning bolt from afar. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder shook the heaven and earth as the violent thunder poured into the Xiaoyang Saint Dragon's body. Following a burst of explosion, the huge lizard dragon's body immediately exploded. The huge body exploded in the air, fragments and golden mist pervaded the air. It is like a burning golden cloud of fire. Everyone is extremely alarmed, especially the three great sect masters. They don't know who this person is. How can he be so terrifying? With the immortal desolate sacred master slaying the dragons in the sky, Qin and the others are much more at ease dealing with the evil dragon generals on the ground. They don't need to worry about attacks from the sky. Although the number of evil dragon generals and devil slaves is very large and their power is very berserk, the elite disciples of the three great sects are not weak either. In addition, Qin released a large number of tree claws and tree vines. The people of the three great sects can avoid being attacked. In just a short period of time, a large number of evil dragon generals and devil slaves have been killed. And the Xiaoyang Saint Dragon in the sky is like fireworks. It is being attacked by the immortal desolate sacred master. Qin is very clear that the immortal desolate sacred master did not use his full strength, otherwise the surrounding space would have definitely cracked. Compared to before, the immortal desolate sacred master is very restrained. The reason why the immortal desolate sacred master wants to end the battle quickly is so that he can quickly go to the Xiaoyang race after dealing with the Xiaoyang race warriors here. He is worried that the Xiaoyang race will escape. Qin Yan also paid attention to the escaping Xiaoyang race people. He ordered the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion to chase and kill them one by one. I won't wait for you, I'll go first. The immortal desolate sacred master is extremely anxious. He hastily rushed towards the black Xiaoyang. Without the threat of the few huge evil Sun Saint dragons, Qin Yun and the others will have a much easier time. In addition, a large number of evil dragon generals and devil slaves have been killed, they won't have any pressure. Xiao Yenyun, Hua Tonggan, you two stay here. Qin Yun shouted. Having said that, Qin Yun flew towards Xiaoyang as well. At the same time, he released a devouring power and attracted a large number of remnant souls to him. As he ran, he kept the remnant souls into the soul-sealing pearl. Although there were still a few evil dragon generals on the battlefield, they were struggling to escape as they were chased by the disciples of the three great sections. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's speed is very fast, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun used the floating immortal rune ability and chased closely behind, following the aura left behind by the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master runs very fast. Qin Yun said in his heart. Of course. Ling Yin'er said, he is the Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate. Although he is very strong, I feel that he has not recovered his full strength. Is this true? Qin Yun asked, it looks very strong, especially the Saint power. I'm guessing he's on par with those great emperors. This might be because he was injured back then, and he still hasn't fully recovered. Ling Yin'er smiled and said, his body was destroyed back then, and his head must have been severely injured when he escaped. No wonder this guy doesn't dare to run around, he can only hide here. Qin Yun sighed and said, I hope he is not that weak. Immortal Desolate is very chaotic right now, if he goes out, he should be able to manage it well, right? It's hard to say. Ling Yin'er said. When the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master rushed over, he released a power that dispersed the black clouds in the sky. The sky above the Great Dragon Desolate Domain has already returned to its original appearance. The three suns are not obscured, one can clearly see the azure sky. And the Xiaoyang in the distance is releasing a black evil aura. Qin Yun saw the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master in front of him. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's speed is very fast. When he rushed over, he threw a palm attack from far away. A spatial vibration wave arrived and the surrounding space cracked with a hua 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 sound. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is now using a very strong power, the space of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain is unable to withstand it. The space violently fluctuated and a large area of the space cracked open. The giant palm formed from the Golden Saint energy was incomparably huge. From afar, it looked like a giant golden mountain moving at high speed in the sky. Accompanied by the waves of Saint energy, it charged towards the huge black demonic sun in the sky. Boom! After the palm power of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master rushed over and hit the Xiaoyang, a burst of golden light burst out, the surrounding space was once again shaken by the palm power. Qin Yun also stopped at this time because the distant place is pitch black, the space there has been torn apart. Fortunately, the self-healing speed of the space is very fast, the torn and blasted space immediately recovered. The black Xiaoyang was still floating steadily in the air. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master stopped in front of the Xiaoyang, his expression is very solemn. Qin Yun is also very scared. He thought that the palm attack of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master would be able to knock the Xiaoyang to the ground. Xiao Yun, Xiaoyang is very strong. He did not succeed. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. Qin Yun landed on the ground and quietly rushed towards the huge Xiaoyang. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master does not believe it, he threw another punch. The huge golden fist shadow shook the heaven and earth, tore the space and rushed towards the Xiaoyang. Boom! The power of this punch is even more violent, the heaven and earth is suddenly engulfed by a golden storm. Qin Yun faced the wind on the ground, it is very difficult for him to move. Even though he cultivated Immortal Devil Sacred Body, his whole body is in pain from the golden storm. The gigantic Xiaoyang managed to block another attack, the space around Xiaoyang has been torn apart, It should have fallen into another space, but it is still floating steadily above the Great Dragon Desolate Domain space. Qin Yun is very shocked. Xiaoyang is actually so stable, he thought that the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master can easily take down Xiaoyang. Xiaoyun, quickly go over. Although the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is very strong, that Xiaoyang is from Divine Desolate, it is an incomparably powerful divine tool, how can it be broken so easily? Ling Yin'er said. Then can I break it? Qin Yun is blocking the gale, he also has the thought of giving up. Give it a try. Ling Yin'er said, your floating cloud rod, 9 Sun Divine Hammer, 9 Sun Divine Soul are all very strong, maybe you can take away that Xiaoyang. Alright, I will give it a try. Qin Yun nodded. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master did not continue to attack because he knows that his power is not enough to break Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is much stronger than he imagined. The gale stopped, Qin Yun concealed his aura, concealed himself on the ground and rushed towards Xiaoyang. Just as he was rushing over, Xiaoyang suddenly shot out a black light beam. Xiaoyang started counterattacking. He is attacking the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master groaned. He spread out his hands. Saint power rushed out of his body and condensed into a huge golden shield. Bang! The black light beam hit the golden shield and immediately dispersed. It cannot break through the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's defense. Xiaoyang suddenly started rotating slowly. Many black boulders suddenly fell from the sky above the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Those are huge black meteorites. They are wrapped in black electric fire, dragging a long black tail. They are rushing down like lightning, one after another. The meteorites hit the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's body at an extremely fast speed, producing a series of trembling sounds. Qin Yun looked up and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Those crazily falling black meteorites kept falling. They all hit the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's body. Every moment, there are several meteorites, each of them carrying an incomparably violent energy. Still the same old trick? Scram! The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes under his thick eyebrows emitted a golden mist. He shot out 2 golden beams. After the 2 beams of golden light shot out, they suddenly became incomparably thick and shot back all the falling black meteorites. At this moment, Xiaoyang's voice came out. It was filled with ridicule. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, I never thought that you could actually create such a good body. But this time, you are much weaker than before, ha ha ha. You still remember me? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said in shock. I am the spirit of Xiaoyang, I can be considered as the artifact soul. Of course I remember you. Xiaoyang's voice echoed in Zhong Yu's ears. He mocked, I remember your pathetic state back then. The Immortal Desolate Saint Lord sent by the 9 Yang Divine Palace to guard the Immortal Baron is just a piece of sh*t to us. Xiaoyang race, you bunch of bastards. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master exploded in anger. He punched Xiaoyang again. Don't waste your energy, I can't kill you here, you can't kill me either. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang laughed, although I can't release a very strong power to attack you, I have other ways to capture you. A strong suction force suddenly rushed out. The crazily spinning Xiaoyang produced a suction force and locked onto the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Whether we can find the 9 Yang Divine Palace or not, it's all up to you. Xiaoyang laughed wildly. Weak Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, surrender. Everything in the surroundings was sucked in by Xiaoyang. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master used his strongest power. He tried to fly away from the range of Xiaoyang's suction force. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is not his match, it's all up to me now. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud staff and said, Yun'er, get ready. I will do my best to release the strongest Nether Sun gravity, make the floating cloud staff very heavy. Ling Yun'er said, Nether Sun can definitely restrain Xiaoyang. Qin Yun is already very close to Xiaoyang. He arrived below him. He is not affected by the suction force because he has the gravity domain. The floating cloud staff in his hand suddenly became very long, very large and very quickly extended towards Xiaoyang. Boom! The floating cloud staff condensed the Nether Sun's gravity. The floating cloud staff also became very heavy, coupled with the high speed, it caused the momentum to become even stronger. The most dreadful thing is that after the floating cloud staff condensed the gravity, it exploded out several times. That's why it pierced through the surface of Xiaoyang. Isn't this too easy? Qin Yun is very surprised. Xiaoyang is going to suck an immortal desolate sacred master, so his defense is not that strong. Ling Yuner said with smile, also, it seems like Xiaoyang is unable to defend against the Nether Sun's power. The divine hammer unleashes its power when Qin Yun's floating cloud rod pierced through Xiaoyang. Even the immortal desolate saint master who was watching from afar was shocked. He knew that Qin Yun was the reincarnation of the sun god, but his cultivation was very low, so he had never taken Qin Yun's power seriously. But now, Qin Yun had pierced through Xiaoyang's defense. One had to know that the immortal desolate Saint Lord had attacked Xiaoyang a few times before and none of them could do anything to him. Hence, he knew how strong Xiaoyang's defense was. Therefore, when he saw Qin Yun pierce through Xiaoyang, he felt that Qin Yun possessed the power of the sun god. Xiaoyang was enraged. He let out an angry roar, "Who the hell are you? How dare you hurt me?" At the same time, Xiaoyang stopped his suction force, allowing the immortal desolate Saint Lord to break free. Suddenly, Qin Yun felt the floating cloud rod trembling. Surges of energy surged out from Xiaoyang and were transmitted down through the floating cloud rod. "Little Yun, quickly retract!" Ling Yuner shouted softly. Qin Yun quickly pulled the floating cloud rod back, but it seemed like the floating cloud rod was being sucked in by Xiaoyang's power. "What should I do?" Qin Yun was alarmed. "Should I give up on the floating cloud staff?" Ling Yuner said, "Make the floating cloud staff bigger." Qin Yun immediately did as he was told and made the floating cloud staff even thicker. Every time the floating cloud staff expanded, it would consume Qin Yun's energy. As Qin Yun's cultivation increases, the floating cloud staff will also become bigger and longer. Under Qin Yun's control, the floating cloud rod suddenly grew bigger, only the part that entered Xiaoyang became bigger. "Immortal desolate sacred master, quickly come and help!" Qin Yun suddenly shouted. He cannot give up on the floating cloud staff because the star god altar is still inside. The immortal desolate sacred master was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed to Qin Yun's side and asked in astonishment, "Kid, you recovered your divine power?" "Of course not." Qin Yun said, "Quickly hold it and pour your power into it." The end that Qin Yun was holding did not become bigger, it was still the normal size, but the other end became very big. After the sacred master of Immortal Desolate clenched his fists, he said in a low voice, "I'll begin." "All right." Qin Yun shouted. Suddenly, the floating cloud staff vibrated. After the sacred master of the Immortal Desolate region injected his power into the floating cloud staff, it shook violently. Qin Yun also felt the powerful saint energy. He quickly controlled the saint energy to rush up the floating cloud staff. At the same time, Xiaoyang was also releasing a surge of energy through the floating cloud rod. Thankfully, the immortal desolate Saint Lord was able to channel his saint power in time, repelling Xiaoyang's energy. "It's stable." Qin Yun felt relieved. "This 9-sun sky-raising pagoda is really amazing. It's as terrifying as the legends say." Immortal Desolate Sacred Master exclaimed. He was secretly delighted because Xiaoyang was most likely going to be captured. Xiaoyang's angry and shocked voice resounded in the heaven and earth, "Who are you? Why are you asking so many questions?" Qin Yun said, "You are going to be finished soon, just speak less." "You bastard." Xiaoyang shouted angrily, "I will not be finished. I've lived through a few eras, how can I be destroyed by ants like you?" The immortal desolate Saint Lord was now channeling all of his energy into the floating cloud rod and into Xiaoyang's body. "Xiaoyang, you will die today." Immortal desolate Saint Lord laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I admit that you all have some skills, but can you really destroy me? The 9 suns have been destroyed a few times, but I have not been destroyed even once. In the 9 desolate, no one can destroy me." Xiaoyang laughed loudly. The whole Xiaoyang was now trembling, it was obvious that it was affected by something. Suddenly, the space around Xiaoyang fluctuated. "Not good, he is going to run," Ling Yuner said. Immortal Desolate Saint Lord gritted his teeth and cursed, "Xiaoyang is going to run? Hold on, I'm going to attack." Qin Yun suddenly took out the 9-sun divine hammer. "This thing is dead, it's useless, right?" Immortal Desolate Saint Lord said anxiously. Qin Yun still had 1,000 inner core fragments, he took out 500 and let the 9-sun divine hammer absorb them. Very quickly, the 9-Sun Divine Hammer absorbed 500 inner core fragments. What are you doing? Immortal Desolate Saint Lord was shocked. He didn't expect the 9-Sun Divine Hammer to come back to life. Qin Yin jumped high up in the sky, his arm suddenly swelled up and many Nether Sun totems appeared on his arm. Now, not only the Nether Sun totems with Heavenly Tao's ferocious aura, there are also Heavenly Tao's flame violent Nether Sun totems. The small Divine Hammer also came out of Qin Yin's body and entered the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, becoming its tool spirit. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer suddenly became very big. Qin Yin held the hammer handle with both hands. This is the 9-Sun Divine Hammer? Xianxia's voice is filled with fear. Yuner, go all out. Qin Yin said in low voice. All right. Ling Yuner immediately released the Nether Sun's power and poured it into the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer suddenly turned pitch black and Nether Sun totems appeared on its surface. Most of Qin Yin's power has been poured into the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. Now the 9-Sun Divine Hammer is violently trembling, the space around it is also fluctuating along with the trembling of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. Qin Yin let out a loud roar, he threw the 9-Sun Divine Hammer towards Xiaoyang who was right in front of him. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer rotated, while flying, it suddenly became very big, the hammer head is like a huge mountain. The whole body of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer is golden red in color. On its surface there is a majestic and imposing Nether Sun totem. The power released from inside the hammer is very ferocious and mighty. The rotating Divine Hammer can now absorb the power of the 3 suns in the sky. It can be seen that the 3 suns shot down 3 beams of light and entered into the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. This way, the power of the 9-Sun Divine Hammer has become even more ferocious. When the 9-Sun Divine Hammer rotated, the space around it is like a raging sea. After it was torn apart, a pitch-black tyrannical space appeared and violently fluctuated. The space around Xiaoyang is also being disturbed by the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, causing Xiaoyang to be unable to teleport away. Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord is tongue-tied, looking at the huge and dreadful Divine Hammer flying over. The buzzing vibration caused him to feel incomparably shocked. The rotating Divine Hammer finally hit Xiaoyang. Its power is incomparably dreadful. The power that burst out seems like it can tear apart several layers of space. At that moment, the entire Flood Dragon Desolate Domain space is fluctuating, as if it is about to collapse. 9-Sun Divine Hammer. 9-Sun Divine Hammer. Who are you? Who are you? Xiaoyang shouted in fear and Nether Sun. After being hit, the surface of Xiaoyang suddenly cracked, many golden cracks appeared on it. The 9-Sun Divine Hammer suddenly shrunk, turned into a beam of light and returned to Qin Yin's hand. This Xiaoyang is finished. Qin Yin landed beside Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord, grabbed the floating cloud rod and vigorously shook it. Rumble, the entire Xiaoyang exploded in an instant, releasing a large amount of golden light. Xiaoyang originally had a very powerful energy source inside it. When it exploded, the core of Xiaoyang was also absorbed by Qin Yin through the floating cloud rod and was hidden inside the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yin only felt that something has entered the floating cloud rod, he doesn't know what it is. The space is about to collapse. Qin Yin shouted, he also kept the floating cloud rod. Great, finally killed Xiaoyang, ha ha ha. Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord is very happy, he laughed again and again. He originally wanted to take Xiaoyang away and make it his nest, but he also knew that with his current strength, forget about taking Xiaoyang away, even killing him will not be easy. Now, Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord finally witnessed the power of the Sun God. Even if his cultivation is very low, at the most crucial moment, he can obtain the protection of the Sun God. Just now, the 3 suns in the sky gave Qin Yin a lot of help, allowing the 9-Sun Divine Hammer to obtain a very strong power. Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord, the Flood Dragon Desolate Domain is about to collapse. What should we do? Qin Yin asked. Don't worry, leave it to me, I will stabilize the space here. Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord immediately released his powerful saint power, stabilizing the shaking space. Not long after, the Flood Dragon Desolate Domain stabilized, the surrounding space that was torn apart gradually healed. The people outside of Honglong Mountain all saw the giant evil sun explode in the distance, especially Hua Tonggan. He is the most shocked, because Qin Yin said before that he will take down Xiaoyang. Although he did not take it down now, Xiaoyang exploded. The people of the three sects are extremely shocked. They all think that it was done by old ancestor Fu Yun. And those Xiaoyang race warriors who are still struggling at death's door, all of them are wailing in grief, shouting things like, Xiaoyang will not die, Xiaoyang will live as long as the heavens. Even though they are saying that, they know that Xiaoyang has truly exploded. There are a total of 9 Xiaoyang, they have existed for several eras, they have never been destroyed since they were created. But now, one of them has been destroyed, and it is even in a low-level space. If it was destroyed in the Divine Desolate or the mysterious Ninth Desolate, it would still be acceptable, but now, it was destroyed in a desolate domain in the Immortal Desolate. Not only did Qin Yun destroy the Sun Altar, he also destroyed Xiaoyang. He is now completely at odds with the Xiaoyang race and 9 Sun sects, these two superpowers. He feels that there is nothing to be afraid of. This is also something he should do. Because when he was the Sun God, he was already killed by these people. Furthermore, back in the Heart-Yang realm, he was already fighting against the Xiaoyang race. Qin Yun has expended a lot of energy just now, he is now very weak. Immortal Desolate Saint Master placed his palm on Qin Yun's back. He injected saint power and sighed, a god king is indeed a god king, even though he is in dire straits, he is still awesome. I have lived for so long, but I have never heard of a Xiaoyang being killed. You have already destroyed a Xiaoyang, what will happen in the future? Qin Yun smiled and said, Immortal Desolate Saint Master, you are still the best, you even wanted to take me in as your little brother. Immortal Desolate Saint Master smiled awkwardly, but I did not see that you have such great potential. Qin Yun's expression suddenly turned serious, he said, we cannot let our guard down, I can kill Xiaoyang this time mainly because I was in the Flood Dragon Desolate domain. If I was in the Immortal Desolate, it would be hard to say. Send you to heaven. The Great Dragon Barren region was invaded by the Xiaoyang celestial race, but after killing Xiaoyang, everyone in the Great Dragon Barren region was overjoyed. Especially when he saw the blue sky and the 3 suns again. After killing Xiaoyang, Qin Yun and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master flew back to the Honglong Mountain. After arriving, Qin Yun took out the soul sealing pearl and placed the remnant souls in. Big brother, are you alright? When Xianxia saw Qin Yun return, her worried heart finally relaxed. She jogged over and held Qin Yun's hand. Of course I'm fine, Qin Yun said with smile. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun's body to make sure that he is fine. She was worried that Qin Yun might be injured due to the huge commotion caused by his attack on Xiaoyang. Hong Quangang, Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Tsongxuan, as well as Niu Tianquang and Old Man Song, all hurriedly walked over to greet Ancestor Floating Cloud. My matters have been settled. If you have the opportunity in the future, you should go to Immortal Desolate more often. Qin Yun said with smile, I will be returning to Immortal Desolate, there are many things waiting for me to handle there. Ancestor, then take care. If you have time, you should come and visit us. Old Man Song laughed. Got it. Qin Yun smiled. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master did not say anything to them. He could not wait to leave the Great Dragon Desolate domain. He called the white peacock over and had it turn into a very small bird before handing it over to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed to be able to obtain the white peacock and immediately thanked the Immortal Desolate Sacred Leader. Hua Tonggan, follow me, Qin Yun said. He needs a powerful golden immortal like Hua Tonggan to guard the Divine Inscription Mountain. What worried Qin Yun was that he was now at the Golden Immortal Realm. He did not know if he could enter Inscription Divine Mountain. One must know that the Inscription Divine Mountain has only evolved into a Dao Immortal level Divine Mountain. If he couldn't enter the Divine Inscription Mountain, it would be a joke. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile, we are finally going to the Immortal Desolate, let's go. With a wave of his hand, he released a very strong wave of saint energy, directly creating a spatial crack. Seeing the spatial crack, Hong Quangang and the others were shocked. Qin Yun pulled Xianxia and stepped into the spatial crack. Hua Tonggan and the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master also followed him out and arrived at the Immortal Desolate in an instant. Ha ha ha, I have finally arrived at the Immortal Desolate. I am the Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate, I am invincible in the Immortal Desolate. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate looked up at the 3 suns in the sky and laughed maniacally. Qin Yun looked all around, he doesn't know where he is in the Immortal Desolate. He took out a soul-chasing talisman to look for Xiaoyuemei. The reaction of the soul-chasing talisman meant that Xiao Yuemei was nearby. I, the sacred master of the immortal desolate, will rule the immortal desolate. The immortal desolate's sacred master held the meteor hammer in his hand. His face was filled with arrogance as he laughed loudly. From today onwards, the immortal desolate will be ruled by me. All living beings in the immortal desolate will submit to me, ha ha ha. Immortal desolate sacred master, what are your plans? Qin asked. I want to go to a place to see if my saint master's heaven palace is still there. Immortal desolate sacred master said, although several epochs have passed, I think we should still be able to find the sacred master heavenly palace. Where is the sacred master heavenly palace? Qin said with some astonishment, the sacred master heavenly palace should be very powerful, right? Oh, that's right. How do we contact each other in the future? Wait until you obtain the moon god's god seat, then come find me. You can use your god seat to communicate with me. Naturally, you won't be able to contact me all the time. When it is convenient, I will naturally reply to you. Immortal desolate sacred master said. All right. Qin nodded and said again, don't become enemies with Nether sect in the immortal desolate. Nether sect leader is my foster father. Also don't become enemies with Moon's Guanhan Palace. Guanhan Palace's palace master is my friend. Immortal desolate sacred master said with smile, all right, I will remember. I won't go around causing trouble. Moreover, I am an unparalleled overlord of the immortal desolate, I won't do such lowly things. Goodbye. I wish you luck, don't be beaten until only your head is left. Qin said with mischievous smile. How can that be? I will now go teach a lesson to those tyrants of the immortal desolate, just wait for good news. Immortal desolate sacred master let out a long laugh, then soared into the sky and disappeared in a short while. Since Hua Tonggan and Xianxia just arrived in the immortal desolate, they are very curious about the immortal desolate. Immortal desolate is no different from Great Dragon Desolate Domain, it is just that it is bigger and has more things. Qin said with smile, let's go, we will take you to a place. Qin took out the soul-chasing talisman and flew towards the divine inscription mountain. While flying in the sky, Xianxia pulled Qin's hand and looked at the scenery below. Especially when they saw those huge divine mountains and big rivers, they let out a burst of exclamations. One day later, Qin and the others suddenly saw a 10,000 feet tall pagoda slowly moving in front of them. Each level of the pagoda is releasing different kind of light. It looks very majestic and intimidating from far away. Especially the imposing aura released by the pagoda, it is accompanied by a burst of wind blowing over, it is very shocking. What? What is that? Hua Tonggan shouted in alarm while floating in the sky. Qin is also very startled because that is the divine inscription mountain. The divine inscription mountain can change according to the mountain god's control. Previously it turned into a pagoda, but now it looks more like a pagoda. The most shocking thing is that this 9-story pagoda is much bigger than before. When it moves, it makes people feel even more terrified. Qin really did not expect that after he left for a short period of time, the divine inscription mountain would become like this. It is even bigger and stronger than before. This old mountain can really eat. Qin said with smile, looks like it should be a golden immortal level divine mountain. If it is a golden immortal level divine mountain, then the divine fruits on it are definitely suitable for golden immortals to eat. The divine inscription mountain suddenly stopped. Qin said, that is the divine inscription mountain? Let's hurry over. After the divine inscription mountain stopped, a large group of people flew over and surrounded the divine inscription mountain. Who is surrounding the divine inscription mountain? What are they doing? Qin said with frown, let's quickly go and take a look. Qin increased his speed and flew over. When they arrived, they saw a large group of people floating in the air nearby. The divine inscription mountain is so huge and it is also emitting light. Even if they were at the side, they would be able to absorb the power released by the divine inscription mountain, let alone enter. After approaching, they can see that every level of the divine inscription mountain has many thick and sturdy trees. Those big trees are filled with colorful divine fruits. This is also the reason why every level of the divine inscription mountain has different colors. After Qin and Xianxia went over, they heard a large group of people constantly cursing. This damned divine mountain swallowed all the divine mountains of our immortal family in the Earth province. Our devil immortal heavenly gate has also been swallowed a lot. In the Earth province, as long as it is a divine mountain that we occupy, it will be swallowed. The owner of the divine inscription mountain is Xianxia. Is this guy inside? This damned bastard, he won't be able to live for long. Our long family has also been swallowed a lot. Motherfucker, if not for the bullshit rules of the Earth province, the immortal emperors of the Heaven province would have already come and killed them. Rules must be followed. If we don't follow the rules and the immortal emperors come here to snatch territory, then the immortal emperors of the other great powers will also act recklessly. At that time, it will be a mess. Many of the people chasing after the divine inscription mountain are from those great powers. Of course, there are also many people who want to absorb the energy released by the divine inscription mountain. When Xianxia saw how powerful the divine inscription mountain is, he felt very relieved. Even if an immortal emperor came, they might not be able to break through the divine inscription mountain. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Huatongan landed on the ground and walked towards the divine inscription mountain. The divine inscription mountain has a barrier. Xianxia can fly in by himself, but Huatongan and Xianxia can't. They have to follow the rules and enter through an entrance. After they landed, they walked towards the entrance of the heaven stairway. When they were passing by, more than 10 people suddenly landed in front of him. "What are you guys doing?" Xianxia asked. "Nothing much, we just saw that this girl's figure is very good, so we are a bit curious. We want to see what she looks like." A middle-aged man dressed in black said with a wretched smile. The eyes of the dozen or so people surrounding them are also filled with lustful light. They smiled lewdly and sized up Xianxia from head to toe. Xianxia is only wearing a simple white dress and a veil covering her face. However, she has a kind of elegant temperament. Even though her face is covered with a veil, as long as one can see her gentle and beautiful eyes, they would know that under the veil, there is definitely a peerless face that can topple cities. "Who are you people?" Xianxia asked. "Big brother, ignore them. Let's go." Xianxia whispered and pulled Xianxia. "Who is it? If I say it, you'll be scared to death." The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "If you know what's good for you, then let us play with your sister for a few days. Otherwise, don't even think about following this divine mountain. We are from the immortal family, Heavenly Tiger Star, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Long Family. Is it loud enough?" A young man smiled proudly and said, "This divine mountain is surrounded by our territory. Without our permission, no one can approach it." Xianxia pulled Xianxia, then raised his finger and pointed at the middle-aged man with 2 fingers. He said, "The divine inscription mountain is mine. The surroundings of the divine inscription mountain is my territory." Ha ha ha. That group of people laughed loudly. At this moment, many people looked down because someone actually provoked the children of those great powers. "You spoke rudely to my sister just now, moreover in my territory." Xianxia's 2 fingers condensed golden immortal power. Ha ha ha. I have never seen such a braggart. He must be an idiot, yet he is still bragging in front of us. Then tell me, what do you want to do to me now? That middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. The people beside him also held their bellies and laughed loudly. And the people floating in the air repeatedly shook their heads. They are very clear about how rude and unreasonable the children of those great powers are. Quickly tell me, what do you want to do to me? I will listen to you and then properly teach you a lesson. That middle-aged man is still laughing loudly. Powerful Divine Mountain, Chapter 1552, Powerful Divine Mountain. Xianxia attacked with exploding heaven finger. After the golden immortal power entered the middle-aged man's head, it suddenly exploded. With a loud explosion, the upper half of the middle-aged man's body exploded. Several people beside the middle-aged man were also affected. Their bodies exploded and split open. Huatongan, get rid of them, Xianxia said. As soon as his voice fell, Huatongan's body flashed and a few shadows appeared. He split into several doppelgangers and rushed towards the few people who were fleeing. Boom boom boom, Huatongan's powerful doppelgangers were killed in 3 moves. Moreover, they directly tore apart or exploded those people's bodies. It is very bloody and cruel. It must be known that none of the people who provoked Qin Yun earlier were golden immortal. The spectators in the sky saw this scene and are filled with fear. They quickly retreated. Someone shouted loudly, "Murder! The disciples of the great sects and families have been killed. Murder!" In the vicinity, there are many disciples of the great powers. Because they are helpless against this divine mountain, they can only follow. Moreover, they don't allow too many people to get close to this divine mountain to cultivate. Hua Tonggan's attack revealed formidable golden immortal power. This kind of berserk golden immortal power is rarely seen in the immortal desolate. The disciples of the great powers in the vicinity all flew down one after another. Hua Tonggan rushed over and slashed horizontally with his saber. Golden immortal power spread out through the saber energy released by the sacred saber. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out. Hundreds of people who flew over were immediately cut into pieces. Even if they are wearing armor, they still exploded into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. A large group of disciples from the great powers died. The spectators in the distance let out a burst of screams because this is an act of provoking the great powers. Qin Yun took out the soul-sealing pearl and silently collected the remnant souls. "Who are you people? You actually dare to oppose us," a middle-aged man shouted from the distance. "He is a golden immortal but he doesn't dare to approach. Hua Tonggan, you rush over and kill that guy." Qin Yun finished speaking and shot out a lightning bolt with his lightning lock sacred eye. In the blink of an eye, the lightning lock landed on the middle-aged golden immortal's body and firmly locked him in place. And Hua Tonggan, it is as if he transformed into a violent thunder flame. His aura rushed to the sky and in the blink of an eye, he arrived far away and slashed down with his saber. Boom. Although the middle-aged man was protected by a very strong immortal robe, he was facing the holy blade. Although the immortal robe blocked a portion of the power, it was still penetrated by Hua Tonggan's berserk power. At the same time that his body exploded, he was also struck to the ground. Hua Tonggan suddenly landed on the ground and stomped down hard. His thighs suddenly turned into dragon claws. Intense and scorching golden immortal dragon power burst out like golden flames, accompanied by a deep dragon roar that roared in all directions. The golden immortal was stomped to death. Qin Yun shouted loudly, "What bullshit great powers disciple! If you really have the ability, you would have taken down the divine inscription mountain long ago. You! Who exactly are you?" Even further away, an elder asked. Right now, none of them dared to approach. After Qin Yun let Hua Tonggan return, his calm voice echoed in all directions, "I am Qin Yun." After saying that, he brought Xianxia and Hua Tonggan through the barrier released by the mountain defense formation and quickly went up the mountain. After a moment of silence, a burst of exclamations suddenly erupted from the surroundings of the divine mountain. "Qin Yun, he is the master of the divine inscription mountain, the guy who tore down 2 altars. He is indeed a ruthless character. Those great powers disciples went to provoke him, aren't they just courting death? Did you guys see that? That middle-aged man beside him is too powerful, he looks like a dragon. So this is Qin Yun. As expected of someone who tore down 2 altars. What heavenly tiger star, immortal family, devil immortal heavenly gate people are all bullshit in front of him. Shoo! Keep your voice down." Everyone is now discussing in astonishment. They did not expect that Qin Yun would not be on the mountain all this time. He has just returned. Qin Yun quickly arrived at the top of the mountain and shouted, "I am back, I am back. Brother." Xiao Yuemei, who was wearing purple skirt, suddenly jumped down from a tree. She is as mischievous as a monkey. She is wearing purple noble attire, she is charming and pleasant, she also has a bit of charm and noble air. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand, pinched her face and said with smile, "Little girl, did you miss me?" "I missed you to death." Xiao Yuemei hugged Qin Yun and said with charming smile. At this time, Xianxia also took off her veil. You are Sister Kiru." Xiao Yuemei saw Xianxia and yelled in shock, "Sister Kiru, didn't you become a little guy? Didn't you say you were going into seclusion? How did you suddenly become big? Sister Kiru came here?" Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. She is inside that tree." Xiao Yuemei very quickly discovered that Xianxia is not Xia Kiru. "Yuemei, this is little Nianyun, Sister Kiru's little sister. She admires you very much. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Sister Yueme, I am Xian Yenyun, nice to meet you. Xian Yenyun said with sweet smile. Hello little Yenyun. Xiao Yueme is very happy after figuring it out. She hugged Xian Yenyun and jumped up and down. Good little sister, you look exactly the same as Sister Kiru, but you are also not the same. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. Xia Kiru is actually here. At this time, Shiman Dazhuang walked out while hugging Pippi Pig. He Shu and Baizhe also greeted Qin Yan with smile on their faces. Mountain God's head drilled out from his personal large rock and yelled at Qin Yan, did you see? I have become so powerful now. Ha ha ha. You didn't see my invincible path, do you feel regretful? What caused Qin Yan to be surprised is that Lu Jiayan is walking over with an old man. He is very familiar with this old man. It is Xiao Hua, to be exact, it is Xiao Hua's puppet avatar. Xiao family's patriarch Xiao Hua is now a member of Inscription Gate. Brother, you are also a golden immortal? Faster than me. I will become a golden immortal very soon. Xiao Yueme said with smile. Inscription Divine Mountain's growth speed is beyond Qin Yan's imagination, now it is already a golden immortal divine mountain. As inscription beasts, He Shu and Baizhe have already entered golden immortal realm. This is all because the divine mountain provided them with power during its evolution, allowing them to quickly break through. Shiman Dazhuang, Pippi, Xiao Yueme, and Lu Jiayan are all 9th level Dao immortals. Qin Yan introduced Hua Tonggan to them. After learning about Hua Tonggan's mystical great dragon golden body, He Shu and Baizhe became extremely curious and pestered Hua Tonggan to show them. Hua Tonggan also knows that most of the people here are not ordinary. Xiao Yenyun, I will take you to pick some fruits to eat. Xiao Yueme brought along her new little sister and ran down the mountain in a lively manner. Qin Yan and Xiao Hua exchanged greetings and then walked towards a large tree. This tree is very large and there is a tree hole below it. Qin Yan passed through the tree hole's curtain and entered inside. He saw a cute little girl wearing white skirt. She is sitting on a soft cushion, her eyes are closed and she is currently cultivating. Xia Kiru sensed Qin Yan's arrival, she opened her eyes and said with smile, Xiao Yun, you finally came out. Where is Xiao Yenyun? Did things go smoothly in Great Dragon Desolate Domain? Xiao Yenyun went with Yueme to play. Qin Yan mischievously laughed, reached out his hand and rubbed that cute little face. Xiao Yun, quickly tell me about what happened in Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Xia Kiru pouted and said with smile, if I had known earlier, I would not have been so cute, you would always want to pinch my face. Qin Yan laughed, then sat beside Xia Kiru and said, if I don't pinch you now, when you return to your original appearance, I won't be able to pinch you. I will return to my original appearance and let you touch my face just like before, alright? Xia Kiru giggled, gritted her jade-like teeth and pinched Qin Yan's handsome face. It is not as good as when you were little. When you were little your face was too tender and cute. This won't do, I will let Yueme turn you into a child and let me pinch you. Sister Kiru, I found a mortal desolate sacred master, this guy is also a fool, he can become brothers with the mountain god outside. Qin Yan said with smile, then told Xia Kiru about how he met a mortal desolate sacred master and how he killed Xia Yang. After Xia Kiru finished listening, she said in shock, Xiao Yun, you killed Xia Yang, this is truly awesome. Back in the days when we were in Divine Desolate, Xia Yang bullied us unbearably. Moreover, for many epochs, Xia Yang has never been destroyed. Wait until I find the last part of the floating cloud heavenly seal and the heaven leaping shuttle. Then we will go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yan said. Xia Kiru nodded and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I have also found a nether sun spirit. She raised her small hand and her 9 divine spirit appeared on her wrist. Is it inside? Qin Yan asked. I will give it to you. Xia Kiru placed her hand on Qin Yan's 9 sun divine spirit and said, prepare to receive it. After touching the 9 divine spirit, Qin Yan has a very special feeling. Very soon, he sensed a nether sun spirit enter the 9 sun divine spirit. Sister Kiru, there are still 7 nether sun spirits, it will not be easy to find them. Qin Yan said with sigh. No problem, I can find them. Xia Kiru stuck out her tongue and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I want to rest, I have consumed a lot of energy to find nether sun spirits. You properly rest. Qin Yun nodded. Wait for me to rest, I will take little Nian Yun for a walk. Xianxia said with smile. All right. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Qin Yun caressed Xianxia's face and then walked out of the tree hole. During this period of time, Xiao Yuemei has been greatly respected by Bai Zai and Xiao Hua because Xiao Yuemei taught them many runes. The runes inside Xiao Yuemei's small mirror are a great treasure trove of inscription. Sect Master. I did not expect that the matters inside the Great Dragon Desolate Domain would be so hair-raising. Xiao Hua heard Hua Tonggan talking about many things regarding the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Qin Yan asked, Old Xiao, did anything big happen in Immortal Desolate during this period of time? 2 Xia sons appeared in the Heavenly Province. Moreover, Nether Sect sent people to support Guanghan Palace. Those bastards from Heavenly Tiger Star have been completely annihilated. Those 2 Xia sons are rather troublesome. Qin Yan said with frown, I hope that idiot Immortal Desolate Sacred Master can think of a way to suppress evil sun race and 9 sun sects. Golden Immortal Divine Fu Qin Yan indeed had plans to go to the inscription world. He thought for a moment and said, I'm not in a hurry to go. I still have some things to do. Oh right, Elder Xiao, can you contact the space god you are worshipping? He heard that the space god owed him a debt, that's why he gave him the heaven leaping shuttle. Therefore, he now wants to contact the space god. One must know that the space god governs the spatial laws of the 9 Desolate. If he could get his help, the star god would no longer need to be sneaky when transporting things. There would also be no other restrictions. The god of the Divine Desolate transported things from the Divine Desolate to the lower realms. This set of spatial laws was created by the space god. If he wanted to cheat, there would definitely be no problem at all. It's rather difficult. Sometimes he ignores us. Xiao Hua sighed and said, Sect Master, you want to talk to the space god? N. Qin Yan nodded, can I give it a try? That's fine. However, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to our Xiao family. Xiao Hua laughed and said, that girl Ying also says that she wants to see you all day. If you come to our Xiao family, you can also meet her. Xiao Ying's strange illness has been resolved and because of Qin Yan's help, she has become very healthy and strong. As a grandfather, Xiao Hua is naturally very happy to see his beloved granddaughter recover. Therefore, no matter what Qin Yan's request, as long as he can do it, he will not refuse. Alright, I'll make a trip to the Xiao family. Qin Yan said with a smile, wait a moment, I'll ask Yuemei if she wants to come with me. Shiman Dazhuang said, Uncle, when are you going to my Shiman family? My Shiman family also worships a god, the god of vigor. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the god of vigor is not as powerful as the space god. Besides, the space god is a very special god, who knows how much higher than the god of vigor. Elder Xiao, I will definitely pass on your words to the Shiman family's elders and the god of vigor. Shiman Dazhuang said in a very bad mood. Feel free to pass on the message, what I said is the truth. Xiao Hua chuckled. Shiman Dazhuang hugged the small pippy pig and looked at Xiao Hua as if he wanted to fart. Keep farting, my puppet body is not afraid of the stench. Xiao Hua laughed. Damned old man Xiao, just you wait. Shiman Dazhuang snorted. Qin Yan suddenly said, oh that's right, I got some instant space immortal iron from Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Since all of you are so free, use the instant space immortal iron to refine some talisman paper. I want to make a teleportation talisman so that it will be more convenient for us to travel in the Immortal Desolate. Teleportation charm? I know this too. Xiao Hua said, I still have 2 in my hands. Qin Yan only had a few pieces left. He took out 250 kilograms of instant space immortal metal and placed it on the ground. Black Rat Baizé was very curious about the instant space immortal metal, and hurriedly asked about its specific uses. Qin Yan gave a simple explanation and told them how to refine good talisman paper. Then he told them about the process of making teleportation talismans. As expected of the headmaster. As long as he makes the talisman paper, he can use the mirror to quickly carve the teleportation runes. This is too heaven-defying. After Xiao Hua finished listening, he was very shocked. He also yearned for that mirror. The reason why Qin Yan's mirror can record and carve runes is mainly because of the Gemini heavenly rune. And he still doesn't know how to carve the Gemini heavenly rune. If he wants it, he can only go to Kongfeiqing and Gongfian. At this time, Xiao Yuemei and Xianxia arrived. They have picked many fruits, they are eating them while smiling sweetly and walking over. Yuemei, I want to go to Xiao family. Qin Yan said. Alright, I also want to go, I miss Sister Yingying. Xiao Yuemei arrived beside Qin Yan, handed over a bright red fruit to Qin Yan and said with smile, Brother, eat this, it is very sweet. Xianxia also released the white peacock. The white peacock has now become very small, it is flying around in fear because there are two very formidable inscription beasts here. Xianxia looked at the large tree and said in low voice, Big sister is calling me. I will go first. Xianxia is now a golden immortal, Xieqiru is calling her to go so that they can synchronize their cultivation. Alright. Qin Yan said with smile, Little Nianyun, your big sister said that she wants to take you to walk around Immortal Desolate and familiarize you with Immortal Desolate. You should follow her for a period of time. Xianxia took some fruits and entered the tree hole. Heishu stroked his beard and said, We will now begin crafting talisman papers so that Sect Master can make more teleportation talismans. Qin Yan said, Actually, I want to craft a kind of teleportation talisman. It can be used repeatedly but the difficulty of crafting it is very high, it consumes a lot of materials and requires a lot of time. I will craft teleportation talismans first. Sect Master, teleportation talismans are enough for now. Teleportation talismans are very precious in Immortal Desolate. If we have a lot of them, it will be very convenient. Xiaohua said with smile. Qin Yan nodded, he is also very afraid of crafting talisman papers. Fortunately, he can hand it over to Heishu and Baizhe. Heishu and Baizhe, you two stay here and craft talisman papers. When I return, we will join hands and refine a very awesome guy. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Then he simply explained the matter of the great dragon's sacred cannon to them. I also want to see how it is refined when the time comes. Xiaohua is also very much looking forward to it. Uncle, I will go back to Shiman family to steal some materials. Can you also help me make a powerful cannon? Shiman Dazhuang's face is filled with yearning. Mountain God curled his lips and said, Pippy pigs but is more awesome than any cannon. Why do you still want a cannon? This caused Qin Yan and others to burst into laughter. Alright, then let's set off now. Xiaohua is also very impatient to let Qin Yan go to Xiao family. After all, Qin Yan is their Xiao family's honored guest. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, I just came back, I will rest for a while and then go. I want to taste the divine fruits here. Alright, I will go pick some divine fruits and bring them back for them to eat. Xiaohua said. Only the first floor is ripe. If a 9th stage Dao immortal eats a few of them, they will become golden immortals. Mountain God said. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered inside. Xiao Yuemei also entered and arrived at the 20th floor. Brother, Sister Shuiru came here many times before, I gave her many divine fruits to bring back. There are also Nether sect, Xiao family, Shiman family, we have good relationship with them, I gave them all divine fruits. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Soon after, Xiao Yuemei informed Qin Yan about the situation. When the divine inscription Divine Mountain was at Dao Immortal rank, divine fruits were also given to Dao Immortals. Xiao Yuemei gave away many divine fruits because even if they were all plucked, as long as the divine inscription Divine Mountain evolves, it would produce even better divine fruits. During this period of time, Xiao Yuemei used divine fruits to exchange for many useful ores. They are all very strong immortal stones, holy stones, immortal iron, and so on. In short, these are all things that Mountain God needs to increase his strength. Furthermore, the factions that obtain divine fruits will secretly look for powerful divine mountains and then inform Xiao Yuemei and others to let Mountain God devour other divine mountains. Oh, that's right, Sister Shuiru came here, did she ask you to tell me anything? Qin Yan asked. She said that the mysterious seed has germinated and requires a great amount of energy to grow. She also said that it is a very dreadful thing. Xiao Yuemei said. After Qin Yan heard this, he nodded his head in relief. What else did Shuiru ask you to tell me? Qin Yan asked. She also said that Sister Yu asked you to make a trip to the moon when you have time. She wants to see you, I don't know what it is. Xiao Yuemei said with light smile, Brother, did you provoke Sister Yu again? Of course not. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, maybe Yu wants to see me to thank me. That's also possible. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Guanghan Palace also has a star god altar, it was given to her by brother. As the palace master, of course she wants to thank you. Of course. Oh that's right, how is Yuelan recently? Qin Yan asked. She came here once. At that time, she brought Yu Shaoling and Chu Qian with her. They are now a very strong trio. Xiao Yuemei twirled her ponytails and giggled, Sister Chu Qian was your little wife but now she is big sisters. Qin Yan curled his lips, ate a divine fruit and said, Yuemei, you are still a 9th layer Dao immortal. You ate so many divine fruits yet you still haven't broken through? This is really strange. That's because divine fruits need a period of time to release energy. Old Mountain's divine fruits are bad at this point, their effect is rather slow. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed and said, Dao immortal level divine fruits are very fast. Now golden immortal level divine fruits need a period of time to completely release their energy. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something, then took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and said with smile, Yuemei, do you want to quickly become a golden immortal? Of course I want to. Xiao Yuemei looked at the pill transformation heavenly furnace and said in low voice, Brother, is there something delicious inside this large water vat? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, this is not a large water vat, it is a pill transformation heavenly furnace. Throw 2 divine fruits inside. Xiao Yuemei took out 2 golden immortal divine fruits and placed them inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. She said with smile, this is actually a pill furnace? So ugly. I also think so but this thing is very useful. Qin Yan closed the lid and began pouring his golden immortal power into the furnace. After pouring his golden immortal power into the furnace, the 2 divine fruits began transforming into pills. After half an hour, the pill transformation heavenly furnace stopped absorbing Qin Yan's golden immortal power. Qin Yan opened it and saw 2 golden pills floating inside. Yuemei, eat them and take a look. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuemei is somewhat amazed, she looked at the 2 pills and said, how did they turn into pills so quickly? Eat one and give it a try. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuemei took 1 pill and began chewing it like she is chewing candy. Her face is filled with sweet smile, her appearance is very charming, Qin Yan can't help but caress her face. Very sweet, very delicious. Just like candy. Xiao Yuemei praised. Is there any other reaction? Qin Yan asked. There is, the divine fruit's energy is rampaging inside my body. Xiao Yuemei looked at the other pill, licked her lips and said in low voice, Brother, I want to eat more. Let's cultivate first. Qin Yan said with smile, Come, let's cultivate together. Chapter 1554, Xiao Clan Qin Yan is already a golden immortal, he is now helping Xiao Yuemei break through. The pill refined by pill transformation heavenly furnace has very good effect. When Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei cultivated together, he sensed the energy transmitted by Xiao Yuemei and realized the effect of the pill. In less than half a day, Xiao Yuemei entered the state of breakthrough. And now Qin Yan quietly walked to the side, letting Xiao Yuemei quietly break through. Qin Yan sat at a corner, took out the small golden statue and looked at it. Sun God's God position, why does it look exactly like me? What exactly did I experience back then? Qin Yan looked at the God position in a daze. Xiao Yun, I think this matter is not that simple. Ling Yin'er said, your past life must have experienced other things. Maybe even Sister Kira doesn't know. Qin Yun and Ling Yin'er don't believe that Sun God is so weak that he was bullied and humiliated in Divine Desolate, even killed and had no choice but to reincarnate. In this life, I, immortal King Fu Yun, warned me not to hastily restore my memories. Qin Yun said, could it be because of this reason? Xiao Yun, do you remember what Tian Daozi said? He said that you are the enemy of heavenly Dao. Ling Yin'er said. And, he said that. Qin Yun nodded. Maybe it is related to this. Ling Yin'er lightly sighed. Qin Yan firmly held the god position and said in his heart, I must understand this matter. I am Sun God, King of Gods, I must return to the peak and look down on Nine Desolate. Immediately, Qin Yan's heart surged with ambition. He is holding the god position of King of Gods in his hand. Only by returning to Divine Desolate and controlling formidable divine power can he look down on heaven and earth. What enemy of heavenly Tao, I am not afraid. Qin Yan closed his eyes and sensed the inside of the god position. For the deity throne and floating cloud pagoda to be able to meet him again in the immortal desolate, this was a great opportunity. Everything is predestined, the god position is yours, it will always be yours. Even if others kill you, they will not be able to obtain your god position. Ling Yin'er said. I don't think they killed the sun god just for the godly throne. Qin Yan said, did Xiaoyang and the Nine Sun sects work together? Or is there another reason? Xiao Yun, when you go to the Divine Desolate, you will definitely find out the reason. Ling Yin'er said, you must go to the Divine Desolate as soon as possible. Yes, but before that, I still need to find my 8 spiritual souls and 9 spirits. Qin Yan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, I lost so much back then, I must take it back. No matter who it is, nobody can stop me from rising again. Your road to rise will be full of difficulties and dangers. It is very likely that you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Ling Yin'er said solemnly. I'm not afraid. Qin Yan looked at the divine position in his hand and suddenly felt a strange emotion welling up in his heart. Then fight hard on the road to rise. Ling Yin'er said, I will always accompany you, live and die with you. At this moment, Ling Yin'er also discovered that the deity position is somewhat different. It seems to contain some kind of emotion that is infecting Qin Yan. Xiao Yuemei broke through and became a golden immortal, she is very happy and bouncing around Qin Yan. Qin Yan put away the god's seat and caressed Xiao Yuemei's face with a smile. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Yuemei also discovered that something is wrong with Qin Yan. It's nothing. Qin Yan laughed. No, you must have something on your mind. Xiao Yuemei understands Qin Yan. Very well, so she can immediately sense it. I suddenly realized that I have a lot of powerful enemies. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, gently caressed Xiao Yuemei's face and said, I am afraid that I will implicate you in the future. Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan's hand and smiled, Brother, we have already died once with you. Me, big sister Yang, we have all experienced this kind of thing, there is nothing to be afraid of, you also don't need to be afraid. If you are afraid, it will make you retreat. Once you retreat, you will lose the determination to fight, you will not be able to become stronger. Yuemei is right, I am not afraid. Qin Yan nodded and said with smile. Brother, we will also become stronger, become very strong, we will fight against those scoundrels together with you. Xiao Yuemei's face is filled with determination. Qin Yan laughed, kissed her forehead and then pulled her out of the floating cloud pagoda. And outside, Black Rat Baizé has already made a few talisman papers. Good, very good. Qin Yan looked at the talisman papers and said with smile, wait for me to return, there should be a lot of them. Xiao Hua said with mischievous smile, Sect Master, let's go. Come to my Xiao family, I will give you some teleportation talisman papers. All right. Qin Yan faintly smiled, then brought Xiao Yuemei and followed Xiao Hua out of the divine inscription mountain. When Qin Yan left the mountain, he took out a teleportation talisman and made a spatial mark. Moreover, he told the mountain god not to move around recklessly during this period of time. This way, it will be more convenient for him to return. Earth Province's famous and formidable divine mountains have been swallowed up by the mountain god. The remaining divine mountains are occupied by people who have good relationship with Qin Yan. In other words, they can only go to Heaven Province to devour even more and stronger divine mountains. Then they can continue to become stronger and let the divine fruits grow faster. Xiao Hua took out a several dozen meter long flying ship. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei will be able to comfortably go to Xiao family's residence. Old Xiao, you are really stingy, you are actually not willing to use teleportation talisman to bring us there. Xiao Yuemei said with smile after getting on the ship. Big sister. I only have 1 or 2 teleportation talismans left, I need them urgently. We are not in a hurry to go to Xiao family. Xiao Hua said with smile, you should go and rest first, this ship will reach Xiao family very soon. Qin Yan's trip to Xiao family this time is of great importance because he wants to find the space god. He believes that only the space god knows what happened to him back then. Xianxia knows but she doesn't know much. Qin Yan even suspects that he implicated the moon god back then. Maybe the moon god didn't even understand what happened before she was killed and had no choice but to reincarnate. Xiao Hua's Xiao family worships the space god. Therefore, the runes and totems Xiao family mastered are also related to space. On this trip, Qin Yan planned on exchanging insights in this area. Although Xiao Hua is the family master of Xiao family, his inscription level is rather ordinary. Xiao Yuemei also said before that Xiao Hua doesn't have many core spatial runes. Even if he did, he would be restricted from teaching them. Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror from a room in the ship's cabin and imprinted the teleportation talisman on Xiao Yuemei's small mirror. Earlier Black Rat by Zhe made 5 talisman papers, now he wants Xiao Yuemei to try making them. Xiao Yuemei's creation is very successful. Her talent is not bad, moreover her mental power is very strong, the blood spirit power she released is also enough. After he finished carving the talisman runes, Qin Yan took out a pearl. Earlier he used Pill Transformation Heavenly Furnace to refine a large amount of instant space immortal iron ore and condensed it into instant space sacred pearl. After he poured in immortal power, instant space sacred pearl can release a large amount of spatial power and then absorb it into the teleportation talisman to become the energy source. 5 teleportation talismans, Xiao Yuemei only took 2. In the future, as long as she has enough talisman papers, she can make many more. 2 days later, Xiao Hua's ship suddenly stopped. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei went outside. Old Xiao, have we arrived at Xiao family? Qin Yan asked. Xiao family is located on a prairie, there are mountains everywhere here, we have not arrived yet. Xiao Yuemei said. My true body is nearby. Xiao Hua said. Not long after, a black-clothed old man flew over, it is Xiao Hua's immortal emperor true body. After Xiao Hua's true body arrived, he said with frown, Sect Master, our Xiao family has a problem. What problem? Seeing Xiao Hua's expression, Qin Yan realized that the problem is very big. I discussed with a few clan elders, they don't agree to let you touch Space God's divine altar. Sect Master, don't worry, I will definitely discuss it with them, just wait patiently. Xiao Hua said. Qin Yan already knew that although Xiao Hua is the family master, he only manages Xiao family's trifling matters, he has no right to intervene in more important matters. Alright, then let's go to Xiao family first. Qin Yan nodded. Space God doesn't have an altar? Only a divine altar? Xiao Yuemei asked. And, it's rather small, just like a table. Xiao Hua nodded and said, it's placed inside a mountain of our Xiao family. Opening the entrance of that mountain requires a few clan elders to work together, I can't open it alone. Xiao Hua continued controlling the large ship to fly forward and said again, Sect Master, you want to talk to Space God, is there a very important matter? N. Qin Yan nodded, he did not say what important matter it was. Because he still doesn't know what kind of god the Space God is. In front of him, a blue light suddenly shot out. Looking carefully, it was a medium-sized flying ship. Whose is that? Xiao Yuemei asked. Shiman family. Xiao Hua said with frown, Shiman family people, what are they doing in our Xiao family's territory? Don't tell me they want to cooperate with us? If I had known earlier, I would have brought De Zhuang. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Xiao Hua suddenly increased the speed of the ship and quickly chased after them. However, the speed of Shiman family's ship is very fast, especially after seeing Xiao Hua chasing after them, they deliberately increased their speed. In a short while, they were thrown off by Xiao Hua's ship. Motherfucker, Shiman family bastards are deliberately showing off that their ship is better than mine. Xiao Hua cursed in low voice. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, do they know that you are Xiao family's patriarch? Xiao Hua groaned and said, of course they know. Because they know, they are deliberately doing it. These bastards are in my Xiao family's territory, they don't even give me any face. After flying over a large mountain, Qin Yan finally saw a large prairie. On the prairie ahead, there are many large stone buildings. They are very neatly arranged, forming a large circle. Looking down from the sky, it is very comfortable. It looks like a large group of circular buildings. This is a flourishing city. And on the east side, there is a very large mountain. This mountain is the location of Xiao family's villa. There are many large ships floating in the sky, causing the sky above the city to appear even more lively. Xiao family patriarch, why are there so many large ships? Is something important happening? Xiao Yuemei asked. Xiao Hua's family matter. Xiao Yuemei looked at the large ships flying in from all directions and said in low voice, Old Xiao, what is your position in the Xiao family? I feel like something big is going to happen in the Xiao family, but you don't know anything about it. Heavenly Xiao City is not under my jurisdiction. It might be something done by the city master of Heavenly Xiao City. Xiao Hua said, although this is Heaven Province, it is very close to Earth Province. Heavenly Xiao City master can rope in many people from Earth Province and make many friends from Earth Province. Many people flew down from the large ships and landed outside the barrier before entering through the entrance. Those people indeed entered Heavenly Xiao City and did not enter the Xiao family villa. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Old Xiao, you seem to be very unhappy with that Heavenly Xiao City master. Do you have any grudges? Of course. Back then, he competed with me for the position of family master and was defeated by me. Isn't this a big grudge? Xiao Hua shook his head and smiled, this guy made such a big commotion, I wonder what he is trying to do. Even I don't know. Xiao Yuemei patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said with smile, Old Xiao, if you are bullied by the Xiao family, just leave. Our inscription gate is much better than your Xiao family. Of course. But I have been in the Xiao family for so many years, if I am really bullied, I can't just leave, it's too cowardly. Xiao Hua said with mischievous smile. Old Xiao, I feel like you are hiding something from us. Qin Yan suddenly said, if you really have any difficulties, you can tell us, we are willing to help you. Xiao Hua said with smile, it's nothing, it's nothing. Sect Master, rest assured, I will soon bring you to the Space God's divine altar and let you contact him. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan looked at each other, they can tell that Xiao Hua is hiding something. I want to see Sister Yingying. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, let's go, quickly bring us into the Xiao family villa. About this, temporarily don't enter the Xiao family villa. Yingying is also outside, I'll take you there right now. Xiao Hua laughed, then controlled the ship to land outside the city's barrier. After landing, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other again. They are now certain that Xiao Hua is hiding something from them. Xiao Hua put away the ship, then took out a mask and put it on. He said, I want to keep a low profile. He covered his mouth. He was dressed in black and looked strange in broad daylight. Old Xiao, you are an immortal emperor. Is there a need to be so secretive? Xiao Yuemei said. My clone will take you to see Yingying. I want to return to the Xiao family villa and continue discussing with the clan elders. Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua's main body quickly entered the city. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei followed the avatar. After entering the city, they got into a car. The car slowly drove to the westernmost part of the city. To the east was the Xiao clan villa, but the place where Xiao Yingying lived was so far away from the Xiao clan villa. Half an hour later, the car finally stopped in front of a small house. After Qin Yan got off the car, he looked around and realized that this area was relatively quiet. It was far away from the bustling city and it looked rather old. However, that small house was surrounded by many formation pillars. There was a very strong formation here. Yingying likes quiet places. Xiao Hua said with smile, Sect Master, Big Sister, quickly go in. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei walked in and saw a petite and adorable girl sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard. She is holding a carving knife in her hand and very seriously carving runes on a wooden board. This pure and sweet white-clothed girl is Xiao Yingying. Sister Yingying. Xiao Yuemei lightly shouted. Ah. Yuemei, you came. After Xiao Yingying heard Xiao Yuemei's voice, she abruptly turned her head and said very happily. Sister Yingying. Qin Yan shouted with smile. Brother Xiao Yun. Xiao Yingying said with sweet smile. Xiao Yuemei already rushed over and hugged Xiao Yingying. Where is Xiao Qianshan? Qin Yan asked. She is traveling the immortal desolate with Grandma. I am learning runes from Grandpa. Xiao Ying said. Ying, you stay here and greet the guests. I will go out and gather some information. Xiao Hua said and left the small house. Xiao Ying promptly took out many delicious pastries and some fruit juice. She placed them on the table and said with sweet smile, Brother Xiao Yun, Sister Yuemei, quickly eat. Since I didn't know you were coming, I only have these for now. I will go make some more. Sister Ying, don't be in such a hurry. Xiao Yuemei pulled back Xiao Ying who was about to leave, then grabbed a high point and sent it to her small mouth. Qin Yan sat down, drank the fruit juice and said with smile, Sister Ying, sit down. I want to ask you about your recent situation. Xiao Ying promptly sat down. She was cured by Qin Yan and she also knows that Qin Yan is a very awesome person. Therefore, she admires Qin Yan very much. Qin Yan asked about Xiao Ying's recent situation. Xiao Ying very earnestly replied. Your situation is rather stable. It seems like you can already restrain that evil power. Qin Yan stroked Xiao Ying's head and said with smile, Good job. This is all thanks to Brother Xiao Yun. Thank you. Xiao Ying said. Oh, that's right, didn't Yuemei ask you to go to Guanghan Palace? Why don't you go? Qin Yan asked. I don't want to go for now. I want to accompany grandfather and I don't have any plans. Xiao Ying lowered her head and said in low voice, Sister Yuemei, Brother Xiao Yun, I will go make something for you. Just as Xiao Ying got up to leave, Xiao Yuemei who was sitting on the table pulled her back and said with charming smile, Sister Ying, sit down. We are not in a hurry to eat. Xiao Ying pursed her lips and lowered her head. Her hands are nervously pinching the long braid hanging in front of her chest. She looks like she has a lot on her mind, moreover she looks like she wants to cry. Qin Yan caressed Xiao Ying's face and said with smile, Sister Ying, you have given us so many delicious things. This time we came to deliver food to you. Xiao Yuemei promptly took out a large basket of divine fruits and said with smile, Sister Ying, don't you see that big sister loves you very much? Thank you big sister Yuemei, there are so many beautiful fruits, I can't bear to eat them. Xiao Ying's little jade nose moved, she smelled the fragrant fruit fragrance and said with smile. Seeing her happy and sweet smile, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other and also laughed. Sister Ying, now go make some delicious food for us to eat. Xiao Yuemei caressed Xiao Ying's lovely face. I will go now. Xiao Ying nodded and said. Eat one first, then go. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Ying picked up a yellow divine fruit and began eating. Feeling the sweet and crisp fruit flesh, the smile on her face became even sweeter and more beautiful. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei watched her finish eating the divine fruit and then let her make delicious pastries. After Xiao Ying entered the kitchen, Qin Yan lightly sighed. Brother, Sister Ying is also hiding something from us. She was afraid that we would ask but she promised old man Xiao not to tell us, so she almost cried. Xiao Yuemei faintly sighed. She won't lie to us but she is afraid that we will ask and she can't tell us, so of course she is worried. Qin Yan said with smile, let's not make things difficult for her. Looking at her appearance just now, my heart ached. Xiao Yuemei pouted and said, this old man Xiao, he doesn't even treat me as his big sister, he is actually hiding so many important matters from me. Qin Yan is drinking fruit juice, he is thinking about something. Brother, can you guess what happened to old man Xiao? Xiao Yuemei asked. I suspect that he was expelled from the Xiao family. Qin Yan looked at the small house and said again. Although his true body is an immortal emperor, did you notice just now, his aura is very weak? I did. Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, Xianxia also followed grandma to travel the immortal desolate. Old man Xiao must have been expelled from the Xiao family and is seriously injured. But he is not reconciled, so he wants to redeem himself as much as possible. Qin Yan held a cup and drank the fruit juice in one gulp. Moreover, he promised to take you to see the space god's divine platform. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, he is a guy who wants face very much, so he will definitely use a very extreme method. Xiao Ying very quickly finished making pastries, she took out 2 large boxes and placed them on the table. Qin Yan also took some and gave them to Mo inside the 9-sun divine soul to eat. Xiao Yuemei praised while eating and said with smile, our inscription gate should have such a chef. Sister Ying, you should also join our inscription gate. I will confer you the position of Great Chef Elder. All right. Xianxia took out a divine fruit and began eating. It can be seen that she is very fond of eating delicious fruits. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yuemei's method of pulling people into the inscription gate is to confer them the position of elder or protector. This way, the inscription gate will not have any disciples in the future, they will all be elders. Xiaoying raised her head to look at the large ship in the sky and said in low voice, Heavenly Xiao City has been very lively recently, what exactly happened? There have never been so many people here before. Don't worry about it, Sister Ying's pastries are the most delicious. No matter how many people come, they won't be able to eat them. Xiao Yuemei ate until there are some crumbs on the side of her mouth. Moreover, she is grabbing a few pieces in her hand and constantly sending them into her mouth. Qin Yan said, Old Xiao shouldn't be back so soon, right? Xiaoying nodded and said, Grandfather is going back to the villa, it will be a period of time before he can come back. Ying, I will go outside to take a walk. You and Yuemei wait for me here. Qin Yan said. Brother Xiaoyun, you are not familiar with Heavenly Xiao City. Do you want me to accompany you? Xiaoying asked. No need, I will just stroll around casually. Qin Yan got up, then patted Xiao Yuemei's head and said, If something happens, contact me immediately. Got it. Xiao Yuemei nodded. Qin Yan walked out of the small residence, took out a teleportation talisman and marked it. If something urgent happens, he will be able to immediately teleport back. After he walked out of the small residence, he quickly walked towards the bustling street area. Only there can he inquire about important matters. Before Qin Yan arrived at the bustling street area, he saw people walking on the road and talking about Xiao family. This family master Xiao Hua is truly a great tragedy, his entire family was almost wiped out, someone sighed and said. 1556 Chapter 1556 Brother Tyrannical Heaven. Although Qin Yan guessed it before, he did not expect Xiao Hua's bloodline to be so miserable. It can be said that apart from Xiao Hua, all the males have been exterminated. He kept his distance from those people and continued eavesdropping from behind. Xiao Hua still hasn't left Heavenly Desolate City, his sick granddaughter is still in the city. He is truly bold, isn't he afraid of being killed? A middle-aged man shook his head and said. Xiao Hua is no longer a threat. Although he is an immortal emperor, he has a contract and is seriously injured. He can't attack Xiao family and Heavenly Desolate City, he can't fight in Heavenly Desolate City, he can't cause any trouble. The old man said, As for that sick girl, she is even less of a threat. The middle-aged man said again, I heard that in order to cure that girl, Xiao Hua used a lot of Xiao family's resources, that's why such a thing happened. There is internal strife within the family, no rumors can be taken seriously. The old man shook his head and said, Xiao family has two factions, Xiao Hua's faction refuses to cooperate with the two great emperors, the other faction is willing to cooperate with them. So it's like this. The middle-aged man said in shock, in that case, Xiao Hua's faction is finished? After all, they have offended the two great emperors and Xiao family is in internal strife. All the males in Xiao Hua's bloodline have been killed, they should be finished. Now there are rumors that the faction behind Xiao Hua has been locked up, many of them are inscription masters, they can't be killed, they can only be placed under house arrest. The old man nodded and said, Only Xiao Hua is free, but everyone knows that Xiao Hua's inscription level is only SOSO, that's why so many people died in his family. The new Xiao family patriarch is Heavenly Desolate City's Xiao Kongjian. He has invited people from all the famous families to attend the banquet, it is truly extravagant. The middle-aged man looked at the large ship in the sky and said with smile, I heard that Xiao Kongjian even invited a beautiful female inscription master from Guanghan Palace. Oh? Is this true? Which beautiful female inscription master? The eyes of the youth who has been silent all this time suddenly lit up. Brat, why are you so excited? Forget about obtaining that kind of fairy, even wanting to see her up close is difficult. That middle-aged man chuckled and said, I heard that there are 3 beautiful female inscription masters, Jian Linglong, Lan Fengjin and Xiang Yalan. They are all very beautiful fairies and they are all from mysterious inscription sect. After Qin Yan heard this, he is very happy in his heart. He has not seen Lan Fengjin and Jian Linglong for a very long time. They were actually here to attend the celebration of the new patriarch. Qinyan felt that the celebration banquet was not that simple because the Guanghan Palace had never participated in such matters. Yet now, they had sent an inscription master to participate. Qinyan continued listening. The old man said, I heard that all the people from Guanghan Palace are young and beautiful. Among them there are immortal emperors, beautiful immortal emperors. Hee. Is this true? The Guanghan Palace is giving face to the Xiao family's new patriarch? The middle-aged man exclaimed. These women from the Guanghan Palace usually don't eat the food of the mortal world and rarely participate in this kind of thing. But now, they are giving me so much face. How rare. The young man said, I really want to see the beauties of the Guanghan Palace. I heard that every one of them is stunning. The old man laughed and said, this celebration is not that simple. Let me tell you another piece of shocking news, the Nether sect is also here. Nether sect? The Nether sect founded by the Netherworld Great Emperor? The middle-aged man cried out in alarm, holy shit, will they start fighting? Who knows? If the Netherworld Great Emperor doesn't come, then they won't. After all, this is the Xiao family's territory. The old man said with smile, Xiao Hua must be feeling very uncomfortable because the new Xiao family master is much more awesome than him. His face is truly big. Qinyan is very concerned about who the immortal emperors from the Guanghan Palace are. He now only knows that Yu, Bing Xing, Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing are immortal emperors and there might be some old grannies. He feels that it is impossible for Yu to come because everyone knows that she is the great leader of the Guanghan Palace. It is a bit degrading for the great leader to participate in the Xiao family master's celebration banquet. After all, the family master is just a person who manages trivial matters, he is not a formidable immortal emperor whose might can shake a region. Maybe it's Big Sister Yang? Qinyan thought in his heart, maybe not because Big Sister Yang is rather low-key. Ling Yin'er said, maybe it's Sister Bing Xing. Sister Bing Xing probably doesn't like this kind of occasion. Qinyan shook his head. Then it can only be the beautiful goddess Rujing. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Qinyan took out a devil mirror to sense. Xian Rujing is not nearby, so the devil mirror did not have any reaction. It's not her. Qinyan said in his heart. Could it be a new immortal emperor? Maybe you don't know her? Ling Yin'er said. Qinyan also wants to participate in the celebration banquet but it will not be easy to sneak in. Forget it, I will first go inquire where Sister Linglong and Sister Lan are. Qinyan said with smile, they are elders of my inscription gate, I have not seen them for a long time. Lan Fengjin is his disciple, Qinyan followed those people because they are here to watch the excitement. Moreover, they are very familiar with the hot topics in heavenly Xiao City. Not long after, they arrived at a very large plaza. There is a battle stage in the middle of the plaza. At this moment, a series of explosions erupted on the battle stage. Qinyan only approached and he can feel the intensity of the battle. Fortunately there is a barrier around the battle stage, otherwise this kind of power would have destroyed the entire heavenly Xiao City. Such dreadful power. This guy is just a youngster but he is truly formidable. Are all Nether sect people so dreadful? A youngster is actually beating up a middle-aged immortal. They are both golden immortals but the middle-aged immortal is actually not a match for a youngster. Qinyan heard other people's discussion and felt even more astonished in his heart. The battle stage is filled with all kind of tyrannical energy, it is emitting intense rays of light. It is impossible to see who is on the stage. However, it is clear that one side is being suppressed. Qinyan is very familiar with Nether sect. Nether sect has recruited many talented disciples. I concede, the middle-aged immortal let out a miserable scream. Everyone burst into an uproar. The immortal middle-aged golden immortal actually conceded, the barrier around the battle stage has not been removed because there is still a very strong remnant of energy on the stage. After the light gradually faded, a thin figure can be seen on the stage. It is a bald youth wearing simple and neat black clothes. The youth's face is filled with arrogance as he stepped on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man is lying on the ground, his cheek is being stepped on by the bald youth. Ha ha ha. Immortal trash dog, this is the result of being arrogant in front of me, Su Wudi Hegemen, the bald youth laughed loudly and said. Su Wudi Hegemen is mighty, someone shouted from below. Qin Yun is very familiar with the voice shouting mighty, it is actually Morong Darren. Morong Darren said with laugh, all the people who bet just now, you have all lost. Ha ha ha, Qin Yun doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Xiaoba has changed his name to Su Wudi Hegemen. If Xiao Yuemei knew about this, she would definitely ruthlessly scold him. Su Xiaoba is also Qin Yun's disciple. Back then he lost to Qin Yun, so he is completely convinced of Qin Yun's strength. Moreover, Su Xiaoba's destruction spirit has been refined by Qin Yun, many totems have been added into it, making it even more powerful. This wretched brat. You said that Su Wudi Hegemen forcefully broke through, that's why his foundation is unstable. Moreover, he entered Qi deviation several times, someone cursed in low voice. Indeed. How can that bald brat be so strong? He defeated an immortal golden immortal in one go. Motherfucker, we lost miserably because of him. Morong Darren saw that the situation is not good, he immediately slipped away. Su Xiaoba is still on the stage, he loudly shouted, I, Su Wudi Hegemen, will one day beat the devil immortal great emperor with my fist and trample on the immortal desolate great emperor with my foot. Evil sun race and 9 sun sects are all ants in front of me. I can flatten them with a flip of my hand. Su Xiaoba is as insolent as ever, he is still vigorously trampling on the immortal middle-aged man. The immortal family people are cursing Su Xiaoba from below. Qin Yun is quietly following Morong Darren. Morong Darren is wearing a very flirtatious red luxurious clothes. He is holding a large folding fan in his hand. There are a few very domineering words written on it, world's most handsome. After he slipped out of the plaza, he swaggered down the street, waving his folding fan. Whether it is his walking posture or his flirtatious expression, they are all asking for a beating. Qin Yun suddenly stepped forward, then fiercely kicked Morong Darren and tripped him. Fuck your grandpa. Morong Darren was tripped and fell forward. He almost fell on his face and cursed loudly. He turned around and rushed out. Just as he was about to punch Qin Yun in the face, he saw Qin Yun's familiar smiling face. Morong Darren's eyes immediately widened, he is wild with joy. However, he quickly calmed down and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, it's been a long time. You have become even more handsome but you are still a bit inferior to me. I know you are very strong but if you want to compare handsomeness, I am still the most handsome. Ha ha ha, Qin Yun is very regretful that he did not trick Shimen Dazhuang into coming here. That way, he could let Shimen Dazhuang tell Morong Darren what is handsome. Shimen Dazhuang's evaluation of Qin Yun is that his appearance is ordinary. Is Su Xiaoba's name real or fake? Qin Yun asked. Sigh, ever since this guy cultivated some awesome sacred body, he changed his name to Su Wudi Hegemen. When we call him, we have to call him Brother Hegemen. Morong Darren sighed and said, Fortunately, this guy didn't compare handsomeness with me. Otherwise, my face would be better than his fist. Qin Yun said with smile, Has Boss Xia arrived? He has arrived. Brother Yun, do you know who is leading the team this time? Morong Darren and Qin Yun are walking on the street. Morong Darren said with smile, You will never guess who is leading our nether sect. Let me guess, it might be Sect Master Wei. Qin Yun said with smile. Alright, you guessed correctly. Morong Darren said with awkward expression, How did you guess? Sect Master Wei should be the second or third strongest in nether sect, right? Qin Yun asked. You guessed wrong, Master Wei is the fourth strongest. Morong Darren said with smile, The first strongest is your godfather, you should know this right? Qin Yun nodded. The second strongest is Azure Dragon, the third strongest is Great God Xian Wu. In Nether Sect, only Great God Xian Wu can make Brother Hegemen speechless. Morong Darren said. Great God Xian Wu is the little black donkey, this divine beast Black Tortoise is also an immortal emperor. Garden Reappearance Chapter 1557, Garden Reappearance Morong Darren bought a few skewers of food and gave one to Qin Yun. Second Brother Morong, why did the Xiao family chief gather so many people? Even the Guanghan Palace came. Qin Yun said. I also don't know, Xiao family did not say the specifics. I only know that this time they are going to discuss something important. Morong Darren said in low voice, only the higher-ups of the major factions know the specifics. I asked Grandpa Wei but he did not tell me. He said that I have a big mouth and will talk nonsense everywhere. Since Wei Zhongjing is in Heavenly Xiao City, Qin Yin naturally wants to see this old man. Take me to see Sect Master Wei. Qin Yin said with smile, I haven't seen him for many years. Now that I finally have the chance, I must go see him. Alright, let's go. Morong Darren said. Oh that's right, why is Xiaoba fighting with Xian family people? Qin Yin asked. It is just exchanging pointers. The battle stage in Heavenly Xiao City is for people to fight. You should know what kind of person Brother Badian is, right? That Xian family bastard recklessly ridiculed our nether sect. Brother Badian naturally wants to teach him a lesson. Morong Darren sped up and walked forward. Qin Yin finished eating the meatballs in his hand and followed up. He asked, Second Brother Morong, who came from nether sect this time. Are they going to fight? No, most of them are inscription masters. Morong Darren thought for a moment and said, the only hired thugs are Brother Badian and Boss Xia. I am here to mingle. Qin Yin is even more curious in his heart, why did Xiao family gather so many people here this time? Seeing Qin Yin's puzzled expression, Morong Darren said with smile, Brother Yin, I am also very curious. You should know that many sworn enemies have gathered here this time. Xian family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are sworn enemies with Nether sect but they all agreed to come. Xiao family must have some crucial information. Qin Yin said with nod. The reason why they did not let the leaders of the major factions come is to avoid war. So I guess that they must be planning something together. That thing is something that all the major factions are very interested in, so they can temporarily put down their hatred. Morong Darren said again. Qin Yin had already followed Morong Darren to the area where many large residences were built. The people who stayed here were all of extremely high status. Furthermore, this place was very close to the Xiao family villa. Mu Rongjun came to a large door and took out a key to open it. Then, he led Qin Yin in. There's nobody here. Qin Yin said, isn't Boss Xia here? They should be going to the Xiao family villa for an exchange. Nether sect and Xiao family don't have any enmity for the time being, they have to give us some face if they invite us. Morong Darren said. Qin Yin lightly snorted, not necessarily, Xiao family seems to have an extremely good relationship with those two great emperors. Morong Darren brought Qin Yin to a large hall and said, Brother Yun, wait here. I'll go see if Master Wei is here. Qin Yin sat in the hall, wondering what was going on that could gather the upper echelons of so many super factions. Not long after he sat down, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Wei Zhongjing had arrived. When Wei Zhongjing learned that Qin Yin was here, he was very excited and hurriedly rushed over. Sect Master Wei. Qin Yin promptly got up and shouted with a smile. Wei Zhongjing is wearing a white robe, he has long white hair and beard. His face is filled with a benevolent smile. He rubbed Qin Yin's head and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, I finally see you again. Ha ha ha, Sect Master, I still haven't learned the second and third volume of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra you gave me. Qin Yin said with a smile. No rush, let nature take its course. Wei Zhongjing said with a smile, quickly sit. Oh that's right, I'm no longer a sect master. Grandpa Wei, after Qin Yin sat down, he took out some pastries and divine fruits. You are a guest, yet you still want to entertain us. Look at us. Wei Zhongjing looked at Morong Darren and said with a smile, lowly Morong, why aren't you going to get some food for Xiao Yun? No need, look, Brother Yun is not being polite with us at all, he is turning from guest to host. Morong Darren laughed and reached out to grab the pastries and divine fruits. He said, Brother Yun is awesome now. His divine inscription mountain is known as the #1 divine mountain in the immortal desolate land. The divine fruits on it make many people drool. Wei Zhongjing also ate some of the pastries and praised the delicious taste. After Morong Darren sat down, he crossed his legs and ate while constantly praising. Grandpa Wei, why did you come this time? Qin Yin asked. Wei Zhongjing glanced at Morong Darren and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, let's talk inside. We can't let that big mouth Morong Darren hear us. All right. Qin Yin chuckled. Morong Darren curled his lips and said, I'm very tight-lipped. Qin Yan followed Wei Zhongjing to a secret room. After Wei Zhongjing sat down, he said seriously, so many great powers have gathered here. It was the Xiao family who called them over. You should know about this, right? The new patriarch of the Xiao family wants to hold some kind of celebratory banquet and invite many people from great powers. Qin Yan said, I only know about this. The new patriarch's name is Xiao Kongjian. He doesn't have the face to let us come. Wei Zhongjing said, we came here mainly because a few elders of the Xiao family invited us. They found the entrance to the ancient garden. What? Ancient garden? There's an ancient garden in the Immortal Desolate? Qin Yan was very alarmed. He had an extremely deep impression of ancient gardens because he had obtained the 9-sun divine hammer from an ancient garden. Back then, there was also an ancient garden on the moon. The reason why the moon palace was destroyed was because many powerful powers were searching for sun souls on it. Qin Yan had 2 sun souls in his hands. One turned into the 9-sun divine hammer and the other turned into the 9th heaven Xian sparrow. If an ancient garden really appeared in the Immortal Desolate, it meant that a sun soul would appear. Qin Yan thought that someone had already entered the ancient garden in the Immortal Desolate. He never expected that he would suddenly discover it. He did not know what was going on inside. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something. In the Immortal Desolate, he had never heard of the 8-9 sun sects. Logically speaking, the 8-9 sun sects existed in the Great Desolate. There was no news of them in the Immortal Desolate. They only knew that the sun altar had descended. Qin Yan felt that the 8-9 sun sects that had been in the Immortal Desolate for many years had already entered the ancient garden and were searching for sun souls inside. Wei Zhongjing saw Qin Yan's astonished expression and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, if nothing unexpected happens, the sun souls inside the ancient garden are still there. There should be 9 sun sects inside, right? Qin Yan asked. There might be. Wei Zhongjing said, but we are not afraid. After entering, we will rely on our strength to obtain sun souls. If the 9 sun sects dare to snatch it, then we will fight. Qin Yan walked back and forth a few steps and said, how can I enter the ancient garden? Previously, he had an ancient garden pass, but later on he went to the moon. We need an ancient garden pass. Our nether sect doesn't have this kind of pass. Wei Zhongjing said, but later on, we still got 2. One pass can only allow one person to enter. 2 pass? How did you do it? Qin Yan now knows that it is very difficult to enter the ancient garden. Sect leader helped us. If you want, I can give you one. Wei Zhongjing said. No need, I will think of a way. Qin Yan promptly refused and said with smile, Grandpa Wei, don't worry. Wei Zhongjing shook his head and said, Xiao Yun, this ancient garden is not like the previous ones, it won't be easy to enter. I know. Qin Yan nodded. I heard that the 4 great inscription aristocrat clans have many pass in their hands. We will exchange with them. Our nether sect has many resources and they lack our nether sect's resources. Wei Zhongjing said. Then who do you plan on sending in? Qin Yan asked again. Xia Wufeng must be one of them. More specifically, we will have to clearly investigate the ancient garden situation. If there are cultivation restrictions inside, then I won't go in. Wei Zhongjing said. Qin Yan originally thought that he would come to Xiao family to contact the space god, but now he found out that the ancient garden is about to open. This caused him to feel very surprised. Grandpa Wei, how much do you know about Xiao family? You should have heard of Xiaohua, right? Qin Yan asked. Xiaohua's faction has lost power. I heard that the ancient garden was originally discovered by Xiaohua's faction. Moreover, they have at least 10 ancient garden pass in their hands. Wei Zhongjing let out a long sigh. Xiaohua's faction has a bad impression of those 2 great emperors, so they refuse to cooperate with Immortal Family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Qin Yan immediately understood. That is why those 2 great emperors supported another faction to destroy Xiaohua's faction, seize the ancient garden pass and take control of the ancient gardens and trance. They did not kill Xiaohua? Why is that? Qin Yan asked again. It must be that Xiaohua has a very important item in his hands, so they don't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, the ancient garden's gate would not be able to open. Wei Zhongxing said. This guy, he actually did not tell me such an important matter. Qin Yan sighed. He did not tell you, he must be worried that you would be implicated. Wei Zhongxing patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, if you have a good relationship with Xiaohua, then he must know your style very well. Isn't he afraid that you will act recklessly? That's true. Maybe he wants to handle it calmly by himself. Qin Yan nodded. Qin Yan felt that it was necessary to discuss this matter with Xiaohua. He also wanted to help Xiaohua. Grandpa Wei, do you have any contact with the Guanghan Palace? Who is their leader? Qin Yan asked. Bing Xing. Wei Zhongxing said, the Guanghan Palace has many ancient garden pass tokens, I think there are 5 of them. Where did their pass tokens come from? Qin Yan was secretly alarmed as he asked. It might have been passed down from a long time ago. Wei Zhongxing shook his head, I'm not too sure either. Do you want to see Immortal Emperor Bing Xing? I'll help you contact her. Not for now, I'll go back and talk to Xiaohua first. Qin Yan said, Xiaohua is a member of my inscription gate, I am his sect master. Wei Zhongxing chuckled and said, Sect Master Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Grandpa Wei, take this. You can contact me inside the city. Qin Yan took out a magic mirror and handed it to Wei Zhongxing. We can use this to communicate at close range. This thing has lost effect in the entire Immortal Desolate, otherwise it would be very convenient. It's all because of those 2 vile great emperors. Wei Zhongxing took the magic mirror and said with sigh. After Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor Wu Xiaoding joined Nether Sect, all the higher-ups of Nether Sect knew the reason why the magic mirror lost effect. Passage order, when Wei Zhongxing saw Qin Yan directly teleport away, he is secretly shocked. He knows that it is a teleportation talisman, but it is a very luxurious thing. Normally, it is used sparingly. When Qin Yan found out that Xiaohua is injured and it is his main body, he became very worried. He hastily teleported to the entrance of the small residence. When he arrived, the barrier has already been activated, it is in a very strong defensive state. I'm back. Qin Yan shouted. Xiao Yingying hastily came out and opened the barrier. Her beautiful big eyes are filled with tears, as if she just cried. Brother Xiao Yun. After Xiao Yingying opened the barrier and let Qin Yan in, she anxiously pulled Qin Yan's hand and said anxiously, Grandfather's injuries are very serious, what should we do? Quickly bring me in to take a look. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yingying immediately brought Qin Yan to a room. Xiao Yuemei sat at the side and used her small mirror to activate a healing rune to illuminate Xiaohua's seriously injured body. Xiaohua's main body is an immortal emperor, but he is so seriously injured. He must have been injured by many powerful immortal emperors. Previously, when Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei saw Xiaohua's main body, they confirmed that he was injured, but now his injuries are even more serious. Sect Master. I'm sorry, I can't let you contact the space god. Xiaohua lied on the bed and said very weakly. Old Xiao, I'm sorry. If I didn't make this request, you wouldn't have risked your life for this matter. Qin Yan said expressionlessly. No, this is all my fault. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. Qin Yan walked over and checked Xiaohua's injuries. He said with a frown, your injuries are very serious. I was injured before and I haven't recovered yet. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Yingying and said, Sect Master, big sister, you must take good care of Yingying for me. I want to go and perish together with those guys. Xiao Yingying cried like a pear blossom in the rain, she tightly grabbed Xiao Yuemei's hand. Xiaohua's injuries are very serious, it looks like it will be very difficult to cure. Your grandfather will be fine. Qin Yan walked over, grabbed Xiaohua's arm and said, Old Xiao, I will take you to a place. He took out a teleportation talisman and said, short distance teleportation, bringing one person should be no problem, right? Brother, where are you taking old Xiao? Xiao Yuemei asked. All of you grab me, I'll bring you along. Qin Yan said. He wants to go to Wei Zhongxing's place. Wei Zhongxing was not very far from where he was. If he used the teleportation talisman within a short distance, it would not be a problem to bring a few more people. Qin Yan used the teleportation talisman and began teleporting. He brought everyone in the house to the mansion that Wei Zhongxing was staying in and appeared in the secret room. Because of this, his teleportation talisman became ineffective. Qin Yan had teleported from there previously, so he could immediately teleport back now. Wei Zhongxing had yet to leave. When he saw Qin Yan suddenly appear with people, he was very alarmed. "Grandpa Wei, this is Elder Xiao. He's injured right now." Before Qin Yan could finish speaking, Wei Zhongxing walked over and supported Xiao Hua while channeling his immortal emperor power. Xiao Hua had been injured for a long time, but he couldn't get any treatment from the other celestial emperors, so his serious injuries had been dragged on. When he went to the Xiao clan, he must have been beaten up. "Don't worry, he will get better very soon," Wei Zhongxing said. His immortal emperor power is very strong. It made Qin Yan feel a lot more relieved. Xiao Hua is now sitting on a chair. Wei Zhongxing's hand is pressing on his chest. He poured in a lot of immortal emperor power, causing the entire secret room to slightly tremble. Xiao Yingying bit her lips. Seeing Xiao Hua's complexion gradually getting better, she also felt a lot more relieved. "Many thanks, Sect Master, many thanks, Brother Wei. Xiao Hua is a lot better now, his voice is also more powerful." He smiled at Qin Yan and Wei Zhongxing. Xiao Hua is very astonished in his heart. He admired Qin Yan even more. He can actually have such good relationship with a famous immortal emperor of Nether sect. "Thank you, Grandpa Wei, thank you, Brother Xiao Yun." Xiao Yingying wiped her tears and very politely said to Wei Zhongxing and Qin Yan. "No need to be polite, Xiao Yun's friend is my friend." Wei Zhongxing said with smile, "Brother Xiao, you will get better very soon." Xiao Hua cupped his hands towards Wei Zhongxing. "Brother Xiao, you are somewhat wrong. You are a member of the Inscription Gate. Xiao Yun is the sect master of the Inscription Gate. You should have discussed everything with him. If you had discussed it with him earlier, things would not have turned out this way." Wei Zhongxing said with smile, "You must believe in Xiao Yun's strength. Don't look at him as a little brat, I admire him very much." "Sect master, I am sorry. I should not have hidden it from you." Xiao Hua sighed. "I know." Qin Yan laughed and said, "You can't hide this kind of thing from me. I can also understand you, you also didn't want to involve us, that's why you didn't tell us." "Brother Xiao, I heard that you have the key item to open the gate of the ancient garden, is that right?" Wei Zhongxing asked. "Originally it was. But just now, I had no choice but to give it to them." Xiao Hua suddenly became very angry, he tightly clenched his fists. "Don't be angry," Wei Zhongxing promptly said. Xiao Hua took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. He slowly said, "I originally wanted to exchange with them and have them agree to let me see the space god's divine altar." Qin Yan now understands why Xiao Hua is so confident, it is because he wanted to exchange. He is also suppressing the anger in his heart because Xiao Hua is a member of his Inscription Gate and now he is being bullied like this. Qin Yan is only a golden immortal and there are many powerful immortal emperors in the Xiao family. He is simply powerless to resist. Although he can't beat them, it doesn't mean that he won't take revenge on them, he has already secretly remembered this debt. Moreover, he will definitely make those people pay the price as soon as possible. Several elders in my faction have been imprisoned by them and they have been beaten miserably by them. Xiao Hua's face is filled with grief as he said, "I was brought up by those elders, I have no choice but to take care of them. They promised me that as long as I hand over the key to open the gate of the ancient garden, as long as the gate is successfully opened, they will release those elders and sign a soul contract with us." Xiao Yuemei asked, "Old Xiao, why are you injured? Didn't they talk to you properly? When I arrived, they captured me and beat me. While beating me, they also talked about conditions with me." Xiao Hua's face is filled with shame as he looked at Qin Yan and said, "Sect Master, I'm sorry, there is no need to apologize to me. It was those guys who were shameless to begin with." Qin Yan said coldly, "I will definitely settle this debt with them. The consequences of bullying my Inscription Gate's people are very serious." Xiao Yingying is sad and angry as she said, "Those people are really bad, they killed so many of our people and still won't let it go." Wei Zhongxing sighed and said, "They are in the same nest as those two great emperor snakes, it is very normal for them to be so bad. We gave them the key to the ancient garden gate. Those bastards will definitely be able to rope in many great powers. Our faction can no longer turn the situation around." Xiao Hua let out a long sigh, If it is only our internal strife and those two great emperors don't participate and don't send people to help, they are not our match at all. Let's not talk about this. You should properly recuperate. Wei Zhongxing said. Old Xiao, how many ancient garden passes do you have? Qin Yan asked. Not a single one. I used them to exchange before to protect my faction's people as much as possible. Xiaohua said. In Xiaohua's faction, Xiaohua wasn't the strongest, but he had sacrificed a lot. So they gathered here to open the gate to the ancient garden. Xiao Yuemei's eyes lit up and said, it seems like many people from the Guanghan Palace must have come. Yuemei, you should have a good understanding of ancient gardens, right? Qin Yan asked. Previously, the moon belonged to the ancient garden. Then it disappeared. Xiao Yuemei said, I only know this. Xiaohua said, Sect Master, if you want to enter the ancient garden, I am afraid it will be very difficult. Because they are guarding against you. They have collected your soul fluctuation and will definitely inspect you when they enter. Old Xiao, you are underestimating my brother too much. There is no place he can't go. No matter who, they can't stop him. Xiao Yuemei giggled and patted Qin Yan's chest. She said with a smile, Brother, do you have a good idea? Qin Yan said, I have entered an ancient garden before, so I have a good understanding of it. Actually, the ancient garden is a very special sealed desolate domain. The space wall is very strong and very difficult to tear. Xiaohua nodded and said, only through the only passageway can we smoothly enter and exit. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, if there is an ancient garden pass, it might be easier to pass through that spatial wall when entering. That's possible. Xiaohua said, some elders told me that although there is only one entrance to enter the ancient garden, it is not absolute. If you want to enter, I can think of a way to help you get a pass. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile, right now, there are many passes in circulation and they are all traded in private. Xiaohua said, in ancient times, there was a large number of passes scattered all over the place. Many people obtained them and passed them down. Right now, there should be quite a few people coming here to conduct secret transactions. The entrance is controlled by the great powers and those who obtain the ancient garden pass do not have a powerful backer. They simply cannot pass through the entrance and can only hand over the pass in their hands. Xiao Yuemei said, the great powers want to obtain more spots to enter. Only then will they have a greater chance of finding the Sun Soul. Therefore, they will definitely purchase the pass on the market. There are also some people who will hoard the pass and sell it at a high price. Wei Zhongxing said. Grandpa Wei, do you have a pass? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Wei Zhongxing took out one. The pass was only the size of a palm and was pale golden color. On it was the word immortal. It looked very new and was different from the ones Qin Yan had seen before. Qin Yan took it and looked at it carefully. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile, Brother, are you planning to refine it? Xiaohua and Wei Zhongxing immediately looked at each other in shock. If it was anyone else, they would definitely think that it was wishful thinking. However, if it was Qin Yan, they felt that it was possible. They all knew the level of Qin Yan's inscriptions. And, this will take some time. Qin Yan smiled, I can give it a try. Grandpa Wei, leave this pass with me for now. I will return it to you. I can even give it to you. Wei Zhongxing said with a smile. Disseminate information. Xiaohua's injuries are much better and Xiao Yingying is also very happy. She stood beside Xiaohua and quietly listened to Qin Yan and the others talk. Old Xiao, you are an elder of my inscription gate. Now that you are being bullied, we will definitely help you get back at them. Xiao Yuemei has the appearance of a big sister and said very heroically. Big sister, sect leader, don't act recklessly. In any case, I have already become like this, you must not throw your lives away because of me. Xiaohua said anxiously, he is truly worried that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei will act recklessly. Qin Yan held the ancient garden pass and looked left and right. He was studying the runes inside. He suspected that the ancient garden pass was from the hands of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Maybe it was made by the Sun God. Qin Yan thought to himself. He placed the ancient garden pass into the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit and let Mo study it to see through the runes within. Alright, let's go out, we won't disturb Grandpa Wei healing old Xiao. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Ying and said, N. Xiao Ying responded. Then, she turned around and glanced at Xiao Hua before following him out with a peace of mind. After arriving outside, Xiao Yuemei saw the red-clothed Murong Darren outside. Aya, little Murong, you're here too? Xiao Yuemei giggled, rushed over and patted Murong Darren's head. When Murong Darren saw Xiao Yuemei, it was as if he had seen a god of plague. He immediately shrunk to the side and shouted, Lady Yuemei, you are the most powerful girl in the immortal desolate. Don't come near me, the domineering aura on your body is too strong, it hurts me. Yuemei, Su Xiaoba is also here. Qin Yan said. Little rascal Su is here as well? That's great, I am his great aunt. Xiao Yuemei crossed her arms over her chest and shouted, Little rascal Su, come out. Brother Badian is still outside. He hasn't come back yet. Murong Darren promptly hid behind a pillar. He knows how powerful Su Xiaoba is, but this Xiao Yuemei is even more dreadful than him. After Qin Yan saw this, he shook his head with a smile and let Xiao Ying sit down. So boring. Xiao Yuemei also sat down and took out a divine fruit to eat. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, Second brother Murong, I have something I need your help with. Help me spread a big news. Ah? Something big? Could it be the secret that Lord Wei told you? When Mu Rongjun heard this, he immediately became excited. He hurriedly ran over and said with a smile, That's great. I love spreading news the most. Just as Wei Zhongjing said, Murong Darren was a big mouth. Qin Yan told Mu Rongjun in detail about how Xiao Hua's faction had been harmed, as well as the matter regarding the ancient garden, including the ancient garden pass. Hearing this, Murong Darren was startled and exclaimed, This is an earth-shattering event. Regarding these matters, the outside world is only guessing, especially regarding Xiao Hua. Go round the town, and spread the news. Pay attention, you must exaggerate the ugliness of the Xiao family's current patriarch and the despicableness of the two great emperors. Qin Yan said. Lowly person Murong, you must remember to make people think that those two great emperors are very bad. Just say that they want to trick people into offering sacrifices. Xiao Yuemei added. She rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, then said with mischievous smile, Also, you must make people think that the ancient garden pass is very important, this way the price of the pass will be very high. Murong Darren is very excited, he can't wait to go out and spread all kind of news, especially spreading rumors and slandering, he loves doing it the most. After Murong Darren arrived at the door, Qin Yan suddenly yelled, Second brother Murong, you must be a bit careful, don't expose your identity. If you do, you will harm the Nether sect. Xiao Yuemei suddenly jumped over and said with smile, Lowly person Murong, I have mastered transformation technique. I will help you change, I guarantee that they won't recognize you. What kind of transformation? Murong Darren pondered. How about this, I will turn you into a girl. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said. All right. Murong Darren's handsome face suddenly became filled with wretched smile, this way I can sneak into the women's bath, then, after Xiao Yuemei heard this, she vigorously kicked Murong Darren and said with delicate groan, Wretched guy. I will turn you into an ugly monster. Don't, Madame Yuemei. If I become ugly, then no one will believe my words. Murong Darren said with smile. Qin Yan is also thinking about who to turn Murong Darren into. He suddenly looked at Xiao Ying and asked, Sister Ying, does the new Xiao family master Xiao Kongjian have any descendants? He does. Xiao Ying nodded. I know. Xiao Yuemei immediately arrived beside Xiao Ying and asked with smile, Sister Ying, which descendant does Xiao Kongjian dote on the most? Xianxia is Xiao Kongjian's most talented grandson. He is very young but he is already a golden immortal. Murong Darren said, Although I am also a golden immortal, I am very old. Moreover, I am not as strong as that guy. You can become a golden immortal, isn't it all thanks to the divine fruit of the divine inscription Divine Mountain? Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Indeed, that's why I want to thank Madame Yuemei. Murong Darren said with mischievous smile, Just turn me into Xianxia. Qin Yan took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Xiao Ying. He said with smile, Sister Ying, draw that Xianxia. You should have seen him before, right? I can draw it. Xiao Yingying has already started learning inscription, so drawing something is very easy for her. She quickly drew a portrait and handed it over to Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei followed the portrait and turned Murong Darren into Xianxia. After transforming, Murong Darren took out a mirror and looked at himself. He curled his lips and said, "This Xianxia is really King ugly. He's not even as good looking as my butt. But face, I know you're handsome. Hurry up and do your thing," Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Qin Yan took out a teleportation talisman and handed it over to Murong Darren. He said, "This is a teleportation talisman. If you get caught, quickly run for your life." Damn, teleportation talisman. This is a luxury. Murong Darren quickly took it and said with a surprised expression, "Brother Yun, I'm not that kind of country bumpkin. I know how to use it, you don't need to teach me." Murong Darren chuckled and ran out while jolting his buttocks. "This slut." Xiao Yuemei giggled. Xiao Yingying also knew that not only did Qin Yun want to spread the news of the ancient garden, he also wanted to frame Xiao Kongjian. Originally, the fewer people who knew about the ancient garden, the better. Only by doing so would they be able to lower the price of the ancient garden's pass. If the person with the ancient garden's pass knew that those great powers wanted to enter the ancient garden, they would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. This would indirectly raise the price of the ancient garden's pass. "Brother Xiao Yun, you really have a way." Xiao Yingying looked at Qin Yun with adoration and said softly, "Sister Yingying, he is also your sect master. From now on, we are family." Xiao Yuemei lovingly caressed Xiao Yingying's face. She is a big sister who dotes on her little sister very much. Xiao Yuemei helped Xiao Yingying tie up her hair. Qin Yan took out his own divine position and tried to contact the immortal desolate sacred master but to no avail. Qin Yan planned to ask the immortal desolate sacred master if he was interested in the ancient garden. Half an hour later, a series of knocking sounds could be heard. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Could it be that little demon Su has come? "Brother, go open the door." Xiao Yuemei is currently combing Xiao Yingying's hair. She is very bored now. Qin Yan opened the door and thought that it was Su Xiaoba. But after he opened the door, he saw a veiled, cold and aloof beautiful woman wearing a white skirt. That woman's expression is very cold, but after she saw Qin Yun, she became filled with gentleness and pleasant surprise. "Yuelan," Qin Yun said with smile, "what a coincidence." Xiao Yuelan took a step inside. After Qin Yun closed the door, she took off her veil. Her elegant and peerlessly beautiful face has a gentle smile. "Xiao Yun, is that girl Yuemei also here?" "Anne, I didn't expect you to also come." Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan's lily-white hand and kissed her cheek. "Ancient garden, of course I want to come." Xiao Yuelan charmingly smiled, "Maybe I can go with you." Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan and entered the hall. "Big sister, why are you here?" When Xiao Yuemei saw her big sister, she very happily ran out and hugged her big sister. Xiao Yingying heard Xiao Yuemei talk about this very awesome big sister before. And Xiao Yuelan is very famous to begin with. "Hello big sister Yuelan, I am Xiao Yingying." Xiao Yingying promptly got up from her chair and said with sweet smile. "Hello Yingying." Xiao Yuelan faintly smiled at Xiao Yingying and said to Qin Yun, "I am here to find Grandpa Wei." "Why are you looking for Grandpa Wei?" Qin Yun asked. "To discuss the matter of purchasing ancient garden pass." Xiao Yuelan said, "Sister Bingxing asked me to invite Grandpa Wei over. We plan to jointly purchase it. I'll go inform him." Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of the secret room and informed Wei Zhongxing of this matter. Wei Zhongxing said to Qin Yun, "Xiao Yun, you go. You can decide this matter for me." After Qin Yun heard this, he said with smile, "Yuelan, I will go in place of Grandpa Wei. Does Sister Bingxing acknowledge me?" "Why not? If she knew you were here, she might have personally come over." Xiao Yuelan pursed her lips and smiled, then put on her veil and walked over to pull Qin Yun away. "Yuemei, are you going?" Xiao Yuelan asked. "No, I want to stay here with Sister Yingying," Xiao Yuemei said. Xiao Yingying can't let go of her grandfather, so she wants to wait here. Qin Yun followed Xiao Yuelan out of the courtyard and boarded a car. Xiao Yuelan sat in the carriage and controlled the car to move towards the Guanghan Palace's residence. It is not very far from here. After entering the carriage, Xiao Yuan immediately hugged Qin Yun. Her passion is like fire, but it is also filled with tenderness like water. Xiao Yun, I missed you. Xiao Yuan smiled charmingly. I missed you too. Qin Yun hugged his beloved wife. They looked at each other with deep feelings and couldn't help but kiss. They enjoyed the sweet love of husband and wife after a long separation. Star of tenderness Xiao Yuan was shaken to the core when she heard this. She was now certain that Qin Yun's previous life was the sun god. Then, Qin Yun also talked about Xiao Hua and the ancient garden. Xiao Yun, do you have a pass? Xiao Yuan asked. No. Qin Yun shook his head. Our moon palace has it. Sister Bingxing will definitely be willing to give it to you. Xiao Yuan laid on Qin Yun's thigh and enjoyed Qin Yun caressing her face. Even if I have it, it won't be easy to get in. Qin Yun said. Why? Xiao Yuan frowned. Because they have collected my soul fluctuation, they will definitely restrict me from entering. Qin Yun sighed softly, I will think of another way to enter. Xiao Yuan gently grabbed Qin Yun's hand, looked at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, you have to be careful this time. Because we don't know what's going on inside. I'm worried that those fellows will target you. Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. Qin Yun gently caressed Xiao Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face and said with a smile, how many disciples from the Guanghan Palace have come? Quite a lot. Right now, we're not sure how many people will be able to enter, and we're also planning to purchase entry passes. Xiao Yuan sat up and leaned on Qin Yun. She said, the reason we are going in this time is also to search for the sun soul. But since you're going, I think the moon palace will withdraw. Why? Qin Yun said with a smile, that sun soul might not be mine. You have 9 sun divine spirit and nether sun, you can definitely get it. Xiao Yuan pursed her lips and smiled, since that's the case, not only will our Guanghan Palace have to spend a large amount of resources to purchase the pass, we will also have to take a huge risk after entering. That's true. But I feel that there should not only be sun souls inside, there might even be other resources. Qin Yun said. Wait until we see Sister Bingxing. If the Guanghan Palace withdraws, I will sneak into the nether sex group and go in with you. Xiao Yuan said. Yuan, if the Guanghan Palace really withdraws, don't follow me. I have something important that I need your help with. Qin Yun said sternly. What is it? I can do it, I will definitely do it. Xiao Yuan nodded. Go to Divine Inscription Mountain to find Sister Kiru, she should still be there. Qin Yun said, bring your small team to help her. She wants to find the nether sun spirit, it will be very difficult for her. What if she doesn't let me help? Xiao Yuan said, Sister Kiru often comes and goes alone. Then go find the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. You know where his territory is, right? Qin Yun said. I know. Xiao Yuan nodded and asked, why are you looking for him? Sister Yao Feng is with him. Maybe Sister Yao Feng came back, go find her and ask about the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yun said. Alright, no problem. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, Sister Rujing is now an immortal emperor. I know. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, this ice mother tigress is breaking through really fast. If you had captured her earlier, you would have already cultivated 9 sacred sun immortal veins. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun with ambiguous expression and said with giggle. Yuan, why are you becoming more and more bad? It must be that immoral female elf Yu Shaoling who taught you bad things, I want to spank her but. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuan's face. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, has your past life's heavenly punishment been removed or not? Qin Yun thought about this matter and said with mischievous smile, I also don't know. My esteemed wife, you must help me check it. It's not convenient here. Xiao Yuan said with low laugh, I will help you try, you must quickly become my little husband. The car has now arrived at the entrance of a large courtyard. Xiao Yuan's expression is filled with seductive charm, she kissed Qin Yun's lips and then got off the car. Qin Yun is still in the car, Xiao Yuan asked him to sit on it because if a young man like him is seen, it would cause a great commotion. After Xiao Yuan opened the door, she controlled the car to enter and then arrived at a secluded place in the courtyard. Sister Bing Xing, Grandpa Wei is here. Xiao Yuan playfully smiled and lightly yelled. Please invite old Wei in. Bing Xing's clear and cold voice sounded. Grandpa Wei, please. Xiao Yuan opened the door and said to Qin Yun. Then, she mischievously stuck out her tongue. When Qin Yun saw the small building in front of him, he thought of the cold and aloof immortal Bing Xing. He could not help but feel a little afraid. I won't be going in. Xiao Yuan laughed mischievously and said in a low voice, properly reminisce with Sister Bing Xing. If she hits you, just shout for me. Qin Yun concealed his aura and Bing Xing did not discover him. He walked over and opened the door. He saw Bing Xing sitting in a small hall on the first floor. She is wearing a snow-white dress and her eyes are closed. She is calmly sitting on a chair. That snow-white jade-like beautiful face is cold and gorgeous. Her entire body is emitting an ice-cold aura, giving people the feeling that they are approaching an iceberg. Qin Yun has seen this ice-cold and absolutely beautiful face many times and even touched it before. But now that he sees it, he still feels amazed. However, he knows very well that this ice-cold beauty has a fiery tenderness in her heart. If it were to burn, it would be very difficult to extinguish. Sister Bing Xing, long time no see. You are still as beautiful as ever. Qin Yun sat opposite of Bing Xing and stared at that absolutely beautiful jade-like face. When Bing Xing heard Qin Yun's voice, her delicate body slightly trembled. Although it is very weak, Qin Yun can sense it. She originally had her eyes closed very naturally and calmly, but now her eyelids are slightly wrinkled and her eyelashes are trembling. She wanted to open her eyes, but she was worried that after seeing this man, she would not be able to control herself. Xiao Yun, thank you for helping Yu. Bing Xing quickly calmed down and slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness at first, but after seeing Qin Yun, it is as if ice melted and became filled with a gentle ripple like water. You're welcome. Qin Yun said with a smile, I came on behalf of Grandpa Wei. He has something to do and can't leave, so I came. Bing Xing gently bit her lips and looked outside with hidden bitterness. She said with a low snort, that girl Yuan is really something. She deliberately teased me and said that old Wei is here. She is becoming more and more mischievous. Sister Bing Xing, let's talk about the ancient garden pass. Qin Yun said. Follow me. Bing Xing looked at Qin Yun with hidden bitterness in her eyes and then walked into the room inside. Qin Yun sat on the chair in a daze and remained motionless. Bing Xing actually asked him to go to her room. Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile, the two of you haven't seen each other for so long. Instead of talking about romance, you directly talked about the ancient garden pass. She's blaming you. Sister Bing Xing, let's talk here. Qin Yun said with a smile. I told you to come in, so come in. Bing Xing said with a cold snort. Qin Yun could only stand up and walk into Bing Xing's room. After Bing Xing closed the door, she sat on the bedside and said softly, Xiao Yun, have you awakened your past life's memories? Qin Yun casually found a chair and sat down. He shook his head and said, no. Sister Bing Xing, if I awaken my past life's memories, will you kill me? Will you ignore me? Of course not. I know you did it for my own good back then. Bing Xing faintly sighed and gently stroked her long straight hair. Her body suddenly emitted a cold and delicate fragrance. Then you don't blame me for doing bad things to you in my previous life? Qin Yun said softly. I don't blame you. Bing Xing shook her head and said, come over and sit beside me. No need, it's quite comfortable for me to sit here. Qin Yun said with a smile. Xiao Yun, could it be that in this life, you were punished by the heavenly Tao like in your previous life and you still have that curse on your body? So you can't be intimate with women? Bing Xing slightly frowned and said with some heartache, this kind of heavenly punishment is really cruel. It makes it impossible for you to be a normal man. Qin Yun is startled. He felt that Xiao Yuan must be spouting nonsense everywhere. Sister Bing Xing, I'm still not sure if I can break the heavenly punishment curse or not. Qin Yun laughed dryly and said. When Bing Xing spoke of these matters, she is no longer shy. She asked, isn't Yuan going to help you try? You have so many women by your side, you have a lot of opportunities. I'm an honest man. Qin Yan said with a stern expression. Humph. Bing Xing lightly snorted, her face is filled with disbelief. You must be pretending. You are not honest, but you are afraid, or some other reason. Qin Yan secretly frowned, he felt that he is being looked down upon. He immediately walked over to Bing Xing and sat on the bedside. Without saying a word, he kissed her. Bing Xing did not resist at all. She hugged Qin Yan tightly. The two of them embraced each other with all kinds of emotions in their hearts, feeling each other's heartbeat. A moment later, Qin Yan and Bing Xing separated. The two of them acted as if nothing had happened. Sister Bing Xing, now we can talk about the ancient garden passage token, right? Qin Yan said with a smile. Then, he used the back of his hand to caress that seemingly ice-cold but actually warm jade-like face. Did you know that I kissed you several times before? Bing Xing stared at Qin Yan and asked, you have a Tao spirit. I talked to her before, she must have told you. N. Qin Yan nodded. After Bing Xing heard this, she lightly snorted and pinched Qin Yan's waist. She asked again, when did you know? Did you find out later? No, I looked like I had fainted but I still had my senses. I knew at that time. Qin Yan said with a smile. You must have told Yuan. You bastard, you tell her everything. She's your wife. Bing Xing looked at Qin Yan with hidden bitterness. That's why I held nothing back from her. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, she was the one who pushed me here. Yuan must have learned bad things from Yu Shaoling. Bing Xing nodded and said with a light snort, Yu Shaoling, this sun fairy, is really bad. She always does all kinds of dirty things to us and we can't do anything to her. She's so bad. I'll teach her a lesson in the future. Qin Yan said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the ancient garden. Bing Xing said, Xiao Yun, if you want to go to the ancient garden, then my Guanghan palace will not participate. Because the sun spirit will most likely be obtained by you. Otherwise, we will have to purchase a batch of passes and arrange for outstanding disciples to enter. Qin Yan suddenly had an idea and said, Sister Bing Xing, don't be in such a hurry to withdraw. When you enter the ancient garden, don't look for the sun spirit but collect resources. I don't have many passes in my hands. If only a few people go in and cause a ruckus, I won't be able to collect any resources. I might as well sell the pass. Bing Xing sighed and said, originally, we didn't have much hope of finding the sun spirit because there are too many powerful forces participating. 1561 Chapter 1561 Dragon Transformation Runes. Qin Yan is confident that he can refine a pass. When the time comes, he won't need to buy it and will be able to enter the ancient garden. Can you get a lot? Bing Xing is somewhat doubtful because she knows very well that a pass is very rare. Yes. Qin Yan said with certainty. If you can get a lot, then we won't buy them. Bing Xing said, I'll wait here for your good news. Qin Yan wants to enter the ancient garden to search for the sun soul. There might be a powerful Nine Sun sect inside. At that time, if he needs to fight against the Nine Sun sect, an immortal emperor like Bing Xing would be of great help. Sister Bing Xing, don't buy the pass. At the same time, help me raise the price of the pass. I can refine a large number of pass. I want to make a fortune. Qin Yan said. You can refine it? Bing Xing asked in surprise, she can't believe it. I should be able to. Qin Yan is so confident because Momo has made a great breakthrough. She just told Qin Yan that the runes that can decipher the ancient garden's pass are not complicated. Bing Xing said, all right. If you can refine it, give us a batch. If we can clearly investigate the resources inside, we will send more disciples in. All right. Qin Yan nodded and stood up to leave. However, Bing Xing suddenly pulled his hand. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Bing Xing said softly. We've talked about everything and done everything. Qin Yan said with a smile, Sister Bing Xing, you want me to stay the night? Bing Xing did not say a word. She only looked at Qin Yan with hidden bitterness in her eyes. Ling Yun'er snorted lightly, Xiao Yun, kiss her before you leave. You're so stupid. After being reminded by Ling Yun'er, Qin Yan came to his senses. He sat down and hugged the immortal Emperor Bing Xing and kissed her. The immortal power that Bingxing cultivates is very cold, but at this moment, her entire body is very warm and soft. She emitted a kind of serene body fragrance, and it is very comfortable to hold in her arms. Qinyan gently caressed Bingxing's lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Can I leave now? I really want you to stay the night." Bingxing said leisurely. "It's not like you haven't spent the night with me. Back in the Immortal Weapon sect, we have been together for many years." Qinyan said with a smile. "That time is different from now. I hated you back then, but I don't hate you now." Bingxing is still holding Qinyan's hand. She is very reluctant to part with him. Back then in the Immortal Weapon sect, Bingxing had indeed rekindled her feelings for Qinyan, and now, it is even more uncontrollable. She did not hide her feelings for Qinyan. Qinyan kissed Bingxing's face and said with a smile, "Sister Bingxing, did you forget about me before? To be honest, I really hoped that you would forget me forever." "Why?" Bingxing bit her lower lip as her heart secretly throbbed in pain. She softly muttered, "Don't tell me you dislike me? You don't like me?" "Of course not. Didn't I hurt you deeply in my previous life? I actually hope that you can forget me, that way you won't be so sad." Qinyan hurriedly explained when he saw Bingxing's sad expression. I won't hate you anymore." Bingxing said softly and then hugged Qinyan. "I also don't want to forget you again." At this moment, Ling Yuner shouted in Qinyan's mind. She wants Qinyan to take off Bingxing's clothes. Of course, Qinyan did not do as she said. He only tightly hugged Bingxing. They hugged each other without saying a word. Ling Yuner is extremely anxious. She let out a long sigh, hating iron for not becoming steel. After a while, Bingxing said softly, "Xiaoyun, you should go back. Refine the passage token." "Oh right, Sister Linglong and Sister Lan are also here, right? I want to see them." Qinyan asked. "They went to the Xiao family and didn't come back." Bingxing said, "The Xiao family invited them to exchange pointers." "Alright, then I'll go back first." Qinyan nodded. After he left Bingxing's small building, he saw a car parked outside. It is Xiao Yuelan's car. After Qinyan got on the car, he saw Xiao Yuelan sitting in the car. She said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, let's go." Xiao Yuelan controlled the carriage and moved. Then, her nose twitched and she said with a smile, "So fragrant, it's Sister Bingxing's fragrance." Qinyan pinched Xiao Yuelan's tender and smooth face and scolded with a smile, "Yuelan, I am your husband. You actually pushed me into a fiery pit." Xiao Yuelan pinched Qinyan's chest and said with a smile, "How could Sister Bingxing be a fiery pit? That is a land of tenderness. Why aren't you thanking me? How did you become so bad?" Qinyan hugged Xiao Yuelan and tickled her, causing her to laugh non-stop. The two of them played around in the car. As the car moved, it rocked back and forth, as if it was shaking. Many people on the street saw this and secretly frowned. They could not help but let their imaginations run wild. After playing around enough, Qinyan said with a smile, "Sister Bingxing doesn't hate me anymore. It's pretty good. You bastard, you owed a lot of love debts in your previous life. You have to pay them off in this life." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "You scoundrel, back then you kidnapped us and made us do hard work for you all day long. You made us cultivate together with you to raise our cultivation." Qinyan curled his lips and said, "Yuelan, sometimes I feel like I don't know you anymore. Wait until you awaken the memories of your previous life, you'll know my true face." Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "Is that so? Weren't you ice cold and filled with killing intent in your previous life?" Qinyan said with a frown. "That's only my first personality. I have two personalities. My second personality only awakened when I met you." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Qinyan seems to have realized that Xiao Yuelan only became so casual in front of him. Even in front of her little sister Xiao Yuemei, she is not like this. "I thought you Xiaoling taught you bad." Qinyan said. "She's not as bad as me." Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle, "Xiaoyun, what did you and Sister Bingxing talk about?" Qinyan told Xiao Yuelan about the passage token. Xiao Yuelan is very happy to know that they will be entering the ancient garden. But she also recalled Xiaqiru's matter. She knows that Xiakiru is looking for the Nether Sun Spirit and she is alone. So she wants to accompany Xiakiru. Alright, I will go find Sister Kiru and help her. Xiao Yuelan lightly sighed, then I will go find Sister Master on the way. The Sister Master Xiao Yuelan mentioned is none other than Yao Feng. After she brought Qin Yun back, she hastily left. She wants to immediately complete Qin Yun's task. Brother, you are back? What did you talk about? Xiao Yuemei asked. It's still hard to say. Qin Yun said, oh that's right, has second brother Moro returned? Not yet. Xiao Yuemei is eating a pastry and said, old Zhao's injuries have healed a lot. That's good. I want to go into seclusion for a few days. Qin Yun said. He is also in a hurry to refine the passage token. Passage token is the key to entering the ancient garden. Every major faction wants to buy a large amount of it. If he can refine it now, he will be able to make a fortune. After Qin Yun entered the secret room, he took out his god's seed and tried to contact Immortal Desolate's sacred master. This time, he finally managed to contact him. Immortal Desolate's sacred master, where are you? Qin Yun asked. I'm looking for my sacred master Heavenly Palace. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said, why are you looking for me? Did you find the moon god's god seat? Prepare, an ancient garden is about to open. How much do you know about the Immortal Desolate's ancient garden? Qin Yun said with smile. Ah? That is the place where Sun Spirit lands. Some ancient gardens were created by god slaves under orders to preserve Sun Spirit. Immortal Desolate's sacred master is very amazed. Qin Yun said, then this ancient garden in the Immortal Desolate only appeared in this epoch? Immortal Desolate's sacred master replied, it should be. But generally speaking, after entering the Immortal Desolate's ancient garden, everyone's cultivation will be suppressed to the same stage. As for what stage, I am not sure. Anything else? Qin Yun asked. Also, you can't use storage magic treasures inside. So after entering, you must remember to take out the important things from the storage magic treasure, such as weapons. It is best to hold them in your hands. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said again. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. The restrictions of this ancient garden are indeed very different. Do you have any other questions? Immortal Desolate's sacred master said. Oh right, the entrance is controlled by some guys. I can't enter through that entrance. Is there any other way to open the entrance and enter the ancient garden? This is the question that troubled Qin Yun. It's very simple. As long as you have the pass in your hand, you can release a very strong spatial energy near the entrance and cause the space to fluctuate. After the space is weakened by the ripples, use a powerful force to tear open the space. With the pass, you can go to the ancient garden. Immortal Desolate's sacred master's voice resounded intermittently in Qin Yun's mind. It sounded simple, but Qin Yun felt that it would be very difficult to implement. Qin Yun put away the god seed and took out the pass that Wei Zhongxing had given him. After Mo came out, her eyes shot out two beams of light that shot towards Qin Yun's eyes and looked him in the eye. This is Mo's new ability to transmit runes. It allows Qin Yun to quickly grasp the runes that Mo can see through. Big brother, do you have any thoughts after seeing those runes? Mo said with a charming smile, don't you feel that they are very familiar? Qin Yun exclaimed in surprise, those runes, could they be dragon transformation runes? Dragon transformation runes are runes that are carved by the floating cloud divine needle after being infused with the needle spirit. They have a very special kind of rune that looks like a dragon but is not. This is also what Mo calls this kind of rune. You need my floating cloud divine needle to refine the pass? Qin Yun is very shocked, what's going on? Could it be carved by the floating cloud divine needle? Not at all. That is a very high level of inscription realm. You can reach that realm in an instant through the floating cloud divine needle. And very powerful inscription masters don't need external assistance to directly carve dragon transformation runes. Mo said, in other words, those runes can only be carved by inscription masters who have reached a certain realm. So that's how it is. What's the use of this? Qin Yun asked again. It can be regarded as a kind of standard. Only by reaching this standard can a whole set of runes come to life, otherwise it will have no effect. Momo said, for example, some talismans require level 12 finesse to be made. If you can't reach that level, you won't be able to make that kind of talisman. And to make a pass, you need to reach dragon transformation level and inscription. Qinyan nodded and said, is dragon transformation level rune the embodiment of finesse reaching a certain realm? Passage Order, Chapter 1562, Passage Order Momo, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. Qinyan said with smile. It's not hard at all, I have a lot of delicious things. I'm very happy. Momo said with sweet smile. She has been eating Xiao Yingying's pastries for quite some time now. Qinyan also recalled that this little fairy is a foodie. As long as she has food, she can live happily all day. Back then, it was because Qinyan let Momo eat her fill that she decided to follow Qinyan. Qinyan has already noticed that the ancient garden passage order is made from instant space immortal iron. However, he is still not sure how much instant space immortal iron is needed to make a passage order. He used Extinction Spirit Eye to carefully investigate. After half a day of investigation, he roughly estimated that half a gene of instant space immortal iron can make a passage order. A gene of instant space immortal iron can make 2 passage orders. I wonder if it is worth it. Qinyan only has 1,000 gene of instant space immortal iron. Originally there were more than 2,000 gene. But because he took some of it and put it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and refined it into a pearl, he gave some to Baizé to make talisman papers. No matter, let's refine it first. Qinyan took out tools and began forging the passage order. The passage order is not a weapon or defensive tool, the embryo requirement is not high. The forging process is not very difficult or complicated, just add some immortal iron and immortal beast bones to increase the strength. In just a short while, Qinyan produced an embryo. Now he only needs to carve runes. I wonder if my Gemini treasure mirror can record those runes. Qinyan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and said, let's give it a try. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and let the needle spirit enter the floating cloud divine needle. The floating cloud divine needle immediately transformed into a dragon, a small dragon coiled around it. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the runes that Momo had just passed to him. The passage order's runes are not complicated, the main difficulty lies in those dragon transformation runes. If it was an ordinary inscription master, they would not be able to carve dragon transformation runes. Although there are runes on the surface of the passage order, they are all bright runes. Moreover, the dragon runes of the bright runes have not appeared, they are also dark runes. Only after Momo saw through it could she see the hidden dragon patterns. Not too difficult. Qinyan began carving on the Gemini treasure mirror according to the size of the pass. The process of carving only took a little more than 2 hours, mainly because there are many spatial runes. After finishing, Qinyan picked up the Gemini treasure mirror and shined it on the token embryo. Then, he poured in the blood soul power. Will it work? Qinyan is not too sure because refining this kind of thing is too unfamiliar to him. It is also his first time refining it. Very quickly, the runes were branded on it, it seemed very successful, but when he picked it up and looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. Take out the pass that Grandpa Wei gave you and compare it. Ling Yin'er said. Qinyan took out the pass that Wei Zhongxing had given him and compared it. Placed on the table, they all looked the same. Wei Zhongxing's pass was only slightly older. Qinyan held the 2 passes and injected his mental power into them to investigate the differences between the 2 passes. After some investigation, he found that the pass he refined was a failure. Because he injected immortal power into it, the pass did not release spatial ripples. The ancient pass that Wei Zhongxing gave him, although it was very old, after injecting immortal power into it, it could release a weak spatial ripple. After opening the gate of the ancient garden, one had to rely on recognizing this kind of spatial ripple to enter. Why doesn't the pass I refined have that kind of spatial ripple? Qinyan frowned as he pondered. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, Xiao Yun, this pass can also be considered a spatial magic tool. Moreover, it is a rather special kind. When carving runes, not only do you need blood soul power, you also need spatial power. That's right. Qinyan nodded. He doesn't have spatial power but he has the instant space sacred pearl, the one he refined with the pill transformation heavenly furnace. The instant space sacred pearl has a very great use. It can transform immortal power into a very strong spatial power. This pass is wasted, wasting half a gene of instant space immortal iron. Qin Yan said with some regret. It's only half a gene, it's no big deal. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, in any case, you still have a lot in your hands. Instant space immortal iron is very rare, right? Only the desolate domain has more of it, use less. Qin Yan previously gave Black Rat by Zhe and the others 500 genes to refine teleportation talismans. He really didn't have much instant space immortal iron on hand. Xiao Yun, how many passes do you plan to refine? Ling Yan'er asked, don't tell me you want to refine several thousand? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, of course the more the better. Aren't you afraid that too many people will enter? Maybe when the time comes, it will be people from big powers who will enter. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, will this affect you? If there is a 9-sun sect in an ancient garden, no matter how many people enter, they will definitely have to face the 9-sun sect inside. So there's nothing to be afraid of. If the sun soul is mine, then I will definitely be able to obtain it. If it's not mine, then I won't force it. Qin Yan was rather open-minded because he had 2 sun souls. Furthermore, the sun soul he found might even be the dead kind. His 9th heaven Xian Sparrow is in a deep sleep. It is unknown if it was because he ate the inscription beast or if it was the same as the 9th sun divine hammer. That's right. If there's no sun soul inside, then you'll have made a huge profit by selling the pass. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan quickly refined another pass embryo. This time, not only did he infuse the blood soul's power into the Gemini treasure mirror, he also used the instant space sacred pearl to release spatial power and infused it into the Gemini treasure mirror. He finished it very quickly. This time, he finally succeeded. The entry medallion he refined could release faint spatial fluctuations. It's a success. I just don't know if I can enter the ancient garden. Qin Yan said. Definitely. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, hurry up and sell it for something. Qin Yan said, it's too slow for me to refine it by myself. I need to find that little girl Yuemei to help me. She's bored out of her mind anyway. He took the refined pass and walked out of the secret room. When he arrived at the hall outside, he saw Morong Darren sitting with his legs crossed, eating pastries. Xiao Yuemei was also here. She had already changed Morong Darren back to his original appearance. Second brother Morong, is everything going smoothly? Qin Yan said with a smile. Previously, Morong Darren had pretended to be the grandson of the new Xiao family patriarch and spread the news everywhere. Looking at his smiling face now, one could tell that the result was very good. It's all right. In short, everyone in the city knows that the ancient garden is about to open and that we need the legendary ancient garden's pass to enter. Morong Darren chuckled and said, a guy with a pass in his hand definitely won't sell it so easily. That's good. Qin Yan smiled and asked, is Elder Xiao feeling better? Grandpa is much better. He and Grandpa Wei are in the secret room. Xiao Ying said. Qin Yan immediately headed for the secret chamber. Wei Zhong was treating Xiao Hua's injuries. Xiao Hua's injuries were much better. After Qin Yan entered, he could sense the powerful immortal emperor's power. When Wei Zhong saw Qin Yan arrive, he stopped. Qin Yan took out 2 passes and said with a smile, can you tell that I refined that pass? This. Sect Master, you made it so quickly? Xiao Hua is very amazed. He looked at the pass in Qin Yan's left hand and said, you refined it, it looks very new. Wei Zhong's expression is also filled with amazement. He took the pass and tested it, then said with frown, it feels the same. Although I can refine it, I don't know if I can enter the ancient garden or not. Qin Yan said. Xiao Hua took it and compared it, then said with smile, no problem. The spatial ripples are the same. Success, Sect Master. You are truly awesome. Ha ha ha. Qin Yan chuckled and said to Wei Zhong, Grandpa Wei, I will return the pass to you. After Wei Zhong took it, he said with smile, Xiao Yun, you can refine pass now, how do you plan to sell it? I want some, let's sell it a bit cheaper. Grandpa Wei, do you have instant space immortal iron? Qin Yan asked. We do. We have collected a lot. Wei Zhong said, how much do you want? I will have people deliver it to you. How much do you have? Qin Yun is somewhat apprehensive. Nether sect actually has a lot of instant space immortal iron, 2000 gene, how about this? Wei Zhong said. Give me 1,000 genes and I'll give you 200 passes. Qin Yun said with a smile, alright? 200? That's enough. Wei Zhongjing said happily. Xiao Hua said in amazement, Sect Master, is the process of refining pass very simple? 200 passes? That is a lot. You look like it is very easy. It is very simple, I just need instant space immortal iron. Qin Yun asked, Old Xiao, do you know how many pass have been passed down since ancient times? There are 1,000 in total. But because it has been passed down for so long, a lot of them must have been lost. Now there are only around 500. Every major faction has at most 200 to 300 passes. Xiao Hua said, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Qin Yun is secretly very happy, not many passes are circulating, it means that he can sell them for a very high price. Old Xiao, every major faction should have a lot of instant space immortal iron, right? Qin Yun asked. Of course there is a lot. Instant space immortal iron comes from the outer realm stars, then it can be found in the desolate domain. Xiao Hua curiously said, Sect Master, how much instant space immortal iron do you need to refine a pass? 250 gene. Qin Yun mischievously laughed, then looked at Wei Zhong and asked, Grandpa Wei, I am not too shady, right? If I give you 1,000 gene of instant space immortal iron, you can refine 2,000. Even though you only give me 200 passes, you can refine them, that is your ability. Otherwise, even if we use 10,000 gene of instant space immortal iron, we would not be able to refine one pass. Wei Zhong shook his head and said with smile, not shady at all. Qin Yun said, if I were to sell, I would exchange one pass for 100 gene of instant space immortal iron and 1 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystal. Explosively profitable. Xiao Hua exclaimed in admiration and laughed. Sacred mysterious silver crystal contains very strong sacred energy, it will be very helpful to him in the future. Inscription Gate Expansion. Qin Yun now knows that although there is not much instant space immortal metal in the Immortal Desolate, there is still quite a bit of it. Every major faction more or less possesses some. Xiao Yun, I'll go and get them to bring the instant space immortal metal over. Wei Zhongjing said with a smile, if you still have instant space immortal iron in your hands, hurry up and refine more passes. Grandpa Wei, have you discussed when to open the gate to the ancient garden? Asked Qin Yun. We haven't decided yet. In a few days, Xiao Kongjian's celebration will begin. We will discuss it then. Wei Zhongjing said. Qin Yun nodded. In that case, everyone will definitely be desperately collecting those passes in the next few days. That's right, whoever has the most resources will be able to collect more. Wei Zhongjing chuckled and said, since you can refine the pass, we don't have to spend so much. Entry passes were very rare. If someone had one, they would definitely auction it off. Qin Yun left the chamber and went to the hall outside. Yueme, I need your help with something. Qin Yun said, you will be very busy for the next period of time. Brother, can you let Sister Ying accompany me? While I'm busy, I'll let her feed me, that's enough. Xiao Yueme said with charming smile. Alright. Qin Yun nodded and said with smile, wait for me here, I will go out for a while. Qin Yun rushed out of the city. After leaving the city, he took out the teleportation talisman and teleported to the outside of the Divine Inscription Mountain. There was a barrier in Heavenly Desolation City and it was not convenient to teleport out directly. If it was teleported within the city, it would be very smooth without the obstruction of the barrier. Qin Yun hurriedly rushed to the peak of the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Black Mouse Baizé was busy making talisman paper for teleportation talismans. They had already created more than 100 of them, and had only used 15 kilograms of instant space immortal metal. Black Rat Baizé, have you heard of ancient gardens? Asked Qin Yun. The Black Rat Baizé is a very strong inscription beast. If it entered an ancient garden, it would also be a very powerful existence. I've heard of it. In my inherited memories, it's a very special space with a sun soul inside. He Shu said. Qin Yun nodded and said, that's right, you might have a chance to enter. He looked around and frowned. Where's De Zhuang? Where did he go? Shiman Dazhuang was no longer here, nor was Xiaqiru. His father took him away to heavenly Shao City. Baizé said, Miss Yuelan came, she left with Miss Qiru. Qin Yan immediately guessed that Shiman Dazhuang had followed his father to participate in that celebration banquet. Xiaqiru asked Xiao Yuelan and the others to follow them. Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Xiao Yuelan brought along Yu Shaoling, a very strong sun elf. Yi Yaoshua might also come along. Little Lu, you and old Shan stay here. I will. Take Black Rat Baizé to Heavenly Desolate City. Qin Yan said. All right. Lu Jiayan nodded. Don't worry, no one can break through my defenses. I am an invincible existence. The mountain god laughed loudly and said. Qin Yan walked down the divine inscription mountain with Baizé and took out 2 teleportation talismans and handed them to them. Activate the teleportation talisman, we will go to Heavenly Shao City. Qin Yan said with a smile, we will be there in a short while. Qin Yan's creation of teleportation talismans was relatively simple, so he did not feel the pinch. Black Rat Baizé was also secretly excited because they could finally use such a luxurious item. Let's go. Qin Yan said with smile. The 3 of them used teleportation talismans and arrived at a thicket outside of Heavenly Shao City. The teleportation talisman also consumed a lot of its energy, it will lose its effectiveness after one more use. Qin Yan brought Black Rat Baizé into the city and brought them to Wei Zhongxing's large residence. Soon after, Qin Yan simply instructed Black Rat Baizé on how to use Instant Space Immortal Iron to refine the rough core of the entry token. Then he brought Xiao Yuemei to a secret room. Yuemei, I will pass on the complete set of runes to your mirror. I want you to help me quickly refine a large number of entry tokens. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah? Old brother, you can mass-produce so quickly? Xiao Yuemei is very pleasantly surprised after hearing this. Qin Yan pinched her face and said with smile, old brother is awesome, right? Very awesome, very awesome. Xiao Yuemei hugged Qin Yan and said with charming smile, very good, I can also enter Ancient Garden now. She took out her mirror and received the runes Qin Yan passed on to her. After Qin Yan passed on the Instant Space Sacred Pearl to her, he also told her about the most important steps. When crafting the entry token, it requires very strong space power and blood spirit power to carve the runes, otherwise it will fail. Wei Zhongxing is a pill master, under his treatment, Xiao Hua has recovered very well. He also joined Black Rat Baizé to craft the entry token. When carving runes, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei can work together very quickly. Inside a very large secret room, Xiao Hua, Black Rat and Baizé are very busy crafting the entry tokens. You can craft around 15 pieces in an hour, 8 hours a day is enough, total 60 entry tokens. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Our inscription gate is truly awesome. Xiao Yuemei mimicked Divine Mountain's tone and howled with laughter, we can craft entry tokens, our inscription gate is unparalleled. Wei Zhongxing knocked on the door and yelled, Xiao Yun, our nether sect has sent people to deliver Instant Space Immortal Iron. They used teleportation talisman. Qin Yan immediately went out and saw a thin middle-aged man with 2 strands of beard, his hair is combed in the middle, this is Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. After he saw Qin Yan, he respectfully said, Greetings master. Wei Zhongxing also knows that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is Qin Yan's disciple, but he doesn't understand why Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror would take Qin Yan as his master. Qin Yan obtained 1000 gene of Instant Space Immortal Iron. He calculated that he now has more than 2000 gene of Instant Space Immortal Iron. Black Rat Baizé has more than 400 gene, he can craft 800 entry tokens. Xiao Ding, do you have anything else to do? Qin Yan said with smile. No, no. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile, Master, do you have any instructions? Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor worships Netherworld Great Emperor very much. Because of his relationship with Qin Yan, Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor has been doing very well in Nether sect. Netherworld Great Emperor has taken great care of him, so he is even more respectful towards Qin Yan. Very good, come in. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, then pulled Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror into the secret room. Xiao Hua. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said in shock, I heard you were beaten half to death, I didn't expect you to be fine. Xiao Ding, old Xiao is an elder of my inscription gate, how could something happen to him? Alright, you should learn from old Xiao, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai, they will teach you. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Hua said with smile, Wu Tiantu, you, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, are also with the sect master? He is my master. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror proudly smiled, then walked over and looked at the things they are refining. Xiao Hua and Lu Jiayan used to be together, but Lu Jiayan never mentioned this matter. Black Rat Baizhe also heard of Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's name, but he didn't know that he is Qin Yan's disciple. Xiao Hua, Black Rat, and Baizhe are all very astonished. With Xiao Ding joining, the speed should be even faster. You will be busy for 6 hours every day. I guarantee that you can refine 50 to 60 in a day. Qin Yan said with smile. What are you refining? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror asked. Entry token. Wei Zhongxing said with smile. What? This kind of thing can also be refined? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror looked at Qin Yan with an expression of disbelief and asked, Master, don't tell me that you are making fake goods to swindle people? He is Qin Yan's disciple, he knows that Immortal King Fu Yun's previous life swindling technique is peerless, that's why he thinks this way. Qin Yan glared at Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and said, This is a real entry token. Alright, you guys stay here, I will go make something. Qin Yan already gave the instant space sacred pearl to Xiao Yuemei, he also wants to make one for himself. He pulled Wei Zhongxing to another secret room, then took out 500 gene of instant space immortal iron and placed it inside a pill transformation heavenly furnace. Grandpa Wei, help me with a small matter. Qin Yan said. He told Wei Zhongxing that he only needs to release Immortal Emperor power. Alright. Wei Zhongxing said with smile, it is indeed a small matter. He is also very curious about that water jar-like thing, he doesn't know what Qin Yan wants to do. After Qin Yan closed the lid, he placed his hand on top of the lid. Wei Zhongxing also did the same. Suddenly, he sensed the Immortal Emperor power within his body quickly flowing out and rushing into that water jar-like thing. Xiao Yun, what is this thing? Wei Zhongxing said in shock. A furnace, used for pill refining. Qin Yan said with smile. Pill refining? I am a pill master, I have never seen pill refining like this. Wei Zhongxing is still very astonished, pill refining? Refine instant space immortal iron into pill? Qin Yan said with smile, indeed. This furnace is very special, wait until I have time, I will make a replica of it and give it to you. At that time, you will know how awesome it is. Don't tell me that as long as you put something inside and pour in a very strong energy, it can turn the thing inside into a pill? Wei Zhongxing is extremely shocked and asked. That's roughly it. Qin Yan said, after instant space immortal iron is refined, it can become instant space sacred iron. Awesome. Wei Zhongxing said with smile and pleasant surprise, Xiao Yun, when you refine it for me in the future, remember to make it pretty, this one looks a bit ugly. Got it. Qin Yan said with smile. Last time, Qin Yan was together with Xianxia and their immortal power was only golden immortal power. And this time, with the help of an immortal emperor like Wei Zhongxing, the pill refining speed is very fast. It only took an hour to complete. Qin Yan produced a new instant space sacred pearl and said with smile, it's done, thank you Grandpa Wei. Just a small favor. Wei Zhongxing scratched his head and said, Xiao Yun, is your inscription gate still recruiting? I kind of want to join. In the past, Wei Zhongxing was Qin Yan's sect master and now that he has joined the inscription gate, Qin Yan is his sect master. Go ask big sister. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Big sister? That little girl Yuemei? Wei Zhongxing cannot help but laugh. She is the manager of the inscription gate. Although I am a sect master, everything is handled by her. Qin Yan said with a smile. Alright, I'll go find him now. Wei Zhongxing hastily went to the large secret room. Xiao family master because Immortal Mirror Emperor saw Xiao Yuemei use a small mirror to make teleportation talisman and passage token. This caused him to prostrate himself in admiration. He feels that this thing is the real devil mirror. This fellow has also entered the inscription gate. Wei Zhongxing chuckled and said, to join the inscription gate, you only need to kneel down and pay your respects, right? No need, little Ding is too excited. Qin Yan waved his hand. Xiao Yuemei has the appearance of an expert, she indifferently said, get up. From today onwards, you are a disciple of my inscription gate. I will promote you to an elder depending on the situation. Qin Yan said to Xiao Yuemei, Grandpa Wei also wants to join inscription gate. Really? Xiao Yuemei said with smile, no problem. Grandpa Wei, from now on you are a member of the inscription gate. Xiao Hua laughed, now it's good, everyone here is from the inscription gate, everyone is on the same side, ha ha ha. Xiao Yingying was also one of them, and she was even a kitchen elder or something. Black Rat Bai Zai originally thought that they were the stronger ones in the inscription gate, but now, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, Xiao Hua and Wei Zhongxing were all immortal emperors. My inscription gate is rather special, so I will allow you to stay in your original power. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Big sister, I'm an alchemist. I can refine some divine fruits or immortal medicines into pills. Wei Zhongxing laughed. Very good, then I will confer you the title of Candy Elder. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, alchemy is like making candy, I love eating it the most. Wei Zhongxing laughed and said, good. I will refine delicious food for Big Sis to eat in the future. Alright, I'm going out to take care of something. You guys go ahead. Qin Yan said and hurriedly left the secret room. He planned to borrow some people from Bingxing. Among the Guanghan Palace disciples that Bingxing brought, there are many outstanding inscription masters. For example, Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin are from his inscription gate. Now they are inscription mysterious sect level inscription masters. In addition, there was Xian Yalan, who was also an acquaintance of Qin Yun. She was originally a Grandmaster inscription, but now, she had been promoted to a mysterious inscription sect. They should be able to help me. Qin Yun activated the teleportation talisman and teleported to Bingxing's room. He had marked the teleportation point here before, so he was able to teleport here immediately. It was evening and Bingxing was not in the room. Just as Qin Yun was about to leave the room, he heard a sound coming from outside. Xiao family head, isn't your teleportation talisman too expensive? Can't it be cheaper? The person who spoke had a slightly ice-cold voice. It was Bingxing's voice. Palace Master Bingxing, this is not expensive. You have to know that crafting a teleportation talisman consumes 5 kilograms of instant space immortal iron. 1 teleportation talisman for 1 gene of sacred profound silver crystal, this is very cheap. Xiao family head said. The leader of the Xiao clan was the new leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Kongjian. This bastard is actually here. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Xiao Yun, quickly get out. Don't let Sister Bingxing be tricked. Ling Yin'er said. The Moon Palace actually doesn't know how to create teleportation talismans. Isn't this too backward? Qin Yan was very surprised. I should be able to make it, but it's not good enough. Ling Yin'er said, the Xiao clan worships the space god, so their teleportation talisman must be very good. Qin Yan immediately pushed open the door and went out. After he went out, he saw that both sides of the hall are filled with people. On one side are people from the Moon Palace and on the other side are people from the Xiao clan. Bingxing is sitting at the very front. Next is a woman dressed in simple and plain clothes. She is extremely beautiful, her fair oval face is filled with mature charm. Her long braid hangs down to her chest and her eyes are very gentle and beautiful. This is Jian Linglong, she is a very tall woman. She is also the tallest woman Qin Yun has ever come into contact with. Following her is a dark-skinned woman who looks wild and charming. She is wearing black leather shorts and crossed her legs, revealing a pair of slender and elastic thighs. This extremely wild and charming and sexy woman is Lan Fengjin, whom Qin Yun and Qin Yun have known for a long time. Then there are 2 old grannies. Qin Yun does not recognize them, they should be the elders of the Moon Palace. Just now, everyone saw Qin Yun come out from a room, everyone knows that this is the small building where Bingxing is staying. But now, a man suddenly appeared. Moreover, he is a very good-looking man. This caused the 5 people from the Xiao family to be very shocked. Bingxing also did not expect that Qin Yun would actually be in her room. This caused her heart to secretly jump, but she is very calm. After Lan Fengjin and Jian Linglong saw Qin Yun, they are also very shocked and almost shouted out loud. They can control their emotions, so they look very calm. Because they know very well that Qin Yun destroyed 2 altars and also offended many great powers. They don't dare to expose Qin Yun's identity. The 2 old grannies from the Moon Palace looked at Bing Xing in shock. Palace Master Bing Xing, what's going on? An old woman asked. He is. Bing Xing doesn't know how to explain for a moment. After all, there is a big man hiding in her room and he is also a very good-looking kind of man. I am the sect master of the inscription gate. Qin Yun faintly smiled. I originally made an appointment to trade with Palace Master Bing Xing. I came here once before. When I came, there was an error when I used the teleportation talisman, so I appeared in Palace Master Bing Xing's room. Bing Xing now knows that Qin Yun used a teleportation talisman to come here. She understands why Qin Yun suddenly appeared. You want to trade with Palace Master Bing Xing? Xiao Kongjian asked with frown, what kind of trade? Xiao Kongjian is an old man. He looks very old, very thin and small. He does not have the temperament of a family master like Xiao Hua. Xiao family master, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you think that I have some shameful deal with Palace Master Bing Xing? Why is your head filled with filthy thoughts? Qin Yun said with a frown, to think that you are a family master. You. Xiao Kongjian saw Bing Xing's ice-cold expression and promptly got up. He explained to Bing Xing, Palace Master Bing Xing, I don't have that kind of intention. What? Don't tell me you have other intentions? Qin Yun reprimanded, then do you think I am selling my body or Palace Master Bing Xing is selling her body? Xiao family master, how can you be like this? You are indeed the same as the rumors outside, despicable, shameless, lowly. Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin are very calm because they understand Qin Yun very well. You. Who exactly are you? Xiao Kongjian is so angry that his nose is crooked. He pointed at Qin Yun and said angrily. I already said, I am the sect master of the inscription gate. Qin Yun said, I came here to sell teleportation talismans to Palace Master Bing Xing. When Xiao Kongjian heard this, he became even angrier. He also knows that this is a competitor. Aside from Xiao Kongjian, the other people from the Xiao family are all middle-aged. A fat-faced and big-eared middle-aged man said with sneer, selling teleportation talismans? This is too funny, there is actually someone selling teleportation talismans in our Xiao family's territory? Our Xiao family's teleportation talismans are number 1 in the Immortal Desolate. Your face is truly big, you really have the face to say that. Qin Yun said with mischievous laugh. Inscription Gate Sect Master, then what price do you plan to sell your teleportation talismans for? Xiao Kongjian asked. Cheaper than you by more than half. Qin Yun said with smile. This is malicious competition. Xiao Kongjian is very angry, then he said to Bing Xing, Palace Master Bing Xing, you must consider carefully. Cheap goods don't have good goods. Don't fall for his tricks, this person is obviously not a good person. Qin Yun sighed and said, Xiao family master, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning my ability? What ability do you have? You look like a golden immortal and you are the sect master of the inscription gate? You are just a fart in the heavenly desolate city. Xiao Kongjian said with sneer, do you know how many powerful immortal emperors there are in the heavenly desolate city? Even they don't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Xiao family master, your banquet will begin in a few days. How about this, you invite me when the time comes and we can have some fun on the spot. Qin Yun said with smile. You are not worthy to attend my banquet. Xiao Kongjian said angrily. Qin Yun laughed mischievously, then took out the instant space sacred pearl and poured immortal power into it. Immediately, a spatial power fluctuation appeared. Sensing the spatial power fluctuation, everyone present is emotionally moved. Especially the Xiao family people, because they can see that the pearl in Qin Yun's hand is releasing a very strong spatial power. This is instant space sacred iron? Xiao Kongjian's eyes are wide open as he looked at the pearl, his eyes are filled with greed. Bing Xing and the others can now see that the Xiao family people are filled with fanaticism and viciousness, as if they are ready to snatch it at any time. Qin Yan kept the instant space sacred pearl and said with smile, "How is it? Am I qualified enough to go?" Xiao Kongjian took out an invitation, handed it over and said, "You can go. I also hope that you can take out this pearl when the time comes and liven up the atmosphere." As long as they go to Qin Yan, it means that they have a chance to obtain this pearl. "Can I bring people?" Qin Yan asked. "As long as it doesn't exceed 10 people. Xiao Kongjian's attitude towards Qin Yan has changed a bit. Because he knows that the man who walked out of Bing Xing's room is not simple. Bing Xing said, "Xiao family master, I have decided to cooperate with this sect master. After all, his price is relatively low. Then let's cooperate again if we have the chance." Xiao Kongjian said, "Goodbye." Bing Xing let the 2 old grannies send them off and closed the door. "Master." Lan Fengjin is the first to rush over and hug Qin Yan. Her legs are still wrapped around Qin Yan's waist. "Sister Lan, I finally get to see you." Qin Yan said with smile, "Long time no see, you are still so sexy." Lan Fengjin laughed heartily and said, "Master, you are truly becoming more and more awesome. You can actually make a teleportation talisman and even teleport to Palace Master Bing Xing's room." Jian Linglong smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Yun, although I haven't seen you for a long time, I have always heard of your heaven-shaking and earth-shaking legend. Sister Linglong, you seem to have put on a bit of weight." Qin Yan said with smile. "That's called strong, not fat." Jian Linglong's charming face emerged with a faint charming smile. She rebuked, "Xiao Yun, you are really something. Why did you teleport to Palace Master Bing Xing's room?" As she spoke, she arrived in front of Qin Yan in one step. As she spoke, she looked at Bing Xing with smile. Qin Yan suddenly realized that the reason why Lan Fengjin rushed over and hugged him was to prevent Bing Xing from attacking. And Jian Linglong also arrived in front of Qin Yan with the same goal. She is worried that Bing Xing will beat Qin Yan up in anger. Prepare to smash the stage. Chapter 1565. Prepare to smash the stage. Bing Xing can also see that Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin are protecting Qin Yan. She sat down and said in a flat tone, "Don't worry, I won't hit him." "Really?" Lan Fengjin is still somewhat worried and said in a low voice, "Sister Bing Xing, please spare master. He definitely did not deliberately teleport to your room." "Sister Bing Xing, Xiao Yun must have had some problem during the teleportation, that's why he came to your room. It was not intentional, don't take it to heart." Jian Linglong said with smile. She is still standing in front of Qin Yan. Bing Xing finds it somewhat funny because her relationship with Qin Yan is very intimate. "I really won't hit him." "Why do you think I want to hit him?" Bing Xing smiled lightly. "Everyone sit down. I came here once before. At that time I had a secret discussion with Sister Bing Xing in the room." Qin Yan pulled Jian Linglong's hand and said with smile, "Sister Linglong, you are worrying too much. My relationship with Sister Bing Xing is very good." "Really?" Jian Linglong is somewhat surprised and then looked at Lan Fengjin. "Of course it's true. Otherwise Sister Bing Xing would have already beaten me up." Qin Yan sat on a chair and said, "If you want teleportation talisman, just say it earlier. I can give it to you." Bing Xing said, "Xiao Yun, keep your teleportation talisman. It's not easy for you to make it. You need teleportation talisman more." Jian Linglong also discovered that Bing Xing's attitude towards Qin Yan is very different. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes seem to have a trace of gentle light. When Bing Xing spoke to Qin Yan, her expression and tone have a faintly discernible tenderness. "Xiao Yun, did you refine your own teleportation talisman?" After Jian Linglong discovered the strangeness, she did not say it out loud. She is very astonished in her heart. Lan Fengjin did not notice it. She is sitting opposite Qin Yan and has been looking at him all along. She said with smile, "Master, can you show us your teleportation talisman? I am after all the sect master of the inscription gate. What's so difficult about a mere teleportation talisman?" Qin Yan smiled proudly. He took out a few teleportation talismans and threw them to Bing Xing, Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin. After Jian Linglong saw it, she exclaimed in admiration, "Very good. It's indeed much better than the Xiao clan's teleportation talismans. A good teleportation talisman could teleport further, could be used more times, and could be activated faster. Poor quality teleportation talismans, because the space runes and totem runes carved on them are not good enough, as well as the lack of materials used, the energy contained in them is very little, they are unable to release powerful space energy, they are very weak in all aspects. As expected of my master. The teleportation talisman he made is much better than that of the Xiao clan. The Xiao family is famous for their spatial domain, but you are stronger than them. Just now, they were so cocky in front of you. Lan Fengjin walked towards Qin Yun with a smile and sat on a chair with Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin were very familiar with each other to begin with, so Lan Fengjin did not treat Qin Yun as an outsider. She often did things that looked very intimate. Jian Linglong saw how intimate Lan Fengjin and Qin Yun are, then secretly looked at Bingxing's expression. Bingxing's expression is very calm. However, Jian Linglong coughed dryly and scolded with a smile, "Little girl Fengjin, Sister Bingxing is here, don't be too unrestrained." "I will be unrestrained." Lan Fengjin smiled and hugged Qin Yun. Jian Linglong is worried that Bingxing will be jealous and wanted to dissuade Lan Fengjin. However, she saw Bingxing lightly waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter." She looked at the teleportation talisman in her hand and said, "Xiao Yun, the space runes and space totem runes you mastered should be very good. Can you give them to our Guanghan palace? We won't take them for free. I can give them to you." Qin Yun said with a smile. "That won't do. After all, this is your achievement, we can't take it for free." Bingxing said, "Name your price." Jian Linglong said, "The space runes we mastered are not good enough and the space totem is half damaged, it is basically not good to use. If we had a good set of runes, we would be able to make good teleportation talismans." "Alright, do you have instant space immortal iron?" Qin Yun asked. "How much do you want?" Bingxing nodded, "We have some." "I want 1,000 genes." Qin Yun asked, "If Guanghan Palace doesn't have that much, then just give me some." He wants a large amount of instant space immortal iron and also plans to create a new formation base for the Devil Mirror. Moreover, he wants to transform the Divine Inscription Mountain so that it will have a certain amount of spatial teleportation power. Of course, this is only his imagination. If he wants to achieve the same ideal, he will need a large amount of instant space immortal iron or even instant space sacred iron. "I'll give you 2,000 genes. I'll let Yalan go back and bring you instant space immortal iron." Bingxing said. "Alright." Qin Yun harvested another 2,000 genes of instant space immortal iron, he is very happy in his heart. He also understands that this is what Bingxing wants to give to him. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, our woman is very generous, she is very good to you." Qin Yun is rather astonished, Guanghan Palace actually has so much instant space immortal iron. "If you don't have enough instant space immortal iron, just tell me. Our Guanghan Palace is a powerful sect, we still have instant space immortal iron." Bingxing said. Guanghan Palace is in the sky. When disciples go out, they often go to various stars, so they can find many of these things. Qin Yun took out a beast skin and used the Gemini treasure mirror to imprint the runes of the teleportation talisman on the beast skin. This mirror is really awesome. Yueme said that only Gemini heavenly rune can be refined. Jian Linglong said, "I studied it but I don't know how to refine it." "This is easy. If Sister Kong can create Gemini heavenly rune, give it to me and I will help you refine this Gemini treasure mirror." Qin Yun said with a smile. After Qin Yun created the set of runes, he said, "Let Jingming carve the space totem. She is totem inscription spirit, the finesse is very high." "Alright." Jian Linglong nodded and said. Soon after, Qin Yun produced 10 teleportation talismans and gave them to Bingxing and others. He directly used talisman paper to create them and then poured spatial power into the instant space sacred pearl. It will be completed very quickly. Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin are both inscription profound sect disciples. They saw that Qin Yun can casually create very good teleportation talismans and felt extremely envious in their hearts. "Xiao Yun, why did you come here this time?" Bingxing asked. "Sister Bingxing, I came here to borrow people from you." This. I need Sister Linglong and Sister Lan to help me refine something. Qin Yan said with smile. And, take them with you. Bing Xing slightly nodded and said, they are originally people of your inscription gate. Alright, I will take them with me. Qin Yan took out a teleportation talisman and pulled Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin. And, when you have time, come over and discuss the matter of the passage tokens with me. Bing Xing said. Alright. Qin Yan activated the teleportation talisman and brought Lan Fengjin and Jian Linglong out of that very large secret room. Xiao Yuemei is holding her own small mirror, she is very busy carving runes on those passage tokens. After Qin Yan arrived with Lan Fengjin and Jian Linglong, Xiao Hua said with smile, Sect Master has returned, he even brought 2 friends. Sister Linglong, Sister Lan. Xiao Yuemei is eating, she very happily shouted. These 2 are also inscription masters of Inscription Gate, they are both from Inscription Profound Sect. Qin Yan said with smile. After Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin arrived, they are somewhat astonished because they saw many ancient garden passage tokens on the table. They can also see that a large number of passage tokens are being made here. Furthermore, they recognize Wei Zhongxing and Xiao Hua, they are both very strong immortal emperors. Now they are here to help. Sister Linglong, Sister Lan, there are no outsiders here. They are all from Inscription Gate. Qin Yan said with smile. After Xiao Yuemei finished making the passage tokens, she ran over and introduced the people she roped in one by one. Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin are even more astonished because the famous immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is also here. What caused them to be most astonished is that there are 2 inscription beasts here. Moreover, they are Sun Rune Beast and Heavenly Rune Beast. Earlier, Wei Zhongxing and Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror found out that He Shu Baizhe is an inscription beast, they were also very astonished. Because Heavenly Rune Beast and Sun Rune Beast are both beasts that every major faction wants to subdue. And now Inscription Gate has 2 of them and they are willing to join, He Shu said with smile. Are all the people from Inscription Gate here? Not yet. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, there are still more. It doesn't matter, we will have the opportunity to gather in the future anyway. Qin Yan said with smile, let's start refining the passage tokens now. Refine a bit more, the more the better. Xiao Yun, are the passage you refined imitations? Jian Linglong is very curious and arrived beside the very long table. Of course not, these are genuine goods at fair prices. Wei Zhongxing said with smile. Ah. Doesn't this mean that we have a large number of passage tokens? Lan Fengjin said in astonishment, we just returned from Xiao family, I heard that there are only 200 or so passage tokens circulating outside. Jian Linglong looked at the completed passage token and said in astonishment, all the major factions are frantically buying passage tokens. If we can refine them, wouldn't that mean we will be rich? I heard that Xiao Kongjian invited many people who have passage tokens. At that time, all the major factions will buy them at the celebration banquet. Lan Fengjin said again. We will also go at that time. Qin Yan said with smile, let's quickly start refining, there are only a few days left. Next few days, majority of the Inscription Gate's disciples gathered in this very large secret room to refine passage tokens. Every day they would refine for nearly 20 hours. In a single day, they can refine more than 400 passage tokens. 5 days passed by, Qin Yan has refined more than 2,000 passage tokens. Sect Master, you made so many, won't you not be able to sell them? Xiao Hua is somewhat worried. Don't worry, they will definitely be sold. Qin Yan said. I am worried that if there are suddenly a large number of passage tokens, those major factions will limit the number of people who can enter. Wei Zhongxing said. I can take care of it. Everyone rest well for a day, tomorrow night is Xiao Kongjian celebration banquet, I will go there to sell. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Then we will go back first. Jian Linglong said with smile. Just as she was about to walk towards the door, Qin Yan pulled her back. Sister Linglong, use this to go back, it will be faster. Qin Yan handed over a teleportation talisman to her. Too extravagant. Jian Linglong is somewhat reluctant. This thing has no value at all. Xiao Yuemei said, quickly go back. Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin also teleported back. Qin Yan said, Yue, I still have more than 100 talisman papers. Let's make many teleportation talismans together and then go to Xiao family's territory to cause trouble. Inscription Worldly Family Chapter 1566. Inscription Worldly Family Qin Yan has many entry tokens. He wants to use them to exchange for instant space immortal iron. If he wants to refine powerful spatial magic tools, instant space immortal iron is a must. Sect Master, when we go on stage, should we go together with Old Wei and Nether Sect? Xiaohua asked. We cannot let people know that Inscription Gate and Nether Sect have a good relationship. Qin Yan shook his head and said, when the time comes, I want Grandpa Wei to cooperate with me. Although Qin Yan has more than 2,000 entry tokens, he has not given them to Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace. Because they are to be sold, it won't be too late to refine them later. Alright, you guys go ahead. Wei Zhongxing nodded and said. Next, only Qin Yan and Xiao Yue stayed behind to continue crafting teleportation talismans. The talisman papers have already been crafted, they only need to carve runes and pour space power into the talismans to make them. Brother, when the time comes, how do you plan to make a scene? Xiao Yue very much wants to know, she is also very impatient to participate in the banquet. I don't know yet, but I must make a scene. Let's talk when we arrive. Qin Yan said with smile. Qin Yan and Xiao Yue busied themselves until noon of the next day. They finished crafting teleportation talismans and hastily went to rest. At dusk, Wei Zhongxing led Nether Sect's people towards Xiao family's manor. And Qin Yan brought Xiaohua, Xiao Yingying and Xiao Yu along with him. Originally, he wanted to bring Bai Zai. But these two inscription beasts are worried that they will be exposed and cause great trouble, so they didn't go. Among the people invited by Xiao family, there are many people who came to Immortal Desolate through Sun Altar. These people have been entrusted by 9 Sun sects to capture and subdue inscription beasts. Moreover, there are many immortal emperors present, some of them are very interested in inscription beasts, especially those rare heavenly rune beasts and sun rune beasts. Old Xiao, isn't it not good for you to go like this? I am worried about you and Sister Yingying. Xiao Yue said. Don't be afraid of them. Those guys signed a contract with me, they won't dare to attack Yingying. Xiaohua laughed, I want to let them know that after I was chased out of the Xiao family, I'm doing better than before. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror did not follow them. Instead, he returned to the Nether Sect. The road to the Xiao clan's villa was very lively. There were many luxurious carriages. Some people, in order to show off their awesomeness, would let very strong beasts pull large carriages. Therefore, on the road leading to the Xiao clan's manor house, there would be beast roars from time to time. Qin Yan and the others sat in a very simple car, they looked very low-key. It's just an empty shell. Through the window, Xiaohua looked at the large cars outside and said disdainfully, it's all those small and medium-sized forces that are so arrogant. Xiao Yingying asked, Grandfather, what rank is our inscription gate? Of course I am the most awesome. Xiao Yue giggled and said. She and Xiao Yingying both had their hair tied into high ponytails and wore plain white dresses. Qin Yan and Xiaohua are wearing blue clothes on the inside and a blue robe on the outside. The runes on the robe are all dragon transformation runes. If it was someone knowledgeable, they would be able to see the dragon transformation runes on their robes with a single glance and would definitely be amazed. Qin Yan has an invitation card in his hand. They arrived at the Xiao clan's manor gate and showed the invitation card to someone to check. Then they got off the carriage and entered together. After entering, Qin Yan sent a message to Wei Zhongxing, Bing Xing and the others, telling them to cooperate according to the situation. Guanghan Palace sent 10 women, 7 women and 3 old grannies. Their overall strength is very strong. Nether Sect also sent 10 people. Qin Yan saw Su Xiaoba, Xia Wufeng and Murong Darren. Murong Darren said before that he is here to mingle, but he did not expect that he would also participate in the banquet. Normally, a table is filled with 10 people. But Qin Yan's group only have 4 people and their invitation card is very low grade. Therefore, they are sitting at the back of the table. Many people have come to participate in the banquet, so the banquet is being held in the plaza of the Xiao clan's manor. At least 20,000 people have come, right? Xiaohua said in low voice. The plaza is rectangular, there is a tall stage at the front. The people sitting in the front row are all distinguished guests. Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace are also sitting in the VIP area. The tables and chairs in the VIP area are very different from the ones at the back. They look even more beautiful and luxurious, even the food is very good. And the table that is receiving the most attention is the Guanghan Palace's table. After all, there are many beautiful women who rarely show their faces. The people sitting around Bingxing are feeling great pressure because the cold air released by Bingxing's body is causing the bodies of these younger generation to feel ice cold. We will eat. Qin Yan said with smile, we only have 4 people at this table, no one will fight over food with us. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, Xiao family is really stingy, these things are not tasty, the grade is too low. Xiao Hua picked up a hard flatbread, curled his lips and said, actually, everyone doesn't need to eat anything. We came to this kind of celebration to taste delicious food, but they used this kind of thing to entertain people. It is not as good as Sister Ying's pastries, I won't eat it. Xiao Yuemei took a bite of the flatbread and put it back with disgust. Qin Yan said with smile, we are not distinguished guests, we are just here to make things more lively. The Xiao family definitely thinks that by inviting us, they think highly of us. Xiao Hua said, I didn't expect that they would invite so many people. It seems like the Xiao family is going to officially announce the matter of the ancient garden today. The distinguished guests arrived one after another, all of them arrived rather late. Immortal family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Long family, and those people from Sacred Desolate all arrived very late. Heavenly Tiger Stars people are also here. There are also many powers from other realm. Xiao Hua said in low voice. Da Zhuang is here. Xiao Yuemei said in low voice. Qin Yan saw Shiman Da Zhuang following behind Shiman Taigan, along with more than 20 old men and middle-aged men. Qin Yan said in astonishment, Shiman family's attitude is very big. 2 tables of people have arrived. Xiao Hua looked at the middle aisle and said, Qi and Qin families have also arrived. There are quite a few people. These are all hidden inscription aristocratic families. Many of them have come, it is clear that they attach great importance to this banquet. Just as Qin Yan and others were looking at the late guests, 2 people suddenly sat at their table. One is a middle-aged man and the other is an old man. Their appearance is very ordinary, they are wearing white clothes and a white robe. They are also inscription masters. Although their appearance is very ordinary, they are very spirited. It can be seen that they are inscription masters with very strong mental power. Qin Yan looked at the runes on their white robes and is secretly alarmed. They are also dragon transformation runes. For friends, where are you from? The old man said with polite smile, do you mind if we sit at this table? I don't mind, we only have 4 people here anyway. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yan said with smile, we are from the Inscription Gate. My surname is Qin, I am the sect master of the Inscription Gate. I am Li Xingqi, this is my son, Li Wucai, the old man also introduced himself. I am Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not conceal his identity and said with smile, I am the great elder of the Inscription Gate. This is my granddaughter Xiao Ying, she is also an elder of the Inscription Gate. Xiao Yuemei also said with smile, Grandpa, I am Xiao Yuemei, the grand elder of the Inscription Gate. You look very kind, you are a good grandpa. Do you have anything delicious to eat? Xiao family is too stingy, we can't eat anything they give us. There are many elders in the Inscription Gate, moreover, they are all great elder, grand elder, and so on. Xiao Yuemei randomly gave them titles. Li Xingqi is somewhat astonished because this Inscription Gate looks very extraordinary. A young girl like Xiao Ying is actually an elder, and the grand elder with very high status is actually a pretty and pleasant girl. Xiao family's things can indeed not be eaten. Li Xingqi chuckled, then took out a plate of fruits and placed it on the table. Then he took out some grapes and other things. Xiao Yuemei's eyes shone as she looked at this, she said with smile, thank you Grandpa. Soon after, Xiao Ying also took out the pastries and fruit juices she made. They are all made by her, they are very delicious and tasty. After Li Xingqi and his son tasted it, they praised unceasingly. Qin Yan said with smile, Old Li, big brother Li, you should be honored guests right? Why did you come here to sit? Li Xingqi looked at the stage in front of him, shook his head and said with smile, I come from the inscription world, we only recognize runes and not cultivation. Li Wucai said, Sect Master Qin, your inscription gate is truly awesome, you actually have a dragon transformation inscription master. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished, he did not expect that these two people actually came from the inscription world, moreover they are surnamed Li. The Li Longxian he knew before also came from the inscription world, Xiao Hua said in shock, so you two friends are from the Li family of the inscription world. He has been to the inscription world before, so he knows quite a bit about the matters of the inscription world. The father and son saw that Qin Yun and Xiao Hua's blue robes have dragon transformation runes, that's why they are sitting here. In their eyes, dragon transformation inscription masters are people of the same level as them. Furthermore, they also like to keep a low profile, so they are sitting in the back row. Li Xingqi cupped his hands and said with smile, Immortal Desolate is indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There is actually such a powerful inscription gate and we have never heard of it. We are also just a small sect. Qin Yun said with faint smile. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from the sky above the plaza. That is Xiao Kongjian's voice, he stood on the stage in front and shouted, Everyone, quiet down. The noisy plaza immediately quieted down, Xiao Kongjian began to say a lot of courteous words on the stage, saying thank you to everyone for coming to the celebration banquet and so on. In short, he said a lot of bullshit. After he finished saying those courteous words, he began to get to the main topic, talking about the ancient garden. Our Xiao family found the gate to the ancient garden and grasped the key to open the gate. We only need to gather a powerful force to open the gate. Xiao Kongjian said. Although this is what many people already knew, now that it has been confirmed, the plaza also burst into an uproar. An old man from the Xian family said with some dissatisfaction, Xiao family master, didn't your grandson already say it before? Originally, this matter was rather secretive, so that when everyone bought the pass, it would be relatively easy and they wouldn't have to pay too much. And now, knowing that the ancient garden is about to open, those who have the pass in their hands all plan to make a big profit. Xiao Kongjian coughed twice and laughed awkwardly, secretly cursing his grandson. Bid up an old man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate said sinisterly, hurry up and start selling the pass. We can't wait any longer. No one has sold the pass for the past few days. If you want to sell it now, hurry up. The Xiao clan people also knew that the big powers wanted to get more pass. This way, more people would enter the ancient garden. If the cultivation was about the same, the more people entering, the stronger they would be. If they wanted to fight for something, the more people there were, the greater the chance of winning. Xiao Kongjian shouted, I invited many friends. If you have pass, you can come up and sell it. Does anyone want to come up? No one came up, someone said in a low voice, if I had the pass, I definitely wouldn't sell it. After all, it's a very rare opportunity to enter the ancient garden. Xiao Kongjian sneered, you want to enter the ancient garden? Not just anyone could go in. If you want to enter, you need our Xiao clan's permission. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications to enter the gate. If you plan to keep the pass to enter the ancient garden, you can take a bath and sleep. Without our Xiao clan's permission, you can't enter at all. The pass in your hands is trash. Many people immediately started discussing, they were all dissatisfied with the Xiao clan's way of doing things. The more than 200 passes in circulation were all in the hands of the big shots of some small and medium-sized powers. The rest were in the hands of the big powers. Those big powers wanted to keep it for more disciples to enter and even wanted to buy the pass at a high price. Therefore, there were only 200 passes that could be sold now. Maybe some people would be reluctant to sell them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood up and walked onto the stage. He raised the pass in his hand and shouted, as long as you give me 5 teleportation talismans, I'll trade with him. Teleportation talismans were relatively precious. They could be exchanged for at least 5 gene of sacred profound silver crystals. Hearing his price, many of the big power's upper echelons secretly shook their heads. Too expensive, too expensive. Xiao Kongjian said, if it's 3 teleportation talismans, I can still accept it. That's right. The pass is actually very cheap. Why are you calling it so high? Someone shouted, it was the Qi clan. Everyone was lowering the price. It made the middle-aged man somewhat embarrassed because he was openly selling the pass. Just as the middle-aged man was about to lower the price, an old man from the Qin clan shouted, "5 it is, I'll trade with you." There was an uproar in the square. The Xiao family, Qi family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and the other big powers immediately started cursing in their hearts. Because the Qin family is willing to exchange, that means that 5 teleportation talismans is the lowest price. The old man from the Qin family chuckled as he walked up and said, "There aren't many entry passes. I've gotten one now, but there will only be fewer and fewer in the future, and the price will only get higher and higher." In the end, the ones who would crazily fight over the passage passes would definitely be the large factions, because they couldn't stand the fact that the other factions had the most people entering. They were going in to find the Sun Soul. This was a rare opportunity, so no matter how great the price they had to pay, they had to ensure that they had the most and strongest people in. Qin Yan said in a low voice, "I'm going up to sell the pass." Qin Yan got up and walked to the main road in the middle. Then, he quickly walked towards the stage. Xiao Kongjian is above. When he saw Qin Yan walk up, he is slightly startled. He recognized Qin Yan. He is the mysterious man who ran out from Bingxing's room. Everyone could see that he was holding an entry token in his hand. When Qin Yan walked over, he secretly sent a sound transmission to Wei Zhongxing, telling him to buy the entry token when the time comes. It's just a fake transaction. Seeing Qin Yan go up, Shiman Dazhuang and Shiman Taigan are very shocked. They never expected that Qin Yan would also have an entry token and even want to sell it. They didn't expose Qin Yan's identity. After Qin Yan walked up, he said with smile, "I don't want the teleportation talisman. My entry token will be exchanged for 500 genes of instant space immortal iron and 5 genes of sacred mysterious silver crystal." Hearing this exchange condition, everyone cried out in alarm. Many youngsters don't even know what sacred mysterious silver crystal and instant space immortal iron are. Only the older generation know that they are very precious materials. You are demanding an exorbitant price. It's even higher than that brother from before. Xiao Kongjian coldly snorted and said. Qi family's middle-aged man shouted, "Why are all these guys with entry tokens so arrogant? The asking price is higher than the other. We won't exchange." The immortal family old man said, "That's right, let's not exchange with them, otherwise they will ask for even more sky-high prices." Soon after, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xiao family, Long family, and other major factions all expressed that they won't accept sky-high prices. At this time, Wei Zhongxing indifferently said, "My nether sect is willing to exchange." Finished speaking, he walked up the stage. Those major factions cursed in low voice because once they open their mouth, no one will be willing to sell their entry tokens at a low price. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, "This is the value of the entry token. If you don't want it, someone else will. All the friends who have entry tokens, don't sell them at a low price. The price of entry tokens is very high because if you sell them, there will be less and less of them. Even if they rot in your hands, don't sell them at a low price. You see, even if I ask for sky-high prices, there will be people willing to exchange." Those major factions' older generation wished that they could rush up and slap Qin Yan's face swollen. "He is actually driving up the price," Qin Yan said with mischievous laugh. "There are sun spirits in ancient gardens. Moreover, a friend from Inscription World told me that apart from sun spirits, there are also large amount of sacred tier materials inside ancient gardens, even ancient cultivation methods to upgrade. Once you enter ancient gardens, as long as you are not an idiot, you will be able to make 10 times the profit. There are instant void immortal iron everywhere inside. There are also many instant void sacred iron and mysterious saint gold crystals." Qin Yan said this to let people know that as long as they enter ancient gardens, they will be able to make a profit. Therefore, the entry token is very valuable. Of course, this is all Qin Yan's nonsense because no one knows the specific situation inside ancient gardens. Qin Yan deliberately brought up Inscription World to make people believe him. After Wei Zhongxing walked up, he pretended to be very doubtful and asked, "Friend, you really know a lot about ancient gardens. I wonder if you have any proof." Many major factions people began voicing their doubts one after another. Qin Yan said with smile, "The entrance to ancient gardens is actually a broken bridge." After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Kongjian and asked, is that right? This. No, the entrance to ancient gardens is inside a huge mountain. Xiao Kongjian immediately denied. And at this time a Xiao family elder said in amazement, that's right, the entrance to ancient gardens is a broken bridge. That broken bridge is inside a huge mountain. Not many people know about it, only us few clan elders know about it. Xiao Kongjian, forget about you, even Xiao Hua has never entered, what he said is correct, that Xiao family elder asked, young man, how do you know? Because my ancestor was one of the people who built ancient gardens. Qinyan finished speaking and took out a large pile of entry tokens. There are actually more than 20 of them. Seeing the entry tokens in his hand, everyone immediately burst into commotion. A single person actually has 20 entry tokens. This caused people to immediately believe that his ancestor was one of the people who built ancient gardens. This. Why do they look so new? Wei Zhongjing pretended to be shocked and said. That's because they have been preserved very well, they have never been taken out before. Qinyan said with smile, Grandpa, do you want to buy them all? Yes, yes, yes. A total of 10,000 genes of instant void immortal iron and 50 genes of mysterious saint silver crystals, right? Wei Zhongjing asked. Do you have that much instant void immortal iron? Qinyan asked. Of course we don't. Wei Zhongjing sighed and said, my nether sect only has 3,000 genes. You can owe me, wait until you come out of ancient gardens, then pay me back. Qinyan faintly smiled, I believe in nether sect's credibility. Wei Zhongjing immediately signed a soul contract with Qinyan, then took the 20 entry tokens. Then he gave Qinyan a storage pouch saying that there will be 500 genes of instant void immortal iron and some mysterious saint silver crystals. Actually, there is nothing inside. This way, nether sect will have 20 more entry tokens. One must know that Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Immortal families hate nether sect to the bone, and now nether sect has so many entry tokens. This means that more and more people will enter ancient gardens, they cannot be outdone. Qinyan raised the price, then blindly boasted that there are many good things in ancient gardens and quickly left the stage. Now even Xiao Kongjian believes Qinyan's words. He saw that Qinyan just got off the stage and yelled, Friend, you said before that you are the sect master of Inscription Gate, right? Moreover, you know Palace Master Bingxing, how many entry tokens do you have? How many did you sell to Palace Master Bingxing? 30. Qinyan faintly smiled and said, Of course, they also owe me. Anyway, your Xiao family won't let me enter ancient gardens, so I might as well sell them. Guanghan Palace has already bought 30 entry tokens. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Immortal families can no longer remain calm because Guanghan Palace is their sworn enemy. Now Xiao Kongjian is completely convinced that this youngster's ancestor participated in the construction of ancient gardens. That is why he has a batch of brand new entry tokens. After Qinyan returned to his seat, an old man walked up with an entry token and immediately took out 10 teleportation talismans. Qin Jelly immediately went to exchange. Those who have entry tokens are now extremely happy. They walked up one after another, their tone is very arrogant. The lowest is 10 teleportation talismans or something of equal value. In short, those big powers are bleeding a lot. Just now they agreed to oppose the sky-high price, but now they are fighting until their heads are bleeding. Qinyan also discovered that Shiman family is not fighting over the entry tokens, even Xiao family is now paying a great price to fight over the entry tokens. Everyone who came to participate in the banquet exclaimed in admiration again and again. They all wish that they have an entry token in their hands so that they can exchange it for a large amount of good things. More than an hour passed by and everything gradually calmed down. Chapter 1568, Opening the Path. There are not 200 passes in circulation, only 80, in this way, the pass would be priceless. At this time, Wei Zhongjing chuckled and said, No one else? It seems like I bought it before, ha ha ha. He is very happy because Qinyan promised to give 200 passes to Nether sect. Everyone immediately quieted down. Then heated discussion began again. Many people did not expect that there would be so few passes. At this time, Xiao Kongjian looked at Qinyan and saw Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua is wearing the same blue robe as Qinyan. Xiao Yingying is also beside him. Xiao Hua, why are you here? What is your relationship with the Inscription Gate's sect master? Xiao Kongjian asked in cold voice. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm and looked behind them. Just now, Xiao Hua's back was facing the stage, so Xiao Kongjian could not see him. Xiao Hua deliberately sat facing the stage so that Xiao Kongjian could see him. I came with the sect master. I am now the great elder of the inscription gate. Xiao Hua's calm voice carried a hint of anger, because he was beaten up by the Xiao clan back then. Qin Yan also remembers this matter. He came here today to find an opportunity to swindle the Xiao family. Xiao Hua, get the hell out of our Xiao family villa. You are no longer a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Kongjian is very angry and furiously shouted. Because he is jealous that Xiao Hua joined such an awesome sect, Xiao Kongjian and a few elders of the Xiao family walked towards Qin Yan's table with gloomy expression. Even the elders of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and the other great factions also walked over. They all know that Xiao Hua is an immortal emperor. If they fight with no regard for their lives, it will cause a huge commotion. The people sitting near Qin Yan's table dispersed one after another. After all, there are many immortal emperors coming over. Bing Xing and Wei Zhongxing are also worried that something might happen, so they walked over. They know that Qin Yan only has one immortal emperor, Xiao Hua. Xiao family master, you gave me the invitation and told me that I can bring 10 people. I am only bringing 3 people now, why not? Qin Yan said with smile. He was not afraid of the Xiao clan. At most, he would use a teleportation talisman to escape. Furthermore, at their table, there were 2 awesome people from the Li family of the inscription world. Although Li Xingqi is only an immortal king, his inscription level is very high. Now he is calmly sitting in his seat, his back is facing the Xiao family, he is tasting the fruit juice made by Xiao Yingying. My friend, Xiao Hua is an enemy of the Xiao clan. Xiao Kongjian said coldly, if he doesn't leave, then I'll have to chase you away. The people from the Xiao family were afraid that Xiao Hua would speak carelessly because there were rumors that Xiao Hua had been harmed by another faction. Let's go. I've sold enough passes anyway. Qin Yan smiled. What he wanted to do tonight was almost complete. At this time, Li Xingqi slowly stood up and said with a smile, Brother Qin, it's my first time in the Immortal Desolate, I'm not familiar with this place. Since you want to leave, we'll follow you. After Li Xingqi stood up, an old man from the Qin family cried out in alarm, it's the Li family of the inscription world, I remember their clothes, these 2 are friends of the Li family of the inscription world. Shiman Taigan also promptly walked over and respectfully said to Li Xingqi, Greetings, Chief Li. Chief Li, since you came to the Immortal Desolate, why didn't you come to my Shiman family? The elders of the Shiman family walked over one after another and respectfully saluted Li Xingqi. They all called him Chief Li. Qi and Qin family's old inscription masters and immortal emperors also shouted Uncle Li non-stop. Qin Yan and Xiao Hua are very shocked because they didn't know that Li Xingqi's position is so high. The 4 great inscription families have all entered the inscription world, they know that the inscription masters inside are all very awesome. Chief Li, I remember that the invitation card I sent you was for the VIP seat in the front row. Why are you sitting here? Xiao Kongjian bowed and said in a very respectful manner. The people in the vicinity are also very curious, who exactly is this Chief Li? At this moment, everyone is even more convinced that the ancestors of the Inscription Gate's sect master participated in the construction of the ancient gardens. Actually, Li Xingqi also truly believes that Qin Yan's ancestors participated in the construction of the ancient gardens. Because Brother Qin is here. Li Xingqi faintly smiled, Brother Qin is the sect master of the Inscription Gate. I had a very pleasant conversation with him and learned a lot about the ancient gardens. Xiao Kongjian's forehead is immediately filled with sweat. He is now certain that the Inscription Gate is very awesome. They are actually able to make Chief Li willingly sit at the back. What shocked those inscription families the most is that Chief Li actually addressed a young man as Brother Qin. This is how people of the same generation address each other. The mysterious Inscription Gate's sect master's ancestors participated in the construction of the ancient gardens. They have many passes in their hands and they are also Chief Li's good friends. This caused those people from the inscription families to feel completely baffled. This kid seems to be Qin Yan. Suddenly someone shouted, it is unknown who shouted. Just now when Chief Li called him Brother Qin, someone said that it was Qin Yan. In this way, it really is possible. Qin Yan. He actually appeared here. This news is like a boulder falling on the calm surface of a lake, causing a huge wave. The entire plaza is like an explosion, letting out a burst of exclamations. Qin Yun is very calm. Even when he sensed the killing intent of the heavenly tiger star, Long family, immortal family, and devil immortal heavenly gate, he could still smile. Uncle, you have so many passes in your hands, why don't you give them to us? Shiman Taigon promptly said with smile, are you afraid that we can't afford it? My Shiman family's foundation is the strongest among the 4 great inscription families. Hearing Shiman Taigon's shout, everyone immediately confirmed that this is indeed Qin Yun. He is an awesome person who destroyed 2 altars. Moreover, his divine inscription mountain has swallowed many divine mountains occupied by great powers. Now, he is actually here, in front of all his enemies. His expression does not change, he is still talking cheerfully and wittily. He is indeed as awesome as the rumors say. Master Qin, we are all surnamed Qin, maybe our ancestors have some relationship. A middle-aged man from the Qin family walked over with a smile and said, I wonder if Master Qin still has a pass in his hands? Li Xingqi said, Brother Qin, didn't the Xiao family tell you to leave? It's so noisy here, let's hurry up and go to a quiet place to talk. All right. Qin Yun said with a smile. Master Qin, please wait. Xiao Kongjian suddenly shouted, I was wrong just now, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Everyone wanted a passage pass. Right now, there is no market for it. If they could get more, they would be able to fish for more things after entering, and they would be even more confident in obtaining the incomparably precious Sun Soul. Misunderstanding? It's not just a little bit. You injured our sect's great elder earlier. If I hadn't treated him in time, he would have died a long time ago. Qin Yin said coldly, how are we going to settle this debt? When did this Xiao Hua join the inscription gate? Xiao Kongjian's forehead is dripping with sweat as he looked at the Xiao family's elders. It's been a while. Qin Yin said, you inexplicably injured the great elder of my inscription gate. In short, I will slowly settle this debt with you. What Xiao Kongjian doesn't know is that the great elder is very worthless in the inscription gate. However, in everyone's opinion, the great elder's status is very high. The old man from the devil immortal heavenly gate said in deep voice, Xiao family's friend, you should just let him scram. Without them, we can still enter the ancient garden. The Xian family's people are also very unhappy and said, why are you being so polite to him? Quickly make him scram. Qin Yun said, all right, let's go. Li Xingqi also wanted to follow, but he was stopped by the elders of the 4 great inscription families. Chiefly, we invited you here this time to ask you to help repair that broken bridge. If you leave, we won't be able to open the ancient garden. Xiao Kongjian said anxiously, the majority of the broken runes on the bridge are dragon transformation runes. We can't repair it. Wei Zhongxing said with sneer, didn't the devil immortal heavenly gate and Xian family tell Chief Li's friend to scram? It seems like the devil immortal heavenly gate and Xian family can repair that bridge. Truly awesome. Li Xingqi coldly looked at the people from the devil immortal heavenly gate and Xian family and said, this group of people spoke rudely to my friend. If I repair the entrance, they can also enter. Forget about it. Just now, the ones who bought the most passes were the Xian family, Long family, and the other great powers. If they can't open the entrance to the ancient garden, then no one can enter. They are also very anxious now. Qin Yun is secretly delighted. He did not expect that Li Xingqi would be invited here to help repair the runes at the entrance. Brotherly, let's go. My ancestor participated in the construction of the ancient garden and left behind a secret technique that can open another entrance. If you and I join hands, we can definitely succeed. Qin Yin said with smile. Really? I'm very interested. This is a test of the usage of spatial runes, it is a chance to learn. Li Xingqi said in pleasant surprise. These words caused a huge uproar again. Bing Xing and Wei Zhongxing also don't know if what Qin Yin said is true or not. Especially Bing Xing. She knows that in Qin Yun's past life, he was a very powerful swindler. And now, he is boasting so much that she doesn't dare to believe it. Shiman Taigon looked at Qin Yun's clothes and cried out in alarm, Uncle, your robe has dragon transformation runes. Did you do this? When Shimin Taigan said this, the people from the 4 great inscription families all looked at the blue robe on Qin Yun and Xiao Hua. After seeing it, they immediately cried out in alarm because those are dragon transformation runes. The people from the Immortal family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate all know how powerful dragon transformation runes are. At this moment, their expressions are extremely unsightly, because it is very likely that they will not be able to enter the ancient garden and they have to pay a great price to buy many passage tokens. Brother Qin, let's go. Li Xingqi was about to leave with Qin Yun, but he was stopped by the Xiao family people who are begging. Xiao Kongjian said with a wry smile, Master Li, Master Qin, what do I have to do for you to stay? Do you want me to kneel and kowtow to you? Li Xingqi is only an immortal king. Because he can carve dragon transformation runes, even an immortal emperor like Xiao Kongjian has to be respectful to him. If Li Xingqi and Qin Yun leave, it means that they will be able to open another entrance to enter the ancient garden. At that time, anyone who has a good relationship with Qin Yun will be able to enter. As for Qin Yun's enemies, don't even think about it. They can only guard a broken bridge and hold a pile of passage tokens anxiously. Join hands in peace talks. Bing Xing deliberately cooperated with Qin Yun because she knew that Qin Yun wanted to make a huge profit by selling the pass. If anyone had the chance to enter the ancient garden, those small and medium-sized sects and aristocratic families would also consider buying the pass. Anyone who buys my passage can enter the ancient garden through my passage. Qin Yun said with a smile. Xiao Kongjian and the others became even more anxious. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to enter the ancient garden, unless they found another inscription master who could carve dragon transformation runes. My lords, what exactly do you want? Xiao Kongjian pleaded, let's talk terms. Regarding the grudge between us and Xiao Hua, can we talk about it later? Xiao Hua said, Headmaster, let's talk about my grudge with them later. Xiao Hua's intention was to let Qin Yun earn some money first. Li Xingqi looked at Qin Yun and said, Brother Qin, you speak. As long as you come to an agreement, I promise to help repair that bridge. Qin Yun also knew that if he wanted to open another passageway by himself, it would take a lot of time, manpower, and resources. If there was really no other way, he would consider opening another path. Your Xiao clan wants to allow people with the pass to enter the ancient garden through that passage. Qin Yun said, back then, the pass was scattered all over the immortal desolate. It was for fated people to enter the ancient garden. You can't restrict others from entering. That's not a problem, but those who want to pass through the passage must pay 1 billion immortal jade beads. Immortal jade bead is an energy source, it is a must. Xiao Kongjian also agreed because he can see that Qin Yun still has some entry tokens. The immortals and the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are all in a bad mood. That is because once Qin Yun entered the ancient garden, he would most likely obtain the Sun Soul. The Xiao clan's elder said, apart from this condition, is there anything else? Qin Yun looked at Xiao Hua and said, Old Xiao wants to contact the space god, you must agree. No. An old man gritted his teeth and said, we can't let him contact the spatial god because he is no longer a member of our Xiao clan. Then there is no room for discussion. Qin Yun sighed. Master Qin, if we really can't cooperate, then we can only look for someone better. At most, we'll just waste a little more time. Xiao Kongjian said. The immortal old man also shouted, right, there are other dragon transformation inscription masters anyways. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate said coldly, Xiayang race's friends are not here yet, they must have dragon transformation inscription masters, right? If the Xiayang race doesn't have any, we can just go to the inscription world and look for them. Xiao family head, don't be led by this brat. Ignore him and let them go. The old man from the Long family coldly snorted. That bastard Qin Yun killed so many of our Earth province's divine mountains. We still haven't settled this debt with him, an old man from Heavenly Tiger Planet said with a face full of anger. Their losses are great. I still have some passage tokens in my hands. Even if you can repair the bridge to enter the ancient garden and open the gate, how many people can enter? Qin Yun said with a smile, and if I open another passage, we can have even more people enter. You. How many more passes do you have? Xiao Kongjian asked. Judging from Qin Yun's tone, it was obvious that he still had quite a few. Xiao family head, don't be fooled by him. Maybe the passes he sold before were all fake. An old man from the immortal family yelled, maybe he joined hands with Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace to swindle you. Everyone immediately discussed this possibility in low voice. Because Qin Yan has a lot of passes and they look very new, it is very normal to suspect that they are fake. Xiao Kongjian is also somewhat suspicious now. Shiman Taidan said, how can it be fake? I believe in uncle's character. If you say it is fake, then don't buy it in the future. Li Xingqi said with smile, I have seen that pass before, it is without a doubt real, I am sure of it. If Uncle Li says it is real, then it is definitely real. Qin family's old man said with smile, this is Uncle Li using his own reputation to vouch for it. Qin Yan took out a passage token and threw it to Xiao Kongjian. He said, take a look. Xiao Kongjian received it in shock. After pouring in immortal power, the passage token produced a kind of strange spatial fluctuation. It's real. Xiao Kongjian nodded and said, then promptly returned the passage token to Qin Yan. Then, let old Xiao talk to the space god, do you agree or not? Qin Yan said, if you agree, then we will exchange our passage tokens with you. Immortal family's old man said in deep voice, Xiao family master, don't agree. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Long Family, Heavenly Tiger Star and others all urged Xiao Kongjian not to agree. Because if Xiao Kongjian agrees, it means that Xiao family can exchange many passage tokens and they can't. Maybe he can't even open a passage, that's why he is negotiating with you. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's middle-aged man yelled. Xiao Kongjian was chatting with a few other elders at the moment. Immortal family middle-aged man yelled, if we let Qin Yan enter the ancient garden, then we won't go. Without our resources and power, you won't be able to open that spatial gate. Right. We won't participate. Long family's old man also yelled, I want to see, without us, what kind of power can you achieve? Soon after, many other realm powers also expressed their withdrawal. Because the number of passage tokens they obtained is too few, the number of people entering the ancient garden is too few, they basically can't obtain anything. Xiao Kongjian looked at Qin Yan with difficulty and said with sigh, Master Qin, you see. What should we do? Let's all work together to open the ancient garden gate and enter together, wouldn't that be great? Qin Yan said, I am willing to temporarily let go of grudges. Who can exchange with me? The prerequisite is that you have enough resources. Is this fine? This immediately caused a burst of surprised exclamations. Especially Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and other powers that are enemies with Qin Yan, they don't dare believe this is true because they know that Qin Yan is very hostile towards them. Immortal Family Old Man said, Qin Yan, are you willing to sell the passage token to us? Do you have any other conditions? We won't agree to any of your conditions. No conditions, it depends on whether or not you have enough resources to exchange with me. Qin Yan said with faint smile, of course, you can't owe me. You won't demand an exorbitant price, right? Long Family middle-aged man said with sneer. 500 genes of instant space immortal iron and 5 genes of sacred Xian silver crystal, this price is not too excessive, right? Qin Yan said. If you can get the passage token, it is indeed not excessive. But how many do you have in your hands? You can't be biased towards Guanghan Palace, Nether Sect and Shiman family. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate Old Man said. How about this, I will sign a contract with you. I guarantee that all sects and aristocratic families will get the same amount of passage tokens from me. Qin Yan said with faint smile, as for the amount of passage tokens, you will have to sign a contract with me, you can't leak it out. All right. Immortal Family Old Man nodded. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Kongjian and said, you see, I have taken care of them, what about your Xiao family? Are you willing to let old Xiao contact the space god? Now it is all up to you. I agree, but only after we open the ancient garden gate. Xiao Kongjian nodded and said. Qin Yan said, since we have an agreement, then in a few days, I will discuss the matter of the passage tokens with you alone. Soon after, Qin Yan told them a location, it is outside the city. Qin Yan had previously sent Bai Zhe back and told the mountain god to move the divine inscription mountain outside of heaven's austere city. Because he feels that the city is not safe, he asked divine inscription mountain to come over. Brother Qin, can you give some of your passage tokens to my Li family? Don't worry, we can afford it. Li Xingqi said. Alright, then we will discuss this matter tonight. Qin Yan said with smile. Those big shots of the big powers all want to know how many passage tokens Qin Yan has. It seems like he has a lot of them. Qin Yan won't say how many he has. If people knew that he has more than 2,000, they would have no value. That is why he wants to trade in private and sign a confidentiality contract. Everyone, you should quickly go back and get some instant space immortal iron and sacred Xian silver crystal. When the time comes, you don't have enough resources to trade with me, don't blame me for being biased. Qin Yan said with smile. All the major powers moved very quickly, they immediately left the city and used teleportation talismans to return. Originally, Qin Yan made more than 100 teleportation talismans and planned to sell them when Xiao Kongjian is selling them. This way, he can cause a scene and also conveniently exchange for some instant space immortal iron. Now things have turned out like this, he did not expect it. It is mainly because of Li Xingqi's appearance, otherwise Qin Yan would have another plan. Qin Yan only told Bing Xing that he can give her 200 passage tokens and told her to call people over. Bing Xing found out from Jian Linglong and Lan Fengjin that Qin Yan refined a large number of passage tokens, so she is not surprised. What surprised her is that Qin Yan can open another passage and he is also a dragon transformation inscription master. Qin Yan's group, Li Xingqi and his son quickly left the city. After leaving, Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and invited Li Xingqi and Li Wucai to enter. Tonight, it is all thanks to old Li's cooperation that we can stabilize the situation. Qin Yan cupped his hands towards Li Xingqi and said with smile, I will directly give you the passage tokens, this is to thank you. Li Xingqi waved his hand and said with smile, Brother Qin, we won't take your passage tokens for free. We only have 20 passage tokens in our hands. If you can give us more, our Li family will be able to send even more people to enter the ancient garden. After all, that is a very mysterious world, we want to go in and study it. Qin Yan asked, then how many people do you plan to send into the ancient garden? 50 people. Li Xingqi said with smile, Brother Qin, can you exchange 30 passage tokens with us? If not, then less. Star God bestows fire Chapter 1570, Star God bestows fire. Li family of inscription world often go everywhere to collect all kind of resources. Qin Yan met Li Longxian in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, he is in charge of collecting instant space immortal iron. Therefore, Qin Yan feels that Li family must have a lot of instant space immortal iron. Moreover, Qin Yan only has a few hundred gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals, they are very important energy source. After Qin Yan researched them, he discovered that if divine tools had the power of sacred mysterious silver crystals, their might will become even stronger. Oldly, I can exchange this many entry tokens with you. Qin Yan raised 2 fingers and said. 20? Enough, enough. Li Xingqi nodded in satisfaction and said with smile. Oldly, 200. Xiao Yuemei lightly smiled. Xiao Hua also laughed and said, Oldly, how can 20 entry tokens be enough? Li Xingqi and Li Wucai's eyes are wide open in shock, they looked at each other in dismay. This. Brother Qin, how many entry tokens do you have? Li Xingqi is very shocked. A lot. Qin Yan said with smile. Li Xingqi inhaled a few mouthfuls of air, calmed down and said with smile, I understand. Those passage tokens were all refined by Brother Qin. Since Oldly has guessed it, please keep it a secret and don't tell anyone. I will give you 200 entry tokens, just name your price. Qin Yan said in low voice. Since they were refined by you, it must have been very difficult. Li Xingqi said, I will be very generous, as for how to exchange, I will have to go back and discuss with other people in my family. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right. Li Xingqi said, then we will go back first. Li Xingqi got up and left Floating Cloud Pagoda with his son. Qin Yan sent them off and waved goodbye to them. According to Qin Yan's conditions, 1 entry token can be exchanged for 500 gene of instant space immortal iron and 5 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Then 200 entry tokens can be exchanged for 100 gene of instant space immortal iron and 1000 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Sect Master, do you think they have that much instant space immortal iron? Xiao Hua asked. Not only inscription worldly family, immortal family, devil immortal heavenly gate and others. I wonder if they have that many. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed, they must be very poor. Xiao Hua said, as far as I know, those big powers can only take out 10 to 20,000 jin at most. Furthermore, it will take some time to collect them. It doesn't matter. In any case, I'm going to use the passage pass to obtain a large amount of instant space immortal iron and Saint Profound silver crystals. Qin Yan said, only like this can we refine a large number of teleportation magic tools. They are much more useful than teleportation talismans. Xiao Hua nodded and said, we still need to restore the magic mirror's operation. In the distance, there was a rumbling sound, and the earth trembled slightly. It was late at night, and in the distance, there was a huge mountain in the shape of a pagoda that was moving rapidly on the ground. The inscription Divine Mountain is here. Divine Mountain is here. Qin Yan said with smile, this place belongs to Heaven Province, this old mountain will have something to eat. Many of the divine mountains in Tianzhou were very strong, but they were guarded by many powerful cultivators. It would not be easy to devour them. There are many divine fruits on top of the inscription Divine Mountain. These divine fruits can only be exchanged with powers that have good relations with them. The reason why Qin Yan took out the passage pass to exchange was to let the enemy forces enter the ancient garden, not to let them become stronger. If he took out the divine fruits to exchange, it would let the enemy forces quickly increase their strength. Old Xiao, we will definitely take revenge for you. After entering the ancient garden, we will let them have a good time. Qin Yan said. Xiao Hua nodded his head, Sect Master, you should take this opportunity to obtain a large amount of instant space immortal iron and Saint Profound silver crystals. You can plunder the resources they have accumulated for many years. Everyone thought that by entering the ancient garden, they would be able to recoup their losses. Therefore, they felt that 500 jin of instant space immortal iron and 5 jin of Saint Profound crystals for a passage pass is very worth it. Qin Yan is not too clear about the situation of the ancient garden. There are also resources, but it is definitely not as abundant as he bragged. Because there were originally 9 sun sects inside, maybe they were all occupied by those 8-9 sun sects. Qin Yan handed over a storage bag to Xiao Hua and said, Old Xiao, I want to refine some equipment during this period of time, the passage pass is inside. Go and announce that as long as you have 500 jin of instant space immortal iron and 5 jin of Saint Profound crystals, you can exchange it for a passage pass. Xiao Hua took it and said, Sect Master, are you worried that those great powers won't be able to handle so many passage passes? Indeed. Qin Yan nodded his head, then said to Xiao Yuemei, Yuemei, go find Sister Bing Xing and the others and help them make passage passes. Help them refine as many as they want. Anyway, there is still a lot of time, there is no need to rush. All right. Xiao Yuemei said, I will go find them now, I will bring Sister Yingying along. Xiao Yuemei brought Xiao Yingying out of the floating cloud pagoda. And Xiao Hua also followed them into the heavenly austere city and began announcing the news inside. Qin Yan stored the floating cloud pagoda and climbed up the divine mountain. Black Mouse Baizé is busy making talisman paper. Qin Yan also taught them the runes of teleportation talisman so that they can make teleportation talisman independently. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, after Qin Yan arrived at the top of the mountain, he released the floating cloud pagoda and called Baizé in. After Baizé entered, he asked, Sect Master, what's the matter? Qin Yan released Momo. When Baizé saw Momo, they were shocked and immediately became wild with joy. The High Priest of the Magical Fairies can help our runes evolve. Baizé said excitedly. This little fairy is also a member of the Inscription Gate. Qin Yan said with a smile, I also don't know if she can help your runes evolve. After all, you are both heavenly rune beasts and sun rune beasts. Baizé said, no problem. It will definitely work, it's just that, it might make the High Priest tired. Momo said with a smile, it doesn't matter, there is a lot of food here, I am not afraid of tiredness. Qin Yan also knows that Baizé is loyal and devoted to the Inscription Gate, that is why he asked Momo to help them become stronger. Then let's begin. Qin Yan said with a smile, I will let Xiao Lu pick some divine fruits. Let Xiao He evolve first. Baizé said with a smile, I will go pick the divine fruits for Elder Sister Priest. Because being called elder sister, Momo is also very happy. Next, Momo began helping Baize's runes evolve. Qin Yan and Baize walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Baize brought Lu Jiayan to the lowest level and picked many divine fruits for Momo to eat. Qin Yan arrived beside a boulder and shouted, "Old mountain, come out, I have something to talk to you about." Mountain God's head drilled out of the boulder. He yawned and asked, "What is it?" "I am having a beautiful dream. I am dreaming that I am going to sweep through the entire divine desolate. What will happen if you swallow a large amount of instant space immortal iron?" Qin Yan said with a smile, "Can you make this divine mountain produce materials similar to instant space immortal iron?" "What? You can get a lot of instant space immortal iron?" Mountain God suddenly became spirited. "I am not sure, I can probably get 2 to 300,000 genes." Qin Yan shook his head, "It might not even reach that number." Mountain God said with a stern expression, "If I can swallow a large amount of instant space immortal iron, I will be able to release very strong spatial ripples. When I move, I will be able to pass through space. However, I will have to wait until then to know the specifics. I will have to comprehend how to use spatial power. If it really works, then it will be very good." Qin Yan said, "Apart from this? Can you produce something similar to instant space immortal iron?" "I should be able to. If I swallow a large amount of instant space immortal iron, then I can refine a seed inside the divine mountain. Once I evolve, I can let the seed grow quickly, and the divine tree that grows out will be able to condense something similar." The mountain god said. "Seed?" Qin Yan thought of the pill transformation heavenly furnace. If he threw a large amount of instant space immortal iron into the pill transformation heavenly furnace, he might be able to refine that kind of thing. Of course, that would require a lot of energy and there is a possibility of failure. The spatial material you can make shouldn't be immortal tier, right? Qin Yan asked again, he is more concerned about this. Starting from Saint Realm, if I evolve to become stronger, God Realm won't be a problem. Mountain God said with mischievous laugh. "Alright, I will do my best to obtain a large amount of instant space immortal iron for you." Qin Yan laughed and said. If he can produce a lot of instant space sacred iron like a fruit, he will be able to control a large amount of spatial material. Later on, when he goes to Sacred Desolate, it will be very useful. "Old mountain, I plan to set up a great formation on this mountain to absorb the remnant souls around. You will be in charge of operating the formation to collect the remnant souls, there won't be any problem, right?" Qin Yan said. He wants to collect remnant souls to perform death sacrifice for the star god. "No problem." Mountain God nodded, "Alright, I will go take a rest first." After Mountain God returned, Qin Yan entered the floating cloud pagoda. Momo is helping He Shu evolve the runes inside his body. And Qin Yan walked to the 10th floor. There is a very big black pearl here. He turned the floating cloud pagoda into a floating cloud rod and stabbed it into Xiaoyang's body. At that time, Xiaoyang also exploded and swallowed this black pearl. "Is this the core of Xiaoyang?" Qin Yan walked over and looked at the big black pearl. He frowned and said, "Why is there no aura at all?" Just as he was about to touch the pearl, he felt the pearl slightly tremble and produce a very strong resistance. "Xiaoyun, this should be the internal energy source of Xiaoyang, something that can allow Xiaoyang to travel through space. If you can find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, maybe you can use this thing as the energy source of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. If that's the case, it will be great." Qin Yan has always been worried that he does not have enough power to activate the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and return to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yan ran to the 20th floor, looked at the Star God altar and called out to the Star God. "Xiaoyun, what's the matter?" Star God lightly shouted. "I have collected many remnant souls. I will send them to you now." Qin Yan said with a mischievous smile. "Alright." Star God did not appear, only his voice came through. Qin Yan took out the soul-sealing pearl and released the remnant souls to the Star God through the altar. After the Star God absorbed them, he said, "Xiaoyun, what do you lack now? I will make some for you. I want to refine some very high-level materials, I want some very strong flame." Qin Yan said. He wants to refine something similar to the Great Dragon's sacred cannon. Join hands with God. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and said, I wonder if my cauldron can withstand formidable divine flame. No problem, my divine flame is under my control, it won't burn your furnace, don't worry. Star God said with a smile. Big sister Star God, are you safe in the divine desolate? Xianxia asked, every time I think about how you are being hunted, I am very worried about you. You performed several death sacrifices on me, making me a lot stronger. I'm already much safer now. Star God said with a gentle smile, you care so much about me, it makes my heart warm. Xianxia did not begin refining because he wanted to discuss matters regarding ancient gardens with the Star God. Xiao Tian helped me obtain many star spirits before, I should be able to perform death sacrifice, right? Those star spirits are very strong. Xianxia asked. No. However, I can absorb the power of many stars. Originally, the position of a star god comes with many inheritances, but I didn't receive any inheritances, so my use of the stars is too weak. The star god sighed softly, also, there seems to be a problem with my deity position, as if it has been sealed by someone. Xianxia said in astonishment, there's such a thing? Then who could it be? I don't know. After I obtained the deity seat, I became like this. The star god said, maybe the star god's deity position has always been in a sealed state, causing him to be unable to obtain the inheritance inside. The star gods could use the power of the stars. There were so many stars, if they could use them, they would definitely be very powerful existences. Sister Star God, I'm preparing to enter the ancient garden. Xianxia suddenly said, there is actually an undeveloped ancient garden in the immortal desolate. What? An ancient garden in the immortal desolate? Undeveloped? That was impossible. Someone must have entered long ago. Star God said. No one has entered on a large scale. I'm guessing that there are people from the Nine Suns sect inside. Xianxia could also tell that the Star God was more familiar with the ancient garden. The Star God said, the fellows from the Nine Suns sect entered the ancient gardens very early on. It's the same in the divine wilderness. It's not easy for them to find the sun soul. Many years have passed, but it's all in vain. She knew that Xianxia had 2 sun souls, so she felt that Xianxia might be able to obtain another one this time. Unfortunately, those sun souls were about to fall into a deep slumber. Unless Xianxia could cultivate a new sun, he would be able to completely awaken the sun soul. Then Sister Star God, have you ever entered an ancient garden? Xianxia asked. Of course I have. There is an ancient garden in the divine wilderness. Back then, I went in and was chased out. The Star God snorted lightly, it was those bastards from the Nine Suns sect who chased me out. It was also at that time that I began to oppose them. Xianxia was alarmed as he asked again, how is the Nine Suns sect's control over the ancient garden? God Qin on, sect on s wu sect garden, I have on Qin, I have, I am, I, Yun, I, God, 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 T, do, God, I, furthermore, it's very difficult to obtain. It wasn't easy for me to get one, but I was forced out not long after I entered. Sister Star God, you might not believe me, but I can refine a pass. Xianxia chuckled and told the Star God about the process of refining the pass. After the Star God finished listening, she said in surprise, rumor has it that back then, the Nine Yang Divine Palace entrusted the Nine Suns sect to help refine the pass and then scattered it in the various desolate lands. Therefore, the Nine Suns sect has the most pass tokens. I already have 2 sun souls in my hands. If I were to obtain the immortal desolate sun soul, I would have 3. Xianxia sighed and said, I wonder if I can gather 9. Xiao Yun, I heard a legend a long time ago. It's about the 9 sun soul. It said that as long as I can gather 5 sun souls, I can gather the remaining 4 together. The Star God said, in other words, I only need to control more than half of the sun souls. Is this true? Xianxia said in pleasant surprise. Although this is a legend, there must be a basis for it. The Star God smiled and said, if everything goes smoothly, you will be able to obtain the 3 sun souls of the immortal desolate, sacred desolate and divine desolate. Then, you will be able to gather 5 and gather the other 4. We'll talk about it later. Xianxia said with a smile, wait until I obtain the sun soul of the immortal desolate, then I'll consider other things. I will definitely help you. The star god really hoped that Qin Yun would come to the Divine Desolate as soon as possible. That way, she wouldn't be so lonely. She didn't have many friends right now and no major powers wanted to see her. Many people who had good relations with her in the past avoided her like a plague. Qin Yun took out a small bottle and looked at the beast oil inside. He had previously taken a lot of great dragon blood and even put in the energy source of the evil dragon mountain. Now, he was still fusing with it. He told the star god about this. The star god said, it should be able to produce something similar to beast oil. However, it should be at the immortal or saint level. You'll know when it's done. Don't worry. Qin Yun took out the dragon tooth he had obtained from the great dragon pool. One should be enough, he thought for a moment, then took out a sacred beast horn and put it inside. These are all the materials he had collected before. The star god asked, Xiao Yun, what do you want to refine? Tell me. Qin Yun roughly told the star god about the great dragon's sacred cannon. After the star god finished listening, she also expressed her opinion. After all, she is a star god, she is very experienced and knowledgeable. Furthermore, the star god can master some flowing star runes. Those are very powerful god-level star runes. With Qin Yun's current ability, he is still unable to master that kind of peculiar changing star rune. Next, the star god and Qin Yun discussed how to refine a very strong cannon. The main function is to condense immortal power or saint power. After firing it, the energy will multiply and explode. If it is a refined artillery shell, it must be given special ability or make the artillery shell faster, more penetrating and so on. Qin Yun and the star god discussed for a long time and obtained a lot of inspiration. Use up all the divine iron powder I gave you. Anyway, I will use divine flame to smelt the materials for you, the star god said. Don't be reluctant, only like this can you withstand even stronger energy explosion. Qin Yun originally planned to use a bit of divine iron powder. After all, it is a very rare material and also very difficult to smelt. The star god said with smile, Xiao Yun, I can give you more divine iron powder in the future. You should make something better, it will be more convenient to deal with people stronger than you. Although the floating cloud rod and 9 sun divine hammer are very strong, they are close combat tools. Moreover, once used, many things will be exposed. Especially the 9 sun divine hammer, it consumes a lot of core fragments, that is why he wanted to refine a cannon to attack from far away. Sister Star God, I encountered a dragon totem before. Qin Yun took out his floating cloud divine needle and made it transform into a dragon. Then he told the star god about the situation of the 2 dragon totem Li Longxian obtained. The charming and enchanting star god also appeared on the small and exquisite 18-layer altar. She is sitting on top of it, she is wearing a very short skirt, her pair of jade white lotus feet are bare. The skin of her slender and beautiful legs are sparkling and translucent, it is very beautiful. The star god looked at the floating cloud divine needle in Qin Yun's hand and exclaimed softly, this divine needle is really strange, I have never heard of this kind of thing. The inscription masters of Divine Desolate and Sacred Desolate also need to painstakingly study and comprehend to carve dragon transformation runes. Xiao Yun, you can now carve dragon transformation runes through external objects. It is best not to rely too much on them because you need to comprehend them yourself, that is the best. Qin Yun nodded and said. The star god said with smile, there are dragon transformation runes, star transformation runes, sun transformation runes, moon transformation runes. There are many kinds, it is not certain which one is stronger, but dragon transformation runes are mastered by many people. So there are actually so many tricks inside. Qin Yun said in astonishment. You have Moon Lady and Star Lord inscription spirit, it will not be difficult for you to master star transformation and moon transformation runes in the future. Star God said again. Qin Yun took out a hexagonal disc and said, there is Sun Emperor inscription spirit inside, but I am unable to open it. Sun Emperor inscription spirit is sealed inside, it is very difficult to open it. Star God shook her head, I also don't know how to open it. Qin Yun can only put it away and said with smile, Sister Star God, you must teach me some useful star runes in the future. Definitely. Star God smiled gently, alright, I am preparing to release the divine flame. Wait, I will go down for a while. Qin Yun arrived at the first floor. At this time, Heishu is also sitting in the corner. His runes have been evolved by Momo, the high priest. Now it is Baize's turn and it is almost done. After Qinyan waited for a while, Baize's runes also successfully evolved. Then, just like Heishu, they immediately began to earnestly sense the changes in the runes after evolution. Qinyan brought Momo to the 20th floor and began refining. Let's begin. Qinyan rubbed his hands. The beautiful and moving star god also disappeared from the altar. Suddenly, a silver flame appeared on the altar. Under star god's control, the flame automatically rushed into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and began smelting the materials inside. Star god's flame is very strong. In less than half an hour, all the materials inside have been melted. Those materials have not fused yet, they are now like a viscous liquid. Xiaoyun, stir it a bit. Star god said. Qinyan took out the floating cloud divine needle and made it a bit longer. Then he placed it inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and stirred it. He also took out the Gemini treasure mirror and let the mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside release energy. It shot out many red lights and illuminated the inside of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune's energy can accelerate the fusion of all kinds of things. It is a very useful thing. Qinyan used the mysterious fusion heavenly rune before to fuse the 9 heavenly lion totems together. After he stirred it a bit, Star God continued releasing divine flame to further refine those materials. Divine flame is indeed very dreadful. It was obtained by Star God from Divine Desolate. Along the way, it lost a lot of energy but it is still very powerful. Star God is suppressing the divine flame's power but Qinyan can still feel the dreadful temperature. They have completely fused together. After they solidify, take them out and hammer them. This way, the materials will become even stronger. Star God said. Sister Star God, can I really do it? Qinyan said with some worry, these materials are too strong. Use 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Star God said with smile, no problem. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon Qinyan did not have many core fragments left, only a few hundred. Moreover, as his strength increases, the 9 Sun Divine Hammer will consume even more of the core fragment's energy when he infuses immortal power into it. The Star God had chatted with Qinyan before, she knew that Qinyan had used up a large amount of the core fragments to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's destruction caused a huge commotion in the Divine Desolate. When Star God heard the news, he immediately knew that it was Qinyan's doing. Back when he attacked Xiaoyang, he had collected a large number of remnant souls, and they were all very strong ones. It could be said that it was a very sumptuous sacrifice. I'll have to use it sparingly in the future. Qinyan sighed and said, if any of the 9 Sun sects provoke me again, I'll tear down their altar. Xiaoyun, there should be a lot of core fragments in Sacred Desolate. Star God said, when you go to Sacred Desolate in the future, think of a way to collect more. Qinyan nodded. The materials inside the cauldron of dragon suppressing heavenly lion also solidified, turning into a piece of light golden metal. Qinyan promptly took it out, then poured his strongest power into the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and began hammering that very large piece of material. He hammered it, and the Star God released his divine flame to burn that very large piece of material. This was the only way he could move. Black nether sun totems appeared on Qinyan's arm. The golden divine hammer's surface is also covered with many nether sun totems. Qinyan transformed the heavenly Tao flame into a small hammer and attached it to the 9 Sun Divine Hammer. This will allow nether sun's power to quickly enter the divine hammer. On the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda, there were continuous banging sounds. Outside, Baize was astonished when he heard that. He did not know what Qinyan was refining. Half a day passed and Qinyan was still hammering the material. Finally, he got rid of all the impurities inside. And now, he began to forge the shape. He didn't add any materials that could make it bigger or smaller, so it was as big as it was now. The cannon that he had refined had been made with saint-level and god-level materials. If he wanted to change its size at will, he would need a large amount of materials of the same level. Qinyan couldn't find that many materials, so he could only fix a size. If not for the Star God's divine fire's assistance, Qinyan would not have been able to do it so smoothly. Even if he could release a very strong sacred flame, it would still take a very long time to complete. It was impossible to start forging the rough base in half a day. The star goddess had accompanied Qin Yin for more than half a day and did not need to run. It could be seen that she was relatively stable now. He still needed the help of the star god's divine flame when he was forging the rough material. This process is relatively fast because Qin Yin only forged a cannon barrel as thick as an arm. What made him depressed was that his core fragments were about to be used up, so he had to seize every moment to forge. A few hundred core fragments were only enough for half a day. Due to his limited conditions, he only made a simple cannon barrel. He only needed to polish the surface smooth and did not make it into a beautiful shape. He also wanted to get a good look, but he didn't have enough strength to do so. This is the only way. Qin Yin sighed and said, simple, alright, it doesn't matter if it doesn't have any fancy designs, as long as it's strong enough, the star god said with a smile. The cannon in Qin Yin's hand is very different from what he expected. He originally wanted to make it as domineering as the great dragon's sacred cannon. Big sister star god, it's been hard on you. Qin Yin said with smile. Not at all, just a small favor. The star god said, you sacrificed a lot of energy to me this time, I will surely become a bit stronger. And, then you should go rest. Qin Yin nodded. When you need my help, just call me, the star god said with charming smile, goodbye. Qin Yin also started resting and let Momo come out. Momo, what do you think will happen if we fuse the 9 dragon totem and then fuse the 9 dragon totem and the 9 heaven lion totem together? Because he wants to carve 9 dragon totem and 9 heaven lion totem on the cannon. I don't know, I can give it a try. Momo said. Qin Yin studied the runes used in the great dragon's sacred cannon, there are several dragon totem among them. The cannon refined by the star god is much more formidable than the great dragon's sacred cannon. Therefore, it must be carved with very strong runes. After resting, Qin Yin began working on the 9 dragon totem. He entered the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation before and obtained 9 types of dragon totem. Although they are somewhat damaged, he still has Momo, this mystical little fairy. Now those 9 types of dragon totem have been transformed into a mortal tier dragon totem by her. He carved the 9 dragon totem on the beast skin one by one and then used the mysterious fusion heavenly rune power released by the Gemini treasure mirror to fuse the 9 dragon totem into one. After fusing, Momo also came out to record the dragon totem. After she finished recording, she organized them. Her innate ability allows her to finish very quickly. In short, this is a very simple matter for her. After Momo finished, she shined her eyes on Qin Yin's eyes and transferred the 9 dragon totem to Qin Yin. It had been 2 days since then. Time is pressing, I will add more runes later. Qin Yin took out the floating cloud divine needle. Big brother, do you want to carve dragon transformation runes? Momo asked. I don't know, if I carve it, will it be even more powerful? Qin Yin is also considering whether or not he should carve dragon transformation runes. Let's give it a try. Momo said with smile, I will know after trying. Qin Yin discussed with Star God what kind of totem to carve. Star God and him have the same opinion, they want to carve dragon and heavenly lion totems. Because the power of heavenly Tao that Qin Yin cultivates is in the form of heavenly lion and dragon. In the future, it will be able to perfectly coordinate with the power of heavenly Tao he cultivates. Carving dragon transformation runes consumes a lot of energy. Especially carving on such a sturdy material, it makes Qin Yin feel that it is incomparably difficult. After all, the materials used for this cannon are all very good. Furthermore, it has been hammered and tempered by divine flame. Fortunately, Qin Yin has the floating cloud divine needle, otherwise he would not be able to carve it. More than 10 days passed. During this period of time, Xiaohua did not come to find him. Clearly, nothing unexpected happened. It's finally done. Qin Yin held the cannon in his hands. Although it is very heavy, it is nothing to him. It is as thick as his arm and more than a meter long. It is not very big, but it is just right for him. In the past, the cannons he refined had a built-in storage space. However, he did not have one for this cannon. Instead, he reserved a socket for external storage magic tools. The socket is round and there are quite a few that can be inserted into storage magic tools. Qin Yan took out the mysterious small black bottle and inserted it into the round mouth. He said with smile, if the liquid inside evolves and can be ignited, it will be able to spew out very strong flame. He did not try it now because the liquid inside the small black bottle has not evolved yet. Ling Yin'er said, let's call it 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. In the future, I will make many small bottle-shaped storage magic tools, a bottle of cannonball, a bottle of cannon arrows and all kinds of other things. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. I wonder how much power it can release when combined with sacred mysterious silver crystal. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan said, I don't know. If I have no other choice, I won't use sacred mysterious silver crystal. It would be too wasteful. Next, Qin Yan used the remaining materials to refine several dozen cannon arrows. These cannon arrows are not talisman tools, they are only carved with arrow totems that can increase their penetrating power. The arrowheads of cannon arrows are very sharp. If one does not have a powerful defensive magic tool to block, they would definitely be pierced through. The preparations are almost done. I wonder when they will open the gate. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. After resting for a while, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and stored it. He immediately contacted Xiaohua. Inscription Gate's people have specially refined magic mirrors that can be used to communicate within a short distance. Old Xiao, how is the business? Qin Yan asked. A total of more than 1,000 passes have been exchanged. Xiaohua immediately replied and said with smile, Wang family came from Inscription World, they also exchanged a lot. Did Immortal Family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate exchange? Qin Yan asked. They all exchanged. Those guys know that we have many passes. Unfortunately, they don't have many instant space immortal iron. Xiaohua said with mischievous smile, I have more than 500,000 genes of instant space immortal iron and 2,500 genes of sacred mysterious silver crystal. Oh, that's right, what about Li family? Didn't you give them any preferential treatment? Qin Yan asked. I did, I gave them an additional 50 passes. Xiaohua said. That's good. Qin Yan said with smile, are there any other great powers that haven't come to exchange passes? I heard that Xiaoyang race is preparing to come over. Xiaohua said. Xiaoyang race? And then you should quickly come back. These guys are very unreliable. Qin Yan said. Alright, I'll go back immediately. Xiaohua said. Qin Yan feels that only exchanging 1,000 is too little. After all, there are so many great powers and only a total of 1,000 have been taken. It seems like they don't have any instant space immortal iron left, they can't squeeze it out. Qin Yan said with smile, more than 500,000 genes? It should be enough. Half an hour later, Qin Yan is standing under the divine inscription mountain. Xiaohua quickly returned and handed over a few storage pouches to Qin Yan. Every great power only bought 20 to 30. Xiaohua said, they don't have much instant space immortal iron in their hands and they have been collecting for many days. They can't exchange for that much, don't blame us for being biased. Qin Yan said with smile. Oh, that's right, Outer Realm Powers and Xiaoyang race have sent news that they want to exchange for a large number of passes. Xiaohua said, Xian family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are definitely not to be outdone, they are thinking of ways to gather instant space immortal iron and sacred mysterious silver crystal. Qin Yan nodded and said, these great powers all have a very strong god backing them, they might really be able to think of a way. Xiaohua said with smile, we still have 1,000 passes in our hands. Suddenly, a huge lizard dragon appeared in front of them. After Qin Yan saw it, he said with frown, Xiaoyang race people are here. Xiaohua said in low voice, Sect Master, return to the divine inscription mountain, let me deal with them. Qin Yan immediately returned to the divine inscription mountain and watched from inside. Xiaohua is an immortal emperor, he can't enter the divine inscription mountain, he can only stay outside. Cannon arrow pierces head. Qin Yan has come into contact with Xiaoyang race people many times, he is very clear about their character. Even if these guys have a lot of instant space immortal iron and Saint mysterious silver crystals, they won't easily exchange with me. Old Xiao, you must pay attention to them. Qin Yan said to Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Yan took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. He has several thousand genes of Saint Mysterious silver crystals. If necessary, he will not hesitate to use them. After the huge lizard dragon flew past, a large group of people came out of the city. Wei Zhongxing brought Nether Sect's people, Bing Xing brought Guanghan Palace's people. Shimen, Qin, and Xiao family all came out with their people. Li Xingqi is not here, his Li family is in charge of repairing the ancient garden's damaged gate. Qin Yan saw Wei Zhongxing and Bing Xing rushing over and felt a lot more at ease. After the lizard dragon flew to the sky above the divine inscription mountain, many people flew down from it. When he landed, he purposely created a very heavy force as he fell, causing the ground to tremble. There are several hundred Xianxia race people, all of them are very sturdy, there are no old people, they all look very powerful. They are wearing black battle armor, the battle sabers and battle axes in their hands are very large, they are spewing out black energy flames. Several hundred people landed from the sky, creating many craters on the ground. Their appearance is very imposing. Xiao Hua is very calm, he is holding a teleportation talisman in his hand, if something goes wrong, he can quickly leave. Where is Xiao Hua? A middle-aged Xiaoyang race looked at Xiao Hua and Qin Yan who is inside the barrier of the divine inscription mountain. Qin Yan is standing on the heaven stairway, he is carrying the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon he just refined, the cannon arrows and Saint Mysterious silver crystals are all ready. I am Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the middle-aged man and said with a cold tone, "What is your business?" The middle-aged man leading the Xiaoyang race is an immortal emperor. It can be seen that he became an immortal emperor very early, that's why he can maintain the appearance of a middle-aged man. The black saber in his hand is on his shoulder, the tyrannical immortal emperor aura enveloped Xiao Hua and the entire divine inscription mountain. Everyone can see that this Xiaoyang race leader is trying to show off his power to Xiao Hua. I am Xie Junhao of the Xiaoyang race. You should be able to see my strength, right? Evil Junhao squinted his eyes, and killing intent surged. He said coldly, I heard that you have quite a number of passes in your hands. Where did you get it? It's passed down from my ancestors. Qin Yan, who was inside the divine inscription mountain, replied indifferently. Passed down from my ancestors? I don't believe it. Evil Junhao angrily rebuked, those passes were originally gifted to the immortal desolate by the ancient gardens. It is only because you were lucky that you were able to obtain most of them. You should share it with us. What right do you have to use it for your own benefit? The words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness. Many people from the major factions nodded their heads in agreement, especially the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family people. In order to exchange for large amounts of passage passes, they had to bleed a lot, giving large amounts of precious resources to Qin Yan. Every time they recalled this matter, they felt their hearts ache. I didn't steal or rob the pass I obtained. I can do whatever I want. Qin Yan said with a sneer, from your tone, could it be that you plan on forcefully snatching it? To be honest, I'm not surprised at all. Your Xiaoyang race has always been bandits and tyrants. I just feel that it's not worth it for everyone. I am seeking justice for those who were cheated by you. Evil Junhao roared angrily at Qin Yan, the sound wave turned into a black energy that attacked Qin Yan. Boom, that energy was repelled by Xiao Hua's palm. Xiao Hua said angrily, impudent. Evil Junhao said loudly, everyone, Qin Yan must still have a large number of passes in his hands. They were originally distributed to the fated people of the Immortal Desolate but they were collected by him. When everyone is in urgent need of them, he opened his mouth wide and plundered everyone's resources. He is the real bandit. Ha ha ha. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, when did you need passes? No one forced you to enter the ancient garden. It was clearly you who wanted more people to enter, so you exchanged passes from me. In the end, it is still because you want to send more people into the ancient garden. I am already very kind to provide a large number of passes to you. Otherwise, if I were to hide them, you would be able to send even fewer people in. Xiao Hua said coldly, Xiaoyang race, what exactly do you want? Do you want to fight? Evil Junhao shouted, I just want Qin Yan to hand over the pass. That belongs to everyone, what's wrong with that? The pass is mine, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Yan is also extremely angry. If he was an immortal emperor now, he would have already rushed out and killed that evil Juanhao. Pfft. That clearly belongs to everyone. Evil Juanhao said angrily, if you don't give me the pass, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave this mountain and you can forget about entering the ancient garden. Evil Juanhao clearly wanted to snatch it and it was impossible for Qin Yan to give it to him. You bunch of dogs want to stop me from entering the ancient garden? Qin Yan said with a sneer. What? You dare to scold us? Evil Juanhao roared, Qin Yan, you insulted our Xiaoyang race, you are dead for sure. The people watching from behind are also secretly shocked. They never thought that Qin Yan would actually dare to openly oppose the Xiaoyang race. The Xiaoyang race is very rude and unreasonable, even the devil immortal heavenly gate is polite to them. Qin Yan offended the Nine Suns sect because the Nine Suns sect is unable to send strong people. But the Xiaoyang race is different, they have a Xiaoyang. The Xiaoyang race got 2 Xiaoyangs in the depths of the Heaven province. Qin Yan didn't see them but he should have heard of them? The Xiaoyang race can get many terrifying things from other places, their overall strength is very strong. I heard that Xiaoyang has a large amount of resources in the outer realm and can nurture many monsters. Evil Juanhao sneered, Qin Yan, did you hear that? You have offended the Xiaoyang race, if you don't want to die, come out and give us the pass, then join my Xiaoyang race. Qin Yan laughed out loud, this silly dog, have you not heard of my great name? Your Xiaoyang race was abused like dogs by me in the Heartyang realm, don't you know about this? Evil Juanhao's expression changed. Your Xiaoyang race's evil dragon mountain was destroyed by me, the energy source inside is really good stuff. Qin Yan laughed mockingly, could it be that the higher-ups of the Xiaoyang race hid this from you? They must have felt that it was too embarrassing, so they didn't tell you, stupid dogs. What did you say? Shut up. Evil Juanhao roared in anger, he also knew about the Heartyang realm, it was indeed a big blow to them. Qin Yan laughed loudly, good, the Heartyang realm is a small matter, I also feel that it is nothing. But you should know about the great dragon desolate domain, right? You. Evil Juanhao's expression changed greatly, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Qin Yan. That's right, the Xiaoyang you brought to the great dragon desolate domain was destroyed by me. Qin Yan's laughter was filled with ridicule, the Xiaoyang race originally had 9 Xiaoyangs, but now there are only 8 left. I have already destroyed your Xiaoyang, do you think I am afraid of you stupid dogs? So what if I offended you? If you stupid dogs have the guts, come and bite me. This matter caused a huge commotion, whether it is the Xiaoyang race or the people from the big factions, none of them dare to believe this is true. Is it really you who destroyed Xiaoyang? Evil Juanhao roared in anger, he rushed over and punched towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately activated the teleportation talisman and left, Evil Juanhao hit empty air, boom boom boom, Evil Juanhao fiercely attacked the divine inscription mountain again, his furious fist smashed onto the barrier. Evil Juanhao and Qin Yan were separated by more than 10 meters, the berserk fist power that he punched out was blocked by the barrier, he could only release waves of black qi. The people of the Xiaoyang race are all furious. They naturally knew that one Xiaoyang was destroyed, they did not expect that it was Qin Yan who killed it. And those people from the big factions are very clear about how terrifying Xiaoyang is, that is a very powerful divine tool, yet Qin Yan killed one. That's why you stupid dogs of the Xiaoyang race, stop barking arrogantly in front of me. One of your Xiaoyang was destroyed by me, what else do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Yan carried the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and suddenly a cannon arrow appeared inside. If you have the guts, come out. Evil Juanhao roared in anger and stopped attacking. He did not expect the defense of the divine inscription mountain to be so strong, even the power of an immortal emperor could not break it. Being provoked by the Xiaoyang race, Qin Yan can only not come out of the divine inscription mountain and say some words to provoke the Xiaoyang race. Although it looks like Qin Yan has the upper hand, he feels that it is not enough. Because the Xiaoyang race came to provoke him, Xiaohua can only run, he, the sect master, does not dare to come out. Idiot, scram. Qin Yan roared in anger, he activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot out a cannon arrow. He used all the power in his body to control the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to crazily absorb the sacred Xian silver crystal. The sacred Xian silver crystal cannot release its power on its own, it still needs to absorb the immortal energy in Qin Yun's body. And when the cannon arrow is shot out, in order to ensure that the sacred Xian silver crystal's power is condensed inside the cannon arrow and not released, it also consumes a lot of mental energy. Xiao, the cannon arrow shot out with very little movement, all the power is condensed on the arrowhead. In the blink of an eye, the cannon arrow pierced towards Evil Juanhao's head like a beam of light. Evil Juanhao and Qin Yun are more than 10 meters apart. He sensed something coming at him and quickly dodged. But the cannon arrow's speed is too fast and the distance is too short. Although he dodged, one of his eyes was still hit. Everyone saw that the arrow shot out by Qin Yun's cylindrical object hit Evil Juanhao's head and pierced through it. Evil Juanhao is an immortal emperor. His body is very strong, and to be able to pierce through his sturdy skull, it means that the arrowhead is most likely a saint-tier material. The power behind the arrow must have been very strong. After Qin Yun shot out that arrow, his body slightly swayed. He has overdrawn his energy, but to be able to pierce through an immortal emperor's head, it is already very good. Evil Juanhao's eye was pierced through, but he did not die. He is only injured. Ninth Heaven Dragon's formation. After Xia Junhao pulled out that cannon arrow, thick black blood gushed out from the hole on his head. That thick evil aura was filled with rage, and it gushed out along with the black blood. However, the bleeding stopped very quickly. The people at the back were all silent, watching quietly. The people of the evil Yang race all looked at Qin Yun with shock and anger on their faces. No one expected Qin Yun to have the guts to directly injure an immortal emperor of the Xia Yang race. Although Xia Junhao's injuries weren't very serious, he had been beaten up in front of so many people, and his dignity had been challenged. "You're dead." Evil Monarch Hao's cold voice reverberated in the surroundings. Soon after, the Xia Yang race's people spread out, wanting to surround the entire Divine Inscription Mountain. As soon as he comes out, attack him immediately. Evil Monarch shouted angrily, "I will summon a Xia Yang to destroy this mountain." After Xia Junhao finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the group of people behind him and said, "If any of you dare to help Qin Yun, it will be a declaration of war against my Xia Yang race. You will die miserably." After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky, grabbed the cannon arrow, and quickly flew away. Bingxing used the magic mirror to transmit her voice to Qin Yun. "Xiao Yun, do you want me to catch up and kill that guy?" Bingxing asked. "No need. Just wait and see. Nothing will happen to my Divine Inscription Mountain." Qin Yun said, "Your Guanghan Palace is a big family, don't provoke the Xia Yang race, these bastards are not easy to deal with. Where are the guys surrounding the Divine Inscription Mountain? Do you want us to kill them?" Bingxing asked again, "We are not afraid of the Xia Yang race. No need for now, just leave it to me." Qin Yun said, and then contacted Wei Zhongxing to tell Nether Sect not to take action. Qin Yun rushed back to the mountaintop. He Shu, Bai Zai, and Lu Jiayan all knew what had happened. The mountain god sat on the boulder and said solemnly, "That bullshit Xia Yang race has been tyrannical for so many eras. Old Mountain, there are many Xia Yang race members surrounding this divine mountain. Do you have a way to get rid of them?" Qin Yun asked. "If it's an immortal king, then it will be a bit difficult. They have several immortal kings," the mountain god said. "If it's the celestial king, just leave it to Elder Shao. He can kill it." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Those guys are really naive. They think that by surrounding this mountain, they can restrict us." The mountain god said, "Do you want me to take action now? I can get all those weak chickens and eat them. I'm just worried that those celestial kings will interrupt me. The most important thing is those immortal kings, we can't let them escape." Qin Yun said. "If an immortal king is killed, their remnant soul is also very strong. He wants to use it as a sacrifice." He Shu said, "When will Elder Shao take action? At night?" Qin Yun looked at the sky, then took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiao Hua. "Leader, I'm very safe now." Xiao Hua said, "How's the situation on your side?" Qin Yun told Xiao Hua about how he shot the evil monarch Hao. "This is great, evil monarch Hao, that bastard is gone, only a few immortal kings are there. I can casually pinch these little things to death." Xiao Hua very happily laughed and said, "I'll take action tonight." "Elder Shao, it's better if you don't take action." Qin Yun suddenly thought of something and said, "Continue hiding, don't be in a hurry to come out." Why? Xiaohua asked. I'm worried that those bastards from the evil Yang race will ambush you. Qinyan said, wait until I understand the situation, I'll contact you again. Qinyan felt that nine-sun spirit evil monarch Hao left too straightforwardly. Although it seems like he went back to mobilize the evil Yang because he was angry. But after he thought about it carefully, it is very likely that evil monarch Hao wanted to lure Xiaohua out. Qinyan told Xiaohua about his worries. After Xiaohua heard it, he promised Qinyan not to come out for the time being. In the sky, there is a huge lizard dragon flying back and forth, roaring from time to time. Xiaoyun, think of a way to get that dragon down, it's too annoying. Ling Yin'er said. He Shubaize, who was at the side, also looked at the lizard dragon in the sky. The mountain god said, that dragon is very strong, it should be comparable to an immortal king. It won't be easy to get it down. Qinyan took out some cannon arrows. The arrowheads of the cannon arrows are made from the materials used to refine the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. They are very sturdy, after all, they are mixed with divine iron powder. It is also because it is too sturdy that Qinyan can't add anything else, otherwise the arrow would explode. If the arrow could explode, it would not be able to be so sturdy and penetrate evil monarch Hao's head. The arrow body should be able to add explosive things. Qinyan planned to refine the arrow body of these cannon arrows. When Qinyan shot the arrow just now, he used all of his strength. The arrow is still on evil monarch Hao's body, it can be seen that his strength was barely enough. If it was strong enough, the arrow would be able to completely penetrate and then continue to kill other evil Yang race people. Let me rest for a while. Let that dragon fly for a while, I will get this beast down. Qinyan looked at the lizard dragon in the sky, frowned and said coldly. He took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it to rest. While resting, he quickly contacted the immortal desolate sacred master through the divine position. I am in trouble, I am being targeted by the evil Yang race. Qinyan told the cause and effect of the conflict between him and the evil Yang race to the immortal desolate sacred master. After immortal desolate sacred master finished listening, he said with smile, don't worry about them. If the evil Yang is separated, it will be a good thing. Why do you say that? Qinyan asked. I found my sacred master heavenly palace and got some good things. I might be able to get rid of a evil Yang. You better attract more hatred and let them use a evil Yang to deal with you. Immortal desolate sacred master said. Do you have the confidence to kill one of them? Qinyan asked. I have 80% confidence. Immortal desolate sacred master said. The problem now is that the two evil Yangs are very close to each other and can take care of each other. In immortal desolate, I don't have enough power to kill one evil Yang. Qinyan said. Because there are too many immortal emperors here, I can't deal with them. When he was in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, because of the restriction of cultivation and the fact that immortal desolate sacred master was beside him, Qinyan did not have any worries and could use all of his strength to kill that evil Yang. Furthermore, he did not have enough core fragments to awaken the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. I know. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile, don't worry, I am invincible in Immortal Desolate, I can destroy a evil Yang. Qinyan can only believe in Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and asked, how about you come to my place? I won't go, there are too many immortal emperors guarding your side. It's not convenient for me to take action. You stall the evil Yang race as much as possible, I will kill one evil Yang and then go find you. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Qinyan is now somewhat worried that the Divine Inscription Mountain will be destroyed by evil Yang's power. Soon after, Qinyan asked Wei Zhongxing and found out that the gate of the ancient garden will open in 7 to 8 days. Opening the gate of the ancient garden requires the gathering of immortal power of experts. At that time, the immortal emperors of the various major powers will go and open the gate of the ancient garden. At night, Qinyan came out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw that Xiao Yuemei is actually here, moreover, she brought Xiao Yingying along. Yuemei, you should have stayed at Sister Bingxing's place. Qinyan's expression is filled with reproach as he pinched her cheeks. I am big sister, such a big matter has happened to the inscription gate, I can't run away. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, brother, there are many guys outside. Have you thought of a way to kill them? The main thing is that those immortal kings are rather thorny. If we can kill those immortal kings, Old Mountain can take action and pinch the other small fries to death. Xianxia looked at the mountain god sitting on a large rock. Xiao Yuemei said, "Then have you thought of a way to kill the immortal kings?" Xianxia looked at the huge lizard dragon in the sky and shook his head. "Not yet, that dragon is very difficult to deal with. And I can't let old Xiao take action, lest we get ambushed by the evil Yang race's immortal emperors. Brother, I have a plan to get rid of that dragon," Xiao Yuemei said with smile. "Oh? Tell me about it," Xianxia asked. He originally wanted to use cannon arrows, but he felt that cannon arrows can at most injure the lizard dragon. Completely destroying it will not be easy. Xiao Yuemei said, "There are many dragons in the Immortal Desolate. However, most of them are hiding because they are afraid of being besieged." Baizhe said, "This is very normal, after all, many immortals in the Immortal Desolate like to eat dragon meat. I like to eat dragon meat very much." Xiao Yuemei laughed and said again, "This kind of lizard dragon's battle prowess is far inferior compared to a real dragon. You can set up a formation and summon a group of dragons." "Set up formation? What formation?" Xianxia said with frown. "Ninth heaven frightening dragon formation." Xiao Yuemei said with mischievous smile, "I know this formation, I can summon a group of dragons." "Will there be any problem if we summon a group of dragons?" "I don't want to provoke the dragon race now." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, you can summon immortal dragon kings, they can kill that lizard dragon and have a feast. Maybe they will even thank us." Xiao Yuemei took out her small mirror and said, "Quickly begin, we should be able to succeed at daybreak." Old Shan said, "If a group of dragons truly come, I can also take advantage of the chaos to pinch those little ants of evil sun race to death." "Alright, let's begin now." Xianxia nodded, "Should we refine formation pillars or something else?" "Formation pillars," Xiao Yuemei said. Xiao Yuemei spent a very long time with immortal King Fu Yun in her past life, so she has mastered many formations. He Shu, Baizhe, and Lu Jiayan are now very busy, they took out all kind of materials to refine large pillars. And Xiao Yuemei is holding a small mirror, she let Xianxia see the runes inside, as well as the key points of setting up the ninth heaven frightening dragon formation. "We need to use 9 dragon totem, there is no problem at all," Xianxia said with smile. "I will finish it very quickly." Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "Brother, dragon race is very strong. They will surely be very interested in ancient gardens, you can exchange your pass for a large amount of resources." "Yuemei, you are indeed worthy of being the big sister," Xianxia said with smile. Scheming against each other Chapter 1575 Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei also participated in the refining of the formation pillars. They need to refine 9 pillars. Formation pillars are rather difficult to refine. Originally, Qin Yun planned to refine them for 1 or 2 days but suddenly received a message from Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua contacted Qin Yun through the magic mirror and asked about Qin Yun's situation. After learning that Qin Yun needs formation pillars, he said that he can provide some. Although the divine inscription mountain is surrounded, there are not many people surrounding it. Therefore, Xiao Yuemei was able to easily bring Xiao Yingying in. It can be seen that the Xiaoyang race people are still very weak. After contacting Xiao Hua, Qin Yun personally went out and took the 7 formation pillars. This way, they only need to refine 2. Xie Juanhao did not return to Xiaoyang, he is inside the city, inside the Xiao family's villa. Now, Xiao family Xiao Kongjian, a few Xiao family elders, as well as Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian family, Long family, these evil forces are all gathered together. They are surrounding the cannon arrow and studying it. "Take a look, what exactly is this thing? It actually has such strong penetrating power." Xie Juanhao furiously cursed, "I really didn't expect that little bastard Qin Yun to actually destroy our Xiaoyang." Among the 4 great inscription aristocratic families, Xiao and Qi family are here. They are now seriously looking at the arrow. Heavenly Tiger Star and other outer realm powers are very curious about the arrow because they know that Xie Juanhao is a very strong immortal emperor. To be able to penetrate Xie Juanhao's powerful body, the arrow must be very strong. "There is a very strong saint tier material," a Xiao family elder exclaimed in admiration. "There seems to be some divine iron powder." They all have some tools in their hands that can detect some materials and determine what grade they are based on the reaction. Divine tier material? Did he refine that arrow himself? Xie Juanhao cursed in low voice, this kind of arrow should be very precious, right? I wonder if he has a lot of them. Xiao Kongjian shook his head and said, definitely not a lot. After all, there are many powerful saint tier materials, this arrow should be very precious. Moreover, it is very difficult to refine. So you are saying that I made a profit? My injuries are not serious and this arrow is very precious. Xie Juanhao said. Indeed. Xiao Kongjian laughed and said. Immortal Emperor Junhao, do you really think that Xiao Hua will act tonight? Someone asked. I only left 6 immortal kings near the divine inscription mountain. Xie Juanhao said with sneer, Qin Yun and the others definitely want to kill all the people of my Xiaoyang race. Once we kill those celestial kings, they will definitely run out. Demon Immortal Heavenly Gate nodded, if Xiao Hua really appears, do you want us to help deal with him? No need, I have already sent 2 immortal emperors to ambush there. Xie Juanhao said, the moment Xiao Hua makes a move against our immortal king, we can capture him. An elder from the immortal family said, Qin Yun still has many passes in his hands. How can we obtain them? Also don't know how that guy got so many passage tokens. The evil monarch Hao snorted. Isn't it easy to get his pass? Qin Yun's relationship with Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace is very good. So long as we join hands and capture Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace's people, we will be able to force Qin Yun to hand over the pass. The old man from the Long family shook his head and said, it's not like we haven't thought of this before. But if we do this, it will be a declaration of war against Guanghan Palace and Nether Sect. If we fight, our progress in entering the ancient garden will be delayed. You bunch of cowards. Qin Yun saw this point in you, that's why he killed you. Xie Juanhao said with sneer, if you listen to me and capture Guanghan Palace and Nether Sect's people, you will definitely be able to force Qin Yun to submit. Those big powers are not stupid, if they really do this, it will lead to a chaotic war between all the big powers in the Immortal Desolate. At that time, the one who will benefit the most is the Xiaoyang race. The Xiaoyang race is instigating them to fight, they want to see both sides suffer and then unify the Immortal Desolate. This kind of careful thinking can be easily seen through by the old fox here. Immortal Emperor Junhao, what does your Xiaoyang race plan to do now? You don't have a pass, you can't enter the ancient garden, the immortal family elder asked. Xie Juanhao became silent because their Xiaoyang race and Qin Yun have completely fallen out, it is impossible for them to obtain a pass. Everyone can see that Qin Yun's attitude is very unyielding and he is not afraid of the Xiaoyang race at all. Everyone can see that Qin Yun's attitude is very unyielding and he is not afraid of the Xiaoyang race at all. Moreover, Qin Yun also destroyed a Xiaoyang, he is already mortal enemy of the Xiaoyang race. This guy Qin Yun is very greedy, he only cares about profit. As long as we give him resources, he is willing to exchange passes. We have great enmity with them, isn't he also willing to exchange passes with us? Xiao Kongjian said. Xie Juanhao shook his head and said, we need at least 100 passes, that is 50,000 genes of instant space immortal iron and 500 genes of sacred Xian silver crystals, we can't bear to part with them. Even if we can't bear to part with them, we still have to give them to him. Didn't we already give them to him? The Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate Elder said, wait until we come out of the ancient garden, we will slowly take it back from him. How many passes do you think he has? Will he give more to Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace? Xie Juanhao asked with frown. Probably not, Xiao Hua signed a contract with us, he promised not to exchange passes with Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace during this period of time. Moreover, he also guaranteed that Qin Yun will not give more than 50 passes to Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace. Xiao Kongjian said. Qin Yun and Xiao Hua did not directly give pass to Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace. But Xiao Yuemei, Jian Linglong, Xiang Yalan and Lan Fengjin have joined hands to refine many passes and gave some to Nether Sect. This way, they can bypass the soul contract. Let's wait for a few days, as long as I can capture Xiao Hua, I will force him to exchange passes. Anyways, I am not as stupid as you. Our Xiaoyang race is so powerful, how can we submit to this guy? A Xiao family elder shook his head and said, Immortal Emperor Jun Hao, don't fail miserably in a very easy task. This guy Qin Yun's cultivation is not high yet he has done so many heaven-shaking and earth-shaking things, he is not easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? This guy is just taking advantage of this good time to hide in the cultivation restriction region to stir up trouble. You all can also see, he is like a turtle hiding inside the mountain, not daring to come out. Xie Juanhao coldly groaned and said, Our Xiaoyang race is not a bunch of cowards like you, just watch, Qin Yin will be tormented to death by me. An old man asked, What if your plan fails? Then how are you going to get the pass? After a period of time, the people from the Outer Realm factions will arrive, they will bring enough resources, maybe they will be able to exchange for the pass. All the big shots of the big powers here are now worried that the Xiaoyang race will snatch their pass. Therefore, they are secretly communicating through sound transmission and tacitly joined hands. If the Xiaoyang race wants to snatch their pass, they will fight back. Within a cave in the divine inscription Divine Mountain, there is a very spacious stone room. Qin Yin and others are busily refining large pillars. Mountain God is sitting at the side and watching. He said, That Xiaoyang is very powerful, if he truly attacks this divine mountain, I won't be able to hold on. Old mountain, I have more than 500,000 gene of instant space immortal iron, when will you eat it? Qin Yin asked. Not this period of time. Because I am worried that I will be targeted by Xiaoyang. Mountain God said, If I can deal with this threat, I will be able to do this with peace of mind. Xiao Yuemei asked, Old mountain, you have devoured a large amount of instant space immortal iron, can you teleport while moving? It is possible. Mountain God said with smile, I will have to try to know. Of course, it would be even better if I can coordinate with space inscription. Qin Yin said, Old mountain, I plan to bring you to Sacred Desolate in the future, you must become stronger. If the divine inscription Divine Mountain is strong enough, they will be able to go to Sacred Desolate and continue wandering around. Ha ha ha. I want to go to Divine Desolate and become a hegemon, what's the big deal about a trifling Sacred Desolate? Mountain God laughed loudly and said, He has become complacent again. Old mountain, you have eaten almost all the divine mountains in Earth Province. If you want to evolve, you can only eat divine mountains in Heaven Province. But the divine mountains here are protected by people, they are not tasty, how do you plan to evolve quickly? Xiao Yuemei asked. I plan to eat sacred lands. Mountain God laughed loudly and said, Those sacred lands are transformed from very powerful sun divine stones, eating sacred lands will allow one to break through even faster. Qin Yin is secretly startled, he said with smile, If you can eat sacred lands, I want to see how you eat them. You will know when the time comes. Mountain God proudly laughed. At this time, Qin Yin's devil mirror vibrated. Qin Yin picked up the devil mirror and saw a message from Bingxing, Sister Bingxing, what's the matter? Qin Yin used mental power to communicate with Bingxing, Xiaoyun, how are things on your side? Bingxing asked. My side? It's very good for now. Qin Yin said with smile, Don't worry about me. Bingxing said, We just received an important news. Xie Juanhao did not return to Xiaoyang, he is in Xiao family's villa in heavenly Xiao city. This bastard did not go back to mobilize Xiaoyang? Qin Yin cursed in low voice, Is he together with those big shots of the big powers in heavenly Xiao city? Indeed. They might be discussing something. If you need help, you must contact me, don't worry about implicating us. Bingxing said. I understand. Qin Yin replied. He put away the devil mirror and cursed in low voice, Xie Juanhao did not leave, he is in Xiao family's villa. Xiao Yuemei said, Those bastards, they must be plotting something. Don't tell me they want to deal with us? Baizhe shook his head and said, Impossible, Sect Master is the key to entering the ancient garden. His relationship with Master Li is so good, if they act recklessly, Master Li will definitely be angry. Ignore them, let's continue with our plan. Qin Yin also began carving runes and totems on the formation pillars. The 9 heaven frightening dragon formation will be completed very soon. When the time comes, he will summon a group of dragons. Even if Xiaoyang race and those big powers join hands, it will be enough to make them suffer. Dragons battle Xiaoyang. Qin Yin secretly rejoiced, he did the right thing by not letting Xiaohua attack. He is sure that those immortal kings are just bait. There must be immortal emperors lying in ambush in the vicinity. Yume, how strong can this 9-heaven dragon frightening formation summon? Qinyan asked. It depends on how strong the runes are. Xiao Yume shook her head. I am also not sure what level of dragons it can summon. Heishu curiously asked, Big sister, what is the principle of this 9-heaven dragon frightening formation? Why can it summon a group of dragons? Xiao Yume puffed up her cheeks, her brows are knitted. She is thinking very hard and said, this. I am also not too sure. In short, 9-heaven dragon frightening formation summons a group of dragons. She doesn't know much about this formation, she only knows its usage and principle. She has never studied it in detail. Brother, this formation was created by you, it is very complicated. Xiao Yume pulled Qinyan's clothes and said with smile, tell me about the principle of this formation. Qinyan is somewhat surprised, this formation was created by his past life, Xiao Yume never mentioned it before. I guess that this formation can bring benefits to the dragons. The energy it releases can be sensed by the dragons, maybe it is the energy they need the most. Qinyan said, this is also his previous speculation. And, it seems like it. Xiao Yume nodded and said, those stupid dragons of dragon race don't understand runes, but there are many runes and totems related to them. Qinyan laughed and said, 9 dragon totems are very useful. These runes and totems are naturally formed, they are very useful to them but they don't know how to use them. Xiao Yume said with smile, Little Black and Little White are the most powerful, they are both inscription beasts and inscription masters. Inscription beasts like Pippi Pig don't know a thing about runes. Pippi Pig is very strong, if we really fight him to the death, we will all be afraid of him. Heishu shook his head and laughed. Pippi Pig is not here, if he hears this, he will definitely not be happy. Baizhe laughed loudly and said. Lu Jiahong said with smile, I heard from Dazhuang that Pippi Pig's farting techniques are becoming more and more powerful. I am not afraid of him. Xiao Yume giggled and said. Late at night, the divine fruits of the divine inscription mountain released all kinds of multicolored light. The people near the divine mountain were drooling. Those were divine fruits, and there were so many of them, but they were all in the hands of a few people. Especially those from the Xiaoyang race, they wanted to snatch it. Not only them, even those powerful immortal emperors, every time they see a mountain full of divine fruits, they have the thought of snatching them. However, they don't have enough strength to break the great formation of the divine inscription mountain. Daybreak, the runes and totems needed for the 9 pillars have been carved. After a busy night, Qinyan rested for a while at daybreak. Then, he went out with his friends and placed the 9 pillars on the spacious and flat ground at the top of the mountain. Xiao Yume said, Brother, the stronger the energy released, the more dragons will sense it. You need to inject a lot of energy. Let's work together. Qinyan has more than 2,500 kilograms of sacred Xian silver crystals in his hand. He only used 50 kilograms of sacred Xian silver crystals to release a very powerful arrow. Should I add in some sacred mystic silver crystals? Qinyan asked. 500 kilograms. I will also release the power of the divine mountain and coordinate it with the sacred mystic silver crystals. Mountain God said. All right. Qinyan took out 500 kilograms of sacred mystic silver crystals and placed them in the middle of the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation. Baizhe looked at the lizard dragon and said with smile, this guy is about to die, yet he is still so unrestrained. All Xiaoyang race people must die. Qinyan said. Indeed, those who provoke our inscription gate will not have a good ending. Xiao Yume stood below a pillar and said, prepare to begin. Qinyan nodded and yelled, begin. He released his power and poured it into the pillar to activate the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation. After the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation was activated, it became very calm, only a faint fluctuation was produced. Yume, it looks very calm, is there a problem? Qinyan asked in low voice. There is no problem, after the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation is activated, the fluctuation released can only be sensed by dragons. Xiao Yume finished speaking, then looked at the sky and said again, this lizard dragon doesn't count, this formation consumes a lot of energy. Mountain God said. Qin Yan also discovered that the energy inside the 500 kilograms of sacred mystic silver crystals is quickly depleting. 9 Heaven Dragon frightening formation, it is not frightening at all. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "Brother, this formation's effect is very good. You will know very soon." Xiao Yuemei said with certainty. 2 hours passed by and the sacred mystic silver crystals have been completely consumed. Xiao Yuemei said, "It's done, we have already sent a message to the dragons in Immortal Desolate. When they sense the fluctuation, they will know the direction and fly here." "Then, should we put away the array formation here?" asked Qin Yun. "Let's put it away." Xiao Yuemei waved her hand and said with smile, "Let's sit back and wait for the great show of the dragons fighting Xiaoyang." The mountain god said, "If a chaotic battle really breaks out, I will be able to secretly crush those little ants of the Xiaoyang race." He Shu said with smile, "Although our inscription gate has few people, our runes are very strong. We can use runes to repel enemies, only then can we display the strength of inscription gate." Xiao He, Xiao Bai, you are inscription beasts, have you ever seen a dragon-shaped inscription beast? Xiao Yuemei asked. "Never seen, but there are definitely some. There are many divine beasts that are inscription beasts." Bai Zhe said. "They are all sitting on the mountain peak, lying on the couch and looking at the sky, waiting for the arrival of the dragons." Inside the Xiao family manor, Xie Juanhao and other immortal emperors are discussing about the ancient garden. Suddenly a middle-aged man walked in and said, "Xiao Hua did not take action, Qin Yun and others are now basking in the sun on the mountain peak, they look very relaxed." "What? They are not nervous at all?" Xie Juanhao is now wearing an eye patch, he looks like a one-eyed dragon. He very angrily cursed, "That bastard Qin Yun, he is looking down on people too much. He provoked me, yet he is not afraid at all." Xiao Kongjian said, "Immortal Emperor Junhao, will your Xiaoyang race really send Xiaoyang?" "Of course. Once Xiaoyang arrives, it will be the end of that mountain." Xie Juanhao furiously said, "That bastard Qin Yun definitely thinks that Xiaoyang won't come, that's why he is so fearless. Don't worry about him, he is now trapped to death, he can't leave the mountain, he can't enter the ancient garden, this is a good thing." Long family old man said with smile. "Good my ass. My Xiaoyang race doesn't have any passage tokens, you have exchanged many, why don't you give me some?" Xie Juanhao said. "Immortal Emperor Juanhao, you don't know, rumor has it that the Li family exchanged many passes from Xiao Hua and also the Wang family from the inscription world." Xiao Kongjian said, "Compared to those two, our passes are very few." "Didn't Xiao Hua say that he wouldn't exchange too many with others?" Xie Juanhao asked. "He only promised not to exchange too many with Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace, but Li and Wang family, we can't restrict them. They are all from Inscription World, moreover, they spent a lot of effort to repair that bridge, what can we say?" A Xiao family elder shook his head and said. Just as Xie Juanhao was about to speak, a dragon roar suddenly arrived. When the dragon roar arrived, the entire Tian Xiao city trembled, everyone heard the deafening roar. "Is it your Xiaoyang race's dragon?" Xiao Kongjian asked. "No, it's a true dragon." Xie Juanhao cursed, "Damn it, our dragon is out of luck. Quickly go out and take a look." Long family old man said in shock, "This kind of aura, it might be an immortal dragon king. Why did a dragon suddenly appear? It's good that it appeared, we will slay the dragon." Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate old man laughed loudly and said. Xiao family villa's immortal emperors ran out of the city one after another. When Bingxing heard the dragon roar, she felt somewhat apprehensive and promptly brought people out of the city. Wei Zhongxing already brought people out of the city because the dragon roar came from the Divine Inscription Mountain. There are many people coming out of the city, they are all here to watch the show. After going out, they saw a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon in the distant sky. This dragon's entire body is flickering with blue light. Those dragon scales are like blue crystals, they are very beautiful, causing many people to immediately ignore those fierce dragon claws and the dragon's might. This dragon soared and flew over, its speed is very fast, it is currently chasing after the giant lizard dragon. Qin Yan said, "Why is there only one? What happened to the group of dragons?" Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "Don't be anxious, there might only be one dragon in the vicinity, so the first one to arrive is only this one." After Xie Juanhao came out of the city and saw the blue dragon, he said with sneer, "It's just a small dragon, everyone don't attack, watch our Xiaoyang holy dragon take down this small dragon." He took out a black horn and blew it. The horn sounded, immediately two unpleasant roars came out. These are the roars of giant lizard dragons. Qin Yan cursed in low voice, "Damn it, there is a powerful giant lizard dragon in the vicinity. Xiaoyang race bastards, they really hid themselves very deeply." Xiao Yuemei said, "Luckily old Xiao is hiding." Two giant lizard dragons suddenly appeared, their bodies are covered with golden and black scales, their body size is even larger. When they flew over, they brought along a very dreadful gale, evil aura filled the air, it is very ferocious and threatening, the mountains outside the prairie have all collapsed from the wind. Could it be a mortal emperor-level giant lizard dragon? Qin Yan cried out in alarm, "That blue dragon is finished." Bai Zhe very anxiously said, "Why haven't the other dragons arrived yet?" Two giant lizard dragons suddenly appeared, their wingspan is 1,000 meters, they are gliding in the sky, it is very shocking. That blue dragon is only an immortal king beast, it is completely unable to resist the power of an immortal emperor, it can only miserably flee in the sky. Xiao Yuemei very anxiously jumped, "Why haven't the other dragons arrived yet? Is there only one dragon in the vicinity?" She is looking forward to seeing a group of dragons covering the sky, it did not appear, she is secretly disappointed. Those giant lizard dragons chased after the blue dragon, in the blink of an eye they disappeared into the distant sky, causing everyone to let out a burst of sigh. Not long after the giant lizard dragons flew away, they came back again, moreover they let out very panicked roars. Dragon Emperor and Dragon Mother Chapter 1577. Dragon Emperor. The people at the gate of the heavenly desolation city are puzzled when they saw the three giant lizard dragons flying back in panic. Especially Xie Juanhao, he said with a doubtful expression, "What's going on? Logically speaking, it's impossible for that little dragon to scare away our evil son Saint Dragon. Could it be?" An old man from the Long family suddenly took out a compass. The needle of the compass is trembling and flickering with all kinds of colorful lights. "What is it?" Xiao Kongjian asked. There are many powerful dragons approaching." The old man from the Long family pointed the compass in all directions and shouted in shock, "They are coming from all directions. What's going on?" Xie Juanhao snorted, "Don't talk nonsense, it must be your toy that's broken. How could there be so many dragons coming over?" Xiao Kongjian said, "As far as I know, the dragon race is at odds with each other and has long been divided into two groups. It's impossible for them to gather together. It must be your Long family's toy that's broken," the old man from the Xiao family said with smile. However, at this moment, 9 colored clouds suddenly surged out from behind the three giant lizard dragons. The surging 9 colored clouds are like a monstrous wave rolling in the sky. Looking at it from afar, it is very shocking. And the most shocking thing is that the mighty dragon power that is blowing like a gale is hitting the ground like a wave and shaking in all directions. The people standing at the city gate were blown back by the surging airwave. Those powerful immortal emperors are filled with fear. Just now, they felt that many powerful dragons have appeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide as they looked at the 9 colored clouds surging over from afar. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded, as if many giant dragons are roaring together in anger. This dragon roar shook heaven and earth, causing the entire heavenly desolation city to shake a few times. Within the 9 colored clouds in the sky, many giant dragon bodies suddenly appeared. They are actually giant dragons of different colors. Among them, there is a giant golden dragon with the fastest speed and the largest body. Although its body is hidden above the clouds, one can occasionally see its giant dragon claws. The gigantic golden dragon rushed to the front in an instant, and its incomparably large claws quickly grabbed out. Hoo-hoo! The instant the claw struck out, a berserk dragon's repulse accompanied by a large area of lightning enveloped the sky above heaven's desolate city. When Qin Yan saw the dragon claw, he realized that the dragon might be the strongest in the immortal desolate. The giant lizard dragon with a wingspan of 1,000 meters was caught by the golden dragon claw like a little bird. The moment the dragon claw grabbed onto the giant lizard dragon, a violent shockwave came crashing down from the sky, causing the grassland below to crack and sink by a few meters. The outer boundary of heaven's desolate city was torn apart by the blast wave. Boom, the dragon claw exploded out with a very strong immortal dragon power, and the gigantic lizard dragon was directly crushed. Xiao Yuemei's face is filled with fear as she said in low voice, "Brother, this dragon seems to be the immortal desolate dragon emperor, he is very strong. Hurry up and disguise yourself. Don't get recognized." What? Hearing this, Qin knew that his previous life's immortal king floating cloud must have provoked this immortal desolate dragon emperor. That incomparably huge dragon had always been above the clouds. The people below could only see its claws, but they felt incomparably shocked, and waves of fear surged in their hearts. Hu Qi! Boom! Suddenly, the huge dragon tail chopped down like a huge axe that can split heaven and earth. An immortal emperor giant lizard dragon was swept by the incomparably huge dragon tail and turned into black fragments that scattered all over the place. The two immortal emperor-ranked giant lizard dragons were killed, and they died very quickly. They were crushed by a powerful force. Another immortal king giant lizard dragon was also chased and bitten by a large group of small dragons. In a short while it was bitten into many pieces. "Xiaoyang race bastards, it was you who provoked our dragon race first," a coarse voice rumbled in everyone's ears like thunder. There are many Xiaoyang race people in the vicinity of the divine inscription mountain. Their aura is very easy to distinguish. Suddenly, one after another violent thunder fell from the sky, crazily striking down and bombarding the bodies of the Xiaoyang race people. The group of dragons covered the sky and covered the earth. The thunder and lightning seemed to be cleansing the earth and enveloped the surroundings of the divine inscription mountain. The mountain god is also cursing in low voice because the divine inscription mountain is being violently attacked by the thunder and lightning. Luckily they have the protection of a powerful barrier. Xie Juanhao's expression is extremely unsightly because most of the Xiaoyang race people he brought with him have died. If he knew that the group of dragons was summoned by Qin Yun, he would definitely flip out. More and more dragons are coming, there are more than 1,000 of them and they are all incomparably huge. They are riding on the clouds and the dragon aura on their bodies is incomparably terrifying, causing all humans to feel very insignificant. After the Xiaoyang race people were killed, the thunder and lightning also disappeared. Everyone thought that it would calm down just like that, but the sky is still covered by a thick layer of 9 colored clouds. The thick layer of 9 colored clouds in the sky is like a part of the sky, floating over from 2 different directions. The thick layer of 9 colored clouds floating over from 2 different directions are like 2 pieces of sky, as if they are going to collide. 2 incomparably powerful dragon auras are rushing over from 2 different directions, about to collide, rumble. The 2 sides of 9 colored clouds in the sky collided. The intense explosion and violent shockwave immediately caused the earth to surge up and down. Many deep cracks appeared on the ground, some places were even shaken to the point where huge craters appeared. The huge Tianshao city is located on the ground. Many of the buildings in the city were shaken to the point of collapse. The 2 races of the dragon race are actually competing in the sky. The originally beautiful prairie has also turned into a wasteland. The thick clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed when they collided. Those huge dragons' bodies flickered with intense light, then turned into a ball of light and gradually turned into human form. Qin Yun and the others are at the top of the mountain. They can feel the terror of that power the most. Qin Yun is also astonished as he collected those remnant souls. "There is no need for me to do anything, those bastards from the Xiaoyang race are all dead. Let's quickly run." Mountain God said in low voice, "Those huge monsters are too terrifying, I am temporarily not their match." After saying that, the divine inscription mountain also slowly moved, wanting to leave this place of trouble. "Don't move." A shout enveloped the area. The divine inscription mountain also did not move. 2 groups of people suddenly descended from the sky. All of them are wearing battle armor, all of their faces are filled with battle intent, as if they could fight at any moment. The originally arrogant Xie Juanhao doesn't even dare to fart at this moment. Those big shots of the major powers are secretly apprehensive. They know that the dragon race is very strong, but they have never seen them appear in such a large scale. Furthermore, there are 2 groups of them. Everyone's heart is filled with doubt. Why did these 2 groups of dragons suddenly appear here? It is as if they have arranged to fight here. Shao Kongjian and Shao family's elders are all apprehensive in their hearts. They are very worried that if these 2 groups of dragons fight here, the heavenly desolate city will definitely be turned into a mess. The big shots of the major powers now know that there are still very strong factions in the Immortal Desolate. Especially the Xianxia race. They originally thought that they are invincible in the Immortal Desolate, but now it seems that if they want to overturn the dragon race, they will have to pay a great price. Two groups of dragons in human form are standing on an empty space, facing each other without saying a word. This kind of calm before the storm, it is incomparably oppressive. After Qin Yan calmed down, he took the white mask from Xiaoyuemei and put it on. He said in a loud voice, "I am the sect master of the inscription gate, this mountain is my sect's divine inscription mountain. Friends of the dragon race, since you want to fight here, I will move the divine mountain to make it more convenient for you." Qin Yan is also worried that the divine mountain will be destroyed. Who opened the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation? The one who spoke is a very tall and sturdy old granny. She has a head full of white hair, she is holding a long staff with 9 dragon heads in her hand. She is wearing a red cloak and red armor. This is the leader of the group of dragons, she is also a very powerful immortal emperor. Moreover, the leader of the group of dragons is a tall and sturdy old man. He has a head full of short white hair, white beard and eyebrows are very long. He is holding a dragon head saber in his hand, his face is filled with dignity as he glared at the old granny. This old man must be the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. The 9 heaven shocking dragon formation has appeared again. Who exactly opened it? The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor let out a deep roar. Qin Yan looked at Xiaoyuemei and suddenly realized that although the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation can summon many dragons, it can also attract hatred. When the leaders of the two groups of dragons asked questions, their voices were filled with anger. Xiaoyuemei is somewhat nervous, she lowered her head and said in low voice, "Brother, you must calm down." She also did not expect that the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation's effect to be so outstanding, it actually brought over so many powerful dragons. It was opened by Xianxia race's Xiejuanhao. Qin Yan suddenly had an idea and shouted, "My guess is that they want to borrow the power of the dragon race to destroy my divine mountain." Furthermore, the Xianxia race thinks that they can dominate the Immortal Desolate, so they want to use this opportunity to slaughter dragons to establish their might. Xiejuanhao cursed countless times in his heart, Qin Yan is simply pushing him into a pit of fire. Xiaoyuemei and Xiaoying both let out a long sigh of relief, a trace of smile appeared on their faces. Qin Yan said again, "In the entire Immortal Desolate, only the Xianxia race has the resources to do this kind of thing, right? In the Immortal Desolate, only the dragon race can stop the Xianxia race from dominating the Immortal Desolate." "The Xianxia race has already been exterminated," the old man leader said coldly. "They haven't been exterminated, their boss is hiding inside the Heavenly Desolate City," Qin Yan said again. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent surged towards the Heavenly Desolate City. The mental power of the dragon race experts swept through the group of people at the city gate. Very quickly, they sensed Xiejuanhao's aura. Xiejuanhao cursed loudly, "Qin Yan, you little bastard, just you wait." He hastily activated a teleportation talisman and teleported away. Xiejuanhao doesn't know how to explain this to the dragon race because their Xiaoyang holy dragon was chasing after a little dragon just now. He suspected that the 9 heavens shocking dragon array was most likely created by Qin Yan. Xiejuanhao's escape confirmed that he was the one who opened the 9 heavens shocking dragon formation. The two groups of dragon race people no longer suspect the divine mountain. Bingxing was also secretly worried because she knew that the 9 heavens shocking dragon formation was created by Qin Yan. The old granny looked at the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and said coldly, "Long time no see. I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet again because of the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation. Red Sun Dragon Mother, do you want to fight?" Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said in deep voice, "You should know that the reason why we became enemies was all because of that little bastard Fu Yun. That brat Fu Yun has been dead for many years, don't throw the blame on him." Red Sun Dragon Mother angrily rebuked, "Back then, it was clearly your fault." 1578 Chapter 1578 Red Sun Dragon Mother Mountain God said to Qin Yan in a low voice, "Should we go or not? If we don't leave and they start a war, this divine mountain will be in danger." Qin Yan does not want to leave Tianxiao City because he wants to wait for the gate of the ancient garden to open and then contact the spatial god. If the leaders of the two groups of dragons started fighting here, the Xiao family's villa might also be flattened. If he wanted to contact the spatial god, he would have to wait for a period of time. He suddenly thought of a way and took out the magic mirror to contact the hiding Xiaohua. Xiaohua is nearby, he is just hiding. He has a rather special robe that can make him invisible after putting it on. Sect Master, what's the matter? Xiaohua asked. He had just witnessed the process of the Xiaoyang race being exterminated and knew that the 9-heaven frightening dragon formation was created by Qin Yun because Qin Yun had asked him for the formation pillar before. Later, run out and tell the 2 dragon bosses about the ancient garden. They definitely don't have many passes. Qin Yun said, tell them that if they want to fight, they can fight after entering the ancient garden. We can't let them destroy the Xiao family's villa, we still have to contact the spatial god. Sect Master's brilliant plan. Xiaohua said with smile, we just so happen to have a lot of passes that we haven't exchanged yet. These guys from the dragon race must have a lot of resources. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Mother coldly looked at each other, releasing powerful dragon power that clashed with each other. Xiaohua suddenly rushed out. Seeing Xiaohua come over, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said coldly, human, don't interfere in our dragon race's matters. Don't meddle in other people's business. Everyone is very surprised to see Xiaohua suddenly appear. They can't understand why Xiaohua would run over. This will anger the dragon race. The 2 big shots of the dragon race are both very strong dragons, they are both great emperor-level existences. And the immortal emperors here have not reached that level, so they all watched from afar, not daring to run over. Xiaohua still walked over with a smile on his face. Seniors, have you heard of the ancient garden? Xiaohua asked. As expected, Xiaohua's words attracted the interest of Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Mother. They were originally looking at each other but now they are looking at Xiaohua. I have the ancient garden pass but I don't know where the entrance is. Do you know? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked. I know. Xiaohua then told them about the ancient garden's gate that was about to open very loudly, so that the 2 groups of dragons could hear him clearly. And the great powers like the Xian family and Immortal sect cursed Xiaohua countless times in their hearts. Originally, the competition in the ancient garden was very intense. Not only did they have to face the 9 Suns sect, they also had to compete with the major powers that entered with them. And now, the Dragon Clan has joined in and they are very strong. Those major powers all knew that Xiaohua suddenly ran out to take the opportunity to peddle the passage pass. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the group of people at the city gate with a smile and said, my friends from the dragon race, the great human forces will definitely welcome you to join us. They Kershao and King Yun. They will. They will. The Yun said, the family shout. If you have any grudges, it would be best to settle them in the ancient garden. If you fight here, it will affect the opening of the ancient garden's gate. Xiaohua said again, oh right, how many passes do you have? The anger of Red Sun Dragon Mother and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor seemed to have subsided a lot. The middle-aged and young people behind them are also very interested in the ancient garden. Because in their inherited memories, there are many legends about ancient gardens. The ancient garden is very attractive to the powerful dragon clan. They all want to go in and take a look. We have more than 30 passes. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, do you have a lot? Are you willing to give them to us? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor rushed to say, I only have 20, you must give them to us. I still have 200 or 300 passes. 1 pass for 500 gene of Instant Void Immortal Iron and 5 gene of Saint Profound Silver Crystals. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the group of people behind him and said, they have also exchanged quite a few with me. They are all at this price, I am not cheating you. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask them. The group of big shots behind Xiaohua cursed in their hearts again. They did not expect that Xiaohua still has 200 or 300 passes and he wants to give them to the dragon race. Great powers like Immortal Family and Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect also want to exchange for more passes but they don't have enough resources. Xiaohua said again, both of you have more than 150 members. As long as you exchange for 100 passes with me, I will give you some more passes so that your younger generation can go in and broaden their horizons. At the same time, it will also show our inscription gates respect for the dragon race. This is what Qin Yun taught him. Alright, I will exchange with you. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, I don't have that many things on hand, I want to go back for a trip. We will also exchange. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted, we will go back to get instant void immortal iron and Saint Profound silver crystals. Xiaohua said again, you too, when the time comes, you will also need to use some power to open the gate of the ancient garden. This should not be a problem for you, right? Sure. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Of course there is no problem. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor finished speaking, then soared into the sky and left with his juniors. Red Sun Dragon Mother also flew away with her people. The two clans of the dragon race have finally left. Xiao family elders let out a sigh of relief. If war truly broke out here, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Their heavenly desolate city would also be destroyed. Xiaohua is very happy now. He walked towards the city gate with a smile on his face and said to those people, did you all see? Dragon race has also joined. With their help, opening the gate will be even easier. Many immortal emperors wish they could beat up Xiaohua. They don't want dragon race to join in, that would only cause the competition to become even more intense. Guanghan Palace and Nether Sect don't think much of it because to them, no matter how many people enter, it is all the same. Xiaohua and Wei Zhong are now leaving together, it is safer this way. If the two big shots of the dragon race return, they will directly contact the inscription Divine Mountain. At that time, they can call Xiaohua out. Qin Yun felt a lot more relieved after the dragon race left. But he is still worried because sooner or later he will have to face the dragon race. Finally we are safe. Mountain God also let out a sigh of relief and said with smile, one day, I will make these bugs submit under my feet. Ha ha ha, Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda and pulled Xiao Yuemei inside. Yuemei, the effect of the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation is truly remarkable. You never said that you had any conflict with my past life's dragon race. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yuemei pouted and said in low voice, brother, I was wrong, I nearly caused a great disaster. I thought that only a few dragons would come, I did not expect that even the dragon race's dragon emperor would be alarmed. Qin Yun caressed her face and said with smile, isn't everything fine now? Quickly tell me, what kind of enmity did my past life have with the dragon race? I am also not too clear. I only know that your past life used the 9 heaven shocking dragon formation to summon those formidable dragons many times. Then took advantage of the time when they left their nest to steal their things. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed and said, this is what your past life told me. Then what did you steal? Is it very important to the dragon race? Qin Yun stroked his chin and said with frown, that immortal desolate dragon emperor and scarlet sun dragon mother are husband and wife, could it be that they quarreled because of me? I heard you say that the thing you stole is very precious and later became a part of the floating cloud heavenly seal. Xiao Yuemei said, it might be that seal head. The floating cloud heavenly seal still lacks a seal head to be complete. It is said that it is a dragon carving that can run everywhere. Qin Yun took out the compass used to search for the floating cloud heavenly seal and saw the needle moving. He saw it several times before and every time he looked, the direction of the needle is different. Brother, that old granny seems to be very good to you. She seems to be protecting you, do you want to have a chat with her? Xiao Yuemei said. She calls me brat floating cloud. From the way she addresses me, it seems like we are very familiar with each other, that's why she calls me that. Qin Yun nodded, it seems like I will have to find an opportunity to have a chat with her. Xiao Yuemei said, brother, should we refine more passage tokens? Of course. Qin Yun said with smile, let's begin, we will make this divine mountain even stronger, this will be our home from now on. Next, Qin Yun and Bai Zai began refining passage tokens, moreover they are refining a large amount of them. A few days passed by, Xiayang race people did not appear. They originally wanted to enter the ancient garden but when they heard that dragon race is also participating, they shrank back. It is impossible for Xiayang race to send a lot of people, they can only send a few experts to cause trouble. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor did not personally come, he sent another old man to find Xiao Hua and exchange passage tokens with him. Just like this, Xiao Hua obtained another 50,000 genes of instant space immortal iron. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother personally came over. She told Xiaohua that she and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor will not enter the ancient garden, they will send other people to go with them. Clearly they don't want to fight in the ancient garden. They spent so many resources to exchange for passage tokens, if they go in and fight, it will be a waste. Qinyan asked Xiaohua to bring a message to Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother, saying that Inscription Gate's sect master wants to meet with her alone. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother also agreed because she feels that Inscription Gate is very powerful, they have a very strong divine inscription mountain and they also have a large number of passage tokens. In the past few days, the dragon race, who rarely come in contact with the outside world, also began to inquire about all kinds of major events in Immortal Desolate. They want to clearly understand what happened during this period of time. Qinyan released the floating cloud pagoda under the divine inscription mountain and waited for Xiaohua to bring Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother over. The members brought by Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother are now in Heavenly Xiao City, they are in charge of leading the team into the ancient garden. They are also dragons with Immortal Emperor Cultivation. They are currently communicating with Xiao family people. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother entered the first floor of the floating cloud pagoda. Xiaohua did not follow her in, instead she stood guard outside. After she entered, she saw Qinyan wearing black clothes and a mask. Qinyan took off his mask, revealing a handsome smiling face. After Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother saw Qinyan, she is very shocked. She tightly grasped the long staff in her hand and looked at Qinyan's face with wide eyes. End of chapter 1578. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.